Chapter 1, 3 months before the apocalypse. Australia, Gold Coast. Bai Yaoyao suddenly sat up from her lounge chair, staring blankly at the long-legged blonde beauties in bikinis on the beach and a group of muscular men. After a long time, she finally realized that she had been reborn. In her mind, the scene of fighting against the royal-level space zombie kept repeating. Her small team of 10 members had all perished at its hands. In the end, it was Fat Brother and the others who sacrificed themselves, allowing her the chance to strike with all her might. Watching Fat Brother's over 200-pound flesh being slowly sliced off by the zombie, Bai Yaoyao used all her strength, risking her life to achieve mutual destruction with the space zombie. Before dying, the crystal core of the royal space zombie fell in front of her. She used all her strength, just barely touching it with her fingertips, before she passed away. Looking at her phone on the lounge chair, she realized that she had been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao not only survived the apocalypse for 10 years but also established the night squad with several brothers she could trust her back to, killing countless zombies and mutant beasts. The arrival of the apocalypse was almost within everyone's expectations, but no one thought it would come so quickly. First, a virus came from abroad, and after 10 years of efforts to control it, it still spread. With no warning at all, the world was hit by a rain, and after the rain, not only was there no rainbow, but about 60% of humanity turned into zombies, completely losing consciousness and uncontrollably attacking humans. Coupled with the continuously appearing mutated animals, humanity's survival situation became increasingly dangerous, but there were still capable individuals among them. Before Bai Yaoyao's death, humans had already produced 9th-level superpowered individuals. Bai Yaoyao was among them, awakening a space ability. At first, the space ability could only store supplies, extremely limited. With her extraordinary skills, Bai Yaoyao fought hard against zombies, which allowed her ability to rise to level 3. It was then discovered that space abilities could not only store items but also unleash space blades, space slicing, throwing, teleportation, and other skills. Combined with Bai Yaoyao's skills, it was a perfect match, catapulting her to 6th place on the power rankings. However, it was still not enough to defeat the royal zombies. The Kyoto base released a message: as long as 10 different types of royal zombie crystal stones were obtained, a vaccine could be developed to completely end the apocalypse. But as humans grew stronger, the zombies did too, even gaining intelligence, and 3 years later, it became difficult to see solitary zombies. Without team cooperation, it was hard to defeat a group of zombies alone, who had started to learn how to attack human bases with purpose and planning. The 10 different royal zombie crystal stones were too difficult to obtain, the most powerful time zombie, let alone kill it, even those who had seen it were dead, and its existence was inferred from the decaying corpses. Bai Yaoyao silently closed her eyes, clenched her fists, thinking of her brothers who had left her one by one in her previous life, her heart gradually filled with excitement. They were all still alive. This was the meaning of her rebirth. This time, I will lead you to survive this apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the calm sea surface, quickly returning to the beach villa. Having been a killer for so many years, she had gained some assets, and after living a life of violence, she would occasionally take a break and enjoy a few days of leisure. Bai Yaoyao felt she had many things to do. The first thing was to calm her thoughts and recall the important timelines and events over the 10 years of the apocalypse, recording them down. Habitually taking out paper and pen from her space, she wrote a single word, only to realize, whoops, the apocalypse hasn't started yet. How did I gain special powers? I quickly checked and found out. My spatial ability not only still exists but has also upgraded. In my last life, at the start of awakening my spatial ability, it was only as big as a 20-square-meter bedroom, and it only became the size of a soccer field after reaching level 9. Now, I couldn't even find the boundaries. It seems that it can be as big as you need it to be. Strangely, a house appeared in the space, and Bai Yaoyao really wanted to know what was inside. As soon as she had this thought, she felt a dizziness, and suddenly appeared inside the house. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. This spatial ability has mutated too much. A person can actually enter. In my last life, the space couldn't even hold living creatures. If I can come in, does that mean other living beings can come in too? Unfortunately, there were no small animals around for convenient experiments. Bai Yaoyao wandered around the house. Besides a bed, the main room had nothing else, and there were 2 rooms beside it, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, all very basic. The most surprising thing was outside the house: land. It can be planted. No matter how much material is stored, there will always come a day when it runs out. But the ability to regenerate is the real guarantee of life. Bai Yaoyao suddenly thought of the royal-level zombie crystals, guessing that this was the reason for her spatial ability mutation. But, why was she reborn? She couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. There were too many things to do, and time couldn't afford to be wasted. She took out her phone and called Fat Guy. "Sister Yaoyao, what's up?" As soon as Bai Yaoyao heard Fat Guy's voice, tears streamed down her face. Before he died, Fat Guy was still shouting for her to escape quickly. But she chose to risk it all. "Fat Guy, where are you? I'm eating lobster. This lobster is so delicious. Fat guy's silly voice came through. Come find me, I'll send you my location. Alright. I'll bring you some lobster, you have to try it, it's really good. He hung up the phone, packed a large portion of lobster, and quickly drove towards Bai Yaoyao. Fat guy's real name is Chen Xiaopeng, 1 year older than Bai Yaoyao, and was picked up by the master on the same day. He taught her skills and gave her the ability to support herself. The organization slowly grew, but the master unfortunately couldn't hold on and left first, passing the organization to Bai Yaoyao before he died. Up to today, she had earned enough money and wanted to retire peacefully, while Bai Yaoyao had no other thoughts, only hoping that everyone could live safely, get married, and lead a normal life. After all, everyone had a hard time when they were young. Bai Yaoyao's personality and appearance were very different. With fair skin, big doll-like eyes that sparkled, a small and delicate nose, and a sweet smile with 2 cute dimples. With her innocent appearance, she didn't know how many S-rank missions she had completed. Many task targets couldn't believe that the beautiful little girl who spoke so well was actually ranked first on the killer list. Chapter 2, Asset Settlement. Bai Yaoyao had just recorded the important times and events in her memory when Fat Guy arrived. Sister Yaoyao, hurry over. Eat it while it's hot. Bai Yaoyao looked at the large pile of meat walking towards her and felt particularly good. Fat Guy seemed honest and simple, but in reality, he valued his life the most and was very cunning. Thinking about how he was cut into pieces in her previous life to save her, her heart felt particularly sad. Although Fat Guy was big, he was very skilled, a nimble fat man, and he had awakened earth and metal abilities. With unmatched defense and decent offense, he was a frontline fighter in the team. Bai Yaoyao confidently took the lobster, and without saying a word, she started eating. After 10 years in the apocalypse, let alone something delicious like lobster, even a warm meal was a luxury. Now that she already had space, it was time to plan how to make money and stock up on supplies properly. Bai Yaoyao quickly ate a lobster as big as a child's arm, shocking Fat Brother greatly. Sister Yao, what's wrong with you? This. Bai Yaoyao smiled, directly putting the unfinished lobster into her space, paused for 2 seconds, then took it out again, and finally put it back in the space. Seeing this scene, Fat Brother instantly stood up. After being stunned for a few seconds, he came back to his senses, and the honest and simple expression on his face disappeared. His entire body became alert as he quickly walked around the room. After confirming that there was indeed no one, he returned and said to Bai Yaoyao, I will go find Sister Peichi to do hypnosis, let her help me forget about today. The less people know about this, the safer it is, it's best if no one knows. I don't want to know about your adventures, I just want you to be safe. After saying this, he looked at Bai Yaoyao with concern and muttered, this silly girl really gives me no peace, and he wanted to turn and leave. Fat Brother, come back. You will find out sooner or later. We are running out of time. Bai Yaoyao said. Fat Brother paused, hesitated for a long time, stomped his foot, and simply turned around and said, Oh, my sister Yao, what is going on? Bai Yaoyao wiggled her fingers and smiled, saying, I thought you wouldn't be curious. How could I not be curious? I'm dying of curiosity. What is this? Before Fat Brother could finish, Bai Yaoyao interrupted him, seriously saying, Fat Brother, the person I trust the most in this world, besides Master, is you. What I'm going to say next may be hard to believe, but it is true. 3 months from now, it's the apocalypse. Many people will turn into zombies, including Lulu and Chen Xian. The rest of us awakened superpowers, and faced countless zombies and endlessly breeding mutated beasts. We struggled in the apocalypse for 10 years, and during the boss fight, we failed, and we all died. I was reborn to today. What you just saw is my superpower, the space ability. Fat Brother's small, slit eyes gradually turned into small brass bells. Leaning on the sofa, he didn't know how to respond for a long time. Sister Yao, who will die first between us? You first, to save me. Bai Yaoyao answered. Like a man, you didn't let down Master's last words. Fat Brother took a deep breath. Bai Yaoyao thought the same, thankfully Fat Brother didn't think of her as a lunatic. Suddenly, Fat Brother stood up, touched Bai Yaoyao's forehead, placed one hand on his waist, and asked. What is this? 1. What is this? 2. 1 plus 1 equals what? Bai Yaoyao, SNT. Fat Brother, what I said is true. Bai Yaoyao put her hand on her forehead. Alas, I wish it were false. You just drank too much or have a fever. Tell me what to do, I currently have 360 million, and my assets combined amount to about 80 million. I will quickly liquidate and transfer it all to your account. Fat Brother went straight to the point. Bai Yaoyao gave a thumbs up and said, I don't plan to tell anyone about this, just the two of us knowing is enough. I'm worried about any butterfly effects. We will gather the brothers in advance. We will act separately. You are familiar with weapons. Don't transfer money to me, buy weapons with it. Avoid low-power ones, they are useless against zombies. Get heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, etc., as many as possible, and the more powerful, the better. No problem, I'll set off right now. I'll probably have to run to several places. Do you need medicines? If you do, I can take care of that, I have resources. Fat Brother replied directly. We need them, these are urgently needed resources in the apocalypse. We can trade them to exchange for points and crystals at the base. Is the country with the best order in the world, and I have cooperated with their officials, definitely reliable. We need to go back to before the apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao directly told Fat Brother her plans. No problem, Sister Yao, I'm off. Okay, be safe, see you. After Fat Brother left, Bai Yaoyao took out her phone to calculate all her assets. On the Swiss bank account, there was $500 million left by the master. On my personal account, there's also over 800 million Chinese yuan. Looking at the money, it's not a small amount, but money is like this, it can be spent no matter how much you have. After some hesitation, I made a phone call. Beautiful killer sister, hello, how come you have time to call me? Want to have a meal with this handsome little brother? The task you mentioned last time, I've taken it. Bai Yaoyao ignored the cheeky voice on the other end and directly got to the point. Haha, nice and straightforward. As soon as I hang up, I'll transfer 100 million as a deposit. Once the person is dead, the remaining 500 million will be transferred to your card. Okay. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, I received a transfer notification for 100 million in my account. Wang Fugu, male, stupid with lots of money, patriotic. This was the client information saved in by Yao Yao's phone contacts. We had worked together once before. He was the only son of the Wang family, with average money-making skills, but a talent for spending. He had paid a high price to get my contact information and hired me to assassinate Sato Shinichi, the biggest entrepreneur in country R, just because that person said in public that our bigger empire could never be surpassed. Bai Yaoyao had just completed a task and had some injuries, so she said she'd think about it. Now that she had space, even though she couldn't use her attack powers yet, her safety was absolutely guaranteed. She didn't want to miss this chance to make a large profit. After making up her mind, she booked a flight to country R. While carrying out the assassination, she planned to stock up on some goods in country R. In her past life, Bai Yaoyao heard from the authorities that at the start of the apocalypse, country R was basically destroyed. Surrounded by the sea, a combination of heavy rains causing seawater surges and 2 massive earthquakes left ordinary people powerless. She thought, I'll just go over and collect some supplies. It's not too much to ask, right? Rather than letting a country's resources go to waste, I might as well take them. I don't have to hoard so many things after I return. No need to fight over survival supplies in supermarkets with ordinary people. The more humans that stay alive, the more hope there is. Ending the apocalypse is not something one person can do. Chapter 3, Buying some special products. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the space also had a preservation function. The leftover lobster, even after a long time, was still warm when taken out, just as it was when it was put in. Knowing about this feature made Bai Yaoyao even happier. This life could be much easier. Before leaving, she didn't forget to buy a batch of seafood specialties in Australia. She went straight to the local wholesale market and ordered $2 million worth of seafood. Especially lobster, which Fat Brother loved to eat, and she loved it too. She bought a lot of other things as well, including salmon, black pomfret, yellowtail, abalone, squid, octopus, sardines, imperial crabs, coral crabs, king crabs, sea urchins, conchs, scallops, and more. She bought a lot and practically took over the entire seafood market. After confirming the shipment was sent to the warehouse and the people had left, Bai Yaoyao directly stored it in the space. Next, she went to buy some cooked seafood. Her cooking skills were only at the level of making instant noodles and adding an egg, so having ingredients alone wouldn't help. Her brothers were about the same level when it came to cooking, just enough to make things cooked, but whether they could be properly cooked was another issue. Besides roasting meat outdoors, none of them knew how to cook. They had all gotten used to being fed by the master. So, she directly ordered 10,000 servings of lobster and 10,000 servings of seafood mix from the restaurant where Fat Brother ate. As for the rest, she would deal with it when she got back to the country. When it comes to food, no one dares to claim the top spot other than. Then she drove to purchase 100,000 boxes of sheep oil, 30,000 sweaters, 30,000 leather jackets, 30,000 pairs of cotton boots, and 30,000 cotton blankets. In the second year of the apocalypse, temperatures dropped sharply, reaching as low as -60 or -70 degrees. All of these things became life-saving necessities. Forget about fighting zombies, even just reaching out was difficult. Fortunately, with the upgrading of her powers, people's ability to withstand heat and cold had greatly increased. Bought another 100,000 cans of Australian baby formula. Although it's meant for little babies, no one said that big babies can't drink it. Anything that can provide nutrition is currency in the apocalypse. Now that my people are in Australia, it wouldn't be appropriate not to bring back some local specialties. Once everything was received in the space, Bai Yaoyao looked at the chaotic assortment of supplies and frowned slightly. She took out her phone and opened the app 1988, placing an order for 10,000 industrial-grade stainless steel storage shelves from 5 different stores. She unified the design to be 7 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 5 meters high with 6 layers. Without urgency, it would take about a month to receive the goods. Expediting would cost a lot more. Bai Yaoyao calculated the time and realized it matched well, and by then she would be back home, ready to receive the shipment. So she chose not to expedite and promptly paid the deposit. Feeling satisfied, she boarded the plane heading to Country R. Bai Yaoyao dressed like a student, with her hair in a bun and a little rabbit hairpin on top, looking obedient and cute. After arriving, she took a taxi straight to the Sato company's new product launch event, where she learned online that Shinichi Sato would be attending today's event. She planned to join the excitement, hoping to find a chance to complete her task. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, she saw Shinichi Sato getting out of the car, and her eyes lit up. That car was so cool. It was a modified Mercedes S-Class Alpine armoring bulletproof vehicle, stunning to look at, but the price was too beautiful. Bai Yaoyao, who worked hard for her money, didn't want to squander it on such luxury. After feeling a bit surprised, she mingled with the crowd and entered. The launch event hadn't started yet, and Shinichi Sato was probably in the VIP lounge. Bai Yaoyao searched for a while before finding a spot, knocked out a water server, changed into her clothes, and disguised herself, avoiding the surveillance to enter the lounge. She added lethal poison to the tea. Bai Yaoyao always believed that a killer doesn't necessarily have to engage in violence every day, it's better to solve problems with brains. Bai Yaoyao entered the room, placed down the drinks, and sweetly glanced at Shinichi Sato at the main seat. Shinichi Sato smiled devilishly, pausing as he picked up his teacup. If you break it, come to find me. Bai Yaoyao shyly nodded, watching as Shinichi Sato drank a cup of the poison. She couldn't help but think that this guy was just too easy to kill. 600 million in her hands. Taking advantage of the bodyguards not reacting in time, she struck first. For bodyguards didn't even have time to call for backup before they fell to Bai Yaoyao's knife. She casually grabbed the car keys, hoping to find some extra good luck. After tidying up the traces, she took a photo of Shinichi Sato and sent it to Wang Fuguei, then slipped into the space. Why not use her powers when she had them? That would be silly. Bai Yaoyao had a peaceful lunch. She practiced her powers for a while. Although her space had mutated, her power level was still level 1. Without crystals, she couldn't upgrade, but she could improve her proficiency. For Bai Yaoyao, this was second nature, and she felt like she hadn't practiced long before it was already deep into the night. She changed into black clothes, put on a mask and a hat, and exited the space, sneaking out. Seeing the Alpine armoring still parked by the roadside, she smiled an unexpected profit. It seemed that Shinichi Sato's death had thrown everyone into chaos, and they didn't have time to pay attention to her. She pulled out the car keys, drove away, and headed to the outskirts where there were no cameras. She entered the space with the car and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next day, Bai Yaoyao changed into a new outfit and began her big shopping spree. Wang Fuguei's final payment had already come through, and for some reason, he had even given her an extra 200 million. Now her personal account had 1,600 million, and she had spent nearly 70 million in Australia. Plus, there was still the 500 million. Wang Fuguei. Miss Killer, amazing. You said you'd take the job the day before yesterday, and Sato died in less than a day. Wang Fuguei shouted loudly. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but hold the phone farther from her ear. You gave 200 million more. Ah, of course. You did a beautiful job. Are you still in Country R? There's another job, you. Bai Yaoyao directly refused, saying, no time, not taking it. The reward is 1 billion. Speak. Bai Yaoyao's old face turned red. Wang Fuguei was happy and said, blow up the Yasukuni Shrine toilet. Bai Yaoyao was speechless. This kid is really, really patriotic. But she was quite interested in this job too, definitely not because of that mere 1 billion, definitely not. I'll take it, Bai Yaoyao said. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the number 1 on the killer list, sis. Amazing. Wang Fuguei said happily. Bai Yaoyao directly hung up the phone. She thought for a moment and called Xiaomi. Xiaomi had been active in Southeast Asia for a long time and probably had resources at hand. Sis Yao. Can you get me a KES 287***? I'm in Country R. Hearing Xiaomi's voice, Bai Yaoyao felt a piece of her heart suddenly come back. In her past life, Xiaomi didn't awaken any powers. When surrounded by zombies, to not drag everyone down, she held the and ran into the zombie crowd, perishing together with them. Now everyone is alive. So good. Damn. Sis Yao, what do you want to do? Blowing this up is no joke. Without a helicopter to help, how are you going to run? It can't even be timed. Xiaomi said in shock. Don't worry, I have a way, Bai Yaoyao answered. Jingtian Avenue 1019, go there. Just say my name, no need to pay. They owe me a life. Hearing Bai Yaoyao's calm tone, Xiaomi stopped worrying. Sis Yao could protect herself even better than Fat Brother, no mistake. Chapter 4 Stocking Up in Country R. Bai Yaoyao hung up the phone and went to the place Xiaomi mentioned to get then put it into her space. Then she started stocking up. She would do the big job when she was about to leave country R, otherwise, within the country, there would be no way to spend money properly. Bai Yaoyao contacted Xiaomi again and rented a big factory building. She first went there to check the place. Seeing it was remote and had no surveillance cameras made her feel at ease. On the Chinese forum, she found someone working in dry food wholesale and made an appointment to meet in the afternoon. At noon, she casually went to a roadside restaurant and ordered eel rice, wagyu beef platter, matcha tofu, tempura, sashimi s, and plum wine. After being reborn, her appetite had grown a lot. Maybe the portions in this place were small, but even after eating all this, she still felt a bit unsatisfied. So she ordered another portion of exploding cheese fried pork cutlet and finally felt full. Bai Yaoyao thought the taste was very good. She took out her phone and opened the translator. Boss, every dish I just ate, I want 500 portions of each. How long will it take to make them? Bai Yaoyao asked. So many? It'll take until tomorrow. We don't have that much food. We only use the freshest ingredients, the boss replied. Okay. I'll come get them tomorrow night. Just pack them in insulated boxes. Bai Yaoyao decisively paid a deposit. After the boss agreed, without another word, he closed the store and went out to buy ingredients. This was a big order. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yaoyao found the person from the Chinese forum who did wholesale, named Li Hua. Bai Yaoyao drank some water in advance to moisten her throat, ready to bargain for the lowest price. Every penny and cent was hard-earned. If she didn't calculate carefully, she'd feel sorry for all the suffering she endured these years. Thinking of how much money she had in her past life, all turned into a string of numbers after the apocalypse, made her heart ache like bleeding. This time she could prepare early. No matter what, not a single yuan could be wasted. In the end, she successfully bought 10,000 bags of kashihikari rice, 5,000 bags of akita rice, 5,000 bags of qixing rice, and 5,000 bags of dreamy rice at prices lower than the market wholesale price. She planned to buy some wuchang rice from the northeast and southern rice after returning to the country. The brothers could eat a lot. If she didn't prepare more, it might not be enough. Even if they couldn't cook, the skill of steaming rice in a rice cooker was still doable. Then came the flour. Li Hua introduced that there are generally two types of flour in country R, one is low-gluten flour, used for making bread and cakes, and the other is high-gluten flour, mainly for making buns and dumplings. Bai Yaoyao felt that the high-gluten flour seemed more reliable, so she only ordered 3,000 jin. For olive oil, grapeseed oil, soybean oil, and corn oil, she could only get a maximum of 5,000 barrels of each. They didn't have that much stock, and this was gathered from several wholesale markets. The key point is that Bai Yaoyao had never cooked before and didn't know if this would be enough, planning to go back and calculate carefully with Fat Brother. If it wasn't enough, she would buy more high-gluten flour. Then there were all kinds of side ingredients, starting with salt and sugar. Salt was easy, she directly bought up the stock from the wholesale market, totaling 22,000 boxes, each with 70 bags. Salt has a huge range of uses. It is not just a seasoning but can also replenish electrolytes, disinfect, and is a substance that the human body needs to replenish daily. As for sugar, hoarding it was a bit tricky. It is special and regulated, and individuals cannot buy it in large quantities. Even supermarkets and wholesale markets need qualifications to purchase it. Li Hua bought only 1,000 boxes here, but each box contained 100 bags. She also ordered 1,000 boxes of rock sugar and brown sugar. She had Xiaomi buy 8,000 jin of white granulated sugar from the black market. Xiaomi was confused, always feeling that Sister Yao was up to something big without bringing her along for the fun, but since the boss had spoken, she obediently complied. The seafood soy sauce in country R was quite good and suited Bai Yaoyao's taste, so she ordered 2,000 boxes. For vinegar, light soy sauce, and cooking wine, she bought 1,000 boxes. Bai Yaoyao really didn't know the usage for every meal, so she just ordered some, knowing that she and her brothers would mostly not have time to cook, and most of these supplies were for exchanging with the authorities for crystal resources. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important. She didn't want to waste time on enjoyment, but of course, if they could live a little better, that would be great. No one has a tendency to suffer. Seasoning powders and the like would be bought when they returned to high-gluten flour, as these weren't essential for survival and wouldn't snatch ordinary people's chance to live. Next came the instant foods that Bai Yaoyao needed the most. This type of food in country R was quite good, and she could stock up on more. Bai Yaoyao looked at the existing food types in the market and said, 2,000 portions of grilled chicken on charcoal, 8,000 bags of wagyu rolls, 3,000 boxes of various flavored rice balls, 3,000 portions of crab sticks and fried chicken from Lawson, 3,000 chicken rolls and sandwiches from Family Mart, 2,000 boxes of sticky rice dumplings, 2,000 bags of shrimp rice rolls, 5,000 boxes of seaweed egg drop soup, 5,000 boxes of pork bone soup, 50,000 boxes of self-heating rice, 20,000 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 20,000 boxes of instant ramen and tonkatsu noodles, and 10,000 boxes each of various flavored bento. This was because these would be the meals she and her brothers would often eat in the future, so she ordered more. Everyone had a good appetite. For example, Fat Brother could only be satisfied after 3 boxes of self-heating rice for a meal. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was not familiar with their abilities, and these were life-saving supplies. By buying more here, she wouldn't need to buy anything else after returning home except for braised beef noodles. Braised beef noodles were purely a personal preference. The items you bought have a short shelf life. Are you sure you want to stock up so much? Li Hua asked. Sure, arrange for shipment. Although I ordered a lot, you have to guarantee the quality for me. Missing weight is one aspect, the expiration dates must be new, or I won't pay the remaining amount. Bai Yaoyao said directly. Don't worry, we are from the same country, I won't scam you. I can also make a good profit from this order, and once I finish, I'll return home. I've worked hard for so long and miss my home. Li Hua swore with a raised hand. Bai Yaoyao nodded, seeing that he seemed sincere, and said, it's good to go back home. Also, about snacks, is there a place for wholesale? Li Hua replied, yes, I will drive you there. It's a bit far, so you need to pay a deposit. I'll deliver the goods to you first thing tomorrow morning, the final payment will be due then. No problem. Then Bai Yaoyao bought a lot of snacks. After all, if she didn't buy them now, in the end times, everything will disappear, even a country must fall. Hollow cornflakes, dorayaki, soy milk wafers, caramel toffee, boneless duck feet from Spring River, Japanese milk tea, milk pudding, cheese crab sticks, cheese fish cakes, white peach jelly, charcoal grilled coconut chips, Meiji juice gummies, various yogurt drinks, sake, plum wine. Bai Yaoyao was getting more and more excited as she bought, so happy. Her mood was bursting with joy. If it weren't for wanting to save more money to buy, she really wanted to shop more. She already spent over 5 million on snacks, and she felt a bit heartbroken, almost wanting everything she saw. The merchants heard someone was making a big purchase and rushed over to promote their goods. Yaoyao refused no one. As long as the price was reasonable, she bought everything. Bai Yaoyao calmed her mood and left the snack wholesale market. Chapter 5, Eat Black, Eat Black, Eat Black. After a day of hoarding, Bai Yaoyao looked at the list she had written that night and found that after a whole day of busy work, she hadn't actually bought much. She had only solved part of the food problem, and there were too many things still not bought. So, she specifically did some research. Water, meat, vegetables, and fruits would not be bought in our country because the nuclear radiation was too disgusting. Tomorrow, she mainly needed to buy all sorts of daily necessities. To save time, she didn't want to shop in person anymore. So, she edited a text message to Li Hua, 2,000 microwaves, 2,000 induction cookers, 2,000 electric boiling pots, 2,000 frying pans, 5,000 sets of tableware, 100,000 sets of disposable tableware, 50,000 tents, 50,000 bedding and pillows, 10,000 boxes of large rolls of toilet paper, 10,000 boxes of small packages, 10,000 boxes of cotton soft towels, 10,000 boxes of masks, 5,000 boxes of sanitary pads, 10,000 hot water bags, 10,000 hot water kettles, 5,000 boxes of laundry detergent, 10,000 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, 10,000 combs and hair ties. Also sunscreen, facial cleanser, and lotion, each 20,000. After confirming that everything she needed was written down, Bai Yaoyao sent the message, opened the navigation, checked the location of the Jingu National Shrine, and found it was not far from her hotel, planning to scout it out tomorrow. Before sleeping, she called Fat Brother to confirm they were both safe, and then felt at ease. Bai Yaoyao felt her thoughts were very clear. She had awakened from the confusion of just being reborn. No matter how incredible rebirth was, she must seize this opportunity and give her all to lead her brothers through this apocalypse. At the beginning of the apocalypse, zombies were relatively stupid, did not group, and acted very slowly. As long as they were normal people with tools and courage, they could fight back. Therefore, having a stable living place was very important, so she could rest better at night and absorb the crystal stones. She opened the map on her phone and planned to set the first stronghold in H City, which was the northernmost part of. Although it was quite remote, there had been a special mutated tree in that area in her previous life. It didn't know how many people and zombies it had consumed, and in the end, it even gained mobility. When she died, the ability users and officials couldn't get rid of it. It was a serious threat to humanity. So this time, she simply planned to take it down while this thing was just awakening. From H City, she would advance toward the A City main base, and the resources along the way were enough for everyone to upgrade. As long as they reached a city by the 4th year of the apocalypse, it would be fine. Starting from the 4th year, zombies would appear as intelligent beings, beginning to form organized groups for town attacks. Perhaps some people might think that being reborn, hoarding enough food, water, and things to play with, and staying in the space would be great, with no danger, which sounds quite enjoyable. But Bai Yaoyao was the kind of person who loved adventure and was unwilling to back down. Losing once meant she couldn't lose a second time. She hoped the apocalypse would end, and she could still be a lazy killer, taking jobs when there was nothing to do, and resting when she was tired. Or she could take an exam for a stable job, with a 9-to-5 schedule, 5 insurances, and a housing fund. Just thinking about it felt comfortable. Bai Yaoyao confirmed the location of the first stronghold and then called Peichi back home. "Hey, Yaoyao Jie. I miss you. It's been a whole week since I saw you, I want kisses and hugs." Bai Yaoyao smiled. Peichi was a little cutie, everyone's darling. On the surface, her profession was a psychiatrist, and she was excellent at hypnosis. In her past life, her awakened ability was a healing type, and she was the team support, commonly called a healer. "Peichi, I have a task for you." "Okay, Yao Jia, tell me." Peichi, who was just sweetly cooing, instantly switched back to her normal tone. "Sell all the properties under your name, then go near Fengming Mountain in H City, buy a big villa. It should be enough for everyone in our organization to live in. Then upgrade the security level of the house to the highest. Make the glass and doors bulletproof. It's best if there are not many people around, somewhere more secluded. After you've done all that, leave enough for your basic living expenses, and transfer the rest to my account." "Got it, Yao Jia. I'll get started right now," Peichi said, hanging up the phone without asking another word. If Yao Jia had something to explain, she would have said it. Since she didn't, it meant the time hadn't come, no need to ask more. This was trust and understanding cultivated over 20 years. The apocalypse was tough, but Bai Yaoyao felt happy with her brothers around. Bai Yaoyao loved to travel the world. She hadn't bought a house yet. Peichi preferred a quieter life, only going on missions and then working at her 6,800 monthly salary. In her free time, she hoarded properties. Given the current house prices, it was worth nearly 100 million now. If she didn't sell, it would be a huge loss. Once everything was arranged, Bai Yaoyao finally allowed herself to lie down and sleep. The next morning, Bai Yaoyao left the hotel. First, she went to pick up the meal she had ordered from yesterday's restaurant, then took a taxi to the area near the Jingguo Shrine to check the location. The explosion radius was 200 meters, but the area of the shrine itself was about 100,000 square meters. She was now quite skilled with her spatial abilities. The farthest distance she could place items was also 200 meters. So, she found the main hall and carefully observed the surrounding key areas. The main hall was where they honored the dog poop, war criminals, and the camera and sword were symbols of dog poop. Thus, she chose this place as the location for the. She believed her customer, Wang Fugui, would be satisfied. After the explosion, she planned to run out as quickly as possible amidst the chaos. If she couldn't make it out, she would just play along. Her record was clean, just an ordinary girl from an orphanage. With so many tourists at the shrine every day, no one would ever suspect her. After finalizing the plan, Bai Yaoyao went to the factory building she rented yesterday. Li Hua called and said the goods she ordered had started being delivered and would arrive soon. It was a close call, as she arrived just in time and the truck also pulled up. After the workers unloaded the goods, they left. Bai Yaoyao randomly checked a few items and found no issues. It seemed like Li Hua was trustworthy. Bai Yaoyao spent the whole day in the factory, watching the trucks come and go. By 8 p.m., everything she had requested from yesterday was delivered, including the candy she had ordered through text from Li Hua and Xiaomi from the black market. For items that could spoil easily, Bai Yaoyao received them directly into her space as soon as they arrived. The outside of the factory was covered in rice and flour bags, so no one could see anything if they came. Once all the goods were in, Bai Yaoyao quickly stored everything and locked the warehouse door, getting ready to leave. As soon as she left the warehouse, she realized someone was following her. Their stealth skills were pretty good, and if she hadn't become more sensitive to space, she might not have noticed them right away. They were clearly people who often worked in the shadows. She wasn't sure if they had guns, so Bai Yaoyao didn't dare act recklessly. After walking about 50 meters, the group of 5 men couldn't hold back anymore. They didn't have weapons and there was no ambush. Once she confirmed this, Bai Yaoyao felt safe to act. She moved the dagger from her space into her pocket and struck without hesitation, using no unnecessary moves. Almost all of them were fatal. Bai Yaoyao learned the art of killing, showing no mercy. It was impossible for her to hold back, but she still spared one and asked about the situation. Chapter 6, Exploding the Divine Toilet. Bai Yaoyao looked at the man under her foot and asked, "Can you speak English?" "No. No. No." The man trembled, saying, this woman was simply a killer without batting an eye, not even knowing why they were here, yet she immediately went for the kill, so he hurried to beg for mercy. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes helplessly, took out her phone, and opened the translator. After a long while, she finally understood that this man had been chasing her from the black market. Seeing that she had bought so much candy, and had gathered so many supplies, and she was just a foreign girl, they thought they could make a fortune by harming her. Bai Yaoyao forced the man to drive her to their main base, which turned out to be a rental car company. TSK, knowing that sister doesn't have much money, they came to deliver vegetables. Bai Yaoyao showed no mercy, killing all 17 of them. One by one, those in this line of work should always be prepared to lose their heads at any moment. Moreover, they were up to no good, knew too much, and were dangerous. Bai Yaoyao looked at the cars in the rental car company and found 3 modified Paramount Raiders, and she instantly felt at ease. In the apocalypse, only such cars were useful. She also took a few Rubicon Jeep Wranglers, Land Rover Defenders, and Toyota Land Cruisers. She didn't want to take any other junk models, but then thought, Monkey is really good at handling cars, modifying them, and repairing them. Maybe in the future, if any car breaks down and needs parts, they could come in handy. So she took the remaining 15 cars into her space, along with all the tools for repairs and modifications from the rental shop. Finally, she took the last 2 boxes of instant noodles. The entire rental car company, except for the garbage, was emptied. She took it all. Bai Yaoyao was in an exceptionally good mood, feeling like she had saved a lot of money. Yesterday, she had taken a car from Sato Shinichi, and today, she had taken 6 useful ones from the rental car company. All she needed now was a RV. There was a lot to do, and it was inevitable to forget things, so she immediately did what came to mind. She immediately called Monkey. Yao Jia, help! Bai Yaoyao was stunned, forgetting that Monkey was the most mischievous before the apocalypse. He wasn't in trouble every day, but definitely every other day. Monkey, what happened again? Yao Jia, you didn't directly scold me. Haha, it's nothing, I'm just running for my life at the moment. Why did you call me? Monkey's voice came through, along with the sound of fast running and faint gunshots. Get me a few RVs, I need them, make sure they're modified well, fire and water resistant at the very least, and able to resist knives, guns, and cross mountains. Bai Yaoyao said. My sister. Are RVs even capable of doing that? I'll try my best. Monkey replied helplessly. Prepare more car repair and modification tools. Don't waste your money. Once you're done with the RVs, buy the tools, and transfer all your money to my card, then go find Peggy. Bai Yaoyao said. Can I leave some money for picking up girls? Monkey asked. Do you want to die? Got it, Yao Jia, I'll make sure to complete the task. Monkey immediately became serious. Talking about cars reminded her of oil, an even rarer and more important resource in the apocalypse. She opened her contacts list, looked at the 12 people in her family list on her phone, and thought about where everyone was. She wondered who she could entrust this task to. Collecting it in territory was unrealistic due to tight controls. In the end, she called Shirtu. Shirtu liked to stay in South America, and she didn't know where he was now. Shirtu, where are you? Iraq. Can you get some oil? Bai Yaoyao knew his style well, so she asked directly. I don't have money. Can I do a black market deal? Bai Yaoyao, is identical to and is identical to. Sure, just bring it to me, the more the better. Bai Yaoyao answered. 1 week. After Shirtu said that, he hung up. Actually, the organization didn't lack missions. They were known in the assassin world for their high mission completion rate. With a good reputation, the fees are high. Everyone has some money, but no matter how much is in the stone's pocket, it never lasts overnight. The stone grew up in an orphanage, living very difficultly as a child, and was eventually brought back by his master. However, he has deep feelings for the orphanage, so whenever he has money, he donates it. Once after making a donation, he found out that the local officials had embezzled the money, and it hadn't reached the children at all. In one day, he killed 7 people who were greedy. Unable to stay in the country, he then spent many years in South America, only donating money and not returning home. There was a pursuer who seemed stubbornly set on understanding the reason behind the stone's murders, quitting his job and chasing him for 3 years. He just couldn't understand why the stone would donate money yet kill people. These were 2 extremes. He needed an answer. I kill people simply because I want to kill, there's no reason, the stone was unwilling to explain at all. The pursuer returned to the country and continued the investigation for the truth, until he unearthed that the 7 had colluded to embezzle the stone's donation before finally giving up. But it was a fact that the stone had killed people, and he remained a major blacklisted figure in the country. However, Bailey knew that the stone was in a good mood, and upon learning that the stubborn pursuer had faced retribution, he specifically returned to the country and killed 3 more people. Violence may not solve the root problem, but it can solve the immediate problem. This is Brother Stone's saying of wise truth. After everything was settled, Bailey let out a long sigh. With brothers around, she saved herself a lot of trouble, otherwise, she would have to do everything alone and would be too busy to handle it carefully. Bailey went over it in her mind. Fat Brother was responsible for weapons and drugs, Peach was in charge of houses, Monkey took care of cars, and Stone managed oil and diesel. After thinking about what else was missing, she found it was hard to buy these things in her country. So she planned to blow up the Yasukuni Shrine restroom in the afternoon and then hurry back home, as she had 2 important things to do upon returning and couldn't delay. Bailey familiarized herself with the weapon beforehand. It had been several years since she had touched it and still felt a bit clumsy. She bought a Japanese-style girl's outfit, and after putting it on, blended in with the tourists entering Yasukuni Shrine. She hid the weapon in her space and successfully passed through security. Not in a hurry to act, she followed the tourists and watched the sight step by step. On the way, she even found 2 aunties from H country to chat excitedly with for half a day, taking selfies together. Bailey gave them the rice balls and seaweed chips she thought were tasty. Instantly, they became close friends of different ages. Feeling it was the right moment, Bailey said she needed to go to the restroom. The 2 dear friends insisted on accompanying her, but she declined for a long time before leaving alone. Bailey went to the restroom, which was 200 meters away from the main hall, and placed the weapon in the central position of the hall, taking advantage of the few seconds before detonation to rush back to her friends. In the moment of the explosion, she grabbed her 2 old friends and ran towards the exit. It wasn't out of kindness to save them, but to clear her own suspicion. The 2 old friends were so startled by the explosion that they almost wet themselves, temporarily deafened, and when they saw the girl they just met pulling them and running frantically, they were touched to tears. Upon reaching the exit, they found it had been sealed. Bailey hadn't expected that the 2 H country aunties actually had a bit of status, as they were let out in the first batch. Fortunately, the old friends hadn't forgotten about her, desperately saying they were in the same group and even pulling out pictures as proof. The R country officials saw Bailey with her big red crying eyes and tiny body that couldn't bear weight or lift anything, and let her go as well. The old friends immediately hugged her. The 3 of them went to the airport, crying together. Chapter 7, Wang Fuguei. The 2 old friends opened their phone translators and showed Bailey, "Sister, come visit our country and have some fun. I promise to treat you well. Take you out for some fun." Bai Yaoyao weakly shook her head, her eyes full of tears, and typed on her phone, "I'm not going, sister. I was so scared. I want to go home and rest. My heart is still pounding." The old best friends nodded in understanding, hugged once more, exchanged contact information, and reluctantly said goodbye. Bai Yaoyao put on her mask and hat, and instantly hid her emotions. It had been a long time since she acted like this. She was a little rusty, and one of her looks just now still didn't feel quite right. It could have been more detailed. As for the invitation from the 2 besties, why go to country H? Out of 10 dishes, 8 are kimchi. It's just a waste of time. Bai Yaoyao dozed off a bit on the plane, and soon arrived at, unconsciously raising the corners of her mouth. After landing and exiting the station, looking at the people coming and going, it felt so good. No zombies, no mutant beasts, no mutant plants, no sudden death, and no constant fear. Bai Yaoyao shook her head hard, took a taxi to a hotel in the center of City A. Just as she arrived at the hotel, she received a call from a big client, Wang Fuguei. "Killer lady, I declare. From today on, you are my god. Ha ha ha, awesome. Number 1 on the killer list lives up to the name. Did you send the money?" Bai Yaoyao didn't want to hear nonsense, only cared about what she cared about. "Sent, I'll transfer it right after the call. Killer lady, may I have the honor to meet?" When Bai Yaoyao heard that Wang Fuguei would transfer the money right after the call, she hung up the phone with a snap. If he's paying, why waste words? Can flattery buy meat? Sure enough, after a while, the money arrived. "You brat, what the hell are you doing? You spent 10 billion again. Can't you stop wasting money for just one day?" Wang Fuguei's father, Wang Yuanbao, yelled at his rebellious son. "How am I wasting money? Last time I spent money, Sato died, didn't that make you earn double back?" Wang Fuguei argued. Wang Yuanbao roared, "Then what about this time? This time might save both our lives." Wang Fuguei blurted nonsense. To change the topic, Wang Fuguei leaned close to Wang Yuanbao and whispered, "Old man, do you know? The Yasukuni Shrine toilet was blown up." "Of course I know. Didn't you see the people outside screaming with excitement? The whole internet crashed. Heaven has eyes. If I weren't in a good mood today, you'd be lying on the ground by now." Wang Yuanbao replied. "Ha, it was me, your big brother, who hired someone to do it." "Yeah right, keep bragging." Wang Yuanbao didn't believe it at all. "Really? I hired the same killer who helped me take out Sato last time. Gave her 10 billion, and she succeeded." Wang Fuguei got anxious seeing his dad didn't believe him. "What? You're serious?" Damn, our Wang family has finally made it. And you only gave 10 billion? So stingy. Send another 5 billion. Then go burn incense and bow to your great-grandfather. Wang Yuanbao said with joy, looking at his silly son with eyes full of love. Wang Fugui didn't know that the excuse he made up casually would one day actually come true. Bai Yaoyao lay on the big bed, looked at her stockpile checklist, marked a tick next to the items already bought, and circled those not yet bought. Hearing a text message sound, she checked her phone and found that Wang Fugui had transferred another 5 billion to her. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Is this how rich people act? Don't even stick to the agreed price, just add money. Adding the extra 2 billion from the last mission, she thought about it and decided to give him a chance. So she called Wang Fugui. Hi, killer lady. Please do me a favor, okay? Bai Yaoyao asked. Wang Fugui was stunned and instantly felt proud. The one who blew up the shrine was now asking him for help. What does this mean? It means he's the most awesome one. So he said boldly, say it, I'll make sure it's done. Buy me 10,000 generators and 10,000 solar panels and batteries, as fast as possible. Bai Yaoyao pondered for a moment and said, these things I can buy myself, but having taken so much money, I just want to subtly help this foolish rich man. If only he could think a little more, he would consider his intentions more carefully. Unexpectedly, the foolish rich man Wang Fugui directly asked, sister, are you changing jobs? Or are you being chased? Should I find someone to save you? Our Wang family still has some people. Bai Yaoyao? After calming her mood, Bai Yaoyao said, I also need coal, I want 10,000 tons, and if you don't have this much, then I'll take whatever you have. Wang Fugui said, I can help, but the gap is too big. Let me tell you, sister, business can't be done like this, it will lose money. Our Wang family is very professional in business. Bai Yaoyao was a bit annoyed listening to Wang Fugui's endless chatter, took a deep breath, and decided to help one last time. If he still doesn't understand, then let him be. After all, without any intelligence, he can't survive in the apocalypse. I also need water, purified water, mineral water, and domestic water. Each for 10,000 tons. I'll pay for it, just tell me if you can help buy it. Bai Yaoyao's tone involuntarily turned much harsher. Yes, yes. I'll go find my dad to arrange it. I guarantee it according to what you said, not a bit more or less. No payment needed. Wang Fugui saw Bai Yaoyao's tone getting a bit urgent and hurriedly agreed. No need. I said. I'll pay. I'll send you the delivery location later. Bai Yaoyao said fiercely, as one cannot talk normally to someone so lacking in brains. Wang Fugui quickly replied, good, this is a big shot who can blow up a divine toilet. If he annoys her, and she comes to kill him, that would be as simple as slaughtering a piglet. I can't afford to offend her. So he hurriedly ran upstairs to tell his father about Bai Yaoyao's matters. He simply couldn't manage to gather these resources so quickly. Wang Yuanbao was surprised after hearing this, always feeling that things weren't this simple. How could a big shot who could blow up divine toilets suddenly switch to business for no reason? Only his foolish eldest son would think this way. So he quickly used his connections and gathered all the items Bai Yaoyao needed at the fastest speed, and not only were they all at the lowest price, but also he added extra of each item. He saved Bai Yaoyao a lot of money. Wang Yuanbao wasn't sure if his speculation was true, but he bought a lot of things with Bai Yaoyao, arranging all aspects of life, and even reinforced his villa. Bai Yaoyao rented a house in the suburb of City A. Besides going to the factory every day to collect supplies, she also went to several good restaurants, ordering 500 meals each day to be delivered at staggered times. Fish fragrant shredded pork, garlic ribs, black pepper beef ribs, hand-pulled lemon chicken, guabao pork, farmhouse stir-fried meat, boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, cola chicken wings, Beijing sauce shredded pork, northeast big cold noodles, braised pork, 3 fresh vegetables, pickled bullfrog, spicy basa fish, mapo tofu, couple's lung slices, big mixed salad, oyster sauce lettuce, cauliflower stir-fried meat. There were so many delicious foods, it was simply impossible to stock up on them all. Still, I had to gather raw materials. Looking at the supplies already available in her space, she made some slight additions. Northeast rice and southern rice, she bought 20,000 bags of each. She ordered 50,000 pounds of flour, having bought less from our country. She ordered 20 tons each of lamb, beef, chicken, duck, and pork. For various vegetables and fruits, she almost ordered 3,000 pounds of each kind. The key was that Bai Yaoyao loved hot pot and barbecue the most, and she directly stocked up materials worth 10 million. KFC, she placed orders from different stores for many days, each day ordering 3,000 sets of various meals from each store, as her little partner in the organization loved eating this fried junk food. Bai Yaoyao also found the furniture wholesale market, ordering 5,000 of each, beds, mattresses, 4-piece sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets. After all, she had money now, and if there were leftovers, she could exchange them for official resources to upgrade her crystal core later.
Because Bai Yaoyao couldn't cook, she almost forgot that cooking also needs seasoning.
In country R, she only bought basic seasonings like sugar, salt, and seafood soy sauce. So she specifically searched online and bought 1,000 boxes of all the seasonings that could be used in daily cooking. In the second year of the apocalypse, the government researched some new food, but the taste was very bad. As long as there were capable people, they wouldn't actively eat it, but it did partially solve the food crisis.
Most importantly, seeds.
You can plant them in the space, and even though the area that can be planted is small now, it might grow larger when upgrading in the future. So she directly emptied several wholesale stores, covering all the vegetables, fruits, and Chinese medicinal materials she could buy.
This is hope, and it cannot be lacking. Chapter 8, Sister Yao kills again. In reality, all the items that could be bought were ready in these few days, and the day when all the supplies were collected coincided with an important event. Today is the concert of King Zhou Tian. Bai Yaoyao went out, pre-booked a VIP ticket, and entered early. At the entrance, she bought a pink light stick, a glowing hairpin, J stickers for her face, and a wristband. Finally, she saw a pink sweatshirt with Zhou Tian's photo printed on it and bought one, directly putting it on, like a crazy fangirl. Bai Yaoyao arrived at seat number 521 and waited for a while when a boy came over. Seeing Bai Yaoyao sitting there, he was stunned, and then looked at the ticket in his hand, realizing it was correct. So he stepped forward and said, "Hello, did you read the number wrong? This is my seat." Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and softly said, "Young man, can we switch seats? I really want to sit here. 521 is also my birthday, and it's the anniversary of my breakup with my boyfriend." At this point, Bai Yaoyao lowered her head, her voice clearly choked, and when she raised her head again, her eyes were red. Hearing Bai Yaoyao call him young man, the boy was dumbfounded, mind blank. "Don't even mention switching seats. If you asked me to give you my ticket and leave, I would just go. What's the point of watching the concert?" Okay, don't cry, I'll switch with you, don't be sad," the boy hurriedly said. "Good, thank you. My seat is in the VIP area, number 12. Bai Yaoyao said. The boy was stunned. VIP area? This is Zhou Tian's concert, the VIP seats are sold for hundreds of thousands. He didn't lack money, but there were just no tickets available, they couldn't be snatched even if wanted. So he said, "This position is good, let me give you some extra money." "No, I don't want money, I'm already very grateful to switch seats with you." "Thank you, you're very kind," Bai Yaoyao said. Then okay, should I go now? "Thank you so much." The boy felt a bit embarrassed. Goodbye, young man." After Bai Yaoyao sat down, she closed her eyes. After a while, a girl named Lu Mengyuan came over. She was very pretty, and in the apocalypse, they got to know each other by accident. Because she happened to save Monkey, they traveled together for a while, slowly developing feelings. Bai Yaoyao, upon learning this, teased and congratulated them. At that time, no one noticed how good Lu Mengyuan was at acting. Later, during a mission, Lu Mengyuan betrayed their information to the opposing Tianhu team. As a result, they were ambushed, Shirtu lost an arm, Peichi died, and other brothers were also severely injured. Later, after knowing the truth, Monkey was sad for a long time, and looking at Monkey, who always talked about dating girls, deep down, he was actually a very devoted person, this was his first love. Monkey personally killed Lu Mengyuan, but it was too late, Shita's arm could not come back, and Peichi could not return either. While chatting, Bai Yaoyao remembered Lu Mengyuan saying that. She came to the concert alone, her seat number was 521, and she wanted to see if number 520 might be a super handsome guy. But it turned out to be a science and engineering guy with a face full of pimples. At that time, everyone laughed and said, if he really is a super handsome guy, maybe you two monkeys wouldn't even get a chance. While Bai Yaoyao was remembering that, she felt someone coming beside her, and when she opened her eyes, it really was Lu Mengyuan. "Hello, big sister, are you sitting next to me?" Bai Yaoyao asked sweetly. Yes, hello," Lu Mengyuan replied with a bit of disappointment. Bai Yaoyao gave a sweet smile. Lu Mengyuan lowered her head and curled her lips, sighing, "Why can't I meet a rich handsome guy?" Bai Yaoyao seriously watched the concert. After all, she really liked King Zhou's songs, and it had been so long since she felt this way. She also sang loudly along with it. "On the windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but the wind grew stronger, and I couldn't see you anymore. The sparrow outside the window, chattering on the electric wire. The sky blue waits for the rain and smoke, and I am waiting for you. The most beautiful is not the rainy day, but the eaves we once hid under from the rain." The concert ended, and Bai Yaoyao stretched happily and patted Lu Mengyuan. Because it was loud, Lu Mengyuan leaned over to hear what Bai Yaoyao was saying. Bai Yaoyao said, "Goodbye, Lu Mengyuan." Then she stabbed Lu Mengyuan in the vital spot and twisted the knife. Lu Mengyuan didn't understand why she was killed, even when she died. She deserved this. Didn't want to wait until seeing her again later to handle it, just wanted to take care of anything that could threaten me and my brothers as early as possible. Villain should die early. If I had known who was in the Sky Tiger team, I would have wiped them out already. Don't tell me the apocalypse hasn't started yet, that society hasn't collapsed. I'm Bai Yaoyao, killing is what I do. She put the knife back into the space, supported Lu Mengyuan, and let her lean on the chair. Taking advantage of the chaos, she slipped away. By the time someone discovered the dead person and the police arrived, Bai Yaoyao had already driven away. Bai Yaoyao hummed the songs from the concert as she drove back to the hotel in a good mood. The ticket information was fake, she had also avoided the cameras, and the car had a fake license plate. Go check it, you won't find anything. The guy who switched seats with Bai Yaoyao was taken to the police station, but he insisted this had absolutely nothing to do with Bai Yaoyao. The police asked what Bai Yaoyao looked like, and the guy only said, pretty, big eyes, super beautiful, nice voice, face full of stickers, wearing a King Joe hoodie. He couldn't say anything else. The police felt a little helpless. More people wore King Joe hoodies at the concert than didn't, and almost all female fans had stickers on their faces. How the hell do we check this? As for big eyes, pretty, and nice voice, the police looked at the guy's dazed face and silly smile and really doubted whether his taste was even normal. Peichi had already bought a house in H City and sent the location to Bai Yaoyao. Currently it was being renovated. Bai Yaoyao told Peichi to rent a big warehouse in H City and continued her online shopping life. Chapter 9, Something Changed. Bai Yaoyao opened 1988, first told the shelf seller the location of the warehouse, then bought 50,000 buckets of White Elephant brand braised beef noodles. Other instant foods had already been stocked in Country R, and she bought a lot, so she didn't hoard more now, just bought more of the flavors that she and her brothers liked. For clothes, she looked for styles like combat uniforms and customized 10,000 sets in all sizes. For daily wear, she stored different kinds from baby rompers to elderly jackets, mostly sportswear, with some casual styles. She also got 10,000 sets each of sun-protective clothes, cold-resistant clothes, raincoats, and rain boots. Then she returned to the main page of the app. Chocolate? Buy. High-end cigarettes and alcohol? Buy. Children's diapers? Buy. Sea buckthorn juice? Buy. Baseball bat? Buy. Various papers, pens, notebooks? Buy. Big speakers? Buy. All kinds of Chinese herbal medicine? Buy. Bai Yaoyao checked everything, buying everything that could possibly be useful, not missing a single item. The joy of unlimited spending was so great that Peichi, who had been signing for the packages these days, felt dazed. She didn't know what Sister Yao was up to. Will we still be able to go on after this? Peichi quickly transferred all her money to Bai Yaoyao, fearing she might delay Sister Yao's big plans. Seeing the balance on her card decreasing, Bai Yaoyao felt more assured. Yesterday, after realizing she had some left over, she transferred 1 billion huabi to Fat Brother, wanting him to turn it all into, this thing was too useful. With her spatial abilities mechanism that allowed use from 200 meters away, this would look amazing during a zombie siege. Bai Yaoyao only stopped her crazy spending when she had 1 million left on her card. Spending money was simply too exhausting. Bai Yaoyao lay comfortably on the big bed in her space, snug under the covers, just about to take a nap. The phone rang. Swiss Bank, October 26, 2355, esteemed VIP customer, hello. Your card ending in 0699 has received currency 120 million yuan, current balance 1,201 million yuan. Please be cautious in remittance, beware of fraud. A series of text alerts bombarded her. Brothers had transferred all their money to her. Bai Yaoyao? Forget it, no sleep, let's continue the crazy shopping, hoarding food, drink, clothes, and necessities. Expecting to spend all the money again. At 5 in the morning, Bai Yaoyao yawned and fell asleep. But the money was not yet spent, it was her inability that had caused her to stop spending. Bai Yaoyao slept until noon before getting up. Glancing at the date, November 1st, my birthday, precisely the day Fat Brother and I were picked up by our master. Bai Yaoyao tidied herself up, dressed in a tidy sports outfit, and tied her hair in a high ponytail. She drove to Yujian Mountain, as today she was here to meet someone very important, the one who saved her life. When Bai Yaoyao arrived, she directly started climbing the mountain. Since it was still early, there were mostly elderly people out for morning exercise, and she specifically avoided the crowd, taking the wild path that had not yet been developed. Bai Yaoyao loved climbing mountains, enjoying the feeling of looking down from the peak, and the scent of grass and trees all around. On the same day last year, she had also come to climb the mountain, but not this early, so there were more people. She disliked crowds and wanted some peace, so she didn't take the usual route. When she reached halfway up the mountain, she spotted someone stuck on the slope. If it weren't for a tree blocking the fall, they might have rolled down the mountain and perished. Bai Yaoyao was curious and approached, surprised to see the person still breathing. Looking up at the steep mountain, she marveled at this person's good luck. Normally, true to Bai Yaoyao's nature, she would just glance and leave, but since she had been killing for a while, closing her eyes meant seeing blood. Thus, she wanted to do a good deed on her birthday. Plus, this man, he looked quite good. So she helped drag the person to flat ground, stopped the bleeding, handled it simply, and finally called 120. Then she forgot about the whole incident. After the apocalypse began, there was a time when zombies scattered her and her teammates. In the chaos of escaping, she accidentally fell into an ant den, thinking she was done for. It was this person who saved her. But at that time, she had been poisoned by the ants and was not coherent. When she woke up, her teammates were around, but that person was nowhere to be found. Later, there was another dangerous moment when she was miraculously saved again. Although she didn't know who saved her, she had a feeling it was related to this person. So this time, Bai Yaoyao made sure to come to Yujian Mountain early in the morning. If only I could meet this person a bit earlier, this time I must be a good person to the end and directly take them to the hospital. But after crawling all over the mountain, I didn't see a single shadow. I did see quite a few snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Bai Yaoyao thought she might have remembered the location wrong. After all, 10 years had passed, and memories weren't very clear. But Bai Yaoyao searched every place she could find, and by 8 p.m., she still hadn't seen anyone. Fine, let's call it a day. At this point, even if I really missed them, it's too late, they might bleed out or die. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency inside. She didn't know if it was the butterfly effect brought on by her rebirth, but things that happened before the apocalypse had already deviated from her past life. After returning to tidy up the traces of her life, she booked a ticket to find Fat Brother. Weapons and medicine had already been purchased, but they were difficult to transport into the country. The trading place was set in Country E, they have been old partners, and the transaction went smoothly without any mishaps. She instructed Fat Brother to quickly notify the brothers to gather in H City to find Peach, then Bai Yaoyao went to a rock to find Stone. On the way, she couldn't reach Stone. He said his phone was out of credit, which made Bai Yaoyao quite anxious, not knowing if something had happened. After killing several gang leaders, she finally found out where Stone was. He was fine, just without money to recharge his phone. Bai Yaoyao secretly hid the knife she had in her pocket, thought about the several wronged gang leaders, and decided, fine, when I have time, I'll burn some paper for you. After Bai Yaoyao took the oil she bought from Stone, she told him to hurry back home. When Stone saw Bai Yaoyao, it was like watching a magic trick. In an instant, the items vanished, and the eternally expressionless iceberg face finally changed its expression. Sister Yao, Bai Yaoyao interrupted Stone, saying, we will explain when we get back together, hurry home. No, Sister Yao, Stone wanted to ask again. No time to talk, Brother Stone, I still need to go to Los Angeles to find Monkey. We'll chat back home. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking and hurried away. Stone watched as Bai Yaoyao left at lightning speed, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, I wanted to say I don't have money and can't buy a plane ticket. Stone thought for a moment and turned his gaze toward the gangs that Sister Yao hadn't taken care of yet. Borrowing some money for a plane ticket shouldn't be too much to ask. Chapter 10, Changing Careers. After Bai Yaoyao arrived in Los Angeles, she quickly received the several RVs that Monkey had prepared into her space and wanted to take Monkey back home with her. Don't! Sister Yao, you're so amazing right now, come with me to collect another batch of things. Monkey said with shining eyes. Bai Yaoyao asked, what things? Just the group of people who chased me recently. I found their headquarters and discovered they have stockpiled a lot of antiques and gold. Many of those antiques are from our country. Let's take them back, we can't let those drug traffickers profit. I finally found a car I like and planned to buy it through normal channels, but they specifically let it out to trap me. If I weren't smart, I would have fallen for it this time. Monkey said, oblivious to the dangers. Bai Yaoyao was tempted. Gold was indeed too expensive, and she hadn't been able to buy any. In an era of abundance, antiques, in chaos, gold, in the apocalypse, cultivation. Hoarding some isn't bad, and the things from our ancestors should be taken back. Also, I can bring back the car that Monkey wants. So she said, give me the location, you hurry back home, I'll go get it myself. Monkey became anxious in an instant. Sister Yao, don't play without me. I can help attract their attention. Bai Yaoyao stretched her wrists and ankles, saying, are you looking to practice? Goodbye, Sister Yao. In less than 10 seconds, Monkey disappeared from Bai Yaoyao's sight. Bai Yaoyao smiled. Her brothers had their little quirks, but there were some bottom lines they wouldn't touch. Bai Yaoyao didn't spend much effort and successfully obtained all the antiques and gold Monkey mentioned. Seeing so many beautiful antiques, Bai Yaoyao was a bit moved and opened her phone to check the information. Where do most antiques go missing? Then Bai Yaoyao ran tirelessly through 6 countries, Y, F, R, M, D, and E. With each country she left, there were reports of thefts from national museums. Well, returning what belongs to its owner isn't too much to ask. Bai Yaoyao sighed again. This spatial ability is incredible, it's simply a tool for stealing. So thrilling. So refreshing. Bai Yaoyao thought, if one day the apocalypse ends, if she is willing to give herself a proper job, one that doesn't involve killing and has social insurance, she would turn in all these antiques.
This trip through 6 countries, apart from collecting antiques, also replenished many other supplies. Not to mention supporting herself and a few brothers, keeping an entire base alive wouldn't be a problem, but saying that, she had no plans to establish any base. Bai Yaoyao just wanted to grow stronger, kill zombies, and end the apocalypse.
She wasn't interested in management and wouldn't form teams with strangers.
Having her brothers was enough. Suddenly, she missed everyone a lot. Before returning to her country, Bai Yaoyao kept urging everyone to hurry back and gather, fearing the apocalypse might come early and worried that someone might have an accident on the road, causing them not to gather together in the end. Coincidentally, in her last life, the day of the apocalypse happened to be her master's death anniversary, and everyone came back, starting together, trusting each other and coordinating, which helped them gradually stabilize. When Bai Yaoyao arrived in H City, Peach came to pick her up from the airport.
My sister, I finally get to see you. Do you know how much stuff you've bought?
I rented out the entire row of warehouses, and it's still not enough.
Peach couldn't help but complain as soon as she saw Bai Yaoyao.
I know, let's go straight to the warehouse. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to explain over and over again, so she simply said nothing. Peach, being her cute self, chattered nonstop along the way, and Bai Yaoyao smiled and listened. It felt so good to hear her nagging. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, Peach died.
Adding it up, it had been 4 years since they last met.
Until Bai Yaoyao put away all the materials from her space in front of Peach, it was as if she pressed a stop button on Peach's mouth, and no more words came out. Seeing Peach like this, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare let her drive, fearing she would lead herself astray. Following the navigation Peach provided, Bai Yaoyao headed west, clearly feeling the place became more and more desolate, with fewer and fewer people. Despite the trouble in finding zombies to fight, safety was the priority, especially since they had a vehicle ready. Bai Yaoyao didn't think of herself as some chosen one, reborn to do this or that, and look down on low-level zombies. Being cautious avoids major mishaps. In this life, she hoped everyone could survive until the end.
The villa location was excellent, not too far from Fengming Mountain and the city center. There were many zombies in the city, while Fengming Mountain had many mutated animals and plants.
As soon as Bai Yaoyao walked through the villa entrance, she knew Peach had done a reliable job. Saying this door was from a prison would not be an exaggeration. It had an independent yard, surrounded by a circle of walls topped with an extra 2 meters of electrified mesh. As soon as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, a black shadow leaped towards her, and out of habit, she wanted to strike, only to realize it was a dog.
The dog was a Siberian Husky, Kof nicknamed Doggo, and Bai Yaoyao had named it Doggo.
She had picked it up on the way, as there were always tasks, which made it inconvenient to raise it, so it was given to Peach. Doggo looked at Bai Yaoyao with sorrowful eyes, as if trying to tell her something, expressing its dissatisfaction with constant whimpering and rolling on the ground. Bai Yaoyao had never been very fond of Doggo for no particular reason. She just didn't like keeping pets, too troublesome, too much effort. When she first found this dog, it was simply because she thought it was quite good-looking, and she had heard that this breed of dog wasn't too clever. On the way, I took it to the police station. Unexpectedly, this guy was unwilling to part with me, kicking fiercely but refusing to leave. Bai Yaoyao simply held onto him, keeping him for a while. After tearing apart the whole house, Bai Yaoyao finally couldn't stand it anymore and left him with Peichi, occasionally coming to check on him. But this dog, which I had never cared about, took a scratch from a zombie for me in my last life. Being hungry for so long, he couldn't hold on, and not only did he not turn into a mutant beast, he died directly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly hugged the dog and gave him a kiss, holding him tightly in her arms. The dog was completely stunned, confused by its owner's sudden affection, forgetting to protest, standing there in a daze.
Bai Yaoyao laughed a few times happily. That's great. Sister Yao, you finally came back. Xiaomi and others heard the sound and came out from the house. Bai Yaoyao looked up.
Fat brother, Xiaomi, Shirtu, Monkey, Dada Wan, Adai, Kiki, Xiao Shirlu, and Peichi beside her. These were the brothers who had always accompanied her in the previous life.
And Lulu and Chen Xian,
the two who had turned into zombies from the beginning. They had also been informed by Fat brother to come over. Although it would be cruel to see them again, after all, they were brothers. What if they hadn't turned into zombies? I had to see them with my own eyes to feel at ease.
Bai Yaoyao looked at the 11 people and one dog in front of her and said, "From now on, we are no longer the Dark Knight Assassins organization, we are the Dark Knight team. We have changed careers." Chapter 11, Dark Knight Team. Bai Yaoyao greeted everyone to come in and talk.
Peichi showed everyone around the specially decorated large conference room with a long table, which looked impressive. Everyone found a spot to sit down, leaving the main seat for Bai Yaoyao.
"Boss? What's the situation? Nearly 2 billion in strategic supplies?" Dada Wan was the quickest to finish, raising his hand like a primary school student to ask. "Aren't we going to fight ghosts? Shouldn't the base be set up in H City?"
Xiaomi shared her guess.
Sato Shinichi in the situation with the Yasukuni shrine looked very much like Sister Yao's doing. I didn't know what was happening and why we were always at odds with country or recently. Yeah, boss, why did you suddenly call everyone back? I haven't finished my task yet. Xiao Shilu also asked. Quiet, listen to Yao. Fat brother squinted his small eyes, still holding a pancake roll. Since hearing Sister Yao say the apocalypse is coming, he simply stopped dieting, because in the future, a lot of delicious food would be gone forever. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, from today on, no one can leave this room. Can everyone do that? What about the mission? Bai Yaoyao replied, not doing it anymore. Except for Fat brother, everyone took a deep breath. The master had said before that missions could be refused, but those accepted had to be completed. If Yao didn't even care about this, it seemed something serious had happened. I have no problem. So do I. I can too. Woof woof woof. Bai Yaoyao seriously looked at each person. This was very important. If even one person wanted to go out, she wouldn't say anything today. There was a rule in the organization, once you wanted to start a family, you had to automatically withdraw from the organization. So today, the 12 people and one dog present, including herself, were all single, and no one had family ties, so there was nothing to hold them back. They were all each other's most important and closest people. What I am about to say may seem unbelievable, but it is all true. There will be 1 or 2 months left until the apocalypse arrives. With extreme hot weather appearing, 60% of humanity will turn into zombies, and at the same time, many plants and animals will also mutate. Those who survive, some will fall into a coma and then awaken to supernatural powers, being called ability users, which will be the main force for humanity to resist the zombies. That's the situation. Does anyone have any questions? Bai Yaoyao briefly explained. The entire meeting room fell into silence, everyone unwilling to believe this was real, but Sister Yao's actions and her serious attitude over the past period made it clear that she was not joking. After a long time, no one spoke. Woof 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 woof. In the end, it was Dogsy who broke the silence first. Everyone watched as Sister Yao casually threw out a large bone and said, "Go out and eat, don't make noise." Dogsy, clutching the bone, immediately darted outside, afraid someone would snatch it away, thinking, how rare for my master to be nice to me. I knew my master still loves me. Everyone saw it. The ability I just used is spatial power, Bai Yaoyao explained. No, Sister Yao, how do you know this so clearly? Xiaomi asked, her face full of surprise. I died and was reborn 3 months before the apocalypse, Bai Yaoyao confessed. We are all brothers and sisters, having grown up together for 20 years, back to back in battle for 10 years, nothing is unspeakable. Sister Yao, I want to ask, that Peichi hesitated for a long time but could not get the words out. Bai Yaoyao knocked on the table and glanced at her, just say it. That what does it feel like to die? Do you reflect on your life? Did you think of me? No one expected that after all her hesitation, Peichi would ask this. Come on, Peichi, don't make noise. What kind of question is that? Bai Yaoyao smiled, still answering seriously, I died too quickly, I didn't have time to think. Old Yao, you said 60% of people will turn into zombies, so does that mean about half of us sitting here have become zombies? Lulu asked. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Lulu, feeling a bit sad. In her last life, Lulu was the first to turn into a zombie. She hid her emotions and said, this is official statistical data. Generally speaking, people with good health are less likely to turn into zombies. Those who are injured, sick, or have weak immune systems are the most likely to become zombies. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's evasive answer, everyone understood and knew that knowing so early might not be a good thing. So they tactfully chose not to ask any further. There is a little more than a month left. The reason I called everyone together early is that I found there are differences between this life and the last. Someone who should have appeared at a certain time has not appeared. I don't know what went wrong, and I'm afraid of accidents. I'm worried that the apocalypse might come early, so I gathered everyone together this early. Got it. In the time that remains, we need to train properly to restore our bodies to their best condition, no more staying up late, and don't live a disordered life. Those with injuries should quickly take care of themselves. Fat brother made a brief summary. Xiaodai looked this way and that, then pouted and said, Sister Yao, Fat brother, will we not be able to eat KFC anymore? Xiaodai was the youngest in the group, only 16 years old, having started her journey at 7, but apart from Bai Yaoyao, she had the highest success rate in missions. As her master put it, she was born to be a killer. That is, she loved junk food. Bai Yaoyao immediately tossed out a kid's meal with a toy and said, eat up, if it's not enough, there's plenty for you to eat until you want to throw up. Sister Yao, I want fish-flavored shredded pork rice. I want garlic shrimp. I want pork and green onion dumplings. I want pizza. I want ice cream cake. I want 5 king crabs. Woof 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 woof. Bai Yaoyao was already numb, like a waiter serving dishes, throwing a portion to whoever ordered.
Bai Yaoyao thought today would be a serious occasion, and everyone would be confused and depressed for a while after hearing the news, but it unexpectedly turned into a grand meal, livelier than a big family gathering during the new year. Looking at the table full of delicious food from all directions, Bai Yaoyao felt strangely cheerful, especially with Dogsy's face brightly written with "Dining with me is your fortune." So she simply took out a portion of sour fish to eat herself. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother, who nodded subtly without showing much expression. Bai Yaoyao then understood that everyone was not unwilling to find out if they had turned into zombies or developed supernatural powers, rather, they were selectively avoiding the topic.
Fine, it's okay. What's meant to come will come. It's nice to spend the last period of time in a relaxed and happy manner.
When Lulu and Shen turned into zombies last time, it was probably due to their serious injuries. This time, they had the chance to recover their bodies properly.
Will there be a different ending?
The sense of urgency in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Bai Yaoyao simply could not sit still any longer. She checked information in advance, bought round-trip tickets, and paid another visit to Country R.
She went on a big shopping spree, acquiring without spending a dime.
The last time she came, she didn't know when the apocalypse would come. Although she had a dislike for this country in her heart, many grievances had nothing to do with ordinary people. This time, it was obvious that the apocalypse was just around the corner.
Collecting so many supplies wouldn't have a huge impact. After all, you guys are about to perish.
After leaving the mess behind, Bai Yaoyao immediately returned home, living peacefully with her brothers in the villa, never going out again. Chapter 12, It Rained. After the gathering ended, Bai Yaoyao carefully wandered around the villa, which had been everyone's home for almost a year. Without level 5 supernatural powers, running around the country would just mean serving oneself as a meal to zombies and mutated beasts. At first, leveling up was relatively easier, but after level 4, it required vast amounts of crystal stones to level up. Relying solely on herself and a few friends was too difficult. Preparing so many supplies was also a means to exchange some crystal stones with the official. The villa had one basement and 4 floors above ground.
The first floor's spacious living room was surrounded by a large circle of sofas, enough for everyone to sit down.
The reception room had been converted into a conference room by Peichi. To the left of the living room was the dining room, and to the right was the kitchen. At the innermost part, there were 2 bedrooms.
Fat Brother and Shertu chose to stay on the first floor, acting as the 2 major guardians.
The second floor featured a fitness activity area in the middle, surrounded by 4 bedrooms. Outside the activity area was a large balcony where one could see Fengming Mountain, perfect for eating meat and drinking wine. Xiao Shilu, Dada Wan, and Chen Xian lived on the second floor. The third floor was similar to the second floor, except there was no balcony. Monkey, Xiaomi, and Kiki each had their own bedroom. Bai Yaoyao, Lulu, and Peichi lived on the top floor. Bai Yaoyao casually placed some ingredients in the kitchen for everyone to practice with, but in the end, she found that aside from wasting ingredients, it was futile.
Not a single person could cook a proper meal.
In the following period, everyone stayed put. The injured rested, while the uninjured practiced with each other. Bai Yaoyao discovered that her combat awareness had significantly improved compared to her previous life, and coupled with the many supplies she had prepared, knowing the direction of the apocalypse felt like hitting the jackpot. When the shelves arrived, the obsessive-compulsive Bai Yaoyao activated her organizing mode, spending a whole day categorizing and organizing all supplies. She initially thought there were enough shelves, but unexpectedly, they weren't enough. So she stored the military weapons in a separate corner, leaving the shelves just for food and drink. A 7-meter-long, 5-tier high shelf had 10 items lined up in each row, neatly arranged together.
Rows 1 to 5 contained all kinds of fully prepared food, which could be eaten directly without any processing.
Rows 6 to 10 held semi-finished products, which required simple heating in the microwave or boiling for a moment. Recently, since everyone had been in the villa without much to do, several injured ones were responsible for cooking rice in boiling water, stocking up while conveniently processing these semi-finished products, making full preparations for the coming apocalypse.
Rows 11 to 13 contained all items related to drinks.
Due to insufficient shelf space, boxes were stacked against each other. The water purchased from Wang Fugui was stored separately and not kept here.
Here are all the bottled water and various drinks stocked up.
The 14th row is completely filled with hot pot base and ingredients. Yes, it alone occupies an entire row. From the 15th row to the 30th row, there are rice, flour, oil, and various seasonings. Rows 31 to 38 hold all the clothes, shoes, and bedding.
Rows 39 and 40 are packed with snacks.
From row 41 to 60, there are all kinds of fruits and vegetables.
After row 60, it's various miscellaneous items.
For someone like Bai Yaoyao, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, it's essential to understand what's inside. If she doesn't remember what it is now, she certainly won't later. Just stocking supplies without using them is pointless. Even if she has space, she needs to know what she has to use it.
So she organized everything and unpacked each box to see what's inside.
Every row has a list written and pasted at the front to prevent herself from forgetting. All the seeds are also properly placed. She planted the first batch, and just after a few days, they have already sprouted, but there's too little planting space. By the time everything was tidied up, it was dark. Bai Yaoyao had long passed her sleepy time, so she decided not to sleep. She opened a can of dark beer, exited the space, and went to the balcony, resting her feet on the railing, leaning back on the sofa, sipping her drink, and enjoying the gentle breeze. It felt so comfortable.
But is it raining?
It's really raining. Bai Yaoyao took out her phone to check. There's still a whole month before the apocalypse. In her last life, it never rained, except for artificial rain.
Bai Yaoyao hurriedly called everyone out. Sister Yao? Is it time? Is the apocalypse here?
Xiaomi shouted while rushing down the stairs. Hearing the commotion, the others quickly ran out, their faces heavy with worry.
Aha, wind come. Fire come. Change.
Thunder.
Teleport. Summon beasts, come out. Monkey shouted in the living room like a shaman, and then he didn't forget to ask, Sister Yao, where's my ability?
Bai Yaoyao's tense expression suddenly broke, rolling her eyes, she said, you think this is cultivating immortality?
What kind of madness is this?
If you want to summon wind and rain, you need at least level 9 abilities.
Seeing that he made everyone laugh, Monkey stopped pretending silly. His master had said he was the atmosphere group, unable to tolerate anyone frowning.
Everyone gathered at the balcony, watching the dark sky where flashes of lightning pierced through, their hearts all tightened. The rain got heavier, as if the heavens were leaking.
Let's go back, Bai Yaoyao said, leading everyone back to the living room.
They all sat on the sofa chatting, only to find out that the water and electricity had already started to cut off. As they talked, some began to fall asleep. First was Fat Brother, who was snoring loudly. Xiaomi laughed and said, I can hear Fat Brother's snoring from the second floor.
Sure too, how do you sleep next to him?
Before she finished speaking, Xiaomi fell asleep, followed by
Guzi.
In the last life, when they went to see their master, Guzi stayed in the city, and when they returned, they found Guzi almost starving. This time, fed daily with big bones and milk, who knows if there will be a different ending.
Watching everyone fall asleep one by one, Bai Yaoyao became nervous again.
Suddenly, she saw Lulu furrowing her brow tightly, twisting her arm incessantly.
Lulu.
Old Yao, I'm scared to sleep. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a lump in her throat, unsure of what to say, holding Lulu's hand tightly.
In the last life, I turned into a zombie, right? Lulu said calmly. Fat Brother knows too, right?
He began to let me have meat after I stole from him these days.
And you too, always afraid to meet my gaze.
She and D should know too.
Bai Yaoyao laughed helplessly and replied, I knew I couldn't hide it from you.
You asked Fat Brother, Xiaomi, sure too, and Monkey to help collect things, and didn't contact me.
I knew you must not know how to face me. Lulu pinched Bai Yaoyao's small face.
Since growing up, she hadn't pinched it again. The feel was really nice, but she might never be able to pinch it again. In the last life, you really turned into a zombie, but at that time, your gunshot wounds weren't healed, and your resistance was weak. Now you are plump and healthy, there are no problems. Bai Yaoyao ignored the small hands messing around on her face and pulled Lulu into her arms seriously.
Yao. If I turn into that ugly monster, kill me quickly. I don't allow anyone to see me like this. I also want to tell you something. The lollipop under your pillow when Master got angry and hit you, I put it there. The cockroach in Master's shoe was also put there by me. Chapter 13, It Has Come. Bai Yaoyao listened to the steady breathing in her arms and carefully supported Lulu, letting her lean against the sofa behind them. Centering around Fat Brother, everyone was spaced apart a bit to prevent anyone from getting hurt if they turned into zombies. Fat Brother did not move, over 200 pounds, he was really hard to move. Once they were settled, ready to sit on the sofa and wait for everyone to wake up, he found his head quite heavy too. Before he could think about it, he lost consciousness. The villa was silent, including Bai Yaoyao, everyone was quietly sleeping. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the living room, walking straight toward Bai Yaoyao. It stood still, gazing for a long time, unable to resist stretching out a hand, but just as it was about to touch Bai Yaoyao's cheek, it hurriedly retracted it. It took out 2 crystal cores and placed them in Bai Yaoyao's hands. Holding Bai Yaoyao's hands, it helped her absorb the energy from the crystals. Before the shadow left, it glanced at the others in the villa, hesitated for a moment, and casually tossed a few crystal cores toward several people. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how long she had been unconscious. As soon as she woke up, she quickly opened her eyes and looked at everyone's condition, finding everything normal. Seeing no one awake, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Yaoyao realized she was drenched in sweat and her throat was so dry. She grabbed a glass from the table, wanting to drink some water. But then, boom! It shattered. Bai Yaoyao was startled. Her first reaction was to check if her space was still there, and finding no abnormalities, she exhaled deeply. If her spatial ability was gone and turned into a power ability, all those supplies would have been lost, and she would have really been sick. But why had she awakened a power ability? Unable to control her strength and her actions was clearly a manifestation of being in the initial stage of a power ability. Bai Yaoyao picked up another cup, controlled her strength, and finally succeeded in drinking some water. Usually, fainting lasts about 24 hours. Glancing at her phone, she realized she hadn't fainted for long, just 2 hours had passed. She simply closed her eyes again. Bai Yaoyao felt very strange. She could clearly sense everyone's position and shape in the room and could even see the drool at the corner of the dog's mouth. She could even feel every corner of the room, only beyond a certain distance it didn't work. Wasn't this a mental ability? Power abilities were okay, quite common, but mental abilities were rarer than spatial abilities. Having a level 3 mental ability, when encountering an equally ranked ability user, one would surely win in a duel. It could often kill silently and was the best weapon for ambush. Under the opponent's unguarded state, it could directly make them mentally collapse and instantly turn into an idiot. It was also very effective against zombies, capable of interfering with them, causing a temporary freeze. Combining this with her spatial ability, it was too excellent. Bai Yaoyao didn't know why she was experiencing this change, but overall it was a good thing, and the newly emerged ability fit her so well. Power ability matched her physique, and the mental ability complemented the spatial ability. Although in my previous life I also fantasized about being a mage, casting fire, freezing ice, and striking lightning, I really am more suited to being an assassin. Bai Yaoyao suddenly started to look forward to the impending apocalypse. This time, I won't be so easily defeated again. In my last life, without many adventures, I fought my way out step by step, but this time. Excitement, unstoppable excitement. I just want to grab a knife and go out to slash zombies, but ultimately, reason prevailed. Wait for my brothers to wake up, and in the meantime, practice the new abilities that have appeared. A 3-type ability user, Bai Yaoyao only knows of one person, the representative of J and also the number 1 on the combat power list. His name is Chen Yishuan. Before the apocalypse, he seemed to be a special forces soldier, and after the apocalypse, he awakened the powers of strength, earth, and thunder. Not only does he have means of attack in close combat and ranged combat, but his defense is also invincible. There aren't many 2-type ability users, and even fewer can upgrade to high-level ability users because the more abilities one has, the more crystal cores are needed to upgrade. Chen Yishuan has the full support of J, backed by the main base in a city, which is why all 3 of his abilities have reached level 9. Bai Yaoyao gradually felt a headache, as if her 3 abilities were like 3 little golden beasts eagerly waiting for her to feed them. Time flew quickly during the practice. Bai Yaoyao heard some movement, and quickly opened her eyes, seeing it was Fat Brother, which made her slightly relieved. "How are you, Fat Brother? Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Phew, not only do I feel fine, but I also feel full of power." Fat Brother stood up, moving his stiff body, and said excitedly. Bai Yaoyao said, "Feel the energy within your body and try to control it." Fat Brother nodded, focusing on the cup on the table. After 5 seconds, a handful of dirt spilled over. "Is this it? Is this it? Yaoyao, didn't you say I'm a frontline warrior? Why am I just spilling dirt?" Fat Brother asked with a face full of doubt. Bai Yaoyao explained, nature-type abilities, like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are all quite weak at first. They aren't as useful as strength or speed, but they grow stronger later on. Your earth ability can later create cages to control zombies, and can also create earth escape routes to protect the team, very useful. In your last life, you also had a gold ability, try it. Fat Brother patted his chest. "You scared me. Gold sounds impressive, I'll try again." Fat Brother continued to focus, holding it in for a long time, then shot out a tiny pin without any force. Fat Brother was so excited that he ran over to pick up the pin and said, "I want to keep this. This treasure is so much cuter than a handful of dirt." Bai Yaoyao smiled and shrugged, "As long as you're happy." Fat Brother stopped chatting with Bai Yaoyao and kept trying to practice his new abilities, but made no progress. Although nature-type abilities become powerful as they grow, they are so weak at first, and usually fragile. Without relying on teammates for protection, it's hard to use attack abilities. Having only a defense ability is pointless if you can't attack. In an apocalypse, there are no personal heroes. Without teamwork, survival is impossible, but human hearts are complex and changeable. Many powerful ability users often do not die at the hands of zombies but from human greed or jealousy. Thus, the night squad will always be just 12 people. Oh, and 1 dog. Chapter 14, Abilities. Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother practiced their abilities while waiting for their companions to wake up. The second one to wake up was Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao opened her mouth, unsure how to comfort Xiaomi. Xiaomi did not awaken any abilities in her last life. In the early stages, it was fine, relying on combat awareness and firearms, but over time, it became difficult. Xiaomi always felt that she was holding everyone back. Her cheerful personality gradually became quiet, and later, when everyone was surrounded by zombies, she rushed into the horde, opening a gap for everyone to escape successfully. Sister Yao, I feel, Bang! Bai Yaoyao was thinking about how to comfort Xiaomi when Xiaomi jogged a few steps, lost control of her speed, and crashed directly into the wall, shaking the decorations down. Xiaomi held her head, unable to stand up due to pain. Bai Yaoyao suddenly burst out laughing. This was speed ability. Xiaomi had developed powers. Although she didn't know why she didn't have them in her last life but had them in this one, it didn't stop her from being happy. Fat Brother seemed to understand something and picked up Xiaomi. Xiaomi complained, Sister Yao, how can you be so unsympathetic? I'm like this and you're still laughing. It's always Fat Brother. Before she finished speaking, Fat Brother had already tossed her onto the sofa. Fat Brother scratched his head in realization and said, sorry, if I knew you were going to praise me, I would have thrown you down more gently. Xiaomi, N. While several people were joking around, Peiqi also woke up. Ah woo. I am a zombie. I'm going to eat people now. Peiqi rushed toward Fat Brother beside her. Fat Brother pinched her forehead, and Peiqi flailed her little hands, unable to hit anyone. Sister Yao, Fat Brother is bullying me. Sister Yao, I feel like my powers might be healing properties. Peiqi really wanted to try her powers, pulled out a dagger, and was about to stab her arm when Bai Yaoyao stopped her. Bai Yaoyao laughed and said, don't hurt yourself, go heal Xiaomi. He has speed powers, he lost control and crashed into the wall. Just look at that big bump on his head. Okay. Sister is coming. Little Xiaomi, come here for a kiss. No, it's fine, the pain feels nice, I like it. Xiaomi buried her head in the sofa. But she was still pulled out by Peiqi. Peiqi gently brushed her hand against Xiaomi's swollen forehead, and a burst of white light flickered from dark to bright and back to dark. Xiaomi's forehead visibly returned to normal. I jump, Peiqi. That's amazing. I'm fine now, it doesn't hurt at all. Xiaomi said in surprise. However, Peiqi looked a bit pale. Bai Yaoyao helped her sit down and said, you have to use your powers according to the severity of the injuries. Overexertion will cause dizziness. Peiqi nodded, indicating she understood. Everyone was familiarizing themselves with their powers when suddenly they heard the dog barking loudly. Bai Yaoyao quickly lifted the dog onto the table by the window and examined it closely under the sunlight. She discovered the dog had mutated. Not only had its fur brightened, but its overall size had also increased a bit. Bai Yaoyao somewhat roughly opened the dog's mouth, saw its sharp fangs, and realized the dog had become a mutant beast. What delighted Bai Yaoyao the most was, in the dog's eyes, there sparkled a light of intelligence. Dog, can you understand what I'm saying? Bai Yaoyao asked. The dog raised its chin high, barking a series of chaotic sounds. Bai Yaoyao felt she might have overthought it. Intelligence? Ha! Forget it, this thing has nothing to do with a husky. Bai Yaoyao was still eager to learn more about the dog's changes when she suddenly heard the monkey's call and hurried over. Seeing the monkey all red and looking extremely stifled. What's wrong? Little monkey? Fat Brother asked. The monkey hesitated, stood up, dashed into the bedroom, and only emerged 5 minutes later. Damn, how the hell did I just wet my pants? Ha, although I don't want to laugh at you, I just can't hold it back. Peiqi was the first to break down. Bai Yaoyao kindly explained, silly, that's not wetting your pants, that's water ability. I know, I was just messing with you guys. The monkey said awkwardly, tactically fixing its hair before running over to ask Bai Yaoyao if its powers were impressive. Water abilities are very powerful. The later stages can condense into ice, with a strong attack power. Bai Yaoyao said. Ha, I knew it, I am incredibly awesome. The monkey immediately became proud. After saying that, he went to the wall to practice with Fat Brother, who scattered dirt, while the monkey spat some water. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that the two of them were perfect for farming together. Slowly, Shirtu and Xiao Dai also woke up, both awakening dual-type abilities. Bai Yaoyao found it strange, in his past life, Shirtu only awakened the Earth-type ability, and now he even had skin hardening. He was now a pure tank, with explosive defensive power. Xiao Dai awakened speed and Dark-type abilities. The Dark-type is a special ability, and the second most powerful on the battle power list, Ouyang Ning, is a Dark-type user. Nighttime is the combat environment most favored by Dark-type users, as shadows can almost achieve invisibility. With speed abilities added, Bai Yaoyao thought it was thrilling. Bai Yaoyao's attention remained on Lulu and Shen Xian, who showed no signs of waking up or turning into zombies, causing her to feel a hint of fantasy. Kiki, Xiao Shilu, and Dada Wan had special circumstances. They didn't awaken abilities at the beginning but gradually appeared later. However, this time, they awakened right from the start. Keeks Wood type, Xiao Shirlio's Wind type, and Data Wan's Fire type were all natural abilities, perfectly suited to their team's situation. With everyone's skills and weapons in play, zombies or mutated beasts, humans included, rarely posed a threat to them. Once the natural abilities grew, they would be a massive weapon in team battles. At this moment, Lulu also moved. Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother became nervous. Lulu looked at Bai Yaoyao and asked, "What's going on? Why do I still have consciousness after turning into a zombie? Did I not fully transform?" Bai Yaoyao excitedly rushed up, hugged Lulu tightly, and said happily, "Great, Lulu, you're okay?" Lulu also patted her chest and said, "I was so scared. It would be such a pity to turn into a zombie with my beauty." After saying that, she also touched her hair. In an instant, her originally black, waist-length hair turned into a Mei Chao Feng hairstyle, making her look as if she had been electrocuted. Lightning type ability. Bai Yaoyao suddenly exclaimed. "Not bad, Sister Lulu. Just now, Sister Yao said that the lightning type ability is the strongest in the natural abilities." Peichi said excitedly. Lulu also smiled, regardless of whether the abilities were powerful, being alive and seeing everyone was enough. At this point, only Chen Xian remained unconscious. Chen Xian was not very old, just a bit older than Xiao Dai, and was the master's least favored disciple, not fond of fighting, enjoying reading, pretending to be an adult, and practicing calligraphy. When Chen Xian woke up, he was startled to see a large circle of people around him. Could it be that he had turned into a zombie? So, he mustered his courage, waved his hand, and whispered, "Hi." Instantly, cheers and screams broke out. Awesome! Everyone was alive. Chen Xian, the little fool, knew he had awakened his abilities but didn't know how to use them. He tried each one, but none worked. Finally, as Xiaomi practiced her speed ability, Chen Xian involuntarily focused and released his energy towards Xiaomi. When she crashed into the wall again, Bai Yaoyao understood it was an amplification ability. Amid the cheers, Xiaomi cried as she went to find Peichi. "Peichi, brother is here." Chapter 15, Departure. Bai Yaoyao had never felt so happy, all the brothers were present and accounted for. After calming her emotions, she analyzed the team's attributes. Shida's skin hardening and earth-type ability clearly made him the team's tank, mainly for defense, responsible for protecting the fragile ones while they dealt damage. She possessed strength abilities, Fat Brother had metal-type abilities, and the dog, with the strength of the mutated beast, was not to be underestimated, all capable of withstanding and fighting. You can take the initiative, attracting the zombies' hate and becoming the pressure-resistant warrior. Myself, along with Xiaomi and Adai, all possess faster movement speed, making us more agile, suited for support or harvesting the battlefield, somewhat like what's commonly known as assassins. Lulu's lightning type, Monkey's water type, Little 16's wind type, and Big Roll's fire type resemble grand mages, exploding with long-range attacks, but lacking self-defense ability. They need to consume from a distance, staying away from the central battlefield. Peichi's healing system mainly restores, Keeks Wood's system mainly controls, and Chen Xian's amplification system mainly assists. Bai Yaoyao calmly organized her thoughts and suddenly felt that her little team's configuration was simply unbeatable. Looking at the team attributes, there were almost no flaws, completely complementary. How could such a coincidence occur? Bai Yaoyao quickly came to understand that this was not the time to get stuck in trivial matters. It was urgent to go outside, collect crystal cores, and rapidly boost their strength. So she said, "We are preparing to set off, cleaning a wave around the villa as our center, and then heading toward the city center. Try to practice our abilities as much as possible, don't directly kill with knives or guns. Though zero-level zombies are weak, they are still stronger than ordinary adult males, just sluggish in reaction, so don't be careless. After killing the zombies, remember to poke the dagger into their brains to dig out the crystal cores. These are what allow us to upgrade our abilities. Quickly change into gear and gather at the door." "Yes." Received, everyone shouted in unison. Bai Yaoyao transferred out 12 sets of black combat uniforms and low-top combat boots from her space, along with 12 daggers for digging up crystals. Everyone quickly took the clothes and changed. Seeing the dog looking at her with a resentful expression, Bai Yaoyao patted its head. "When we come back, I'll make you a set too." When everyone stepped out of the door together, sunlight poured down. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the appearance of her brothers beside her, feeling full of strength, recalling how everyone had died tragically in their last life, and unconsciously clenched her fist. "Just wait, Bai Yaoyao, have returned. A woof! A woof! A woof! A woof!" Bai Yaoyao just started to feel something when the dog's barking interrupted her. She looked at the dog who darted in front, eager to set off with everyone, rolling her eyes with helplessness. Threateningly she said, "Doggy, you must be careful not to get caught by the zombies, otherwise, you'll become a zombie dog and will never be able to eat big bones again." The dog smiled mischievously, waved its paw, pointed forward, and continued striding ahead. Dog brother leads the way. You all follow. Soon they encountered the first zombie, its clothing suggesting it was a security guard from the villa area.
Its face was pale, features twisted, and it was on the ground, mouth wide open, tearing at a corpse, an indescribable foul stench wafting toward them. Sensing the smell of humans, the zombie immediately turned and roared at Bai Yaoyao and the others, gradually approaching them. Unfortunately, no one among them appeared frightened, more so with disdain, but they moved a bit closer, observing carefully. So this is a zombie? It doesn't look very smart. Monkey commented. Wow, it smells too bad, really awful. What do you say, Sister Yao? Who's going to hit it? Hey! Zombie comrade, you are surrounded by us. Bai Yaoyao was not surprised by everyone's reactions. Having worked as a killer for so many years, she had seen too many bloody scenes, and even though the organization had principles regarding certain targets, it never hesitated to kill abroad. So she said, don't rush to kill it. Besides Peiqi and Chen Xian, everyone else kited. Familiarize yourself with your abilities, practice in real combat. There will be many zombies in the city center later, and there won't be chance. Before Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, the dog suddenly charged out, its sharp claws cleanly severing the zombie's head, looking at everyone with disdain as if to say, why talk so much? Just do it. Everyone, see, winky face. Dog grandpa. This is everyone's practice, we didn't say to charge together. Don't rush in randomly, or there will be no food. Bai Yaoyao threatened. Upon hearing no food, Dogsy squatted down adorably in place, transforming into a cute little one. If only we could overlook the zombie rotting flesh on its paws. Xiaomi used a knife to break open a zombie's head, stirred it around, and pulled out a crystal the size of a little baby's fist, transparent, looking quite nice, completely unrelated to zombies. Xiaomi casually tossed the crystal core to Bai Yaoyao. Sister Yao, this thing is a crystal core, right? Yes, level 0, a tributeless crystal core, Bai Yaoyao replied. I read in novels that crystal cores are toxic and cannot be absorbed directly, they need to be soaked in the main character's spatial spring before they can be used. Peiqi suddenly said. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, what main character? What spatial spring? No poison. Just hold it and absorb it, let's go, get to work. Understood. Everyone centered around the villa, clearing bit by bit, had cleaned up 36 zombies, obtaining 14 crystal cores. Some zombies had no crystal cores, but were relatively weaker. Everyone tried fighting zombies alone, while the others watched and learned, summarizing experiences, with Bai Yaoyao providing guidance and highlighting key points. The whole scene looked strangely odd yet harmonious. From a nearby villa window, a middle-aged couple saw the scene and hurriedly opened the window. The man shouted loudly, help! Save us, we have a zombie in our house. Come kill it. We'll give you any amount of money, hurry up. Perhaps seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others so calm, the woman shouted again, what do you mean? Come here already, don't raise the price out of nowhere. Unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. Upon hearing there was a zombie, everyone wanted to rush over and see if there were any crystal stones, but the couple's attitude made everyone very unhappy. Dog thing, who cares about them, let's go, Xiao Shilu said. But when Dogsy heard the words dog thing, he refused and pounced on Xiao Shilu, biting his pants until Xiao Shilu apologized. Only then did Dogsy relent, snorted coldly, and went ahead to clear the way. Xiao Shilu helplessly shrugged and smiled at everyone. Since the villa area was already sparse in population, after a sweep, there were basically no more zombies to fight. But everyone was still riding high, just starting to get the hang of things, and wasn't satisfied yet. So Bai Yaoyao released 3 cars, and everyone headed toward the city center. Each car had a walkie-talkie for easy communication. If they encountered zombies on the way, they would take turns to practice. Now, apart from Peiqi, everyone else had become quite skilled with their abilities, though the power was not very strong. As they fought, the nature ability users got a bit impatient and couldn't help but go in to violently take down the zombies, quickly ending the battle. Little flames, gentle breezes, and small streams were of no use, just wasted time. Chapter 16, Forward. Listening to everyone's laughter, Bai Yaoyao finally relaxed a bit, the tension she had held since her rebirth easing. However, she still opened the walkie-talkie and said, everyone, be careful. Fighting zombies means there's no such thing as being injured, getting hurt means death or infection. Don't underestimate zombies, some ability zombies are quite powerful, but we just haven't encountered them yet. Hearing the voices of acknowledgement from the walkie-talkie, Bai Yaoyao felt reassured. As they passed by the H-City National Library, Bai Yaoyao shouted to stop. She planned to go in and collect all the books. She knew these books, especially professional ones, could exchange for a high number of points at the main base. As soon as she entered the first-floor hall, she saw nearly 30 zombies wandering aimlessly. Sensing human presence, they immediately moved toward the door as if a button had been pressed. One zombie moved noticeably faster than the others. Bai Yaoyao also did not dare to let everyone practice anymore, quickly throwing a dozen baseball bats and machetes on the ground, directly saying, use all your strength, take them down quickly. Everyone quickly grabbed the most convenient weapons and rushed forward without hesitation. This was everyone's fighting instinct.
Because their abilities were still too weak and not very useful, to prevent the situation where one would stand still for 3 seconds before using a skill and just give the zombies a haircut, the few with nature-type abilities didn't even think about using their powers. Bai Yaoyao tried out her strength ability and found it particularly thrilling. Holding a baseball bat, she smashed down, crushing a zombie's head to pieces, a feeling she had never experienced in her last life. She directly found the fastest zombie, but before she could exchange 2 blows, the dog snatched the kill. The dog's claws had evolved to be very sharp. These level 0 zombies were simply no match, dying with a single swipe because the dog specifically targeted their necks. Bai Yaoyao suspected the dog's intelligence had evolved a tiny bit. Xiaomi also had a great experience, now able to control her speed well, increasingly feeling it match her skills. Although there were many zombies, everyone was strong. In a short time, all 30 zombies in the first floor lobby had been wiped out. Bai Yaoyao urged everyone to collect the crystal cores as quickly as possible and move in quickly, afraid that the noise from the fighting would attract more zombies and encircle them, causing trouble. Now without area attack skills, relying solely on striking with blades wouldn't help them break through. After all, zombies would be attracted by sounds and smells, and more would gather around. Upon entering the library, Bai Yaoyao didn't rush to collect books but dispersed everyone around to check each area. After confirming there were no zombies or survivors, she collected the books along with the shelves into her space. Everyone had seen Bai Yaoyao collect things before, but it still felt magical. No matter how they looked at it, it was thrilling. When everyone returned to the car, Bai Yaoyao checked and found a total of 16 crystal cores, one of which was a faint yellow, taken from the speed-mutated zombie snatched by the dog. Reinforcement-type zombies all had yellow crystal cores, so reinforcement-type ability users would absorb them better. Abilities like speed, skin hardening, and strength all belonged to this type. Nature-type zombie crystal cores were red, and special-type zombie crystal cores were black. These 2 types of zombies had not yet been encountered. Crystal cores of the same type correspond to equally type ability users, making absorption easier. Different types could also be absorbed, but the time to absorb would be about 3 times longer. However, the effects wouldn't be significantly different. Before even reaching the city center, they could no longer proceed by car. The noise would attract more and more zombies. In just a few hours since everyone became aware, the various orders and productions in society had virtually collapsed. Everywhere on the roads were out-of-control vehicles, cries and pleas for help echoed continuously. Everyone wasn't particularly kind-hearted, but seeing such scenes, they still couldn't help but stare blankly. Wow, I ran a red light, I hope I won't get points deducted. What a fool, get out of the car. When they had gathered about 30 to 40 zombies, Bai Yaoyao shouted for everyone to get out of the car and start harvesting. Now everyone was very familiar with how to kill a zombie with just the right amount of force to ensure a one-hit kill, avoiding unnecessary risks and not wasting energy, thus speeding up their progress. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the ratio of zombies to survivors was definitely not 50-50. At the beginning, it might have been 50% zombie transformation, but the speed of infection spreading was also very fast. Anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie will transform into a zombie in a very short time. It is very possible that before you even wake up, the person next to you is already turned into a zombie, and once they take a bite, you will never have the chance to wake up again. Many people in the buildings on both sides of the road were watching Bai Yaoyao and her companions' movements. Seeing that they were all dressed uniformly and acted decisively, they thought they were official rescue teams and shouted loudly. Help us! There are 5 people in my family, including children and the elderly. Save us first. Who doesn't have a child at home? Help us! We're on the first floor, but there's a zombie at the door. Bai Yaoyao and her companions acted as if they hadn't heard anything. After effortlessly taking out the crystal cores, they planned to leave. Are you kidding? We are assassins, it's already good enough that we didn't kill anyone. You want us to save people? Saving people is easy, but what happens after? Do you want us to be your bodyguards, protecting your safety? To be your nannies, taking care of your eating and drinking needs? What a daydream! On the first day of the apocalypse, the zombies are so weak. If anyone had a bit of courage, they could just find a tool and fight back instead of being trapped at home. When the people in the buildings on both sides saw Bai Yaoyao and her group about to leave, they immediately panicked. What are you doing? Why don't you help? How can you be so selfish? I said there are children and the elderly at my home. Everyone shout together, make some noise to attract the zombies, don't let them leave. Let them save us. Yes. Don't go. Help us. Which department are you from? I want to report you. My husband is an official. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her ears, it was really so damn noisy. She directly pulled out her gun, spun it in her hand, aimed at the forehead of the person who said to attract the zombies, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The scene immediately fell silent. Bai Yaoyao and her companions radiated an imposing aura, glaring fiercely at the shouting crowd. So, can we leave now? Bai Yaoyao tried to infuse her voice with some mental energy, making it clearly reach everyone's ears.
At this moment, no one dared to speak again.
Are you kidding? A person who dares to kill directly is certainly not here to save anyone. Shouting now is just looking for death.
When no one spoke again, Bai Yaoyao finally said to her brothers, "Let's go to the next street."
Is it okay to kill directly, with no consequences? The taciturn Shirtu suddenly asked. As long as the ones you kill deserve it, it's fine. Bai Yaoyao answered straightforwardly.
Now, all departments are looking after themselves, and no one has time to care about these things.
Even if they find out, with such a luxurious lineup, why would they go after a few scoundrels deliberately provoking trouble? How can the officials be that stupid? But seeing Shita's slightly excited eyes, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but scratch her nose and asked, "Brother Shirtu, didn't you finish those people back then?" "Two left, in City A." Bai Yaoyao nodded and patted Shita's shoulder. "There will be a chance."
"Yeah, they will die for sure."
Chapter 17, Not Here to Save Anyone.
Bai Yaoyao directly led everyone to start wreaking havoc on the street. From leaving the house around 6 in the morning to now after 11, they had collected 216 crystal stones and killed countless zombies.
"Sister Yao, there's a storage supermarket ahead,"
Kiki said excitedly, one hand holding a zombie's head and the other grabbing its body.
Let's go, zero-cost shopping."
Xiaomi rubbed her hands together.
"Okay, let's go take a look."
Bai Yaoyao didn't want to snatch ordinary people's living resources, but it was indeed necessary to go get a batch of non-essential supplies.
"Be careful, there are people at the second-floor window," Fat Brother reminded.
Bai Yaoyao saw it from a distance. Many people, upon seeing such circumstances that morning, desperately came out to look for supplies, and then hurried back home, waiting for rescue.
So when encountering ordinary people, Bai Yaoyao wouldn't choose to attack.
Releasing her mental power, Bai Yaoyao clearly sensed the ill intentions of the group on the second floor. They even had guns in hand.
After alerting everyone, the people on the second floor suddenly opened the window. "Who are you people?
Don't come any closer, this place is occupied by us." After speaking, he fired a shot on the empty ground in front of the door.
"Damn, this guy is crazy. Yao Jie, should we deal with him?" The monkey couldn't stand being provoked and immediately got angry.
Bai Yaoyao was just about to speak when a shout came from the second floor, "Help!
Someone, please. Damn woman, shut up. Say another word and see what happens. Haven't you had enough yet? Is anyone downstairs?
Please help us." The man who had just fired grabbed the woman who was speaking and threw her out of the window, causing her to crash heavily onto the ground in front of the supermarket. Her head hit the steps, and in an instant, blood flowed everywhere. Without getting any closer, it was obvious that this woman wouldn't survive.
The key was, she wasn't even wearing clothes.
"Oh, this person really has a bad temper," Lulu said softly and coldly while touching the knife in her hand.
Bai Yaoyao knew that this was the prelude to Lulu going berserk. Lulu had been saved by her master from the red light district.
At that time, Lulu's mother was still alive. Normally, the organization wouldn't take in children who still had family, but when Lulu's mother heard about the rule, she jumped off the building, hoping that the master would take Lulu away so that her daughter wouldn't grow up in this unbearable environment. The scene of the man pushing the woman out of the window earlier must have triggered some bad memories for Lulu. Eliminate them, take the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao immediately made the decision. As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, Lulu quickly raised her hand.
A lightning bolt as thin as a baby's arm fell directly on the man's head, electrocuting him completely.
His body twisted and got stuck in the window, with half of him hanging outside. Bai Yaoyao gave Lulu a thumbs up and held Lulu's hand.
Lulu whispered that it was fine.
The monkey and Dada Wan looked at the small stream of water and small flames in their hands, then recalled the lightning Lulu had just released. They were so envious they almost drooled.
"Boss, are you alright?" "Boss? It looks like the boss can't get up. How about?"
The little brothers who had been following the man just a moment ago kindly grabbed his legs and threw him out of the building.
In just a few minutes, the man had ended his life in the same way.
Looking at his unwilling death expression, Bai Yaoyao just wanted to say one thing: he deserved it. The little brothers seemed a bit smarter than their boss who had been thrown out, but not by much. Without saying anything else to Bai Yaoyao and the others, they quickly closed the window and dropped the shutter on the supermarket's first floor.
Bai Yaoyao didn't waste any time. Black on black was what she liked most.
She directly threw out an SJ-11 minigun from her space. It blew the door apart, and everyone rushed in. Shirtu and Pangu charged ahead, while Xiaomi and the monkey followed behind.
They kicked down the door and went in.
However, everyone was used to slaughter, so they just clicked their tongues without being too moved. In the corner, 4 women were tied up. They were covered in scars and, to make matters worse, were all barely dressed. What they had just gone through was obvious, and they were crying in a miserable embrace.
Everyone didn't pay much attention to them, but Coco used her foot to kick a few clothes on the ground and tossed them over. The others all charged toward the little brothers who had thrown their boss down. The little brothers had been stunned since the door was blown open. What kind of people were these? They could summon lightning and had guns. Their boss's shotgun had been bought from a rural area years ago. When they saw people rushing in, they didn't even have time to pull the trigger before they were taken down. Another round of begging for mercy began. We're not bad people. We were forced to do this. All the people we killed were killed by our boss. You're talking nonsense, you're all demons, cried the woman in the corner. Bai Yaoyao squinted and said, it's too noisy. The monkeys immediately understood and quickly slit their throats. They found a safe in the room. Fat Brother used his metal powers to make a key, opened it, and after taking the gold bars inside, planned to leave. Wait, thank you for saving us. Could you please take me home? This supermarket is my family's. I was too busy to go back last night, and this morning they suddenly rushed in. If you can take me home, my dad will definitely thank you properly. We can also share some things from this supermarket. I just offered you those gold bars. Please, kind people, take us home. There are zombies outside, it's so scary. Bai Yaoyao then turned and glanced at the few women in the corner. The first to speak looked relatively normal, but her words were not pleasant. The second wore a collar so low it was almost gone, looking at her two with teary eyes. The other two, who said nothing, quickly put their clothes on and retreated to the far corner, watching Bai Yaoyao and the others with caution, clearly not wanting to talk or ask for help. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, no need to thank us. Then can we? No, we didn't come to save people, we came to kill. Do you need any help? Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes, saying the harshest words in the gentlest tone. With the group's presence, the two women dared not say anything more. After coming out, everyone quickly collected useful supplies. As it was a warehouse-style supermarket, the supplies were extremely abundant. Everyone pick what you want. Let's gather at the entrance in 10 minutes. Bai Yaoyao took nothing but fast food, collecting half of rice, flour, and oil. She broke open the cold storage door and took all the frozen food, leaving nothing from the clothing area, home goods section, liquor area, health products area, and cosmetics area. Returning to the entrance, she collected what everyone had chosen and wasted no more time, swiftly leaving. Bai Yaoyao did not fail to notice that many people around were watching their situation, likely waiting for them to leave so they could take advantage. Bai Yaoyao showed no intention of hiding her space ability. If you have the skills, come and rob us. In the face of absolute strength, there's no need to care about these details. Seizing the time to earn crystal cores and upgrade is the hard truth. Chapter 18, Mutant Dogs. Let's find a place to eat and rest for a bit. Bai Yaoyao heard several people's stomachs growling. Sister Yaoyao, there's a restaurant at the front intersection with tables and chairs. I'll clear the area first. Dai, who had been silent all morning while killing zombies, suddenly got excited at the mention of food. Bai Yaoyao smiled and nodded, go ahead, be careful. Dai activated his speed ability and quickly ran ahead, and by the time Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, all the zombies in the restaurant had been dealt with and thrown out, and the tables and chairs were cleaned. Dai, you're amazing. Time to eat. Once everyone sat in a circle, Bai Yaoyao said, come, what do you want to eat? Name your dishes. While the group ate and chatted, they noticed that more people were appearing on the streets outside. Everyone couldn't help but glance at the delicious smell coming from the restaurant, it was so freaking good. They had no courage to rob, so they could only go kill zombies instead. The reason they dared to come out was that Bai Yaoyao and the others had already cleared most of the zombies on this road, and seeing Bai Yaoyao's group cutting zombies like chopping vegetables gave them some confidence. The men and young people from their families tried to come downstairs to quickly collect supplies, but they all had a tacit understanding to avoid Bai Yaoyao and her group. Bai Yaoyao was quite satisfied with this, although she didn't intend to kill people randomly, she did despise trouble and wasn't very eager to communicate with others. It was just the right time for peace. After dinner, Bai Yaoyao divided everyone into 3 groups to speed up the earning of crystal cores. Currently, besides herself, Lulu and Dai had the strongest combat abilities, so the 3 of them led one team each and agreed to regroup after 3 hours. Each group also received a signal flare, staying close enough to support each other. She originally wanted the dog to follow Lulu since Lulu's powers weren't very stable yet, but the dog refused to leave Bai Yaoyao's side, no matter how enticing she made it with delicious bones. Dog brother, you're the strongest, can you lead a team on your own? Everyone is counting on you. Bai Yaoyao coaxed. The dog barked loudly, and in the end, strutted away with Lulu's team. Bai Yaoyao took Peichi, Little 16, and Big Roll. They went to the exhibition center in City H. Just after eating, she saw scattered flyers on the ground and found out that a luxury car exhibition was taking place at the center these days, so she planned to check if there was a suitable car. Currently, only 7 or 8 vehicles were operational, and with so many people in the team, she was worried they would run out. As they reached the entrance of the exhibition center, Bai Yaoyao habitually used her mental power to scout the area, and discovered a zombie that was not only as agile as a human but could also kick down the railing. Clearly, it wasn't a level 0 zombie. Bai Yaoyao found it strange. So many changes had happened in this life. Level 1 zombies were supposed to appear after 10 days, yet here was one on the very first day of the apocalypse. However, she didn't hesitate and approached directly, dodging the zombie's attack, kicking it down to the ground, and then swung her baseball bat at its head. The dagger was too short and easily splattered blood on her, so Bai Yaoyao had always used the baseball bat, which was satisfying with the power boost she had. Bai Yaoyao picked up the crystal stone and glanced at it. Sure enough, it was a level 1 crystal core, which made her feel a sense of urgency. "Sister Yao, why was that zombie so stylish?" Little 16 asked curiously. "That was a level 1 zombie, let's speed up." Bai Yaoyao replied. Big Roll suddenly said, "Look, there's a cat. Wow, it's running so fast, much more impressive than Dog Brother. Are we going to fight? That cat is so speedy, everyone be careful." Peichi quickly took out her dagger. A cat was sprinting by, completely snow white, looking especially noble and elegant. It paused for a moment, glanced at Bai Yaoyao and the others, then turned and left. Mutated beasts also have their tempers. Some won't actively attack humans, so we shouldn't provoke this type of mutated beast, Bai Yaoyao explained. Phew, lucky that cat has a good temper. With its speed and agility, it would be tough to fight. Little 16 patted her chest. "Let's go and get to work." There weren't many zombies in the exhibition center, less than 10 overall. While the other 3 fought off zombies, Bai Yaoyao focused on collecting cars. As long as she could find the keys, she collected every type of car, though most were sports cars and business vehicles with low chassis. For now, it was okay, but in a few days, they'd be unusable. As for those without keys, she dismantled them for parts for the monkeys to use for repairs. Once everything was collected, just as she was about to continue to sweep the streets, she suddenly saw a signal flare from Adai's direction indicating danger, 3 shots in a row at the highest danger level. Bai Yaoyao urgently rushed over with the 3 others, sprinting with all their might while using mental power to scout ahead. She found that Adai and the others seemed to be facing off against mutated beasts. The sensing range of a level 1 psychic ability was not large, and only when they got close did they realize it was a mutated dog. In the early stages, mutated beasts were much stronger than humans, fast, responsive, and with strong biting ability. Usually, an equal level encounter meant either death or serious injury. Not knowing how Adai got into trouble with so many mutated dogs, Bai Yaoyao and the 4 quickly arrived. Quickly joined the battle. Bai Yaoyao faced a black-backed dog, not daring to let her guard down for a moment. She was no longer a level 9 ability user, lacking all spatial attack methods, with only strength and combat awareness. She thought the fight would be a little difficult, but surprisingly, she had predicted the mutated dog's next move several times in her mind. She actually predicted the dog's movements. When the mutated dog lunged at her again, Bai Yaoyao successfully kicked it away and quickly followed up with a knife thrust into its throat, killing it instantly. Without wasting a second, she took over the mutated dog Coco was handling, just catching a glimpse that Coco could barely hold on. Just as she engaged, Lulu's group also arrived, and Bai Yaoyao let out a deep breath. Woof woof, howl howl, woof woof. The dog ran over and barked a few times, instantly making all the mutated dogs stop their actions. Everyone was stunned. Amazing, was this dog the leader of the mutated dogs? The dog proudly shook its head. But... Chapter 19, Zombie Horde. In less than 2 seconds, all the mutated dogs went crazily mad, abandoning their opponents, roaring and charging towards the dog, their fur bristling as if they had stacked 5 or 6 layers of anger buffs. Seeing this, the dog howled and turned to run behind Bai Yaoyao, wearing a look as if the owner was being bullied by a dog. Bai Yaoyao, D? Bai Yaoyao hurriedly pulled out her gun and quickly threw it to several teammates. Otherwise, how the hell could they fight so many mutated dogs? Even if the gunfire would attract many zombies, it didn't matter. Zombies were definitely easier to deal with than mutated dogs. Using guns is a basic skill, and everyone was quite skilled, and before long, the mutated dogs were starting to struggle. The mutated dogs had some intelligence, at least smarter than the dog. Seeing their side suffering too many casualties, they did not hesitate and directly retreated. However, even while facing the gunfire, they didn't forget to roar fiercely at the dog on their way out, as if human beings were threatening each other, looking particularly interesting. Until all the mutated dogs left, the dog dashed out from behind Bai Yaoyao again, howling for yet another round of commotion. It fully embodied the idiom "a dog relying on its master." Bai Yaoyao worried the dog would call the mutated dogs back, urgently shouting for the dog to come back, really wanting to cover that dog's mouth. The dog turned and saw Bai Yaoyao's eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of danger. It quickly put on a signature charming smile and trotted over, rubbing its head against Bai Yaoyao's pant leg. Its entire dog face was full of a pleasing expression. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, for the 10,000th time reminding herself. Don't be angry, Yaoyao, don't be angry, getting upset will hurt the body, and no one will replace you. Dog meat doesn't taste good, I know it's not worth it. The dog saved my life, I'll just beat it but when we get back. Sister Yaoyao, a horde of zombies. The recent gunfire attracted quite a few zombies, slowly forming a horde. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly collected the bodies of the mutated dogs on the ground to take back for barbecuing. Studies had shown that eating mutated beast meat could enhance human physique and strength, especially noticeable at the beginning. Everyone fought while retreating, noticing the zombies gathering more and more, not even having time to gather crystal nuclei. Bai Yaoyao released 3 raiders she had collected in her country. Everyone hopped into the vehicles, crashing through countless zombies, finally breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, the sun was also about to set. After a whole day of fighting zombies, everyone was tired, so Bai Yaoyao simply led everyone back to the villa to call it a day. A good rest was in order, there were important things to do at night. Villa. Oh my god, finally home, this day has exhausted me. Coco slumped directly onto the sofa. Kiki, if master hears you say that, you'll definitely be thrown into the deep mountains to stay for half a year. Shami chattered, but didn't forget to pour a glass of water for Kiki. Hee, thanks, brother me, love you. You're just being cheeky. Although master treats everyone well, the training is indeed tough. If you don't complete the training, the punishment is severe. However, everyone usually completes short-term assassination missions, focusing on stealth, timing, and explosion. Long-term confrontation missions are really rare. Bai Yaoyao took out all the gains from today, 316 crystal cores and 12 mutated dogs. Each person got 25 crystal cores, and the extras were kept with Bai Yaoyao. She kept the 0-level and 1st-level strengthening crystal cores for herself. She didn't need to explain much to her own brothers. Having more experience, leveling up early maximizes team benefits. Sister Yao, should we concentrate our forces first and pile up several strong offensive abilities? Dividing evenly like this might slow down the team battle effect, right? For example, my healing ability is pretty much useless now. Today I just went straight for the knife. Peichi thought for a moment and said. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and said, it's the first day. About 25 crystal cores can get us to level 2. Let everyone level up to 2 first, and starting tomorrow, we'll divide into 3 groups. This way, efficiency will be higher. Alright. Okay, certain issue. Adai suddenly raised his hand, Sister Yao, it's time to eat. Bai Yaoyao rubbed Adai's soft fur hard. The killing Adai and the hungry Adai are like 2 extremes. The contrast is so amusing. Bai Yaoyao threw out 2 corpses of mutated dogs and said, we eat this today. Adai silently put his hand down, Sister Yao, I'm not hungry yet. I want to lose weight. Ah, no way, boss, didn't we eat a lot? Eating dogs isn't really good, right? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Bai Yaoyao explained, the meat of mutated beasts can strengthen the body and increase strength. The effects are more obvious with long-term consumption. Adai put his hand down again, I'm hungry again. Eating meat doesn't seem to make you gain weight. Who can cook? Fat Brother sincerely asked. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves, I'll do it. No, Sister Yao. Peichi quickly hugged Bai Yaoyao. Little 16 also said, that's too much, Sister Yao, you go rest. It's a long day. The key is that everyone looked in agreement. Bai Yaoyao put her hands on her hips and asked, don't you trust me? No, not at all, how could it be? Sister Yao is invincible, what can't she do? Just roasting some meat. Everyone denied. Just kidding, Sister Yao cooking, especially roasting meat, such a difficult task? Who would want that? In the end, it was Qin Xian who stepped up and said, Sister Yao, I'll do it. I can. Big Roll also said, Monkey and I will help, he'll handle the washing, I'll roast the fire, Brother Xian will command. Don't worry, everyone go rest in the house. Seeing everyone totally not letting her take charge, Bai Yaoyao felt a bit helpless, but she didn't have the courage to argue. After all, she had indeed burned the house before while cooking. So she placed some simple meals on the table, everyone had a little bit, waiting for dinner to eat roasted meat. After everyone went back to their rooms to take showers and rest, the 3 started to work. A flurry of chicken flying and dog jumping, well, in short, it was cooked. Today's dinner was quite unpleasant, even the most eating-loving Adai was unhappy. However, no one wasted even a tiny bit of meat. In the apocalypse, becoming stronger is the most important. Complaining a bit is just to adjust emotions and let everyone relax. Shen Shen gnawed at the hard-to-swallow meat of the mutated dog, secretly swearing he must improve his cooking skills. By the time everyone finished everything, including the dog, everyone let out a sigh. This meat was tough and tasted strange, salty one moment and bland the next. Bai Yaoyao had Shen Shen roasted dog just for the dog. The dog once suspected that it was because it had angered its owner today that it was punished this way. It was too terrifying, and it would never dare to do it again. Chapter 20, The Crooked Neck Tree. Everyone go back and absorb the crystal cores. Hold them with both hands, and use your powers to communicate with the energy of the crystal cores, and you will understand after a try, Bai Yaoyao said. After everyone returned to their rooms, Bai Yaoyao stopped Fat Brother. I need to go out tonight. Fat Brother was taken aback. Is it dangerous? I'll go with you. No need, I know what I'm doing, and I have space to ensure safety. I just wanted to let you know, so you wouldn't worry if you can't find me, Bai Yaoyao replied. Okay, let me know when you come back. Bai Yaoyao planned to go to Fengming Mountain tonight to find a mutated willow tree, the invincible Willow King. In her previous life, this tree had devoured countless humans, animals, plants, and zombies. In the end, even 20 high-level ability users above level 7 and 50 ordinary ability users working together couldn't take it down, resulting in heavy losses for humanity. Almost all ordinary ability users died, and several high-level ability users were also lost. At that time, Bai Yaoyao was on another mission with the Dark Knight Squad and had narrowly avoided disaster. Later, she heard that this mutated willow tree was first located at the foot of Fengming Mountain, so she wanted to check it out. If she couldn't subdue it, she would destroy it. This would be considered eliminating a heavyweight opponent of humanity in advance. However, she would first absorb today's crystal stones. After leveling up, her self-defense ability would be stronger and her odds of winning would be greater. Bai Yaoyao stepped into the space and found that the honeysuckle and cassia seeds she had planted before were almost mature. Since she had stored a lot of food, Bai Yaoyao prioritized planting commonly used medicinal herbs. Back in her little house in the space, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb crystal cores. The 0-level and 1st-level enhancement crystal cores successfully raised her power ability to level 2, and 25 ordinary 0-level crystal cores raised her space ability to level 2. After the space ability leveled up, a small spring appeared on the side of her space house. Bai Yaoyao was stunned, walked over to observe it carefully for a while, even tasted a sip. She found no difference from regular water and accidentally wet her sleeve. So, she didn't bother with it anymore. With more children and not enough food, she can only wait until next time for the psychic ability. While absorbing the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao specifically checked the time and found that it took her less than an hour to absorb them all, which was more than 3 times faster than normal speed. So she deliberately took an unbroken crystal core to try outside the space and found that not only was the absorption speed much slower than in the space house, but the effect was also greatly reduced. Bai Yaoyao was overjoyed. If that were the case, as long as she had enough crystal cores, even with 3 abilities, the overall upgrade speed wouldn't be slow. Bai Yaoyao was so excited that she wanted to go out and hit zombies. But she restrained herself and focused on her main task first. Bai Yaoyao drove to the vicinity of Fengming Mountain. Under the moonlight, it wasn't completely dark, just surprisingly quiet. She wandered around the foot of the mountain a bit and realized that she had underestimated the situation. Fengming Mountain was too big. There were not a couple hundred willows, but about 80 of them. One by one, they didn't look much different. How would she know which one was the most powerful? Definitely not the crooked neck one in front of her, it was the ugliest. Bai Yaoyao sighed, took 2 steps back, then suddenly stopped, quickly turned to look at the crooked neck tree in front of her. The direction the willow leaves were swaying was opposite to the wind direction. She looked at the other willow trees, they were all normal, only this ugliest one was like this. Why are you so stubborn? Bai Yaoyao instantly heightened her vigilance, her muscles tensed up, and the big machete moved into her hand. Now, it wasn't just the big willow tree that had weakened, she had too. Carefully, she probed the crooked willow tree and found no signals of attack. Instead, there was a light and joyful feeling. Bai Yaoyao tried to take a few steps closer, and the leaves of the willow shook even more joyfully. Though there was no verbal communication, Bai Yaoyao seemed to feel that the willow tree was greeting her. Slowly, she lifted her hand, and the branches and leaves of the willow also slowly rose. Just as her fingertips were about to touch, a willow branch suddenly wrapped quickly around Bai Yaoyao's wrist. As a reflex, Bai Yaoyao wanted to chop at it with a knife, but she found that the willow tree meant no harm, it was just rubbing repeatedly on her sleeve, as if it were sick. When it saw her raise the knife, it shrank back, trembling. However, even so, it didn't let go of her hand. Bai Yaoyao surprisingly felt a hint of grievance from the rustling of the willow leaves. Wow, she thought, she wasn't a wood element superpower user, so why could she communicate with plants? Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao remembered the spring water that appeared after her space cabin upgraded. She had taken a sip and thought it had spilled onto her sleeve, which was exactly where the willow tree kept tugging and didn't want to let go. So she took out a bit of the spring water and placed it in her palm. The willow tree suddenly froze for a moment and then excitedly wiggled its branches, much like hair that got a shock. Do you want to drink? Bai Yaoyao gently asked, like a strange uncle tempting a child. Sha. Then you have to come with me, okay? From now on, you must listen. If I say go east, you cannot go west, and if I say walk the dog, you cannot chase the chickens. Then, I promise you will have spring water to drink every day. How about it? Are you in? Bai Yaoyao stroked the willow branch and seriously communicated with it. To her surprise, the willow tree understood and nodded without hesitation, controlling its branches to suck every drop of spring water from her palm. Bai Yaoyao didn't know if she could bring it into her space. If she couldn't, she could ask Kiki to come and take it. Kiki was a wood user and could contract with plants. Unexpectedly, it was successful at the first try. The crooked tree disappeared, leaving behind a deep pit. Bai Yaoyao looked curiously at it and instantly got goosebumps. She didn't expect that at the beginning of the apocalypse, this willow tree would be so powerful, as evidenced by the dense and bottomless root holes. Bai Yaoyao didn't rush to leave. Instead, she slipped into the space. She saw the willow tree by the spring water, anxious and unable to move, afraid to take a sip out of fear of being thrown out. The willow tree could sense that in this space, Bai Yaoyao was in charge, so it did have some sense of awareness. Drink up. There's plenty. Bai Yaoyao pointed at the spring water and said. With the spring water being renewable, she wasn't stingy. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao say this, the willow tree immediately stretched all its branches into the spring water. This eager look truly lacked the elegance of a master. In less than 5 minutes, the willow tree drank all the spring water and came over like a spoiled dog, trying to be cute. Bai Yaoyao didn't mind at all. After all, you couldn't expect a horse to run and not let it eat grass. Chapter 21, Level 2 Zombie. Bai Yaoyao said to the crooked tree, how about I give you a name? You'll be my partner from now on. You also have a brother named Dogsy. I'll introduce you to him tomorrow. The willow tree waved its branches in agreement, shaking its leaves with anticipation. Bai Yaoyao thought for a long time. Dogsy's name was too casual. This time, she wanted something fancier. I say, if you have a favorite, just wave your leaves. Sha sha. Little tree? Shash. Little willow? Sha sha. Little green? Sha sha. Bai Yaoyao gradually lost her patience. Then let's call you Little Crooked. That's it, I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. Little Crooked really wanted to protest again, but Bai Yaoyao had already exited the space and didn't want to listen to its silent cries. Forget it. It's better than that brother named Dogsy. Accepted the name Little Rai, firmly rooted by the spring, slowly digesting the energy within. Bai Yaoyao drove back with a good mood, having taken Little Rai away. Although Little Rai might not have the opportunities and strength from the last life, anyway, humanity had one less strong opponent. What a beautiful spring, why not dream a dream, where the grass smells sweet? Bai Yaoyao hummed a song while speeding, occasionally hitting a zombie, and felt it wasn't boring at all. Halfway through the journey, Bai Yaoyao sensed something was off and hurriedly stopped. For safety, she got out of the car and stored it in her space. Bai Yaoyao had her mental strength scanning the road ahead and discovered a strong energy fluctuation in front. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. It was a mental-type zombie, at least a level 1, or maybe even a level 2. Bai Yaoyao felt that too many things in this life were different from her memories. Special-type zombies wouldn't appear for at least another 6 months, but today was just the first day of the apocalypse. There were not only enhanced types but also special types. Fortunately, her spatial abilities had leveled up, allowing her to teleport short distances. After being attacked, Bai Yaoyao quickly moved toward the mental-type zombie. But the mental-type zombie actually ran away. Was this damn beginner-level zombie still aware? How ridiculous. Even knowing it might be a trap, Bai Yaoyao still chased after it, feeling anxious until she figured out what was going on. She chased it to a clothing factory and saw level 0 zombies coming from all directions and the mental-type zombie leaning against the wall at the factory entrance. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to throw a bomb and then retreat to her space. But the bomb that could blow the zombies apart would probably detonate the crystal cores as well, and she couldn't part with so many crystal cores, so she took out a big machete, preparing to fight tough. The level 0 zombies were weak, their numbers were overwhelming. Bai Yaoyao went from taking 3 strikes to kill 1 at the beginning to 1 strike per zombie now, feeling her hands going numb from the vibration. Little Rai continuously communicated with Bai Yaoyao, hoping she would let it out, and after Bai Yaoyao practiced enough, she threw Little Rai out. In the ensuing battle, they worked together in sync. Little Rai used branches to control while Bai Yaoyao slashed with her knife, their efficiency more than doubled. Even in the fiercest battle, Bai Yaoyao kept her mental strength fully on guard, wary of that mental-type zombie which could control so many level 0 zombies. It should definitely be at least a level 2, so it shouldn't only have this level of ability. Little Rai, can you handle it by yourself? Bai Yaoyao wanted Little Rai to hold off the level 0 zombies while she dealt with the source, otherwise, if it kept summoning zombies, even the strongest would run out of energy. Sha sha. Little Rai replied positively. Bai Yaoyao noticed that Little Rai had grown quite a bit larger and even straightened its crooked neck, guessing it might be due to the spring's effect.
Bai Yaoyao subtly moved closer to the mental-type zombie, and once within 10 meters, she charged forward quickly, coordinating it with a short teleport, appearing right in front of the mental-type zombie. While attacking with the knife, she sensed danger behind her and immediately abandoned her attack to dodge the assault from behind. This thing had no honor, bringing lackeys and even a bodyguard. Celebrities weren't this extravagant. Turning around, she was shocked. It was another level 2 zombie. Moreover, it was a speed zombie from the enhanced type. Bai Yaoyao fought against the speed zombie while using her mental strength to defend against the mental-type zombie's attacks, and not long after, she felt her energy decline sharply. She kept missing her strikes, and the zombies were too fast, exhausting her a lot of energy without gain, finally having to expend a bit of her mental strength to fully counter the speed zombie. She finally found an opportunity to stab her knife into the speed zombie's eye and quickly twisted it fiercely. In 1 second, without any delay, I directly teleported in front of the psychic zombie and struck its head down forcefully. Seeing little Y along with his brothers still entangled in battle, I returned to help, working together again to finally end the fight. In the moment when all the zombies fell to the ground, both person and tree collapsed onto the ground, too tired. The kind of exhaustion that wouldn't last another minute. Bai Yaoyao took a sip of water, took a long time to recover a bit of strength. If I really couldn't fight back, I would naturally retreat into the space, but if I could fight, I had to give it a shot. Relying solely on the powerful ability user accumulated through crystal cores was useless, and there were many who were defeated by those who honed their skills in battle. That's why Bai Yaoyao chose to face it head-on. Seeing little Y looking exhausted, I felt a bit heartbroken. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. If it weren't for little Y today, I would have been able to escape, but not win. After all, we were partners, and Bai Yaoyao would not hold back with partners. I directly took him to the spring water in the space, letting him drink all the freshly emerged spring water. Little Y excitedly shook and again extended all his branches into it. In less than 5 seconds, it was empty again. Bai Yaoyao had already started to scavenge for crystal cores, looking at the corpses of zombies all over the ground. An impulse to shake people hit. It was truly a happy burden. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Why are you coming out? Even though Bai Yaoyao was curious, I still let little Y out. Little Y directly controlled all the branches, quickly gathering crystal cores. 1 bucket, 2 digs, 3 throws, right at Bai Yaoyao's feet. Bai Yaoyao excitedly put her hands on her waist and laughed loudly. Brother, you're awesome. Thumbs up for you, old buddy 666. Rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao personally dug out the crystal cores from 2 second-level zombies and then sat down on the spot to take out a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, eating while waiting for little Y to extract the crystal cores. Don't say the environment was bad, and could hardly eat. I was used to it. It was pretty fragrant. 1 serving wasn't enough, so I ate a bucket of braised beef noodles too. By the time little Y finished digging out the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao was also full. After putting the crystal cores and little Y back into the space, I took out the car and drove home. Bai Yaoyao used her consciousness to check. 222 cores, almost catching up to a team's harvest for a day. I was indeed tired, but it also felt really good. Time to upgrade when getting back. A mother should share equally. The psychic ability can level up to 2 now. Chapter 22, Shadow. After Bai Yaoyao left, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the clothing factory. Watching the figure of Bai Yaoyao leave, I contemplated for a long time. Perhaps only you can end all this, as I can't do it, hoping the world can still have peace and prosperity. With a wave of my hand, the previously defeated psychic and speed zombies revived. All the bodies at the entrance of the clothing factory completely vanished. Looking in the direction Bai Yaoyao left, a hint of warmth flickered in my cold eyes. I hope we can meet again. If by then the apocalypse has already ended, that would be even better. After returning to the villa, Bai Yaoyao casually went upstairs and knocked on Fat Brother's door, signaling that she was back. There's no need to use psychic energy to check, nor to think. Fat Brother was 100% awake, definitely still waiting for me. Just like the first time I went on a mission, that year I was 8 years old, and the mission completed quite smoothly. It was just on the way back, cough cough, I got lost, all the mountains looked the same, and somehow I ended up in the back mountain. It took 2 days to return to the base. The moment I walked in the door, Fat Brother burst into tears, crying harder than when the master whipped him. Later I heard Lulu say that ever since I went out, Fat Brother didn't have anything to do but sit at the door waiting, not even noticing when monkeys stole his chicken drumstick for lunch. At night when I didn't return, he stayed up all night, not sleeping at all. If it weren't for the master not allowing him to go out, he would have run out to look for people. Knowing Bai Yaoyao was just lost and not injured, Fat Brother finally relaxed his heart. I stuffed myself with 6 big steamed buns before I could stop crying. The master looked at the freshly steamed batch of buns, noticing that 6 were missing even before mealtime, and nearly picked up a stick to hit someone. In the end, it was Bai Yaoyao, using fruits picked from the mountains and sweet-talking with her charming words, who managed to calm the master down. Bai Yaoyao remembered things from her childhood and couldn't help but smile, feeling really happy today, with little Y and so many zombies taken down. When Fat Brother heard Bai Yaoyao knocking on the door, he finally relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. Hearing her light footsteps upstairs told him that not only was she unhurt, but she had also achieved her goals, so she should be in a good mood.
So he closed his eyes contentedly, and within 3 seconds, he was snoring loudly. Next door, Stone remarked, the long-awaited sound of snoring is finally here. Without Fat Brother's snoring, it's impossible to fall asleep. After Bai Yaoyao returned to her room, she went straight into the space, first took a shower, and changed her clothes. Then she began absorbing the crystal cores. A level 2 special system core upgraded her psychic abilities to level 2. After thinking for a moment, she realized that level 3 spatial abilities would have the space blade, but its power was not great, still weaker than Dog Brother's claws. At first, there were fewer mutated zombies, more were still wielding knives or baseball bats, so she prioritized upgrading her strength abilities. Just right, she used the crystal core from the speed zombie, along with 222 level 0 crystal cores, which perfectly upgraded her to level 3. The further you go, the harder it becomes to level up. Upgrading to level 3 requires more than 10 times the number of crystal cores compared to level 2, and the exact number varies from person to person. If one wishes to upgrade their abilities to level 4, level 0 cores won't help, and around 100 level 1 cores are needed. The most crucial requirement starting from level 4 is to have a crystal core of the same level. To upgrade to level 4, one must obtain a level 4 crystal core. But currently, even level 1 zombies are rare, let alone level 4 zombies. It might take a while to reach level 4. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning, so she hurried to sleep, although staying up late was a usual affair for her job. But the master said, don't stay up late, you will live longer that way. In the morning. Big roll, look quickly. The monkey raised his hand and shot a stream of water outside the balcony. Although it still lacked attacking power, it looked a lot stronger than yesterday. Monkey brother, you upgraded too. Watch me. Big roll was of the fire type, and he started setting fire to a tree downstairs. Wow, the fire type is really awesome, it looks way stronger than my water. I'll put out the fire for you. Then the two began a ruthless battle against the tree downstairs. Big roll burned, the monkey extinguished. Big roll burned, the monkey extinguished. Big roll burned, the monkey extinguished. Kikek saw their actions and hurriedly shouted, stop, the big tree is going to get angry. Huh, what the heck, has it mutated too? Big roll quickly recalled the flames he had released. It didn't mutate, but you guys have made it angry. After saying this, Kikek didn't even have time to go through the door, she jumped down from the second floor. Closing her eyes, she gently stroked the big tree. The big tree suddenly shook its whole body. Kikek, be careful. The monkey warned, afraid Kikek might be in danger. It's okay, my wood abilities have leveled up too, I can feel the emotions of the big tree. Kikek said. Ever since she gained her wood abilities, Kikek found herself feeling differently towards the flowers and plants by the roadside, realizing that she had never been an avid nature lover. I'm sorry, my friend didn't mean it, they were just too excited after their abilities leveled up. Kikek took out a crystal core, having only used 24 cores to level up yesterday, and had one left. The big tree shook its leaves, as if saying it was okay. Yet it still wrapped the crystal core back and handed Kikek a vine. Is this a gift for me? Kikek asked. The big tree shook again. Aha, thank you. Today, I will go kill zombies and come back to give you the crystal core. Coco said excitedly, wrapping the vine around her wrist. The big tree shook its leaves, as if cheering Coco on. Bai Yaoyao stepped out just in time to see the scene, feeling a bit envious of Coco's luck. This tree must have just mutated and had not seen much of the world. Being bullied, it felt Coco's kindness and help, directly giving her its best gift. Bai Yaoyao suddenly glanced at Dada Wan and the monkey, these two troublemakers. Dada Wan and the monkey suddenly felt a chill at their necks. They turned around to see Yaoyao's gaze, instantly wanting to flee. Oh no, Yaoyao's eyes were deep, a clear sign of wanting to hit someone. Wrong. Yaoyao, we made a mistake. Yes. We forgot for a moment that animals and plants can mutate too. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes helplessly. No, next time, today, you two will have mutated dog for lunch. Ah, no. Yaoyao. Didn't we say we would only eat it for dinner yesterday? Whoa, Yaoyao, I was wrong. After everyone came down, Bai Yaoyao quickly took out breakfast and began eating while discussing today's combat plan with everyone. The monkey and Dada One held their egg-filled pancakes, unwilling to let even a crumb fall to the ground. This was the only normal food today. The two looked at each other, heroes cherishing heroes. Chapter 23, Group Action. Bai Yaoyao swallowed the last bite of her egg pancake and said, our efficiency wasn't very high yesterday. Let's start grouping up today. I'll team up with the monkey, Xiaomi, and Chen Xian. Sure too, Adeo, Dada Wan, and Coco will form a group. Fat Brother, Lulu, Little 16, and Peichi will be in one group. This is based on our powers. Let's try this for today. If there are any issues, we'll adjust in time. We'll head out together to clear 3 streets at once. Is there any problem? None. Let's get to work, Coco said excitedly, just having gotten a vine and eager to try her power in battle. Lulu suddenly said, Old Yaoyao, dog brother still belongs to you, we don't want him. Bai Yaoyao glared at the yawning dog. The dog looked confused, running to Lulu's side with a questioning look. Lulu completely ignored the dog, sipping water tactically and sitting beside Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao helplessly said, Alright, dog brother will join our group. Sure too, fat brother, you two each take responsibility for one group. Safety first, everything else is secondary. If there's an issue, use a signal flare. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and added. Don't worry. Okay. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking and released the vehicle, setting off together. Before leaving, they made a round in the villa area, clearing out the newly appeared zombies nearby again. Today, they planned to go to the college town. The school had a dense population and a relatively open area, plus many zombies, making it a good place to farm monsters. You guys notice, there are way more zombies on the road today than yesterday. We're not even in the city yet, the car can barely move. The monkey said while driving. Bai Yaoyao sat in the passenger seat, resting a gun on the window, occasionally shooting down zombies that didn't obey traffic rules. As for firearms, they're only useful now. From level 3 zombies onwards, they become less effective. Even if all shots hit, it won't kill them, and by the time you take the shot, they would have already charged at you. Besides, Fat Brother bought nearly 2 billion worth of arms, so there's no need to save bullets at all. Save them for later, not even an ability user's skin can withstand their power. Monkey, I'll give you a day off tomorrow to see if you can modify and strengthen the vehicle. Bai Yaoyao looked at the dent made by zombies crashing into it, feeling a bit pained. No problem, I'll take care of it tonight. It's not that hard. As they arrived near the college town, everyone had to get out of the car, there were too many zombies. Yesterday, they sometimes had to break down doors to find zombies, but today almost all zombies were wandering on the streets. Bai Yaoyao released Little Y and introduced him to Guzi. This is your second brother, take care of him. Ahua wang wang woo ho wang 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 woo. Sha 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 sha. As everyone walked forward, Bai Yaoyao asked Little Y to help the other three, providing support for control skills while picking up crystal cores. Her mental powers had reached level 2, allowing her to control zombies for a short time. With the 3 powers activated, the speed of killing zombies was even faster than the 3 of them combined. Wow, Sister Yao has taken medicine, so fierce. Little Me grinned and said. Let's speed up. It's fine if the 3 of us can't match Sister Yao, but how come we can't even match Brother Go? Sha 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 sha. Brother Go is invincible. Hearing Little Y's cheering, Guzi seemed to recharge, killing zombies with even more vigor. After fighting for 3 hours, they finally rushed to the university gate. They took a break, had some beef jerky, recovered stamina, and waited for the other 2 groups to arrive. While waiting, a few students suddenly ran out from H University and froze upon seeing Bai Yaoyao's strange group of 4 people and 1 dog. The imposing aura was too strong, they didn't dare to approach or run away. Hey, little brother, are there many zombies at your school? Bai Yaoyao asked. Many, and there's a zombie that breathes fire, said a boy in a blue denim jacket, tightly holding the hand of the girl next to him. Bai Yaoyao was delighted, there was another special zombie. She would dig it out for Lulu. A DS group could output enough, so there was no worry, the dark power had enough damage and speed powers to assist. No need to worry at all. Where is the fire-breathing zombie? Can you tell me? We saw it just as we came out, right at the cafeteria entrance. Once you enter the school, go straight, turn right after 2 intersections. The boy answered directly. He thought for a moment and added, but I don't know if it's still there now. Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed him a baseball bat, reward. The boy picked it up quickly, excitedly saying, thank you. Is there anything else? Bai Yaoyao waved her hand. Seeing her gesture, the few quickly ran away without looking back. One person even lost his shoe and cautiously returned to pick it up after seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others not moving. Ah, Sister Yao, are we that scary? Look at how we scared those kids, Little Me said with a smile. Actually, the brothers were not that old either. Shirtu was the oldest at 26, Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother were both 21, and Little Me, Monkey, and others were under 20, with the youngest to die being only 16. Some of them might not even be older than that student just now. Brother Me, you should wipe the blood off your knife first, throw away the zombie's head in your hand, and move the zombie bodies around you before we talk, Chen Xian said, handing over a tissue. Little Me took the tissue and wiped his mouth. You all wait for the others. I will go meet that fire-breathing zombie, Bai Yaoyao said, fearing that if she took too long, the zombies would run away. Let Brother Go and Little Y go with you, Monkey suggested. Woof woof woof. Brother Go will protect you. No need, Brother Go and Little Y will stay with you. Bai Yaoyao refused, knowing that Guzi and Little Y wouldn't have an advantage against the fire zombie and wouldn't be very effective. Alright, then be careful. Don't worry. As Bai Yaoyao entered the campus, she opened her mental powers to seriously explore every corner, discovering that this school was quite mysterious. There were definitely more than one special zombie. Different energy fluctuations came from several directions. She first went to the location the boy mentioned and indeed saw a fire zombie attacking the cafeteria's rolling shutter door. Faint sounds of crying came from inside the cafeteria, and on the fourth floor, someone was throwing tables and chairs down, attempting to knock the zombie down. However, the descending speed was too slow and posed no threat to the zombie. Bai Yaoyao kept using her mental powers to mask her presence, planning for a sneak attack. When she was about 20 meters away, Bai Yaoyao stopped in her tracks. Her maximum distance for teleportation was roughly 10 meters now. Fire-type zombies are strong in attack but weak in defense. With the right calculation, it is completely possible to kill them with one strike. Chapter 24, Chaos. Bai Yaoyao did not rush to act. She observed for about 5 minutes. Someone on the fourth floor spotted Bai Yaoyao. Look! There's a person behind the tree. What does she want? Does she want to kill zombies? Damn, is she crazy? Run, miss. The zombies can spit fire. Bai Yaoyao ignored the chattering voices from above. Luckily, the zombies couldn't understand human speech, or she would have been exposed. Calculating the timing, the fire-type zombies used their skills approximately every 5 seconds. Just as they released their skills, Bai Yaoyao quickly charged forward, combining her teleportation at the right moment. She gathered all her strength into her arms. With one slash, the zombie's head fell to the ground. With a flick of the knife, the crystal core was in hand, and she turned away briskly. Wow! Miss, you're amazing. Do you need a little brother? I can carry bags and do chores. So cool, so cool. I'm in love. Aw, my wife, don't go. You saved me, I'll be yours forever, I'll follow you from now on. The waves of astonishment grew louder. Bai Yaoyao smiled. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and these naive kids had not yet felt the cruelty of the end times, so they still had the mood to joke. In a few days, when the rescue did not arrive, some would surely cry. Remembering her time at University H, one of the top schools, the kids behind her, who seemed a bit clueless, might actually have some potential. So she couldn't help but kindly remind, hey, keep shouting. Call all the zombies over, let's see if you all are enough to keep the zombies busy. In an instant. Aside from the sighing wind, there was no other sound. Bai Yaoyao turned to look at the pouting little faces on the fourth floor, stacked up by the window like a tower, and couldn't help but curl her lips. Youth is great. Bai Yaoyao made a sarcastic remark, but in reality, she made sure to circle around the cafeteria and took down every zombie in the vicinity without leaving any behind. Let's give the little fool some more time. The ivory tower is gone, but the swirling cauldron of the apocalypse remains. If they want to live longer, they have to grow. It's just that. Growth comes at a cost, and that cost could be life. Bai Yaoyao returned to the school entrance to see if everyone was coming. The stone group had already arrived, but after waiting a while, there was still no news from the Fat Brother group. Although no signal flares had come through, Bai Yaoyao was uneasy and led everyone toward the Fat Brother group's path, wanting to check on them. After passing about 2 intersections, she heard sounds of fighting. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to scout ahead but found no zombies, so she quickly brought everyone over. She discovered that Fat Brother and A-Dai had gotten into a fight, and Fat Brother was covered in blood on one arm. A-Dai also had bruises all over his face. Pechi and Lulu were fighting as well, but thankfully they weren't using their powers, they were merely battling with knives. What the hell are you doing? Fat Brother, A-Dai, stop fighting. Sister Lulu, Sister Pechi, what on earth happened? Xiaomi and the others rushed up to break it up, not knowing what was happening. They had all grown up together, and they had a good relationship. Any arguments usually settled down quickly. Unexpectedly, as they tried to intervene, the fighters immediately retaliated, instantly plunging everyone into chaos, with the exception of Bai Yaoyao, who remained uninvolved. It's a psychic zombie. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. A being capable of disturbing human thoughts, and if her mental powers couldn't sense it, then it was at least a level 3 psychic zombie. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. No wonder she had a heavenly start to her story, it turned out to be hell mode after all. Bai Yaoyao inwardly cursed but paid no mind to the people still fighting. Except for A-Dai being a bit stronger, everyone else was about the same level, just right for A-Dai to face the stone and Fatty, who couldn't be beaten, but the defense was not a problem. Bai Yaoyao forced herself to calm down, quickly observing her surroundings, and concentrated again to start her psychic power, feeling inch by inch, discovering that the breakfast shop about 50 meters away could not be scanned with her ability. She quickly cut off her psychic power and rushed over. For these special attribute zombies, her spatial ability greatly shone, because their defensive ability was very weak and they couldn't get close. She just happened to use her teleportation to break through quickly. However, special time, special actions. Bai Yaoyao felt the zombie wanting to move positions, so she threw a grenade over, blowing your old creep to pieces. Boom! With a huge roar, Adai and Fatty instantly regained their senses. Bai Yaoyao saw everyone was fine and focused on chasing the psychic zombie, casually throwing out little Y, who extended its branches to briefly control the zombie, but was quickly shaken off. But at this moment, Bai Yaoyao came over. The psychic zombie wanted to disturb Bai Yaoyao's thoughts, but Bai Yaoyao resisted with her psychic power and could hold on for a few more seconds. So she chose to quickly counter the enemy, using no firearms, just teleportation and a baseball bat to smash its head, using the most primitive and pure method, smashing down with one hit. Are you dead or not? Why the hell aren't you dead? Bai Yaoyao swung another heavy hit, instantly splattering the zombie's brain matter, with the crystal core bursting out without even needing to dig. When everyone arrived, it was just in time to see Sister Yao making fierce threats while smashing heads. The scene was exceptionally bloody, simply beautiful. Sister Yao is amazing. What is this guy's origin? How does he have such ability? Fatty covered the cut on his arm, unable to hold back, and leaned in to take a look. Bai Yaoyao held up the crystal core, showing it to everyone, and said, "Level 3 psychic zombie, I don't know why, but this life is much faster than the previous one. It's completely different from my memory." Seeing Bai Yaoyao frowning, Fatty whispered to comfort her, "It's okay, everyone is here in this life, just take it slow." Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Yes, Lulu and Chen Xian were still alive, and Xiaomi and the others had already gained abilities from the start, which was much better. "I was just overthinking it, I understand now, Fatty." Bai Yaoyao adjusted her emotions, looking at Fatty as she spoke. "Fatty, don't move, look at how much blood is flowing from your arm. My ability can finally be used, ha ha ha," Peach said as she rushed over. "Peach sister, there's me too. My face is all messed up," Adai said. "Ah, one by one." Peach waved her hand grandly. Unfortunately, less than 5 minutes after boasting, her ability ran out. She only finished treating Fatty. Adai and Lulu hadn't even gotten a turn yet. "I'm not very skilled, it seems like I wasted some power on Fatty," Peach said shyly. Bai Yaoyao took out some ointment and tossed it to Adai and Lulu. "Apply it yourself." Chapter 25, Ivory Tower. Seeing everyone looking frustrated, she said to them, "The main attack method of the psychic zombies is thought control, just pay more attention in the future, and it's hard for them to succeed if you are prepared." "Okay, got it, Sister Yao." After everyone left, a shadow floated out again. Looking at the zombie whose head was smashed to pieces, it stared for a long time, raised its hand, wanting to restore it, hesitated a moment, then disdainfully gave up. Everyone found a relatively clean small restaurant to have lunch. Big Roll and Monkey watched everyone happily eating hot pot, then looked at their plates filled with low-grade roasted meat from mutated dogs, and couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Why does it feel like Dog Brothers Big Bone and Little Wisewater are so much better than theirs? After eating, everyone began to explore H University together. Bai Yaoyao felt several strong energy fluctuations in the morning and planned to explore further. Once at school, she took her team to the playground, where the fluctuations were the strongest. As they approached the edge of the playground, zombies discovered them. Bicycles and garbage cans were hurled toward everyone by a powerful gust of wind. "Everyone, be careful. It's a wind-type zombie," Bai Yaoyao warned. Everyone quickly dodged, but Peichi, who was on the edge, couldn't escape in time. Stone hurriedly stepped aside to block Peichi, instantly activating his skin hardening. Stone believed that at this stage, the effect of earth powers was not as great as skin hardening, so he prioritized upgrading skin hardening yesterday. He punched the garbage can, and the powerful impact caused his entire arm to go through it. "Damn, that hurts a bit," Stone rarely complained. "Brother Stone, so cool. Garbage can superhero," Xiaomi joked while dodging, noticing Stone's peculiar form. "Adai, Xiaomi, Doggo, let's charge. The others provide long-range damage." "Got it. Woof woof." The 3 humans and 1 dog rushed forward from 4 directions. Lulu fired lightning from a distance while Chen Xian enhanced their skills. Xiao Wei used willow branches to control the zombie for a brief second, which was enough for their team. Bai Yaoyao aimed for the neck and directly stabbed the knife in before the zombie could react. Adai came over and unleashed a dark power that wrapped around the zombies, leaving them no chance to react before they were dispatched by the group. Teamwork is so satisfying. The level 3 wind-type zombie was torn apart in no time. Bai Yaoyao took out the crystal core and said, "There should be 4 level 2 crystal cores left in this campus. No, there are 4 level 2 zombies, let's go take them down." "Ha, Sister Yao, that was quite insightful." Xiaomi nearly spat out her water while laughing. "I think we can practice different attack methods for different zombies. Our recent cooperation was great. If we connect even tighter, that wind zombie won't have a chance to use its skill," Lulu summarized after thinking. "Lulu is right, it's mainly about teamwork. Everyone, let's keep it up," Bai Yaoyao encouraged. "Do you guys feel today is much hotter than yesterday? Could it be because of my fire abilities? My clothes have been wet since I left home, and I've gone through 4 or 5 bottles of water, De Dewan couldn't help but complain. My water abilities feel hot too. Damn, freezing at night and boiling during the day, Monkey also chimed in. Sister Yao, what's going on? Bai Yaoyao replied, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. There was a week of extreme heat, with midday temperatures reaching 60 degrees Celsius. We should go out at night and sleep during the day. Nearly 10 years have passed, and many details were forgotten. If De Dewan hadn't said anything about the heat, she wouldn't have remembered that zombies first became stronger after that week of extreme heat. After that, there were many more level 1 zombies. Those who couldn't survive the extreme heat would also turn into zombies. The good news is that the government quickly adjusted, and bases were established in various provinces, where basic social order could still be maintained. However, the law of the jungle still existed. This was true even before the apocalypse began. It was the fastest responding among all countries in the world. Many countries turned into zombie paradises or evil valleys, where no one cared about the weak's survival. Without abilities, it meant not being able to survive. Only chose not to abandon anyone, organized rescue efforts, arranged food and accommodations, and provided ordinary people with hope to live on. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to probe and found no level 3 zombies on campus. They still divided the team into 3 groups. The brothers were all capable, and taking on all the burdens by oneself isn't necessarily a good thing. Everyone must endure the hardship that needs to be endured, and experience the dangers that need to be experienced, otherwise it will only limit everyone's development. Bai Yaoyao's group chose to go to the dormitory building, which should be the place with the most zombies and people. As soon as they arrived at the girls' dormitory, they saw a student team. The leading boy had obviously awakened his abilities, and it was a fire-type ability. He released fire towards the zombies, and the boys behind him smashed with sticks in unison, working together quite well. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's group of 4 plus a dog, he proactively asked, which department are you from? I haven't seen you before. I've already cleared the path to the cafeteria, there's food there, you should hurry. Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. Although the boy spoke a bit proudly, he didn't mean any harm, mainly just giving a reminder. Brother Liang, they definitely aren't from our school. How could I not know such pretty girls, said the boy holding a stool behind him. Bai Yaoyao suddenly laughed. Being praised for her looks, she felt the need to be polite. Yes, what a rich family. They even dare to raise a husky, they must not be from our school. The boy called Brother Liang suddenly got nervous, taking a step back with everyone. They were all from the martial arts department, and having seen more, they noticed from a distance that the people in front were obviously skilled. Don't be nervous, beautiful sister won't hit you. Bai Yaoyao felt this school was really nice. The kids were all a bit silly and cute. After Bai Yaoyao said that, the boys became even more afraid. Brother Leon directly asked, do you have any business? My classmates have matters, I'll talk to you. After saying that, he gestured for the other boys to go first. The boys behind didn't leave, instead, they stepped closer, stubbornly raised their heads, trying to appear calm. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes, and stop teasing them, pointing to the level 2 water zombie outside the fence, saying directly, we want that zombie. That's the one we worked hard to trap outside. It can spray water. It can't get in. Brother Liang wanted to say more, but seeing that Bai Yaoyao and the others looked very relaxed, he chose to remain silent. Especially that husky, with a proud face that seemed to say, I'm number 1 in the world, I'm afraid of no one. Chapter 26, Harvesting Fans. Bai Yaoyao saw the few students wisely making way, and nodded to Xiaomi and the others. This was a male water-type zombie, who probably was a teacher when alive, with a receding hairline. After becoming a zombie, he only had a few strands of hair left. His face was covered with green abscesses and rotten flesh, and his eyeballs seemed to bulge out more than his glasses, while his black suit was tattered and filthy with dirt and blood. They had just discussed a set of cooperative tactics. Chen Xian would enhance the monkey's abilities to restrain the zombies, while he and Xiaomi quickly rushed in, aiming for a one-strike defeat, not giving it a chance to use its skills. They needed to practice team cooperation while the zombies still had no significant attack power. Prepare, charge. As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she and Xiaomi rushed out together. Xiaomi's ability was speed, while hers was instant movement. Bai Yaoyao thought her speed was already fast, but she was still outdone by Guzi. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao shot charge, Guzi went crazy, even faster than Xiaomi, lunging at the zombie with its claws, while the zombie began to spray water at the dog's face, shocking Guzi, and then instantly provoking its anger. Guzi howled and barked, but kept getting sprayed in the face with water. Bai Yaoyao was originally a bit angry that Guzi was causing trouble again, but seeing Guzi look like a drenched chicken, she couldn't help but laugh heartily, hands on her hips. In the end, Xiaomi's heart couldn't bear it, and taking advantage of the zombie attack on the dog, she finished the kill. The dog, feeling wronged, ran over to Bai Yaoyao. Woof woof, arg, woof, woof, woof. You didn't help me, and you still mocked me. Bai Yaoyao denied, saying, how could that be? You saw it wrong, dog brother's posture is too suave, I was mesmerized. Woof woof? Of course it's true, dog brother is really handsome, it's all Xiaomi's fault. If it weren't for her causing trouble, dog brother would have gotten a solo kill. Bai Yaoyao flattered. The dog instantly lifted its head, shook off the water droplets on its body, and barked a few times at Xiaomi. Xiaomi was dumbfounded. Dog brother, I was helping you. Do you have a brain or not? Can't you see your owner is messing with you? Woof woof, arg arg woof, woof arg. Impossible, my owner loves me the most, you are jealous. Xiaomi puzzled and walked over to ask Bai Yaoyao, why is this guy so daft? Doesn't the mutated intelligence change? As long as it doesn't destroy the house, it's already good, and now he can still kill zombies. That's enough. Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. Just as she was ready to leave, a few boys ran over again and said, sister, excuse us? Is it convenient to ask a question? What's up? Bai Yaoyao replied in a good mood and with a good temper. You all, what did you dig out of the zombie's brain? Is it convenient to say? If not, then forget it, Liang Gu stuttered. Crystal core. Bai Yaoyao took out a crystal core and introduced it while answering. Ah. Liang Gu didn't expect Bai Yaoyao to answer so readily and was momentarily stunned. It's something that can upgrade your abilities, found in the zombie's brain. Just concentrate and hold it tightly to absorb it. Bai Yaoyao explained. This wasn't much of a secret. She just said it. This boy was quite talented, to be able to use fire like this at level 1. He had good character too, took the initiative to pave the way, shouldered the burdens himself, and let his younger brothers go first. It's a good thing for humanity to have more strong people, after all, even zombies know to gather and fight in groups. No fool wants to do a 1v100, right? Thank you. May I ask if you are an organization? Are you recruiting? We brothers have 8, 3 of us have abilities. I can set fire, and 2 of my friends, one can see very far and ignore darkness at night, and the other friend has great strength. The remaining 5 are all from martial arts backgrounds. We've practiced martial arts since childhood, went through single subject exams to get into H University, and all are national level athletes. Liang Gu promoted his team earnestly. He had a premonition that this was definitely an opportunity, all the people on the other side were big shots. Even a dog is so impressive, look at those wise eyes, even though he just made a mistake. So he couldn't help but urgently ask. Bai Yaoyao refused without thinking, a 12-person team is just fine, it's the most suitable number. More would lead to uneven distribution and conflicts. Less would be tough when encountering zombie hordes. The key is that we grew up together, so we never worry about backstabbing. Sorry, little brother, our organization isn't recruiting. Alright, thank you for telling us about the Crystal Core. What's your organization's name? Night Squad. Liang Gu, let's have a name too. Look how good and majestic their name is. Aren't we called the H University Rescue Team? That's way too low, let's come up with something fancier. Then let's call ourselves the Midnight Squad? Let's strive to be as impressive as the Night Squad one day. Okay. Go, Midnight Squad. Ha ha ha. The people of the Night Squad had no idea they had gained a bunch of little fans and had formed a team with such a quirky name. Bai Yaoyao led everyone to sweep through H University, and the places where zombies gathered had basically been scattered. Some scattered zombies were not completely wiped out. 1, it wasn't worth the effort, and 2, it gave the Ivory Tower kids some practice opportunities. If they didn't have the courage to fight even that little bit of zombies, it would be better to just die. In the end days, how can one survive without the courage to hold a knife? It's better to die early and save some food. Shall we not go back tonight? Let's continue cleaning the university town tomorrow, otherwise, we'll waste all our time on the road, Bai Yaoyao said to everyone. No problem, there are too many zombies on the road. And the driving speed is too slow, we can't run. Fat brother agreed. Xiaomi pointed to a teaching building beside them and asked, should we spend the night in a classroom or find a dormitory? Alright, let's go to the teaching building, it's more spacious and safer, Bai Yaoyao replied. Everyone had no objections, having a place to shield them from the wind and rain was already good enough. Sometimes, during missions, they would just find a cave in the wild to hide in. They found a vacant classroom on the first floor. Bai Yaoyao cleared all the desks and chairs into her space and first pulled out a long table, saying, let's order. Finally, it was the part that Adai loved most, I want the children's meal. I want a big lobster. After eating and drinking enough, Bai Yaoyao took out all the gains from today, 427 level 0 crystal cores, 21 level 1 crystal cores, 5 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core. That was more than double the harvest from the first day. The combined level 2 and level 3 crystal cores were just enough to enable another person to break through to level 3. Chapter 27, Clearing the Area. Bai Yaoyao said to everyone, most of the level 2 and level 3 crystal cores are nature types, let's use them on Lulu first. If we stack Lulu's ability to level 3, she will have wide-range AoE damage. Tomorrow's advanced crystal core will go to A die, ensuring that each of the 3 teams has one level 3.
Then, Fat Brother and Stone's Earth-type defense control skills, as well as Peichi's healing abilities, should also be prioritized for upgrading to prevent unexpected events.
Does anyone have any good ideas? Bai Yaoyao asked. What about you, Yaoyao? Lulu asked.
Hee, I went out looking for Xiaowai last night and grabbed some crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao replied.
How unfair, Sister Yaoyao.
You're eating all by yourself and not taking us along.
Xiao 16 teased.
I have spatial abilities, it's easier for me to avoid danger.
Bai Yaoyao was about to explain again when she saw the worried looks on everyone's faces and quickly changed her tone. I was wrong, I will tell everyone in advance next time. Yes, we are a team. We shoulder things together. Boss, you can rest assured, even if I only have speed abilities, if everyone is in danger, I will be the first to charge forward and cover you. Xiaomi patted her chest. Bai Yaoyao slapped her hand down. Roll. Can't you just talk properly?
Hurry and bang the table, spit, spit, spit. Bai Yaoyao knew Xiaomi was speaking the truth. In her last life, she had done just that. Even without abilities, she rushed in to cover others. So hearing Xiaomi say this suddenly made Bai Yaoyao feel somewhat uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
Spit, spit, spit. Xiaomi hurriedly banged the table and kept spitting. Everyone collectively criticized Xiaomi, forgetting about Bai Yaoyao going out to add to her meal yesterday.
Only Lulu shot Bai Yaoyao a fierce glare. Each person gets 35 crystal cores, quickly absorb them.
Xiaowai is on night watch, call us if there are any problems, Bai Yaoyao said. Everyone took the crystal cores and intended to lean against the wall for a rest, but unexpectedly Bai Yaoyao directly pulled out 12 large beds from her space, fully equipped with bedding.
Wow, I thought we were going to make do with whatever tonight, I didn't expect there would be beds. Awesome. Sister Yaoyao, your space really has everything. Of course, I've spent billions, and I don't even know how to spend the remaining money. So, there's everything. Hurry and absorb them, Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. In the following days, Bai Yaoyao led everyone to clear the entire university town.
Sister Yaoyao, it's the last school now, H City Political Law and Finance University, Xiaomi said, wiping her slightly dulled knife, looking a bit exhausted.
Here, take another one. Fix this one when we get back.
Xiaomi, take it step by step. Bai Yaoyao saw this and gave Xiaomi a new mountain knife. In the past few days, everyone's ability level has gradually increased, and they rarely fought up close anymore. Only Xiaomi, with just a speed ability, was still using the knife to kill zombies. Bai Yaoyao said that in dangerous situations, new abilities are more likely to be triggered, so each time she attracted several zombies at once. After 3 days, her knife had been blunted several times, making everyone anxious, fearing that she would get bitten. Xiaomi appeared carefree, but she was actually very competitive, afraid of holding everyone back, so she worked extra hard.
I know my limits, Sister Yao, Xiaomi smiled and said.
Bai Yaoyao noticed that Xiaomi wouldn't listen, so she stopped talking and instructed Xiaowei to assist Xiaomi. They walked around the school and found something strange.
What's up with this school?
There are so few zombies, and I haven't seen any students. The first living person we see turns and runs away, Data Wan said in confusion.
Let's follow them. The person was clearly wearing work clothes from a construction site and a safety helmet, definitely not a student. Their first reaction was not curiosity but guilt, which piqued Bai Yaoyao's curiosity.
When that person saw Bai Yaoyao and the others following them, they ran even faster.
Xiaomi and Adai activated their speed ability and quickly caught up with the person. Why are you running? Bai Yaoyao asked.
If you're chasing me, how can I not run? The person said defiantly.
Such a strong smell of blood?
Shirtu rubbed his nose and looked toward the large auditorium.
Let's go take a look.
Boss.
The police are here. Still dare to talk? Do you want to die?
Monkey punched the person in the stomach, and they immediately fell to the ground, bending over.
A soldier hit someone. I'm going to report you. I'm going to, cough.
As Bai Yaoyao got closer to the auditorium, the smell of blood grew stronger. Fat Brother threw a clump of dirt, instantly smashing open the door, and gunshots rang out. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and dodged in advance.
Damn, assault rifles? Who's in there? They have such equipment, Data Wan exclaimed.
Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Yaoyao peered inside and saw at least 20 corpses on the ground, and judging by their clothes, they all seemed to be students, both male and female. 4 people were holding guns, while a group of others had sticks, benches, kitchen knives, and various other weapons. Some were students, and others were construction workers. Surround them, the leading man shouted, and all the people rushed out, surrounding Bai Yaoyao and the others tightly.
Wang Jianben? Peichi suddenly said. What's his background? Bai Yaoyao asked. Definitely not the kind of guy they said he was, absolutely playing dirty. With that gear in hand, he might just be an international mercenary. Even those few women looked quite tough to handle. Since we're here, leaving empty-handed isn't our style. Bai Yaoyao smiled, completely unconcerned about the 4 assault rifles, and moved forward to say. Chapter 28, A Moment of Disbelief. Wang Jianbin didn't hesitate at all, directly tossing out a bag, controlling his wind-based powers and delivering it to Bai Yaoyao. He guessed this woman must be a formidable character, and Wang Jianbin had a strong premonition that he would suffer if a fight broke out. Fat Brother intended to use his skills to block, but Bai Yaoyao quietly said, "It's fine, it should be crystal cores, there's an energy fluctuation." Inside, there are over 200 crystal cores. You came to find this, right? All for you, don't meddle, we are all on the same path, let's say we are fellow travelers? Wang Jianbin said. Xiao Wei understood the situation and pulled up the bag. Bai Yaoyao took a glance, and indeed there were crystal cores, along with a few first-level crystal cores. This Wang Jianbin was sincere, but... We'll take the crystal cores, but sorry, we'll also take your life. Bai Yaoyao said calmly. What do you mean? Do you want to stand up for them? Isn't your life worth anything? Why pretend to be morally superior, pretending to be a savior? Wang Jianbin didn't expect this woman to be so shameless. He thought that once Bai Yaoyao took the crystal cores, that would be the end of it, but who knew she still wanted his life? Unable to hold back, he shouted again, I can give you 200 more crystal cores, don't go too far. If you die, all the crystal cores will be ours. Bai Yaoyao was much more interested in the crystal cores than in killing him. The issue of child murder was intolerable for Brother Stone. Since they had to kill anyway, making a profit would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Adol and Xiaomi, exchanged a look, and instantly teleported inside. Lulu unleashed thunder, Monkey brought the flood, Dada rolled out fire, and Little 16 summoned the wind. The group of little brothers outside were basically useless. The 4 with guns couldn't even aim, let alone hit anyone. They could only bully ordinary people. Fat Brother and Stone's earth-based powers had both reached level 3, and once the earth shield was up, basically no one could break through. Since Bai Yaoyao rejected him, Wang Jianbin had been on guard, watching as the 3 rushed over, and immediately took a step back. At the same time, he shot out wind blades, but unfortunately, none of them hit. These 3 were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi stabbed in from left and right, only to discover that Wang Jianbin had the ability to harden his skin. Well, what a guy, possessing dual abilities. No wonder he was so arrogant. Official statistics showed that very few had awakened dual powers at the beginning of the apocalypse. If this guy didn't die today, he'd likely be a tough opponent in the future. Adol realized that stabbing was ineffective, and directly unleashed a black mist at Wang Jianbin's eyes, a new skill of his level 3 dark abilities. Ah, you all go die. Wang Jianbin's eyes instantly bled, covering his whole face. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yaoyao force. Then kill the crystal cores. Some of the female students didn't even have their clothes on, their chests were directly bitten, blood and flesh a mess. Bai Yaoyao remembered that in her previous life, there were people who did such things. Those with a rotten heart always find easy, self-serving ways. Everyone fell silent after seeing this. The bag had at least 300 to 400 crystal cores. No one knew how many students Wang Jianbin had killed with this method. Lulu stared at the group of people squatting outside and thought of setting off a bomb to wipe them all out. These scum, Yaoyao, just kill them all. Dai also blared at the group of people with an unfriendly expression. It's not us, it's all Wang Gu. Wang Jianbin told us to do it. Please spare us. We were forced. If we don't do the work, they'll feed us to the zombies. Please spare me. I have an 8-month-old daughter. Her mother is gone, I'm doing this to get some food for her. Bai Yaoyao said softly, shut up. Suddenly, there was complete silence. The students upstairs heard the noise and slowly came down. When they saw Wang Jianbin was dead, their faces showed excitement. You are. The bravest boy at the front mustered up the courage to ask Bai Yaoyao and the others who they were. They were all wearing black combat uniforms, looking a lot like special forces, easily mistaken. Bai Yaoyao understood what the boy wanted to say and directly interrupted him, saying, sorry to disappoint you, we are not. Ah, then thank you for saving me, us. Yes, thank you for killing Wang Jianbin. He was just a beast. Thank you, you must be tired. The members of the Dark Knight Squad felt a little uneasy. They had never experienced the feeling of being thanked by so many people for doing good. For a moment, they were stunned. When they looked closely, the younger ones were even blushing. Bai Yaoyao sneered and said, no one can save you. If you want to live, you can only rely on yourselves. So many of you, and you can't beat one person? Doesn't anyone have awakened abilities? Are you all fools? Even mud dolls have some blood in them. Your classmates and teachers were dragged out, Ed, and tortured to death, and you just hid behind and watched? We resisted. But they had guns. Cowards always have all sorts of excuses. I'm not a righteous person, and I have no right to lecture you. But one last thing. If you are too scared to fight with a knife, you might as well kill yourselves. Garbage. After saying that, Bai Yaoyao collected the crystal cores and left. Bai Yaoyao felt a bit oppressed. But after thinking for a moment, she let it go. They were all a bunch of people holding pens, suddenly realizing that the people around them had turned into monsters that bite. It really took some time to adapt. Why should she worry about them? After collecting the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao signaled her brothers to leave, no longer paying attention to the students behind who were still shouting and blaming each other. Leading the Dark Knight squad, Bai Yaoyao cleared out the zombies of the college students at the beginning of the apocalypse, directly making H City the city with the highest survival rate for college students in the country. Later, many powerful people emerged. Chapter 29, Official Rescue Arrives. Next, I will announce the distribution of rescue missions. Team 1, Eastern Museum, bring back as many key cultural relics as possible. You are assigned a spatial ability user, make sure to protect their safety. Team 2, Western Food Storage Warehouse. Team 3, Official Family Compound. Team 4, Ruekong Road Zhenglin Villa, need to rescue Professor Lin Zhengying and his family. Make sure to ensure Professor Lin's safety. Teams 5, 6, and the Special Operations Team will all be led by me to H City University Town. University Town is a densely populated area and a major disaster zone. Once the other teams finish their tasks, they must come and provide support as soon as possible. Yes, understood. Meng Qilin awakened his power ability and was responsible for the rescue mission in H City. Because the disaster area was large. Large-scale rescue is unrealistic, so we can only prioritize rescuing key groups according to organizational requirements. Looking at the disaster situation on the street and the endless zombies, I felt extremely anxious. H City already had a large population, and since a part of the military had also erupted in chaos, it took a few more days to stabilize the situation. Now, I still don't know what kind of situation it is. Looking at the pitch-black night, my heart is as anxious as a cat scratching itself, wishing to initiate rescue operations right now. Home is still the most comfortable. It's so nice to enjoy the air conditioning at a time like this. The monkey sprawled on the sofa, completely unwilling to get up again. The weather is getting hotter, and the daytime temperature has almost reached 50 degrees Celsius. The zombies already smell terrible, and with the heat these past few days, the stench has become even more pronounced, making it unbearable. So happy, even at this time, I can still eat icy watermelon. Adai moved a small stool and sat obediently at the table, finishing a small piece in a few bites. Starting tomorrow, we won't go out anymore. We'll stay home to practice our abilities. There are still 3 or 4 days of high temperatures, and when the weather cools down, we can go out again, Bai Yaoyao said after thinking. These past few days, everyone has been working hard, killing zombies until deep into the night, accumulating a lot of crystal cores, but there hasn't been time to absorb them. This is a good time to train and see if we can level up. Bai Yaoyao has a space she can enter, so her 3 types of powers have all reached level 3. Adai's dark powers and Lulu's lightning powers, as well as Fat Brother and Stone's earth powers, have also all reached level 3. The team is not lacking high-level combat power, so Bai Yaoyao prioritized dividing all the crystal cores among those who haven't reached level 3 yet. So good, I'm going back to sleep now. Everyone rarely got to sleep in, and Bai Yaoyao was no exception. After several days of high-intensity battles, her body couldn't take it anymore, so she fell asleep the moment she hit the bed, sleeping until noon the next day. It was the dog who was hungry that woke her up with its howling. After reaching level 3, the space ability can now hold living things, but it requires the other party's consent. So after explaining it 10,000 times to the dog, she finally brought the dog and Xiaowai into the space. Bai Yaoyao wanted to see if she could bring her friends in as well, which would make future missions much safer, but she found she couldn't succeed. However, she had a feeling that perhaps leveling up more might allow it. Woof woof, arg, woof woof. Grandpa dog, I'm starving to death. Bai Yaoyao, see. Suppressing the urge to kick it away, she quickly changed clothes and went downstairs, tossing the dog outside and throwing a few big bones to it. Good morning, Sister Yao, Xiaomai said. Seeing Xiaomai drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, Bai Yaoyao knew this guy must have gotten up early to practice more. It's already noon, not early at all. Why didn't you rest a bit longer? Bai Yaoyao asked. Xiaomai scratched his head. I'm not tired, I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Bai Yaoyao nodded and walked to the window. She intended to open it for some fresh air, but as soon as she opened the window, the wave of heat hit her face, almost blowing her away. It was simply unbearable to breathe. So she quickly closed the window. Why let in air when it's stuffy? Having air conditioning is enough. Suddenly, she really wanted to eat hot pot.
Bai Yaoyao took out the ingredients and started preparing the dishes with xiaomai beef, lamb, black chicken rolls, luncheon meat, urine beef balls, beef tripe, crispy sausages, duck feet, pig brain, shrimp slides, and crispy pork.
Sister Yao, it's a full meat pot. Haha, I forgot we need to eat vegetables too.
Bai Yaoyao is a typical meat lover and loves eating meat, but she still managed to find a plate of mushrooms, lettuce, potatoes, vermicelli, and sound rolls. She even tossed in the big bones that the dog loves.
Before long, the delicious aroma spread out, and everyone woke up with a sniff of it.
Of course, the first to arrive was Dai. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside, and everyone immediately became alert.
Arriving at the balcony on the second floor,
it felt like an official rescue team driving a military green pickup, with 2 or 3 wandering level 0 zombies eliminated by them on the roadside. As soon as the day broke, Meng Qilin organized various teams to begin rescue operations and personally led a team to the university town.
He thought it would be a fierce battle, even writing a farewell letter placed inside the armband on his arm. Surprisingly, in the entire university town, the zombies were pitifully few.
He often saw dozens of students wielding a variety of weapons, surrounding a zombie and beating it up. The fierceness on their faces didn't look like students raised in a greenhouse but like habitual fighters from the Valley of Villains. Leading a team of 200 people, he made a huge round but couldn't find a single moving zombie to deal with.
Finally unable to hold back, he called a student asking, "Student, I want to ask you something. Are you from H University?"
"Hello, leader."
"Yes, I am." "Feel free to ask anything, there's nothing I don't know around here," Liang said.
"Brother Liang, is this an official rescue? Why is it so slow?"
"They're not as fast as the Dark Knight team's experts," a little brother murmured behind.
"Shut up, don't speak carelessly, don't cause trouble for our benefactors," Liang quickly reprimanded. Meng Qilin awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth but still patiently asked, "What's the situation around the university town?
Why are there so few zombies? And who are the Dark Knight team you mentioned?"
"Of course, there are fewer zombies, they have all been cleaned out by the experts of the Dark Knight team, with only a few left in each school for us to practice on. As for the Dark Knight team, we don't really know who they are, anyway, they are good people and very powerful. The leader is a beautiful sister, fierce with a lot to say. She directly told us that the crystal nucleus in the zombies' heads can help us upgrade our abilities," Liang explained animatedly. Liang became super excited when he mentioned the Dark Knight team. He had already upgraded his ability to level 2 but still felt far inferior to his idols.
He really didn't know how they trained. Chapter 30, Captain Meng Qilin. After hearing the student's explanation, Meng Qilin finally understood what was going on and became particularly curious about the Dark Knight team.
Based on the student's description, it seemed to be a grassroots organization, probably a passionate group.
So he hurriedly asked, "How many people are in the Dark Knight team?" With manpower being insufficient, considering this student's description, this group must be righteous and highly likely to agree to join the organization.
Plus, they had the ability to clean up all the zombies in the university town. Their numbers surely wouldn't be small and their abilities strong, instantly solving his manpower shortage. The Dark Knight experts have 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree, they are super strong.
Liang answered. What? Only 12 people? 12 people wiped out all the zombies in the entire university town? Meng Qilin exclaimed in surprise. Not 12 people, it's 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree. The dog is super powerful. Liang's little brother corrected, his eyes sparkling. Meng Qilin asked, "Are you saying the dog and tree are mutated beasts and plants?"
"Yes. The dog is super awesome," the little brother added once more. After confirming this, Meng Qilin said, "Hurry to gather at the door, the vehicle is ready, and it will take everyone to the already cleared safe zone." Plans were disrupted, and Meng Qilin quickly rearranged tasks for each group, swiftly setting out to support the other teams. He took a special operations team of 10 to drive to the villa area near Fengming Mountain to pick up Professor Lin Zhengying.
Professor Lin Zhengying is a well-known biologist who had been living in Kyoto for years.
Now on vacation, he wanted to return home to take a look but unexpectedly encountered the apocalypse. The organization issued a command to ensure the safety of Professor Lin Zhengying at all costs. As soon as they arrived at the villa area, they found it surprisingly quiet, and there were almost no zombies in sight. Finally, when 2 zombies appeared, everyone excitedly rushed to take them down.
"Captain Meng, there are people on the second floor of the villa ahead."
Meng Qilin looked up and suddenly recalled what the student from H University said about the night squad, 12 people and 1 dog and 1 tree. Although he didn't see the dog or the tree anywhere, he vaguely heard the sound of a dog barking. So he directly shouted, "Are you the night squad? Wow, what's going on? Are we that famous?" the monkey exclaimed in surprise. Little 16 also clapped and said, "Night squad is awesome. Even the officials know about us." Bai Yaoyao was a bit puzzled and replied, "We are the night. What's the matter?"
Meng Qilin was suddenly overjoyed, and he couldn't believe he actually ran into them. He hurriedly said, I am Meng Qilin, the captain of the H-City rescue team. Is it convenient to chat? Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, sure, come in. Captain Meng brought one team member inside, letting the others go find Professor Lin Zhengying. Seeing that there were no zombies in the villa area, he knew he didn't have to worry about danger. The key was to find a way to pull in this night squad. As soon as they entered, they were attracted by the hot pot on the table. What a wealthy family! They could still eat hot pot in this situation. Seeing the table full of meat and vegetables, they couldn't help but swallow. Although they weren't starving, they had only instant noodles, and every meal was rushed. They never had time to sit down for a proper meal. Only now did they realize, wow, there's even air conditioning. The temperature suddenly made them want to tug at their short sleeves, feeling a little bit cold. Hello, Captain Meng, I'm Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao had a great impression of Meng Qilin. They were old partners. In the previous life, she was one of the official representatives. She had decent combat skills but was excellent at management. In the following years, she was a significant figure with a voice in the A-City base. She was honest and sincere, truly dedicated to the country and its people. If she had to name a flaw, it was that she was a bit rigid and overly persistent. In her previous life, she had repeatedly tried to persuade Meng and others to join the officials, to the point of exhaustion. She never expected to run into him so soon in this new apocalypse. Hello, Bai Captain. I learned about you from a student at H University. On behalf of the officials, I sincerely thank everyone for your contributions. So many students, if it weren't for you helping to clear the zombies, I'm afraid. Seeing Meng Qilin's excited expression, Bai Yaoyao knew what he wanted to say. This look was too familiar. She quickly smiled and interrupted, you're too polite. We aren't that noble, we are just here for the crystal cores. Crystal cores. Meng Qilin was momentarily speechless, but he didn't believe Bai Yaoyao's words at all, thinking she was just being modest. Otherwise, why would they announce that crystal cores could be used for upgrades? Students wouldn't admire the night squad so much otherwise. I will report truthfully to my superiors, and I will try my best to secure the rewards you deserve. Meng Qilin said seriously. Bai Yaoyao nodded, thank you, Captain Meng. Why did you come to this villa area? There are hardly any zombies left nearby. Meng Qilin replied, I am here to pick up an important person. Do you want to go with us to the safe zone? It's just north of the city, where they have set up a safety line and have enough supplies for living. There was still no concept of a base, it was still called a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao remembered that in the end, H-City had unified and migrated towards the central area. This place was on the edge, and to unify power, they hadn't set up a safe zone nearby. Due to geographical reasons, H-City had too many mutated plants and animals, and it took a significant cost to lead the team out. No, Captain Meng, we still have plenty of supplies. Currently, there are no plans to change locations. Bai Yaoyao directly refused. Meng Qilin initially intended to wait until they reached the safe zone to chat more and get to know each other, and then casually invite the Dark Knight team to join the official group, but he didn't expect Bai Yaoyao and her team to not go at all. From the attitudes expressed in their words, he vaguely sensed that they were living quite well on their own, feeling some resistance and vigilance towards him, so he dismissed the thought. As for supplies, can you eat hot pot or enjoy air conditioning if the supplies are insufficient? So, he stopped saying anything more. Alright then, we'll leave first. After the rescue ends, we will probably leave H-City together, Meng Qilin said. Okay, thank you, Captain Meng, Bai Yaoyao agreed. The reason for initially setting H-City as a starting point was mainly for Xiaowai. Now that Xiaowai was already secured, leaving was just a matter of time. Many situations in this life are different from what he recalled. It would indeed be safer to leave with the main group, so he didn't refuse. She signaled the monkey to fetch a few bottles of chilled mineral water from the fridge and handed them to Captain Meng and the others, then waved goodbye. Captain Meng initially wanted to refuse, but after the monkey set them down, he left directly. Looking at the ice that was about to melt in the bottles, he couldn't bear to waste them, so he called the team members to hurry and share the drinks. A gulp of cold water went down, it felt refreshing. Chapter 31, It's time to change the map. Sister Yao, are we leaving with the main group? Xiao 16 asked. It will be safer to go together. The roads are badly damaged by various mutated plants, it's impossible to tear down the highway at full speed, so following the main group is safer. But there's no need to go to the safe zone, as long as we have strength, anywhere can be a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao's confident tone stunned everyone, and soon they burst into laughter. That's Sister Yao, even in the apocalypse. As everyone prepared to practice their own skills, they saw Captain Meng Qilin come back again. Captain Bai. Captain Meng, is there something you need? Bai Yaoyao asked, noticing the few people behind Meng Qilin carrying a stretcher with someone lying on it, vaguely guessing Meng Qilin's intentions.
I'm not sure if your team has any healing-type superhumans. Our healing-type superhuman has run out of energy. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the elderly man on the stretcher. He seemed to have fainted due to malnutrition, and there were obvious scratch marks on his arm, but the wound didn't smell rotten. She speculated it might have been scratched by a mutated beast, not a zombie. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's slightly furrowed brow, Meng Qilin quickly explained, "This isn't a zombie scratch, we just checked, and there are no bites or scratches from zombies." Bai Yaoyao nodded, feeling that the fainted old man looked very familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't recall who he was. Seeing Sister Yao nod, Peiqi stepped forward and directly activated his ability to heal. A faint green light radiated from Peiqi's hand, visibly beginning to heal the wounds on this man's arm. However, the wound was too deep, and with likely other injuries on his body, Peiqi's abilities gradually began to falter. "Xian, help out," Bai Yaoyao said. Shen Xian was already prepared and waiting for Bai Yaoyao to speak. His ability is amplification, Bai Yaoyao explained to Meng Qilin with a good-natured tone. Meng Qilin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was a type of new ability that the official organization hadn't yet known about, which he would need to report back for further improvement. About 5 minutes later, the fainted old man finally woke up. Seeing him open his eyes, Bai Yaoyao finally remembered who this man was, Professor Lin Zhengying. He had developed a semi-finished drug during the 9th year of the apocalypse to resist the infection of zombie toxins, and it was called semi-finished because the drug wasn't 100% effective. The success rate is very low. But even a half-finished product is enough to give people hope. Unfortunately, after the half-finished potion was developed, Professor Lin Zhengying passed away. The cause of his death was due to old injuries and excessive fatigue. With Peiqi and Shen Xian's help this time, who knows if Professor Lin Zhengying will change the ending of his last life, developing a true finished potion. Bai Yaoyao felt an overwhelming emotion inside but did not show it on her face. Although Professor Lin Zhengying woke up, he was still quite weak. Captain Meng Qilin did not delay, leaving 10 level 2 crystal cores behind. After saying goodbye, he hurriedly left with his team. Bai Yaoyao casually tossed the crystal cores to Peiqi and Shen Xian, smiling and saying, "You two are starting to earn extra money now." Ha ha. In the following days, due to the high temperature, they did not go out, focusing on improving their abilities at home. All their abilities made significant progress, though they were still not all level 3, they were close. Level 3 is a watershed. As long as there are enough crystal cores, almost everyone can reach level 3. But going forward, talent and practical experience are needed. One morning, Bai Yaoyao woke up suddenly feeling that the temperature had dropped a lot. She quickly turned off the air conditioning and looked out the window, finding that it had started to rain again, causing her brow to furrow. After the high temperature and then heavy rain, needless to say, the whole city would be filled with indescribable smells. Going downstairs, she found Fat Brother and Stone already awake, sitting on the sofa chatting. "Yao, I'm so bored, I finished absorbing the crystal cores, shouldn't we go out?" Fat Brother bit into half of a pancake while still talking. Stone did not speak, but he looked eager to try as well. "Okay, once everyone is up, we'll eat enough and get going. After this rain, there will almost be no zero-level zombies left. The power of zombies and mutated plants will also increase a lot. We're too close to Fengming Mountain, it will be dangerous to stay here any longer, we should change places." Bai Yaoyao said. "Wow, are we going to open a new map?" Fat Brother said with great interest. "Pretty much." After everyone got up, they had a hearty breakfast together, quickly packed their things, and prepared to leave. Peiqi had bought the best furniture and appliances during the renovation, and it would be a shame to leave them behind. Bai Yaoyao emptied the entire villa, not leaving a single curtain behind. Seeing Sister Yao's actions, Peiqi felt deeply gratified, saying, "It's worth the big price I paid for these things." The monkey also said, "This is the most expensive villa area in H City, should we loot other villas too?" Bai Yaoyao thought it was feasible, the more supplies, the better. Who knows how long the apocalypse will last, it's better to be prepared. So she said, "Wait for me, I'll go take a look around." There are a total of 16 villas in the area, besides themselves, there was no one nearby. Although there were some survivors, when Captain Meng Qilin came to rescue Professor Lin Zhengying, he took the other survivors with him. So Bai Yaoyao directly broke the door with force, taking away all the basic furniture. Interestingly, several villas had places similar to collection rooms. During their escape, people couldn't bring antique bottles with them, so they all fell to Bai Yaoyao's benefit. She even found 3 small boxes of gold bars in one of the villas. After all the looting was done, she returned to find Kiki still bidding farewell to the big tree in front of the villa. Seeing Kiki's reluctant expression, Bai Yaoyao let out Xiaowai to persuade the big tree to leave with them. Kiki hesitated for a moment but still said, "Sister Yao, the big tree says it doesn't want to leave its hometown. Let's just forget it." Bai Yaoyao nodded, although the wood ability can communicate with plants, if the plant itself does not want to leave. There's no way to force a contract. Bai Yaoyao gave Kiki a cup of spring water and said, "Xiaowei loves this the most. Give it a cup and see what it says."
I'll go inside and call everyone to get ready. When Bai Yaoyao gathered everyone and stepped outside, the big tree in front had turned into a deep pit. The tree was gone, and Kiki, on the other hand, had a rosy face and an excited look. Sister Yao, Qingling said, wherever I am, that's its hometown. I named the big tree Qingling, Kiki ran over and said. Xiao Wei wrapped branches around its own arms. Sha 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 sha. Look at their name. Bai Yaoyao felt embarrassed, ignoring Xiao Wei's silent shout. Xiao Wei had such a beautiful name, it was easy to remember. I don't know why plants love this spring water so much. I haven't noticed Xiao Wei leveling up or becoming stronger. Drinking it hasn't done anything for me or my dog, it's just like regular water, quenching thirst. But still, it's a good thing in any case. Chapter 32, The Mutated Ant King. Bai Yaoyao called everyone and set off, planning to first see what was happening in the city. The dog had been in a deep sleep since 2 days ago. Bai Yaoyao guessed it was leveling up. Seeing the dog lying on its back with drool flowing, she couldn't help but sigh. The dog in this life was completely different from the one in the previous life. The one who always stayed by her side, too tired to even close its eyes to rest, insisting on protecting her safety, seemed to be gone forever. Everyone noticed that in just 5 days, the roads had already suffered terrible damage. The once flat asphalt road was now bumpy and full of cracks, with vines from many trees all over it. Originally sparse in the villa area, now there were more zombies than before. Wow, these roads! If it weren't for our car being a raider, we probably wouldn't be able to drive at all, the monkey lamented. In just a few days, why does it feel like the whole world has changed? Ada said, rarely speaking a word unrelated to eating. Everyone, be very careful. The weakest zombies are still level 1. Don't be careless and sink the ship again, Bai Yaoyao reminded for the 1000th time. Got it, Sister Yao. Yaoyao, if we get infected, is there no way out? Lulu asked curiously. Not exactly. Before fully turning into a zombie, level 3 and above light-type superpowers can eliminate the zombie toxin. Also, remember the old man who Peiqi and Shen Xian saved last time? He can invent a kind of potion that helps, but that will be many years later, Bai Yaoyao explained. Wow, so he's a scientist? What a pity. With so many of us, not a single light-type superpower. Bai Yaoyao said, not all superpowers awaken right away. Many single-type superpower users will awaken new abilities when they level up to level 4. Xiaomi was very excited after hearing this. She only had a speed superpower now, but it had very low growth potential. She feared she would slow everyone down later, so she kept training hard, not daring to rest. Hearing about the possibility of awakening again, she suddenly perked up. Everyone was chatting happily on the intercom when suddenly Bai Yaoyao shouted, "Be careful!" Everyone's alertness instantly heightened, they quickly got out of the car. To prevent the vehicle from being damaged, Bai Yaoyao immediately put the car back into space. After all, they had arrived in the city, and driving might not be faster than walking. Because Bai Yaoyao had been using her mental power to scout, she sensed movement underground and hurriedly warned everyone. After getting out of the car, everyone quickly gathered closer to the center, surrounding Peiqi, Kiki, and Shen Xian. Suddenly, a bulge formed at the front and back. Bai Yaoyao's mental power detected many hissing sounds, and she suddenly realized what these disgusting things were. Hurry up and say, run, it's an ant swarm. Everyone didn't hesitate at all, and didn't look back for another second, quickly escaping with Yaojie. Ants are too disgusting. If you say they are powerful, that's not really the case. The key is that once they come out, they come in swarms, and when your ability runs out, you might not even be able to finish them off. What the hell, are those ants? This is a joke, right? Xiaomi, who was faster, took a moment to look back and saw that the mutated ants were about the size of an adult's hand, shiny black, and their antennae seemed to have serrated blades on them. They rushed over in groups, and where they passed, not even a tin can could be seen on the ground. Bai Yaoyao noticed that everyone hadn't made any distance after running for a while and was instead being caught up by quite a few ants. She took out a few barrels of oil from the space and said, "Adai, Xiaomi, catch. Everyone else, don't hesitate, run fast." Got it. No one questioned Bai Yaoyao's decision, especially at such a dangerous time. Bai Yaoyao, Adai, and Xiaomi ran forward while pouring oil all over the ground, spreading it for about 30 meters. Soon the mutated ants were about to reach the oil-soaked ground. Bai Yaoyao quickly shouted, "Big Dajuan, set fire, little 16, blow the wind back, Chen Xian, amplify." Understood, Yaojie. In an instant, flames covered the entire street. As everyone ran, they discovered. Wow, it smells so good. Yaojie. I'm hungry. Adai couldn't help but say. Little 16 took a deep breath. Does ant meat smell this good? It feels like you could eat it straight with some seasoning. We can't stop, life is more important, run fast, I have a severe case of trypophobia. Peiqi said without looking back. After running about 4 or 5 streets, everyone finally stopped. They didn't catch up, right? Fat Brother panted, having finally shaken them off after running for over half an hour. I just leveled up to level 3, I was thinking about going on a killing spree after leaving the dungeon, and suddenly got a rapid escape instead. Monkey said reluctantly, scratching his head. Bai Yaoyao felt something was off and immediately released all her mental power. She sensed a dangerous aura rapidly moving towards her direction and quickly warned everyone, "Don't relax, a tough one is coming." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly arranged themselves according to their usual training. Sure and Fat Brother stood at the front, building a dirt wall as a barrier. In just a few seconds, a special mutated ant charged in, standing half a person high, with 2 long antennae shimmering with electric light, and its 6 legs seemed to be reinforced, with wings growing from its abdomen allowing it to both run and fly. Bai Yaoyao frowned, this was at least a level 2 mutated beast. Mutated beasts are much stronger than the same level ability users, and even someone 2 levels higher might not be able to defeat one. Lulu raised her hand and shot a bolt of lightning, but it was of no use against the mutated ant. Within a few breaths, the mutated ant was right in front of them. Bai Yaoyao threw out a space blade towards its antennae, but aside from successfully attracting the mutated ant's hatred, it was useless. The mutated ant charged toward Bai Yaoyao, who instantly teleported behind it, took out Fat Brother's heavy sword reinforced with metal ability, and struck down at the ant's hind legs with all her might. Unfortunately, the blade broke, failing to inflict significant damage. Bai Yaoyao felt helpless. Lightning ability, space ability, and strength ability seemed almost useless against this mutated ant. Everyone, go all out. Bai Yaoyao stopped trying. It didn't matter if she couldn't take it down alone. With a team present, who the hell wanted to duel you? Once your minions were gone, my brothers would still be here. Chapter 33, Coordinated Attack on Mutated Beasts. Xiaowai and Kiki extended their vines to try to restrain the mutated ant. Although they couldn't inflict any damage, they successfully tied up the 6 legs of the mutated ant. Xiaomi and Odd Dai seized the opportunity to attack the mutated ant's lower abdomen. Bai Yaoyao instructed Chen Xian to enhance her abilities and used mental piercing against the mutated ant. Bai Yaoyao discovered that this move was effective. The mutated ant became noticeably more agitated, not only breaking free from Kiki and Xiaowai's control but also getting angrier. Everyone launched their skills at the mutated ant as if they had endless energy, but this was not aimless striking. They followed the plan they had discussed during their free time, each doing their best to inflict damage. Bai Yaoyao noticed the surrounding zombies were increasing in number. If they did not leave soon, a zombie horde would form. Just as she was about to act, she heard movement in the space. The dog had awakened. Woof woof woof. Oh woof. Oh woof woof woof, oh woof. Damn it, bullying my master, let me out, I'm the dog lord. Bai Yaoyao felt the dog's aura had strengthened significantly and probably reached level 2, so she wasted no time and tossed the dog towards the mutated ant. The dog emerged, opened its mouth wide, and bit down hard on the ant's leg, using its momentum from the dash to rip it off, dark green blood spraying out. Everyone skillfully directed their abilities at the wound, and after the dog bit, it ran off without stopping. The mutated ant tried to find the dog but was tangled up by the group and unable to free itself. Bai Yaoyao realized the dog was definitely getting smarter. Just as the dog was preparing to attack again, Bai Yaoyao was ready. At the moment the dog dashed out, she used mental piercing once more. The mutated ant had long been on guard against this dog's move. Just as it raised its electric antenna to charge, a wave of intense pain hit its mind, rendering it completely immobile. Helplessly, this cunning, ugly dog bit off another one of its legs. The mutated ant finally realized it couldn't win, but by the time it wanted to escape, it was already too late. Level 2 mutated beast, having reached this point, Bai Yaoyao naturally didn't want to give up. Exchanging it at the official base could earn quite a few points. Though the base hadn't been built yet. The mutated ant didn't want to fight anymore, retreating while still being attacked. Bai Yaoyao and the others began to chase it. The dog was truly shameless. After biting, it would just run, never striking more than once. Before long, the mutated ant had lost all 6 of its legs, and the dog began to target its wings. Bai Yaoyao used mental piercing again, and together with everyone else's various abilities, the mutated ant was finally worn down to death. Bai Yaoyao quickly collected the corpse and the 6 legs bitten off by the dog and called out to the group to leave this place together. Is everyone okay? Bai Yaoyao asked. We're fine, but our abilities are exhausted, Fat Brother said, with Sure echoing him. Both had been helping everyone resist. Except for the lobby, there should be a part of the people upstairs, probably a total of 20 or 30 people, but those with abilities are probably only a small portion. Friend, can I borrow a spot to take a break? Bai Yaoyao replied, as it was appropriate to ask in a cleared area. The leading man opposite obviously breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to avoid conflict if possible. Although these 10 or so people looked like they had just gone through a fierce battle, it didn't mean that his side could win. He spoke as calmly as possible. Sure, there are 6 rooms on the first floor. We're all upstairs and haven't stayed here, it's just... I wonder how long you plan to rest. Cleaning a spot to rest is not easy. He feared that these people would come and not leave. 2 hours, Bai Yaoyao said directly. That's no problem. The rooms are on the right-hand side, the man pointed out. Bai Yaoyao nodded, thank you. After saying this, they returned to their rooms to rest, sharing rooms with 2 people each. By the way, they tossed their dog at the door to guard. After all, the dog only ambushed and hardly used much effort. However, Bai Yaoyao still, out of humanitarianism, threw a big bone for the dog. The dog happily took on the task of guarding the door. Boss, look. The man followed his little brother's gaze and found that the dog of that group was actually eating a meat bone. Seeing its look of enjoyment, he couldn't help but swallow. It's been so long into the apocalypse, people are nearly out of food, yet the dog can still eat meat. What a scene! The dog noticed a group of people staring at it with envious eyes and enjoyed its meal even more, chewing happily and even burping at the end as if it were human. Once Bai Yaoyao and the others fully recovered their abilities, they prepared to set off again. Today had not started well. They hadn't even begun fighting zombies and had already been chased by mutant ants for so long. Fortunately, they had a second-level mutant beast's corpse, so it wasn't a total loss. You are leaving, right? The leading man stood up from the sofa and said. Bai Yaoyao observed that the group had been guarding the hotel lobby and guessed they were wary of her group, not daring to rest themselves. So, she left a carton of instant noodles, saying, "Here, for the room charge." No need, that's not what I meant," the leading man hurried to explain. Bai Yaoyao shook her hand and said, "Fate will bring us together again." Then she led everyone away. Damn. Boss, I just saw the girl who spoke to you kill a first-level zombie with just a wave of her hand. So powerful? Good thing we didn't have a conflict earlier. They are this strong. Not only did they not attack us, but they even gave us the room charge, this. We need to quickly improve our strength, we won't always have such good luck. Let's go, time to kill zombies. Yes, boss. Should we have a good meal first? Right, I'm so hungry. We haven't eaten anything today. Okay, let's split this box of instant noodles and then go to work. When Bai Yaoyao dropped off this box of instant noodles, the man was refusing verbally, but inside, he had already swallowed saliva countless times. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, and if they didn't score anything today, they would have to go to the northern safe zone. At that point, they wouldn't have such freedom anymore, but at the very least, they could ensure they wouldn't go hungry. Fortunately, today they could still have a hearty meal. Chapter 34 Safe Zone. After leaving the hotel, Bai Yaoyao used a space blade to kill a first-level zombie. The dog trotted over, dug with its claws, and presented a crystal core to Bai Yaoyao as a gift. Bai Yaoyao smiled, patted the dog's head, and collected the crystal core into her space. The monkey said, "Should we go shopping at the mall across the street? I really want a $0 purchase." "This is downtown, there's probably nothing left, it's all been snatched away," Kiki said. "Let's take a look around, steel and iron can be exchanged for points later," Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, "as zombies are zombies no matter where they are." As soon as they entered the mall, everyone was speechless. Perhaps because the indoor air was stagnant, rainwater had soaked in, filling the place with a terrible stench. The ground was covered with both zombies and human corpses, infested with all kinds of bugs and moss, with mushrooms even sprouting on some bodies. The glass was shattered everywhere, and all the stores were vandalized beyond recognition. This area was mostly specialty cosmetics stores, but nearly all the cosmetics were thrown on the ground, and nothing remained behind the counters. The once glamorous specialty shops had become incredibly dilapidated and desolate. Generally, the basement of a mall has a supermarket, but the elevators had been violently destroyed by ability users, and all the steps had disappeared. Some people have this kind of mindset: if it's useless to me, I don't want it, if I can't take it, you shouldn't take it either, it's better to just destroy it. Bai Yaoyao felt no special reaction upon seeing this, it was the norm in the apocalypse. In extreme conditions, human selfishness would be amplified endlessly. After entering the mall, Bai Yaoyao felt an unsettling sense of anxiety, but when she used her mental power to scan, she found nothing unusual. After being a killer for many years and surviving 10 years in the apocalypse, that sense of crisis had saved her countless times. Without much hesitation, she made a decision and quickly retreated. "Hurry, retreat," Bai Yaoyao said. Everyone didn't waste any words and directly followed her out. They had been inside for less than 10 seconds before leaving together. The crystal core wasn't worth it, it stunk too much. What Bai Yaoyao didn't know was that in a corner of the mall's basement, there was a level 4 zombie lying with its eyes closed, continuously releasing toxic gas, surrounded by 100 or so corpses. Feeling the presence of people entering, it opened its eyes excitedly, but when it prepared to follow the scent, it vanished, so it curled back into its corner, continuing to release toxic gas, not planning to leave this place. After exiting the mall, Bai Yaoyao's sense of crisis gradually dissipated. Feeling that the area wasn't very safe, she decided to drive north to check out the safety zone. The dog was leading the way with Xiao Wei on its back. Xiao Wei controlled it, and with one paw down, a level 3 zombie couldn't withstand it.
Occasionally encountering mutated zombies, everyone took turns getting out of the car to eliminate them, and the journey was very smooth. But even so, by the time they reached the northern city, it was already deep into the night. Who's up ahead? Stop. Stop. They were intercepted about 200 meters from the tent area of the safety zone. As Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, ready to negotiate, she heard the young man who had just spoken say, "Is it you, the Dark Knight team?" Bai Yaoyao recalled that this person seemed to have come to the villa area with Captain Meng Qilin, and she said, "Yes, that's us." "Great. Captain Meng sent someone to the villa area looking for you today but didn't find you. What a coincidence that you just arrived." "Maybe we just missed each other," Bai Yaoyao said casually, not knowing what Captain Meng wanted with her group. "Come with me, I'll notify Captain Meng." "Okay, thank you, handsome boy." The young soldier ran off with a flushed face immediately. Bai Yaoyao and her group followed him into the temporarily erected safety zone. Since it was late, most people were sleeping, making it relatively quiet, but the closely packed tents showed that there were still quite a few people. "Captain Bai, it's nice to see you again," Meng Qilin exclaimed upon seeing the Dark Knight team. After the rain, the strength of zombies had greatly increased, and rescue missions were seriously hindered, with not enough manpower to cover several areas that hadn't been visited. Meng Qilin, speaking with a mouth full of bubbles, was anxious. In the past few days, the organization had sent ability users together to carry out rescue tasks, which was so overwhelming it felt like their heads would explode, with each person thinking highly of themselves. No one is willing to yield to anyone, and there is no efficiency at all, yet they still have the face to ask for rewards. Today, I killed 2 leaders to suppress the crowd's emotions, but this does not solve the fundamental problem. So, I wanted to cooperate with the Shadow Knight team, whether it be giving supplies or crystals. Gathering the remaining survivors to D City is the most important thing, as the supplies brought this time will not last long. However, when I sent someone to find the Shadow Knight team during the day, I discovered they were no longer in the villa area. Just then, I heard one of my subordinates say that the Shadow Knight team had arrived, and I rushed out excitedly. "Hello, Captain Meng, sorry to disturb your rest at such a late hour," Bai Yaoyao politely said. Captain Meng smiled and said, "Not a bother at all. I haven't rested yet. Come inside, let's rest in the tent for a bit. I need to discuss something with your Shadow Knight team." "All right. I happen to have something I need your help with too." Bai Yaoyao guessed what Meng Qilin wanted to talk about. Following Captain Meng Qilin, they arrived at the center of the safe zone, where there was a relatively large tent, but it was still not enough for everyone to enter together. So, Bai Yaoyao called Fat Brother and Stone to come along for the discussion, while the others rested in a nearby tent. There was no table in the tent, only a few cardboard boxes were placed in the corner, and there was some bedding, likely where Meng Qilin rested at night. The young man who guided them went to get a few chairs, and everyone was not particular, simply sitting in a circle. "Captain Bai, here's the thing. We are severely short-staffed right now, and the rescue progress is too slow. We would like to ask for your help in the rescue. Of course, we can contribute corresponding supplies or crystals. What do you think? You can also state any needs directly," Meng Qilin said sincerely. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, "We can handle the rescue, but we will only focus on clearing zombies. The aftermath, like communicating with the rescued individuals or distributing supplies, will need your team to handle. To put it simply, we will only fight, and we won't do anything else." Bai Yaoyao understood her and her brother's natures well. They couldn't handle those trivial matters. If they encountered someone trying to cause trouble, they might get violent. Chapter 35, Exchange Crystals. Meng Qilin immediately agreed, "No problem, that is only right, we will arrange the other matters." "Do you have any other requests?" Bai Yaoyao said, "My brothers and I have hot tempers. If we encounter conflicts with the rescued individuals during the mission, what do you think?" Meng Qilin understood Bai Yaoyao's concerns very well. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary, and it is not the time to consider human rights or discuss legalities. He said, "Different people must be treated with different methods. I understand your meaning, those who seek trouble should be punished, even if it costs their lives." Bai Yaoyao exchanged glances with Fat Brother and Stone, and the two subtly nodded. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "That's quite a coincidence, we think the same way." "Ha ha ha, good. So what are your thoughts on the reward?" "Crystals can be delivered after the mission is completed, but the supplies will need to be provided to you in D City. I'm worried that what we brought may not be enough to sustain so many people, but don't worry, I guarantee that I'll deliver on what I promise." Bai Yaoyao said, "We don't need supplies, we only want crystals." Meng Qilin was delighted. At this stage, supplies were the most scarce, while crystals were not that precious. As far as he knew, the total stock of crystals was considerable, given the large population. Once the military used heavy weapons, zombies had no resistance at all, so crystals accumulated very quickly. Thinking that Bai Yaoyao must need higher-level crystals more, he steeled his heart and said, "No problem, I agree. Is a task of 200 level 1 crystals and 20 level 2 crystals okay?"
Bai Yaoyao raised her eyebrows, not expecting Meng Qilin to be so generous. The amount they usually earned in a day was about this much, not to mention the zombies they had killed along the way. Thinking of this, Bai Yaoyao asked in advance, "What about the crystals from the zombies we killed during the task? Those naturally belong to you. Captain Meng, a pleasant collaboration." Meng Qilin's smile was so wide it nearly created wrinkles on his face. Then get some rest early. I'll have someone call you for the meeting tomorrow. By the way, I have some level 0 crystals. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to exchange them for higher level crystals. Bai Yaoyao asked. Everyone in the Dark Knight team was at least level 2, so level 0 crystals were of no use anymore. She had stored a lot of them and hoped to exchange them for higher level crystals with the official team. Meng Qilin thought for a moment and said, "Sure, how many do you want to exchange?" 2,000 level 0 crystals. Bai Yaoyao said. What, so many? Although Meng Qilin was surprised by this number, he also felt it was a good thing, as it indirectly confirmed the strength of the Dark Knight team, so he directly agreed. After thinking of a suitable price, he said, "You can exchange them for 200 level 1 crystals or 20 level 2 crystals. Of course, you can mix and match. Do you have level 3 crystals? 2 would be enough." Bai Yaoyao held up 2 fingers. I do have. Meng Qilin hesitated, as level 3 crystals were rather rare and he originally intended to turn them in, so it would be hard to exchange them. But before he could finish, he heard Bai Yaoyao say, "That's great. Here are 2,000 level 0 crystals. You look a bit tired, this bed is for you. You need to rest well." As soon as she spoke, a large white bag appeared in front of Meng Qilin, filled with level 0 crystals, and in the corner of the tent appeared a bed with a full set of bedding already laid out. Space ability. Meng Qilin couldn't help but envy. It made sense, as he just saw that most of the Dark Knight team were lightly packed and didn't carry much. He couldn't help but sigh, the abilities of the Dark Knight team were truly amazing. They had healing abilities, enhancement abilities, and even the rare space ability, not to mention offensive abilities. They managed to gather so many crystals without much fighting. Turning to look at the soft bed nearby, he hesitated to mention what he had yet to say, but decided against it. After all, he still had a few level 3 crystals left, so giving away 2 wouldn't be a problem. Because level 3 crystals were quite valuable, he had always kept them close, so he took out 2 from his pocket and handed them to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao happily accepted the crystals and said, "Then I won't disturb your rest. We'll be called for the meeting tomorrow morning. I'll have someone bring you tents." Meng Qilin quickly stood up to say. "No need to trouble yourself, I have some prepared. You keep busy." Bai Yaoyao declined. After Bai Yaoyao and the chubby Geisher 2 went out, they went next door to call the others, walked around the safe zone, found a place with fewer people, and unpacked 6 large tents. Everyone worked together to set up the tents in a circle, and Bai Yaoyao placed a long table in the center. After a long day of work, they hadn't even eaten dinner yet and planned to eat a little before resting. Considering there were outsiders around, they didn't prepare anything too complicated for food. Each person had 2 boxes of self-heating rice along with some fried chicken and beer to make do. They decided against lobster and barbecued meat. Bai Yaoyao never thought about hiding her strength to the extent of making herself suffer. Why did she work so hard to kill zombies and practice her abilities? Before the apocalypse, she was exhausted. What was the point of buying so many things? Wasn't it all just to live a bit better? There was no need to be too high profile or flashy, but what should be had was absolutely necessary. If she ended up living just as painfully as in her past life, it would be a disservice to her rebirth. Everyone chatted and ate, completely unaware of the various curious gazes around them. As long as one is strong enough, that is enough. At the same time, it served as a wake-up call for the brothers. Wanting an easy life and maintaining what they have is not enough, becoming stronger is fundamental. But it was tough for the nearby people. The smell of fried chicken and the fragrance of beer stood out particularly in the night. The 2 young warriors on guard nearby slightly raised their heads and looked up at the 45-degree sky. Countless times in their hearts they told themselves, "I am not hungry, it doesn't smell good at all, it looks unappetizing, surely it is not as tasty as compressed biscuits." The survivors in the surrounding tents who had already fallen asleep felt as if they were dreaming, enjoying a grand feast. But those who couldn't sleep had it much worse. Their stomachs kept growling, the delicious smell continually invading their noses. Some brave ones even considered approaching to ask for food, but the moment they stepped close, they were deterred by a group of sharp gazes. Realizing their legs had gone weak, they hurriedly ran back to their tents. After all, their lives were more important. Just a moment ago, they caught a glimpse of a dog munching on a meat bone and cursed silently for a long time. Wasting food, they will definitely face consequences. Giving it to a dog is not as good as giving it to me. At least I am a fire-type supernatural being. I will make you regret it. Bai Yaoyao and the others didn't care how others looked at them. After finishing their meal, they tidied up and returned to their tents to sleep. Though it was a tent, it was a large one, fully equipped inside. A comfortable bed with various washing supplies were all available, even a foot bath filled with hot water and goji berry tea. Sister Yao never neglected her own people and loved to maintain her health. The patrolling Meng Qilin just happened to see this scene, and his mouth unconsciously twitched. The night patrol team truly, how particular they are. Recalling the fried chicken smell, he looked at the two young warriors on guard beside him and patted them on the shoulder. Ah, you guys have worked hard. The two young warriors, _ Chapter 36, a bit sweet. Bai Yaoyao threw the two newly earned level 3 crystal cores to Qin Xin and Kiki. Almost everyone had reached level 3, with a few dual system supernatural beings still having one element left. For example, Fat Brother's gold type and stone skin hardening. Bai Yaoyao was in the same tent as Lulu. Are you going to sleep in the space tonight? Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, yes, I'm going to cultivate. Aren't you already level 3 in all 3 abilities? You should take a break and not put too much pressure on yourself, Lulu said, taking advantage of Bai Yaoyao not paying attention to pat her soft fur again. I know, but the temperature in the space is constant, and cultivating there is more comfortable than sleeping outside, Bai Yaoyao said directly. After thinking for a moment, she added, if you're scared and don't want to sleep alone, I can leave the dog with you, huh? Lulu rolled her eyes as she burrowed into the quilt. Hurry up and take your dog away, sis wants to sleep, hurry. Bai Yaoyao? As soon as she entered the space, Xiaowei excitedly ran over with a funny walk, continually pulling at Bai Yaoyao's clothes, leading her to the spring. Bai Yaoyao looked for a long time but didn't notice any changes. Xiaowei made a small vine bowl with a twig, filled it, and handed it to Bai Yaoyao's mouth. Bai Yaoyao, feeling a bit thirsty from the salty food she just ate, gulped it down. Upon realization, she felt, Nongfu spring is a bit sweet? This spring water actually has a bit of sweetness? Not knowing if there would be other effects, she patiently waited a while. But after waiting for a long time, apart from burping, nothing else happened. Xiaowei, you drink it yourself. Bai Yaoyao had originally wanted to come in to cultivate but suddenly felt a bit drowsy, thinking about the mission tomorrow, so she simply went to the small wooden house to sleep. In the middle of the night, she felt as if she were swimming in a mud pit. Not only was it stinky, but she also felt sticky all over. Waking up, I found the whole bed covered in dirty black substances, and I cursed at the stupidity before quickly jumping off the bed. After a moment of confusion, I finally realized it must be the effect of the spring water, otherwise, I wouldn't have slept so heavily. Holding back the awful smell, I carefully checked my body. Although there were no exaggerated changes, I could clearly feel that my whole body was warm. The area around my lower back and knees felt especially noticeable. Due to training since childhood, injuries were inevitable, but I had long gotten used to it. The sudden absence of that faint stabbing pain made me feel a bit uncomfortable. I hurried to the bathroom, took a nice shower, and washed away the dirt. When I stood in front of the mirror applying toner, I suddenly realized, my skin was white and rosy, almost a bit too much. Though I wasn't dark before, I certainly wasn't this translucent. After all, I had spent my youth outdoors on the mountain, exposed to the wind and sun. Now it felt as if all the impurities in my body had been washed away. Naturally, I was happy. What girl doesn't want to look a little prettier? Apart from becoming more beautiful, just the healing of my body's hidden injuries was great news. Suddenly, I remembered something, and quickly rushed outside to check. Little E leaned against the tree, looking as if it had drunk too much, drunkenly sprawled beside the spring water. The dog had gone too far, lying on its back with its 4 paws in the air, drooling everywhere, and like me, it had also leaked a puddle of black water. It smelled even worse than I did. These two had finished all the spring water. Disgusted, I took out a bathing tub and filled it with clean water. With 2 fingers, I picked up the dog and tossed it into the tub, squeezing half a bottle of orange-scented shower gel into the water, and started scrubbing vigorously with latex gloves. The dog not only didn't wake up but also groaned comfortably a few times. I resisted the urge to pour the washing water into the dog's mouth, and after changing the water 5 times, I finally got the dog clean. Throwing it back into its doghouse, I glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. Having just been annoyed by the smell, I wasn't sleepy anymore. So I continued my cultivation. I was pleasantly surprised to find that my supernatural abilities were running more smoothly, and the effects of my training had improved a lot, especially for my mental abilities. It seemed that my mental strength had also grown stronger. Although I hadn't leveled up, if I encountered the mutated ants from during the day again, using mental piercing would at least make them feel a bit more pain. As for physical abilities, well, I felt I could probably knock myself down with 1 punch, but it wasn't convenient to test it right now. Tomorrow I'd find some zombies to try it out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. I saw Little E waking up and went over to take a look. I found that Little E had grown quite a bit, and importantly, it was no longer so crooked. The whole tree looked a little more appealing. After instructing Little E to save today's spring water and not drink it, I went out into the space, wondering if I could fill a cup in one day. If I had enough, I could give it to little me.
This little guy was always too hard on himself, not taking a break until he fully trained. I always worried something might happen to him.
When I came out of space, Lulu was already awake. Seeing me, she froze for a moment and said, "Yaoer, what did you do last night? Went for a beauty treatment. Why does your face look so tender? I feel like I could just pinch out some water." Ha ha ha, after upgrading my space abilities, the spring water mutated. It seems to have the effect of clearing impurities from the body. After drinking it, not only are my hidden injuries healed, but my skin has improved too. I admired my reflection in the mirror again. I jump. Awesome. I want it too. Lulu instantly lunged over and hugged me.
Let's see how you perform, little girl. I lightly lifted Lulu's chin and smiled in satisfaction. Little Lulu looked so pretty.
Ha ha, you're getting in on the action. Lulu pushed my hands away. First, let's let little me have a drink.
Everyone else was not in a hurry. He, the fool, loved to get stuck in his own thoughts.
Lulu thought for a moment and then said again. Yeah, that's what I think too. It's fine, I will see if I can get a drink out tonight. Bai Yaoyao replied.
When they came out, they just happened to meet someone delivering food. Each person received a pack of compressed biscuits, a small French baguette, and a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt.
Bai Yaoyao thanked them and accepted.
Although Meng Qilin knew that the Dark Knight team certainly didn't lack food like this, whether they were lacking or not was one thing, whether you deliver or not was another.
It makes no sense to not deliver just because they don't lack it, it's about attitude.
Bai Yaoyao accepted it, but she still wanted to eat something hot for breakfast. Today she had a mission, and it was unknown when she would have her next meal.
Chapter 37, Argument.
Meng Qilin felt like he hadn't slept on such a comfortable bed in a long time. The exhaustion of many days had eased a lot. He got up feeling refreshed to patrol. When he wandered to the Dark Knight team's area, he wanted to call everyone to a meeting, but seeing that they were all eating, he didn't go over to disturb them. Bai Yaoyao, who had sharp eyes, saw him and called out, "Captain Meng, come over and eat with us." Meng Qilin hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, you all eat, I've already eaten." Bai Yaoyao gave a look, and the monkey quickly ran up, inviting Meng Qilin and the two little soldiers behind him over. Meng Qilin naturally refused. In such a tight supply situation, how could he shamelessly eat their food? But the young man trying to persuade him was too eloquent, leaving him in an awkward position where he couldn't leave and couldn't stay. Fat Brother noticed Meng Qilin's embarrassment and said, "Captain Meng, don't be polite, come on over. It's just right for us to chat a bit. We're not familiar with H City, this is a good chance for you to tell us about it." He wrapped his arm around Captain Meng's shoulder and sat down, while the monkey pulled the two little soldiers in behind him. Seeing that he really couldn't refuse, Meng Qilin followed along, promising himself to make up for some supplies later. But when he got over, he was instantly stunned. This was hilarious. Fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, scallion pancakes, steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, hot and sour soup, century egg and lean meat congee, tofu pudding. This compensation is not enough. The two little soldiers behind him were even more dumbfounded. Meng Qilin quickly came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "Captain Bai, you guys, is this hot?" Meng Qilin felt very surprised. According to official information, spatial abilities should only be able to store items and not have preserving functions. Bai Yaoyao knew Meng Qilin would ask this. She deliberately wanted to show him. To maintain a long-term cooperation with the official, they needed to reveal some cards, or they wouldn't be taken seriously. In such a large organization like the official, there were many talented people. She knew that an official also had a person whose spatial abilities had preserving functions, but that was only after level 4. My ability has mutated, about 2 square meters of space has a preserving function. We prepare the meals we need to eat in advance at the villa and put them in here, Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilin sighed, in this world now, being able to eat a warm meal is such a blessing. The monkey saw that the two little soldiers were too shy to eat, so he specially brought the food over to them and then asked Meng Qilin, "Captain Meng, don't just talk, hurry and eat. What do you want to drink?" I will have some tofu pudding, please." Meng Qilin answered involuntarily. "No problem, sweet or salty?" The monkey held a bowl in each hand. "Both are fine, salty." Meng Qilin was a bit embarrassed to say, but thinking that he had already eaten, he might as well eat what he liked. "All right then." Meng Qilin and the two little soldiers enjoyed the most delicious meal since the apocalypse, hardly speaking, and before they knew it, a large amount of food had gone into their bellies. Later, they realized what had happened and felt embarrassed, blushing after originally saying they wouldn't eat, yet they ended up eating more than the others. Fortunately, there were Bai Yaoyao, Monkey, and Fat Brother who livened up the atmosphere, subtly changing the topic. After eating breakfast, everyone followed Captain Meng to the open space at the entrance of the safe zone. Many people had already arrived, standing in clear groups based on their factions, quietly chatting and gathering information about the night squad that came with Meng Qilin. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to scan, most had energy fluctuations, and they were probably also Meng Qilin's hired ability teams. However, they seemed too weak, with very few at level 2. Idle. Idle. You all came to the safe zone too. That's great, Idle. We've all leveled up. Does this mean we can fight with you this time? As Bai Yaoyao was observing the situation of the various teams, a few people suddenly rushed over, waving their arms and shouting. H University? Bai Yaoyao froze for a moment before recalling that they were from the martial arts department of H University. That's right. That's us. My name is Liang. Idle, you still remember us. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have survived until official rescue. Liang said excitedly. Meng Qilin awkwardly cleared his throat beside them, thinking to himself, what a cheeky kid, saying that without any regard. Only then did Liang see Captain Meng and shyly stuck out his tongue, scratching his head. Liang's little brother looked around for a long time and hurriedly asked, where's dog brother? Why can't I see him? I brought him some delicious food. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the high-quality dog food that nearly filled the entire backpack, amazed that even the dog had fans. Dog brother is sleeping, still hasn't woken up. Bai Yaoyao replied. Oh, you scared me. I knew it, dog brother is so powerful, he definitely won't get into trouble. Idle, can you help me give this to dog brother? The boy said, handing the dog food to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao smiled and thanked him, as it was the child's kind intention. After receiving it, she directly tossed it into the dog bed, and with a loud thud, it nearly scared the dog awake. With a few howls, the dog fell back into a deep slumber. The idol is really the idol, a spatial ability user. Now everyone was more knowledgeable and understood the existence of spatial ability users, although they were quite rare and not commonly seen. Captain Meng walked to the center and said, Good morning, everyone. Next. Captain Meng, please wait a moment. A girl in a ginger yellow short-sleeve shirt said. Instantly, she attracted everyone's attention. The girl felt the gaze of the crowd and raised her head with a touch of pride, revealing her beautiful swan neck. The girl was very pretty, with an elegant presence, suggesting she had practiced dance, her figure well proportioned. Bai Yaoyao was a face control and loved looking at all beautiful people or things. She was secretly assessing the girl who spoke. Phew, she's also a level 2 ability user, a bit capable, and quite beautiful. However, there was a noticeable arrogance in her brows and eyes, but this was normal. After all, rising to level 2 in such a short time was indeed something to be proud of. Captain Meng, I want to ask, didn't our team kill the most zombies yesterday? The girl looked at Meng Qilin and said. Meng Qilin, appearing a bit displeased, still answered, yes. Then we brought back the most supplies, right? The girl pressed on. Yes. Then I don't understand, clearly our team performed the best on the mission, why do we only get a pack of crumbly compressed biscuits and a box of squashed drinks for breakfast? And they just arrived and can eat over a dozen types of food this morning, even that kid tossed the filling from the bun aside? Why is there such a clear difference in treatment? What contributions do they have to the team? Why can they eat well while we cannot? The girl angrily pointed at A Dai and loudly argued with Captain Meng. The girl behind also joined in the crowd and shouted, yeah, why not? Chapter 38, Poor A Dai. Bai Yaoyao didn't expect the girl's protest to connect with herself and the others. Looking at the girl who spoke, it seemed she wasn't that pretty after all, still, my Lulu is the prettiest. Meng Qilin's face darkened. It was hard to find a powerful ally, and now someone was stirring trouble. Just as he was about to speak, someone jumped out even earlier. Liang shouted loudly, what's it to you? My idol can eat whatever she wants. It's just you who loves to meddle. If it weren't for the Dark Knight team, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago, do you think you could be here blabbering? Picking up the bowl to eat, then putting it down to curse, you really are something, Lin Yiran. The man behind Lin Yiran stepped forward, protecting Lin Yiran, and said to Liang, kid, if you don't want to die, watch your words. After speaking, he glared at the members of the Dark Knight team. Hey, Yao Jia, are we showing too much tolerance? Even these mongrels dare to step in, wow. The monkey unconsciously moved his wrist. The others from the Dark Knight team also looked eager to try, as most of them had a bad temper. If you wronged me and glare at me, then I don't want to hold back. Seeing this situation, Meng Qilin hurriedly said, you've misunderstood. This morning, it was Captain Bai Yaoyao from the Dark Knight team who invited me to eat, all the food was also prepared by Captain Bai. I was just the one who came to beg for food. Lin Yiran laughed pretentiously, oh, so that's how it is, so interesting. Can't you speak properly? Who are you showing off to with your sarcasm? Are you addicted to pretending to have a backer? I'm not afraid of you, if you have the guts, come and try. Who isn't a level 2 ability user? Liang said defiantly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly looked at Liang formally, he was a good kid and a decent mouthpiece. After all, she really wasn't interested in entertaining the kids, she just wanted to kill zombies and level up. Only Adai looked confused, sweating profusely, staring at Bai Yaoyao. Damn, this woman who reports on others is really a dog. Yao Jie doesn't let me be picky, but I don't want to eat leeks, I just want to eat bun skins that have a bit of leek flavor. I secretly threw away the filling while Yao Jie was back in the house, and now I'm being exposed in front of so many people. Bai Yaoyao felt Adai's gaze, glanced at him lightly, and said softly, Adai, dear, your children's meal has already waved goodbye to you, you won't see it at least this month. Yao Jie, Wu, I was wrong. Adai pleaded pitifully, tugging at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve. Too late, sweetheart. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a handful of Adai's soft hair and turned away, no longer paying any attention to him. Adai felt dejected, licking his lips, and looked unkindly at the girl who had just spoken too much. Lin Yiran was startled by Adai's gaze, she stumbled back into the arms of the man behind her. How could a child look so fiercely at someone? The man followed Lin Yiran's gaze, looked at Adai, and said, What's the matter, brat? Want to cause trouble? Come over if you have the guts. Adai smiled and stayed silent. The others in the Dark Knight team saw Adai's expression and understood that these two were in for a tough time. As everyone knows, the hardest to mess with in the Dark Knight team are first Bai Yaoyao, and second is Adai, who holds grudges especially well. So everyone lost interest, letting these two insects jump around for a while longer. Killers kill people, always without leaving evidence. They aren't bandits or fools, showing off in front of so many people. Meng Qilin was afraid the Dark Knight team would get angry and shouted, If you love the Alliance, then keep causing trouble, and get out. Don't come back into the safe zone. We don't need your team. After speaking, Meng Qilin looked apologetically at Bai Yaoyao, blaming himself for causing trouble by being greedy. Bai Yaoyao shook her head at Meng Qilin, indicating that she did not care. Meng Qilin noticed that the AIE team had also stopped talking, and finally said, Time is limited, don't annoy me every day for no reason. If you can't stand it, you can leave directly. Next, I will assign tasks. The Dark Knight team is responsible for the 8 residential areas near Zhanglin Avenue. The Tiger Gang is responsible for the 3 residential areas on Shuetian Road. The Little Crab Dream team is responsible for the 4 residential areas on Funniu Road. The AIE Alliance is responsible for the 4 residential areas on Ruyan Road. The Midnight team is responsible for the 5 residential areas on Taikong Road. Which one is the Midnight team? Why does that name sound so cheap? Xiaomi asked curiously. Liang raised his hand and said awkwardly, Hee, it's us. We thought the Dark Knight team sounded so cool that we chose a similar name. Xiaomi gave him a thumbs up, no longer speaking. She was still a fan, so she decided to give them some face. This is today's task arrangement. Does anyone have any questions? Meng Qilin said after assigning the tasks. Meng Captain. Lin Yiran raised her voice again. What is it now? Meng Qilin said impatiently. It's not fair for the Dark Knight team to be responsible for the 8 residential areas on Zhanglin Avenue with only 12 people, our team has 27, and there are more than 12 ability users alone, Lin Yiran said, looking at Bai Yaoyao doubtfully. Lin Yiran didn't know why she disliked the Dark Knight team. Part of it was because they ate so well that morning, and part was that the 4 girls in their team were all beautiful, especially the one in all black, who Wu Go had looked at several times. Wu Go was a rare dual ability user with thunder and strength powers. He had worked hard to get close to them and didn't want to lose them, so he often tried to target the Dark Knight team. Bai Yaoyao once again gave this talkative and foolish woman a formal glance. This was endless, she was rushing to go kill zombies and didn't want to waste more time with her, but it seemed like she was addicted to chattering. Before Meng Qilin could speak, Bai Yaoyao directly teleported to her side, grabbing Lin Yiran's neck tightly, and with a smile said, So, young lady, do you have any more opinions? Lin Yiran was completely scared, slowly realizing that she also had powers. As she released a small flame, Bai Yaoyao snapped her fingers, and a cigarette appeared in her hand, using Lin Yiran's fire to light it and taking a light puff. Lin Yiran stared into Bai Yaoyao's distant, calm expression, icy demeanor, and doubted that if she said one more wrong word, she would really kill her in front of so many people. Suddenly, Lin Yiran felt a bit of fear. She turned to look for Wu Go and found him tied up with vines, his mouth covered, leaving only his glaring and bulging eyes that looked like they were about to pop out. Lin Yiran stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was wrong. Running felt particularly exhilarating. Since we had a car provided, naturally, we didn't want to drive our own, and with limited cars, we saved where we could. Everyone squatted in the truck bed, taking turns to kill any zombies by the roadside, checking for crystal cores, seeing who had the best luck, laughing along the way. It didn't feel boring at all. The little soldier driving the car had just eaten breakfast with Captain Meng of the night squad that morning, so he already had a good impression of them, making him quite happy to be assigned to this group. Watching everyone deal with zombies like it was a game, he felt even luckier. He didn't have to say a word, just driving while someone cleared the road for him. It was so amazing.
Usually, those who had abilities took forever to act, especially the IE Alliance, not very capable but with big tempers, and overly precious. The Zhanglin Avenue was quite long, and under smooth driving conditions, it took an hour to arrive. The first stop was a high-end community, with a total of 6 buildings, 12 stories high. From the windows, it seemed there were either 2 or 3 households per floor. Just as the little soldier was about to park and get his tools to remove the barrier, Xiaoshur 6 summoned a gust of wind, working with Keek's mines to remove the barrier. "Don't get out of the car, just drive in, little brother," Bai Yaoyao said. "Ah, okay, thank you." The little soldier was a bit confused. Could abilities be wasted like this? Shouldn't they be kept for killing zombies? "You're welcome," Bai Yaoyao replied while using her mental power to scan. There were no tough enemies. The strongest seemed to be a level 3 zombie, just conveniently located in the nearest building. One level 3 zombie in the building on the right side, about 20 level 2 zombies, evenly distributed. Bai Yaoyao informed everyone of her findings. Received. While getting down to business, everyone acted like different people. Even the most talkative monkey was way more serious now. "Little brother, you guys gather together, we'll go deal with the zombies first. We probably won't be able to keep an eye on you," Bai Yaoyao said to the little soldier. "It's fine, don't worry about us, we can take care of ourselves," the little soldier said over the walkie-talkie, and everyone quickly gathered together. Bai Yaoyao's team had fewer people due to the heavy rescue mission, so Captain Meng assigned 12 official team members. Everyone had been on the front lines before the apocalypse. They weren't super powerful, but they could protect themselves, just hadn't awakened any abilities yet. After hearing Captain Bai say there was a level 3 zombie, everyone quickly set up their machine guns. Encountering a level 3 zombie usually led to many casualties, hoping Bai and the others could safely lure the zombie out so they could support with firepower. "Fatty. Floor 6 on the right." "Understood." Fatty conjured a large clump of earth and slammed it against the 6th floor window. With a furious roar, the zombie jumped straight out of the window, hurling a barrage of sharp spikes at everyone. "Holy crap, a metal zombie! Fatty, Stone, save me!" the monkey screamed. Fatty and Stone quickly formed a wall of earth. Everyone hurried behind the wall for cover. The zombie, acting like a fool, landed and broke a leg, getting back up unsteadily. Bai Yaoyao had Xin Xian amplify her powers, seizing the moment to use mental piercing on the zombie, which dropped to its knees right away. Lulu quickly followed with a bolt of lightning. Now everyone had so many attack methods, the concentrated fire felt overwhelming, leaving the little soldiers next to them in a daze. This seemed quite different from what they imagined. All 12 members of the night squad actually had powers. And that tree was ridiculously impressive. By the time they snapped back to reality and wanted to fire a few shots for help, Xiao Wei had already stabbed a willow branch into the zombie's head to extract its crystal core. Bai Yaoyao collected the crystal core and said, 2 people in a group, Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi in building 1, Lulu and Peiqi in building 2, Fatty and Monkey in building 3. Stone and Big Roll building number 4, Dai and Shen Xian building number 5, Kiki and Xiao 6, Xiao Wai building number 6. Together, we first clean up the yard. If there's a problem, shout for help. Do not negotiate with the survivors, let them gather at the entrance, and try to resolve the battle within an hour. Received. Everyone received the order and quickly set off. Bai Yaoyao followed Xiaomi, just about to enter building number 1, when she heard a little soldier calling her from behind. "Captain Bai, let's send 2 people to each building." Bai Yaoyao gently refused, saying, "Could you please help to deal with the survivors? Just greet them down there. Our squad is a bit reserved and doesn't really know how to speak." "Ah. Okay, reserved? It can't be the kind of reserved I'm thinking of. Captain Bai really knows how to joke." Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, she went directly to the top floor with Xiaomi through the safe passage. Each floor had 2 households, and they began to knock on doors, kicking the door down if there was no response. The first household they entered revealed 3 zombies as soon as they opened the door. Bai Yaoyao saw they were all level 1 zombies, so she left them for Xiaomi to practice and went next door. After knocking again, there was no response, but her spiritual sense detected that there were people inside. Bai Yaoyao wanted to try her teleportation to see if she could cross the wall now, so she gave it a shot. With a loud bang, she crashed into the door and cursed loudly, the best of traditional Chinese culture. While Xiaomi was killing zombies, she caught this odd scene out of the corner of her eye and wondered, "Sister Yao, couldn't you just kick it down? Why use your head? Kill your zombies." Bai Yaoyao rubbed her forehead and said. Oh, Xiaomi obediently followed but still didn't understand, wondering why she crashed into the door. Is Sister Yao practicing headbutting? Bai Yaoyao kicked the door open with force, and a scream instantly followed, quickly followed by the crying of a woman and child. A woman, about 30, was holding a baby a few months old. The woman held her baby tightly in her arms, quickly turning her back to the door. Bai Yaoyao knocked on the door and said, "Hello, the official rescue has arrived. Pack your things, and when you hear someone calling from downstairs, you can come down."
After saying this, she saw that Xiaomi had just finished off the 3 zombies next door and went directly to the next floor.
Chapter 40, on the self-cultivation of the onlookers.
Before going downstairs, Bai Yaoyao specially looked back at the woman holding the baby, hoping she hadn't missed what she said out of fear. Her voice should have been gentle enough, and she was pretty polite too. Seeing the woman stand up, she felt relieved to head downstairs.
There were no living people on the 11th floor.
The left side was okay, with just a young zombie that Xiaomi killed with one strike. On the right side, a family of 5 was all infected. After Bai Yaoyao killed the zombies, she specifically checked the wounds.
How unlucky could they be? The whole family turned into zombies?
After watching for a while, she realized that the first to be infected was probably the 7 or 8-year-old child. The parents probably didn't have the heart to kill their own child, and unfortunately got bitten, leading to the extinction of the whole family.
Otherwise, how could 4 adults not handle one child?
Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh about this, but Bai Yaoyao had long gotten used to it. After seeing so much, she had let it go. She quickly exterminated the zombies and then searched around the house. Usually, if there were elderly people in the family, they would tend to stock up on rice, flour, oil, and such. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Bai Yaoyao collected all the unopened packages of flour and rice from the cupboard, adding up to about 5 or 6 bags.
Having just celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, many families still had mooncakes, fruits, and milk sent by relatives.
The apocalypse hadn't lasted that long, the shelf life was okay, so she collected everything into her space. She didn't mix them with the supplies she bought herself but set aside a separate area for them. Though the apocalypse didn't care so much about these things, it was still food that had been with zombies for a while. If she could avoid eating it now, she would prefer to wait.
Storing for emergencies or exchanges.
There were no living people on the 10th floor either. The 2 elderly residents in the unit next door had not turned into corpses, yet their breaths were gone. Bai Yaoyao wandered around the house and found there was not a single morsel of food left. She guessed the cause of death. It was a very sad thing, but looking at the 2 old people tightly embracing each other, she felt a sense of happiness instead. Bai Yaoyao collected her emotions and continued to clear down floor by floor. If there were zombies, she would eliminate them, and if she found survivors, she would inform them to come downstairs when the announcement was made. "Hello, official rescue team has arrived. Please tidy up your belongings and come down when you hear someone calling from downstairs." Bai Yaoyao skillfully recited her lines. There was a young man curled up on the sofa, looking so thin he seemed to be made of skin and bones, his eye sockets were deep, and he seemed lifeless.
Why did it take so long for you to come? My wife is dead.
I killed her myself, she turned into a monster.
Woe to you all. Why did it take so long? Just go away. I don't want to live anymore, let me die.
Bai Yaoyao didn't quite understand, nor did she want to respond to this young man who appeared quite dim-witted and despondent. Not wanting to live in this apocalypse was far too easy, it was much simpler than wanting to die.
Without the will to survive, why bother to save them? Alright, sorry for bothering you.
After saying that, Bai Yaoyao gestured for Xiaomi to continue to the next floor.
The man sat dazed on the sofa. Wasn't this the official team? Didn't they come to comfort him? After all, he was a victim too.
He had still wanted to take the chance to ask for some supplies. Why did they just leave?
Screw this, sorry to bother.
Bai Yaoyao felt her progress was quite fast here and wondered how others were doing. She felt like an old mother, wanting her brothers to grow up quickly, but also worrying about them getting hurt. It was as if she had gained several sons, turning into a caring and worried mother.
Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but smile while thinking this.
Xiaomi looked at Yao Jia, who was bumping into walls and laughing foolishly, feeling a bit confused, not understanding what had gotten into her. The monkey wasn't like this either. He sighed, thinking that Yao Jia's change was the fault of everyone in the dark night. Scratching his head in confusion, he wanted to ask something but held back, always feeling like he would get hit. Forget it, I'll discuss it with Fat Brother tonight. Next, they encountered no peculiarities. After finishing the cleanup, they found that their building was the first to be completed, while the other buildings were not done yet. "Captain Bai, have you finished with the zombies?" a young soldier asked, staring blankly.
"Yes, all done.
We will go help in other places now," Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile and took Xiaomi to building number 2. They hadn't even entered when they heard the sounds of fighting. Bai Yaoyao detected that there were 4 level 2 zombies. Lulu and Peichi were in building number 2, struggling against the 4 level 2 zombies. Peichi only had one healing ability and mostly used a butcher's knife to fight, while Lulu's lightning ability was powerful, but in the tight space, it was hard to use effectively.
Xiaomi rushed over upon hearing the noise and casually asked, "Sister Yao, which floor?"
"3rd floor, go."
Bai Yaoyao answered. Xiaomi turned around and asked, "Okay, huh? Aren't you going?"
"Why would I go?
What does that have to do with you?"
"I'm going to building number 3 to find Fat Brother," Bai Yaoyao said before leaving.
Xiaomi looked dumbfounded. Wow, she got played again by Yao Jie. How cool was that? When could he also act like that? Bai Yaoyao had just reached the entrance of building number 3 when Fat Brother and the monkey had nearly finished clearing it as well. The two complemented each other's skills, their cooperation very smooth. Sister Yao, you're so fast, the monkey yelled after spotting Bai Yaoyao from the second floor window and jumped down. You two are not slow either. Come on, buildings 4, 5, and 6, take one each. The monkey said, alright, Sister Yao, let me tell you, I almost slapped a fool to death just now. Be careful. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a sense of danger. In an instant, all the hair on my body stood up. I kicked the monkey beside me to Fat Brother and, like teleporting, threw a spatial blade towards the back. The moment the skill hit, the zombie revealed itself. Level 3 Invisible Zombie. Bai Yaoyao was certain that the zombie was not there when she first checked, the only explanation was that the zombie came after hearing the noise. Fortunately, it charged directly at her, otherwise, there would definitely have been casualties. Without saying a word, Bai Yaoyao quickly took out a bucket of green paint from the space and, while the zombie had not become invisible again, dumped the entire bucket on the zombie, wasting almost no paint at all. Damn, you sneak attacked me. I will smash you to death. If you have the guts, keep being invisible, you little green corpse, the monkey shouted. Bai Yaoyao felt a bit relaxed. Invisible zombies had no other ability, mainly just ambushing. Once that barrier was removed, they were just like ordinary zombies. Just then, Xiaomi, Peiqi, and Lulu heard the noise and rushed over. Bai Yaoyao set up a small stool, took out her video camera, and moved to the side to record the whole thing. You guys keep it up. Bai Yaoyao focused the lens and took a moment to cheer everyone on. The little soldiers beside her, feeling the pressure, were about to rush over to help, but upon seeing Bai Yaoyao's flashy moves, they hesitated about whether to approach. Seeing Captain Bai wave at them and toss over a box of soda and 2 bags of seeds, they couldn't help but smirk. Alright then, as for the self-cultivation of onlookers. Everyone understood what to do now. Imitating Bai Yaoyao, they sat down and watched seriously, but felt shy to touch the food and drinks. The more they watched, the more they felt that the fighting skills of those few people on the field were extremely strong, definitely not something one could develop in just a few days of the apocalypse. The level of teamwork was more like a group that had worked together for years. Chapter 41, The Upgraded Dog Brother. Skills, combat techniques, and combat awareness cannot be hidden. Bai Yaoyao had long thought of what to say and had unified their statements. Her late affordable master had supposedly had a strong background in a certain sect, the kind that was properly obtained. It seemed she had heard the master mention something about family heritage. The master also once said he had registered a martial arts school, and back then, everyone laughed at him for being extra, but unexpectedly, it proved useful now. The details didn't matter, it was the apocalypse, and no one would carefully check these matters. After all, strength was the most important. So everything got pushed onto the master, everyone was merely fellow disciples, which wasn't really a lie. They were just taking on some part-time jobs to survive. While recording, Bai Yaoyao chattered, Peiqi, use your legs. What are your legs for? Xiaomi only knows how to charge, how about defending? Do you want to become a zombie? Fat Brother, look at the extra layers of fat on your belly, ha ha. Yaoyao, that's too much. Fat Brother protested, turning his head. Not long afterwards, under everyone's assault, the little green man zombie turned into a sparkling crystal core. After clearing the other buildings, Bai Yaoyao used her mental scan again, confirmed it was safe, and then let the little soldiers start shouting, notifying everyone to come down. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to wait, guessing it would be a long process, so she said, brother, how should I address you? The little soldier's face turned slightly red. It wasn't that he was shy, but rather that Captain Bai was just too attractive. I'm Wang Changchang, the team leader of our group. Team leader Wang, here's the deal, I'll leave 2 team members to protect you, and then I'll take the rest to the opposite community to kill zombies. By the time we finish, you will be done here too, that way it will be much more efficient, what do you think? Looking at this young brother, who was not very old. In a dazed manner, Bai Yaoyao tried her best to explain clearly. What? You guys go first? Wang Chengcheng was a bit confused, used to the slow action of other ability teams, and was not used to the high efficiency of the Night Squad's combat capabilities. Besides the team of pure students in the Night Squad, almost all other teams would procrastinate, hoping to negotiate better terms with Captain Meng for more crystal cores. Yes, I left our strongest attacker and our strongest defender behind, so there won't be any danger. We are just across the street, Bai Yaoyao explained in a good-natured way. Okay, Captain Bai, you can decide. When we left, Captain Meng instructed me to follow your command. Wang Chengcheng managed to come to his senses and said quickly. All right. After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she took everyone to the villa area across the street, leaving a die ensure 2 behind. A die had caused trouble in the morning, so even if he didn't want to stay, he dared not voice it, and sure too was even less likely to speak, sometimes not uttering a word for an entire day. The villa area across the street had only 9 houses, but there was a lot of greenery, and everyone did not rush inside, planning to start clearing out the zombies outside first. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a white light flashing by quickly. "What the heck, it slipped by in an instant," Peichi exclaimed. "Mutant beast, it should be a white cat," Bai Yaoyao said with some hesitation. "Over there. In the tree." "Yao Jia, this one looks like the white cat we saw at the exhibition center," Xiaomi, with sharp eyes, pointed out. Bai Yaoyao was in a tense state, her spiritual energy following the white cat, which was also keeping an eye on Bai Yaoyao, occasionally licking its paw, with a hint of provocation in its gaze. The white cat's energy fluctuations were very strong, not like a level 2, and everyone might not be able to deal a killing blow without being injured. Besides, their main task was to rescue, and there was no need to provoke a mutant beast that was not attacking them. However, the stance of the white cat clearly indicated, "If you want to enter, come at me." This ignited some battle spirit in Bai Yaoyao. Seeing that the dog, who had slept for a long while in the space, woke up and successfully leveled up to level 3, she decided to throw the dog out to see if it could gauge the white cat's strength. If it couldn't figure it out, at least it wouldn't be a waste of time. After waking up, the dog felt like it had become the most powerful beast in the world. Its whole body was filled with strength, and it could eat at least 10 big bones in one meal. Before it could report its joy to its owner, it was mercilessly thrown out. It wanted to protest loudly, but it was so beautiful, with blue eyes and snow-white fur, as handsome, elegant, and charming as itself. "Oh dear, you see me," bang. The dog, caught off guard, fell to the ground without recovering from the fantasy of seeing its dream lover, creating a pit as it landed, with dust swirling around. Bai Yaoyao was completely stunned. She knew it wasn't reliable, but she didn't expect it to be this unreliable. It clearly just woke up. Clearly at level 3. But why was it like this? An ordinary little dog shouldn't fall from that height and end up like this. The white cat was also stunned. It had seen this woman for the second time. Her strength was very strong, and it might not be able to defeat her, so it had left last time. But this time, it could not retreat, not even in death. Seeing the woman releasing a level 3 mutant beast, it felt a chill in its heart. With both beast and human present, it was doomed, it couldn't win, so it would fight to the death. Dragging down a few with it. Its claws extended, it prepared to leap, fully ready to face death, but then it actually fell. Was this person an idiot or what? Still going to fight? Is this woman underestimating me? Is she humiliating me by releasing an idiot? The dog also realized it seemed to be a bit embarrassing, so it simply buried its head in the dirt. The dog master fainted. The dog elder hasn't woken up, so embarrassing, boo-hoo. Bai Yaoyao couldn't describe her current feelings, just angry and laughing. "Forget it, dog brother, I owe you from my last life. I'll first probe its bottom line, Shen Xian, boost me based on the situation, you guys don't rush in." Bai Yaoyao said, taking out a dagger. "Be careful, Sister Yao. Don't be reckless, Yaoer, we'll go in if necessary." Lulu said, frowning. Bai Yaoyao nodded, mental piercing, instant teleport. The white cat was also very fast, with just a breath, it quickly approached Bai Yaoyao, discovering that the woman's speed was not inferior to its own, it immediately retreated, pulling back the distance. The white cat felt its mental power suppressed and couldn't concentrate on fighting, a bit anxious for a moment. Just as it wanted to attack again, it suddenly found that the stupid dog had pounced on it, pressing it down. Damn, sneak attack dog. Turning to fight back, it suddenly saw that this stupid dog was actually licking its noble fur. I'm going to die. Chapter 42, Should we have a chat? The white cat jumped up in an instant. A cat can kill but cannot be humiliated. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The white cat acted as if it had lost its mind, not caring about Bai Yaoyao anymore. It clawed at the dog, who barely dodged, with an unbelievable yet hurt expression. "You hit me. You actually hit me." The white cat's fur stood on end, one missed strike, and it pounced again. Woof woof, woo woo, woof woof. Meow. Woof, woo woof woof. Meow. Two beasts, one running, one chasing. Bai Yaoyao stood dumbfounded, no one paying attention to her. "Sister Yao, don't be sad, the dog is a husky, being like this today, is already pretty good." Peichi couldn't help but come over to comfort. After all, she had raised the dog for a few months, worried that Sister Yao, so concerned about her image, might suddenly decide to throw the dog away. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, looking at the chasing cat and dog, said, "Forget about them for now, let's take a walk and clear the zombies first." Peichi nodded, "Okay, just don't throw the dog away." Bai Yaoyao, underscore? "It saved my life, I can't throw it away." "No way, just a few zombies?" Xiaomi complained.
In the entire villa area, there were only 6 zombies, all level 1 or 2, although there were many zombie bodies, their crystal cores had all been dug out. They must have all been killed by the white cat. Bai Yaoyao guessed, this cat acted like it was guarding this villa area. Everyone started knocking on the doors of the first villa. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to use mental power to probe unnecessarily today, it was a prolonged battle, not knowing how long it would last, it was better to conserve some abilities. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside the villa. Official rescue has arrived, clean up and come out, we'll send you to the safe zone. Bai Yaoyao said briefly. The door opened a crack, and when they saw several people outside in uniform, not rushing in, they felt relieved. Hurriedly they said, is it just you guys? Do you have any food? Please give me some, my parents and I haven't eaten for days. No, come out and gather, we won't wait past the time. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking and withdrew. Lulu and Xiao Shilu stayed behind to wait for the people in each house to come out. The villa area might have many survivors because of the white cat's presence, and the food at home was also plentiful, so almost every family had living people, except for a few who had turned into zombies. The survival rate was quite high. When they were left with the last villa, the white cat suddenly rushed over, ignoring the dog, blocking the door, not letting anyone in. Bai Yaoyao almost understood what was going on, since both sides were wary of each other's strength. Why not have a talk? Hello. Bai Yaoyao took a step back and said. Clearly feeling the white cat relaxed a bit. Meow. You don't want us to go in, right? Meow. Are there any living humans inside? Meow. Bai Yaoyao used mental power to check, and indeed there were no signs of living things, but there was a strong energy presence in the corner of the second floor of the villa. It should be the zombie crystal core? Bai Yaoyao, though very tempted, wouldn't actively rob a cat. After hesitating for a moment, she said, we won't go inside, but we are leaving immediately, and I want to take the person at the door. Meow. The white cat also agreed and took a step back. They temporarily reached an understanding. Let's go. Bai Yaoyao said to the others in the dark night. Okay, it's best not to fight. This cat is quite spooky and too fast. Fat brother agreed. Everyone was ready to turn around and leave when the dog wasn't willing. Barking and jumping around, it bit onto Bai Yaoyao's pants leg and wouldn't let go. What do you want? Bai Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said. Woof 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 roar. I want a little kitty. You want what? Hurry up and go. Bai Yaoyao picked up the dog and tucked it under her arm. Then a scream like killing a pig came out. Bai Yaoyao glared angrily at the dog but saw its teary eyes looking at her. Suddenly she remembered how in her last life, the dog took the zombie's claw for her. Before dying, its eyes were the same, full of tears and reluctance. For a moment, Bai Yaoyao felt a bit dazed. Fat brother, did Yao Jie cry because she got angry? No way. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, put the dog down, and turned back to the white cat, saying, do you want to leave with us? In the future, as long as I, Bai Yaoyao, have a meal, you will have a meal too. I promise to treat you sincerely. This place isn't safe, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight off so many zombies. Humans are about to evacuate, and after that, the zombies' target will be you mutated beasts. Follow me, I will do my best to protect you. Bai Yaoyao spoke seriously to the white cat. Since the dog likes it, she should just try to fight for it. If she can't get it, then she would just knock the dog out and take it away. The whole cat was stunned. This woman said she wanted to take herself away. She even said she would feed her. And promised to do her utmost to protect her. Was she going to have a home? The girl in the villa fed her for a week. She wanted to protect her, but for some reason, she still died. For a moment, the white cat felt hesitant, not knowing what to do. Seeing a chance, Bai Yaoyao quickly said, was your owner in the villa? According to our human customs, after death, one should be cremated and then buried properly. I will help bury your owner, and you come with me, how about that? The white cat was moved, hesitated for a while, and finally meowed softly, stepping aside. Bai Yaoyao turned around and said, wait for me here. Bai Yaoyao followed the white cat into the villa, where a girl lay beside the sofa, with medicine scattered all over the floor. A glance at the box revealed it was heart rescue pills. Bai Yaoyao took out a piece of raincloth from her space, wrapped the girl up, and carried her to the small garden at the door. Bai Yaoyao said, big brother, start a fire, fat brother, dig a hole. Okay. After burying the girl, the white cat obediently followed Bai Yaoyao, who couldn't help but sigh, seeing the dog behind her with a lovesick expression. The white cat led Bai Yaoyao to the second floor of the villa, pointed at its pile of crystal cores, indicating for Bai Yaoyao to take them. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow. She had seen the world, but suddenly getting several hundreds of crystal cores made her a bit excited. There were 3 or 4 third-level crystal cores. This cute little cat seemed much more reliable than the dog. Bai Yaoyao looked at the little cat with a softness in her eyes. Can I give you a name? Meow.
You are petite and entirely Snow White, so let's call you Big Meow. It's fitting, catchy, and sounds nice. Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to say Little White but suddenly remembered her master called her Little White when she was young. Big Meow? Chapter 43, Little Yao's Little Thoughts. Bai Yaoyao just couldn't stand the dog's behavior and saw the disdain in Big Meow's eyes, so she simply threw the dog back into her space. Today, my patience with it has run out. Fortunately, the matter was perfectly resolved, and we gained an incredibly impressive new partner. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that the dog had done something good. In a good mood, she walked towards the door with everyone, hoping that the survivors in the villa could move a bit faster and not waste time. As soon as they reached the door, she noticed that the atmosphere was not quite right. The survivors were huddled together, afraid to speak. Lulu had her hands on her hips, looking at everyone with unkind eyes. Perhaps it was due to her awakening lightning power. The soft hairs near her hairline were slightly raised. "What's wrong, Lulu?" Bai Yaoyao asked with a secret smile. Lulu looked really cute when she was angry. Before Lulu could answer, the man they encountered in the first villa spoke up. "Are you her leader? I want to report her. How can you treat ordinary people like this? Yeah, is this how you do rescue? We're about to starve to death. If you don't feed us, how can we walk?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s chimed in. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and did not intend to explain anything. She simply let Xiaowai out. Having seen too much of this in her past life, these people were from a wealthy area. Before the apocalypse, their families probably had some capabilities and hadn't realized the reality yet. "Xiaowai, throw those two into the trash can." Everyone screamed and backed away. Xiaowai accurately found the two loudest people in the crowd, released a few branches to bind them, and directly tossed them into the green trash can 10 meters away. The man went in, while the woman, being a bit plump, needed a little prodding from Xiaowai to get all the way in. In the end, Xiaowai humanely covered the lid and obediently returned to Bai Yaoyao's side. Demiao looked at Xiaowai in surprise. Her master seemed a bit impressive. Thankfully, there was no fighting. Except for that silly dog, her master had some remarkable skills. This mutated plant looked really extraordinary. Does anyone have any questions? Feel free to ask. If not, we're going to set off. Bai Yaoyao asked gently. Everyone was silent. Very well, let's go. Bai Yaoyao led the villa residents back to the first family courtyard. Before they got close, they heard a commotion. Without waiting for Bai Yaoyao to give orders, Xiaowai rushed in skillfully, capturing the loudest and most aggressive people to lift them up high. However, she couldn't find a usable trash can. They were all broken and seemed unable to hold people. Xiaowai glanced at Bai Yaoyao, and seeing the appreciation in her eyes, she straightened her back and lifted the people even higher. I'm still the one the master values the most. That foolish big brother is no match for me, and the new little third is also nothing to worry about. There were about 100 survivors on site, chattering and causing a headache. After Xiaowai lifted them, there was a brief silence for a few seconds before it descended into chaos again. Perhaps thinking that there is safety in numbers, the more people there are, the bolder they became. Having been frustrated and scared for so many days, they couldn't help but shout a few times. Bai Yaoyao looked at the 20 or so people in the villa area being quiet and suddenly felt they were quite obedient. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to steal the spotlight. This wasn't her job. Those making noise were merely hungry and wanted food after being starved for so long. This is understandable. She wasn't a bandit and didn't want to disregard human feelings at all. So she looked at Team Leader Wang with encouragement and expectation. Team Leader Wang seemed inspired, shouting loudly, "Anyone who speaks again won't get food or a ride. Try it if you don't believe me." Bai Yaoyao realized that only a few people were stirring up trouble. Most were tightly clutching their luggage, not wanting to get involved. For example, a mother holding a child was on the outskirts of the crowd. The child seemed to be crying continuously, while the woman gently covered the child's ears. Swaying slightly, mumbling something under her breath. It seemed to be, "Mommy is here, the baby is not afraid, the baby is not crying." Bai Yaoyao saw that Team Leader Wang had stabilized the situation and was already organizing people to get on the vehicle, so she went ahead with her brothers to the next family compound. On Zhanglin Avenue, almost all of it was a wealthy area, and the population was not particularly dense. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many zombies, but after such a long time, the zombies had moved farther, so there were still a fair number of them on the road. Big Meow wanted to show off her abilities, so she worked extra hard, charging to the front alongside Xiaomi, competing to see who could kill more zombies. Well, Xiaomi was totally defeated. Bai Yaoyao followed behind, pleased and relaxed, watching Big Meow kill zombies like lightning, while tossing a big bone to the dog in her space. After days of cooperation, everyone had become more and more in sync, with each person able to showcase their unique abilities in battle, allowing them to quickly take down even level 3 zombies. When the Dark Knight team had cleared out the 3rd and 4th family compounds entirely, Team Leader Wang finally let everyone in tardily. After all, being official, the thought of serving the people had been with them for over 10 years. The apocalypse had only lasted a few days, and changing mindsets wasn't so easy. They couldn't completely disregard others' feelings like the Dark Knight team, so it took them some extra time.
Captain Bai, you guys are too fast.
This is amazing.
Wang Changcheng jogged over, sincerely amazed.
Thank you for the compliment.
We need to take a break to regain our energy and have some lunch, Bai Yaoyao said.
Sure, that's only right.
I'll go get you something to eat.
Do you want self-heating hot pot?
Captain Meng specifically asked me to bring it to you, Team Leader Wang said, rushing to grab a big bag from the vehicle, afraid that Bai Yaoyao would refuse.
Bai Yaoyao naturally accepted it, saying, okay, thank you. Monkey cleared out a room on the first floor and everyone went inside to eat.
Bai Yaoyao opened the bag and saw self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, some marinated eggs, and hot dog sausages. Meng Qilin was very well prepared, but there were people outside, and these smells were too strong. Although it wasn't necessary to care too much about others' opinions, there were a bunch of people outside hungry, while you were eating delicious food inside with such a strong aroma, that was indeed a bit excessive. So she found the Shanxi 3-piece set in her space, cold noodles, stuffed buns, and Bingfang soda, which was perfect for the weather. After sending Little Li back to her space, she took out 3 fish for Big Meow. Mutated beasts had big appetites and weren't afraid of not finishing their food.
Big Meow's eyes lit up. Is this the treatment that comes with having a master? Wow, so fragrant, way more fragrant than the mutated rat she caught herself. Chapter 44, Peppa and Lulu make a bet.
Bai Yaoyao wasn't very hungry and felt full after just a few bites. She went to the window and looked outside, seeing Team Leader Wang handing out food to everyone, each person getting a bottle of water, a box of yogurt, a bread, and 2 compressed biscuits.
Both adults and children enjoyed their food.
Bai Yaoyao noticed those 2 people who had been thrown into the trash can had followed over. Upon seeing her, they hurriedly hid in the crowd. She also saw the man who had said he killed his wife and wanted to die, carrying a big bag and dragging a large suitcase, happily munching on bread by the roadside, looking nothing like someone who wanted to die. And there was the woman with a small baby, pouring yogurt into a bottle and trying to feed the child, who was shaking his head wildly, refusing to drink. Bai Yaoyao frowned slightly, quickly accessing her space to mix up a cup of milk powder, using her spatial abilities to send it into the woman's arms. She put the opened box of milk powder into the woman's bag, then quickly left the window. The woman was startled, but when she saw the milk bottle in her arms, she joyfully picked it up, sniffed it, looked around, but couldn't find out who gave it to her, then opened the lid and took a sip. After hesitating for a long time, she still decided to give it to the child. Seeing the child gulping down the milk, the woman's tears flowed down the corners of her eyes.
Sister Yao, come eat some fruit, it's so hot, I have no appetite, the food doesn't taste good anymore, said Peichi. The weather outside was much better than before, but it was still a scorching 30 to 40 degrees, hot and dry. Bai Yaoyao took out some chilled watermelon, cut it in half, and everyone held half a piece, finishing it in one go to feel refreshed. Bai Yaoyao also took a glance at the space spring water. It was probably enough for one person to drink by tonight. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten enough, Bai Yaoyao led everyone to continue working. There were still 4 family courtyards that hadn't been cleaned, and Bai Yaoyao wanted to finish early, so she brought out Dogsy, Little Y, and Big Meow. 2 level 3 mutated beasts and 1 level 3 mutated plant combined were much more lethal than the Night Squad. Big Meow just finished eating fish and was in a good mood. Seeing Dogsy, he didn't whine so much anymore and even thought having a little brother to follow around wasn't bad. In the afternoon, cleaning up the zombies went much faster, and Bai Yaoyao even collected a gold store on the way. The counters were almost broken, and there weren't many items left, some were dirty and had fallen on the ground. However, the warehouse was intact since it had a password door, so the items inside were unharmed. Bai Yaoyao directly emptied the entire warehouse, not picky at all. If they were lucky enough to survive the apocalypse, these would be the dowries and bride prices for her brothers. Team leader Wang saw this and quickly turned his head, pretending he didn't see anything. After all, Captain Bai was just a girl, wanting to have some bracelets and necklaces was very normal. Besides, at this point, aside from food, water, or daily necessities, nothing was important. After integrating all the remaining people from the 4 family courtyards, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Unlike when they came, the back of the 6 vehicles was almost full of people. Seeing there wasn't much space left in the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao took out 2 more cars from the space, and everyone squeezed in. Not wanting the officials to know her space was that big, and being able to keep things fresh was already very eye-catching, showcasing strength while reserving some trump cards was essential. Team leader Wang originally wanted to invite the night squad members to the car, saying it was a 2-person spot, but it was quite spacious too. Upon seeing the situation, he wisely kept his mouth shut. The survivors felt they had seen too much today. Not only had they witnessed someone starting fires and generating electricity, but also saw willows killing zombies, and cats and dogs turning into spirits. Now, seeing someone able to summon things out of thin air, they surprisingly found it normal and acceptable. Only the woman holding the baby suddenly looked up at Bai Yaoyao, staring for a long time, her eyes reddening, silently saying thank you.
Fat Brother and Stone each drove a car, and Bai Yaoyao had seen a quite attractive woman glancing over here several times, clearly wanting to do something. Everyone noticed it too. Peichi and Lulu were betting on who the woman would choose as her target. As they were about to get in the car, the woman finally made her move, walking straight towards Stone.
"Ha, Sister Lulu, I won the bet."
"I knew that woman would go for Brother Stone," Peichi said excitedly.
"Fat Brother, why are you so unambitious?"
"I even placed a bet on you, it's such a waste on that big face of yours," Lulu said as she rested her shoulder on Fatty's.
"I also guessed it was Fatty. Among us in the Dark Knight, it's just Coco and Fatty who are easy to talk to. Following the principle of attraction between different sexes, it should be fine to tease Fatty." The monkey analyzed seriously. Bai Yaoyao watched the fun from the side, laughing, and couldn't help but sigh about women's good eyesight. She picked the toughest one, finding Stone Brother would have been better than picking herself. "Maybe she would have some interest in play with you for a while." Hello, thank you for saving me today. This is a talisman passed down from my grandmother, blessed. I want to give it to you, hoping it can keep you safe.
This is the compressed biscuits I saved up, please eat them.
You've worked hard today."
The woman blinked her eyes and spoke to Stone. Stone paused for a moment, turned to look at the woman, and then at the group of chuckling friends, shaking his head helplessly. This group was too playful. Although he looked so mature, steady, and handsome, it was not something he could control. Stone ignored the woman and directly got into the car. The woman thought Stone had stopped, believing her plan had succeeded, but unexpectedly he just got into the car. Unwilling, she chased a few steps forward, but Stone directly built a dirt wall outside the car, and the woman bumped straight into it, her forehead bruising. Bai Yaoyao and the others were laughing uncontrollably. After watching the fun, they hurried to get in the car. They all ignored the woman outside, whose calculating eyes were almost written all over her face.
She even mentioned her grandmother's talisman and didn't want to share her compressed biscuits. She really can make up stories. At that moment, Leader Wang noticed the situation here.
Captain Meng had repeatedly warned him that the people of the Dark Knight looked easy to talk to, but each one was tough, and he must be careful not to let anyone provoke them. He was careless and had been caught by this woman. During lunch, she had tried to sneak into the room. He had scolded her then, and now she was back. If he truly annoyed the people of the Dark Knight, nobody could save him.
So he hurriedly shouted, "You! What are you doing? Are you getting in the car or not? If not, we're leaving."
The woman turned red with embarrassment and quickly ran back, climbing onto the crowded truck with great effort, not bothering to hide her look of disdain. Inside, she felt incredibly wronged. After all, she was a big streamer with 5 million followers.
How could she be so easily ignored? Did that man not have eyes? Was he not watching the livestream? Had he never seen her videos? Chapter 45 Task completed. Because the zombies were almost cleared out when they came, the return journey was relatively smooth. Dog and Big Meow raced ahead, killing zombies, while Little I followed behind, collecting crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao cheered from the car and occasionally threw a big bone and some little fish snacks. Everyone did their duty, working together harmoniously. Upon returning to the safe zone, the follow-up work no longer concerned the Dark Knight team, and everyone quickly left. The time was not too late, and nobody felt too tired, except for Dog and Big Meow, who collapsed on the ground, unwilling to move. As everyone was discussing whether to go out again for another job, Meng Qilin came over. Because Meng Qilin was responsible for overall coordination in the safe zone, he did not participate in the fieldwork. After hearing Wang Chang's report, Meng Qilin remained smiling, as his judgment was indeed correct. Among 8 rescue units, the heaviest task took the shortest time, even more efficient than the official superpower teams. So he couldn't wait to come to the Dark Knight team. "Captain Bai, thank you all for your hard work today."
Meng Qilin smiled as soon as he saw Bai Yaoyao, who was not surprised by this show from him at all. Today, she had heard that group leader named Wang Chang complaining. Most of the superpower teams were reluctant to put in the effort to complete missions. Always wanting to take advantage of the current shortage of manpower in the safe zone, I thought I could leverage this to acquire more supplies.
Once reinforcements arrive, many terms won't be negotiable.
So encountering the Dark Knight team, who neither asks for supplies nor complicates tasks, is truly a joy. Bai Yaoyao has her own considerations.
The Meng family has significant influence in City A.
Without that influence, even with great ability, one couldn't be the head of the base's supply exchange. After all, there are many capable individuals with strong backgrounds. Having ability alone is useless if you're not ranked. Therefore, during difficult times for the other side, increasing goodwill is indeed necessary. Plus, Meng Qilin is a genuinely nice person. The collaboration in the previous life was quite enjoyable. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "It's not hard work, we're getting paid, it's what we should do." Ha, if all ability user teams could be like Dark Knight, I wouldn't have turned gray in just a few days.
Meng Qilin handed Bai Yaoyao a large bag, saying, "Here, this is today's task crystal core." Bai Yaoyao's smile became even more sincere. Who doesn't like getting paid? Great, thank you. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. The strategic supplies reserve in City H is quite remote. For safety, I'd like to ask your Dark Knight team to set out with our official ability user team to transport the supplies back. Meng Qilin paused his tone, observing Bai Yaoyao's expression, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. Looking at Bai Yaoyao, who was only in her early 20s, he couldn't understand why she was so composed. No matter what he said, she always smiled gently, showing no emotions or inclinations. Bai Yaoyao was indeed interested, but she didn't rush to agree. Could you give me some details? Meng Qilin nodded and said, because the location is quite far, it will take nearly 10 days to come back. Captain Bai, if this task succeeds, you will get 12 level 3 crystal cores, plus 50 level 2 crystal cores. Moreover, the reserves are rich, and we will soon be relocating to City D. We don't have time for another trip. So, if our people can't take it, Captain Bai, you can take as much of the remaining supplies as you'd like. Bai Yaoyao's heart had already agreed, but she still needed to put on a show. Meng Qilin felt a bit anxious, watching Bai Yaoyao frown deeply, then turning to discuss with her teammate for a long time. The two seemed to have different opinions, even though originally Captain Bai made decisions by herself. Bai Yaoyao pretended to turn and ask Fat Brother, "What are we having for dinner?" Fat Brother instantly understood and furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before saying, "Lobster? More lobster? Aren't you tired of it?" Fat Brother shook his head, "Not tired, it's my favorite." "But I want hot pot," Bai Yaoyao said. "Then let's have hot pot along with the lobster." "Perfect." Bai Yaoyao looked up at Meng Qilin and said, "We'll take the task, but we need 5 more level 3 crystal cores. To be honest, my space is already full, it's not big, and I've packed several vehicles. I can't fit anything else, so even if there are leftover supplies, they won't be useful to us." Meng Qilin took a deep breath. As long as she agreed, it was fine. Adding a few more level 3 crystal cores was something he could manage, so he readily agreed, "Alright. No problem." Bai Yaoyao asked, "When do we set off?" "We need to prepare. They still have tasks. If all goes well, we'll set off the day after tomorrow," Meng Qilin replied. "Alright, no problem," Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Then I won't disturb your rest. Thank you all for your hard work today. I'll have someone bring some mutated tiger meat here soon. It's today's new find," Meng Qilin said with a smile. "Okay, thank you, Captain Meng." Meng Qilin's words reminded Bai Yaoyao to consider hunting more mutated beasts. Find a chef to prepare and store up the food. The mutated beasts are still very beneficial to everyone in the early stages. Chen Xian and the others cooked too poorly. The mutated dog we defeated last time is still not finished, and it's absolutely inedible. But if someone good at cooking makes it, the taste of the mutated beasts is actually quite good. After Meng Qilin left, Fat Brother asked, "Yaoer, shall we continue with the hot pot? Someone will bring tiger meat later, I haven't tried it before." "Of course, how much mutated tiger meat can they bring? It's so precious, just a little to taste is enough, we can't eat too much. If we want more, we can hunt it ourselves tomorrow, the zoo must have some," Bai Yaoyao said. "Ha, then I can also eat my lobster." Yes. Dedewan said, "Wow, were you two just discussing dinner? With that serious look, I thought you were really discussing whether to go on a mission." "You're too naive, just look at Fat Brother swallowing his saliva, you should know they're definitely talking about food," Lulu laughed, pointing at Fat Brother. "Ha, it seems my acting skills are still so rough," Fat Brother scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "You've made progress." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the crystal cores just sent by Meng Qilin, then took out today's haul, along with Big Cat's stock. She counted several 0-level and 1-level crystal cores. She didn't spend time checking them since they were of no use now, keeping them for future exchanges into higher-level cores. There are 165 second-level crystal cores and 9 third-level crystal cores. This was far more than the gains made by her and others going out on their own without accepting missions. Earning 2 salaries is indeed enjoyable. After distributing some, the mutated tiger meat from Meng Qilin also arrived. This seems even more delightful than the salary. Chapter 46, A Die. Meng Qilin was more generous than Bai Yaoyao had imagined. He directly had 2 large bowls brought over. But with so many Dark Knight people and beasts, the delicious smell of the meat drew over the dog that was lying down and unwilling to stand up, as well as Big Cat. Except for Xiao Wei, everyone got a few pieces each. Soon they finished it and were left craving, sucking their fingers. The color was golden and crispy outside, tender and juicy inside, delicious and flavorful. Even if everyone only ate a few bites, they felt a surge of strength filling their bodies, as if the fatigue of the whole day had vanished. "It's so freaking delicious, way better than the last time we made it ourselves," Xiao 16 exclaimed. Sure too agreed, "So tasty. This flavor is amazing. We should go hunt a few tomorrow." The monkey swallowed his last bite before he was willing to speak. Yes, I strongly suggest we go hunt a few tomorrow. Lulu raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Yaoyao. Woof woof, woof woof. Meow. Meow. Agreed. Let's go after the mission ends tomorrow. After we hunt, we'll bring it back for someone to cook, we won't waste the ingredients ourselves. Bai Yaoyao raised her hand in agreement. Wow, that decision is so correct. Sister Yao, can I have another fried chicken? I didn't eat, I won't eat anymore. Adai started to say, suddenly recalling how he had wasted food in the morning and got scolded, immediately too scared to speak up. Bai Yaoyao shot Adai a sideways glance, not planning to indulge him. In her previous life, when there was sometimes nothing to eat, even a piece of hard bread that couldn't be bitten had to be eaten carefully to avoid crumbs. Now it's good, there's no lack of food or drink, and he dares to throw away the filling of the buns? Bai Yaoyao had ignored Adai all day. Adai was also frantic, filled with endless regret. No matter how he apologized, it was useless, because Sister Yao simply ignored him. When he was a child, his family suddenly all disappeared overnight, and he was brought back to the organization by his master. Because of fear, he didn't show a good face towards anyone. At the beginning, many people comforted him, but as time passed, no one spoke to him anymore, except for Sister Yao. She looked strong and carefree, yet she was actually the softest at heart. Once, when Sister Yao saw him drooling at the fried chicken and fries on the TV, after returning from a mission, she specifically bought him a children's meal, the toy being a yellowish little truck. Because she was afraid the food would get cold, Sister Yao ran all the way up the mountain. The running lips turned white. I can remember the scene of Sister Yao taking food from her pocket and handing it to me for a lifetime. For so many years, the little truck has always been kept close at hand. Adui also clearly remembers that the kids' meal had 2 fried chicken legs, 2 chicken wings, a box of mashed potatoes, 1 pineapple pie, 43 French fries, and 2 packets of ketchup. Adui suddenly felt scared. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. He had never been this scared even when he stormed into a foreign mercenary base, fearing that Sister Yao would ignore him in the future. Bai Yaoyao had been paying attention to Adui's emotions. This child was delicate and sensitive, and seeing him looking down and sad, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Forget it, under normal circumstances, Adui is just a middle school student's age, every child makes mistakes at times. With a sigh, she tossed a bag of French fries into Adui's pocket. Feeling something in his pocket, Adui excitedly looked up and said, Sister Yao, I was wrong. I will never waste food again. Bai Yaoyao maintained a serious demeanor like a guardian and lightly cleared her throat. Go back and reflect. Got it. Adui excitedly ran back to the tent. Bai Yaoyao looked at Adui's back, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Sigh, the child's rebellion period has come, it's not a serious matter, so don't be angry. Fat brother moved a small stool to sit beside Bai Yaoyao and comforted her. I know, but right is right, and wrong is wrong. When he's wrong, he needs to know and correct it. Otherwise, his mistakes will only become more outrageous in the future, Bai Yaoyao said seriously. Yeah, Sister Yao is right. Fat brother raised both thumbs up. Everyone, let's go back and rest early. Xiaomi, wait a moment, I need to talk to you, Bai Yaoyao said. Bai Yaoyao had already mentioned the spring water to Fat brother and the others. They were all like brothers, so it didn't matter who went first, naturally no one cared. What's up, boss? Xiaomi walked over and asked. If it weren't for eating the mutated tiger meat, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk. He was so tired that his legs trembled when he returned. But this way, his strength increased really fast, which was worth it. Bai Yaoyao poured the spring water into a cup and handed it to Xiaomi, saying, Here, drink it. Xiaomi did not hesitate at all and gulped it down. What is this? It's surprisingly good, it tastes a bit like lemon-flavored soda. This is spring water that appeared after my space upgrade. I drank it yesterday and felt it can enhance physical fitness, repair hidden injuries, and eliminate impurities in the body, Bai Yaoyao explained. Oh my god, isn't this the spiritual spring that Peppa said every novel protagonist must have? Sister Yao, do you think I could be like a male lead? Xiaomi exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yaoyao? You still have the energy to talk back, go back to sleep, Bai Yaoyao said, and after that, she placed a bathtub filled with hot water in Xiaomi's tent and also put a few hot water bottles beside it. Thank you, Sister Yao, for being so caring. So happy to take a bath after a long day. Xiaomi bounced back happily. Bai Yaoyao intended to remind Xiaomi about the muddy situation but opened her mouth and then gave up. She thought of her own miserable state last night and figured it would be fine for him to experience it too. Good brothers should share blessings and bear hardships together. Bai Yaoyao explained the existence of the space to Big Meow and then took the two beasts back into the space. Big Meow felt that today he made the most important decision of his cat life. That is to choose to follow Bai Yaoyao. Not only did he eat dried fish, but he also ate delicious alien beast meat, and at night he could rest in a place without enemies. How happy is that? Of course, it would have been even better if there wasn't this stupid dog around. They are all male beasts, so why does it have to have such an indescribably silly look? Bai Yaoyao wandered around her supply storage area for a while, organized a new space, and neatly categorized the supplies she received today. She also found a few large boxes to sort the crystal cores by rank and store them properly. In the future, there will be more and more crystal cores, so it's easier to sort them out clearly and use them. Bai Yaoyao felt she had a sporadic urge to do housework. Sometimes when she was bored, she didn't want to work, and other times when she was too tired, she wanted to just lie down, like now. Finally, she took out the cat climbing frame, cat bed, cat litter box, and a little plush blanket that she had bought before, and set up a resting area for the big cat. The big cat was very satisfied with this, not to mention anything else. The location was great, far away from the silly dog bed, in a diagonal position. Master really understands. Chapter 47, Light Ability. Bai Yaoyao slept comfortably and dreamed of mutated beasts roasting meat for her. When she woke up, she noticed there were faint traces of drool on her pillow. She smiled awkwardly, cleared her throat, and quickly left the space. Lulu was already up and not in the tent. Bai Yaoyao wondered how someone who loved to sleep in could be up so early. As soon as she stepped out of the tent, she saw everyone gathered around Xiaomi, laughing happily. She intended to go over and ask, but Monkey ran over first. Sister Yao, did you sleep well? Monkey asked, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Bai Yaoyao remembered the meat she ate in her dream and replied, pretty good, why? What happened to you? Stayed up all night? I couldn't sleep, I was suffocated. Monkey said pitifully. Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered that Xiaomi and Monkey were in the same tent and smiled shyly, naturally taking a step back, pretending nothing happened. Sister Yao, I have a new ability. Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly, rushing out of the crowd when she saw Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback. The spring water had this effect. After a brief moment of surprise, she excitedly said, that's great. Finally, your wishes are coming true. What ability? I don't know what ability it is, I haven't seen anyone else have it, Xiaomi said, stretching out her hand. An ray of light appeared in her palm. Bai Yaoyao tried her best to suppress the corners of her mouth that couldn't help but rise. The light ability she had been longing for had arrived. Sister Yao, don't just smile. What ability is this? It seems to lack any lethal force, Xiaomi asked anxiously. Xiaomi was puzzled. After all, it was a hard-earned ability, only for lighting. Bai Yaoyao explained, this is the light ability. Level 1 is basically just for lighting, Level 2 can purify a unit's negative effects, Level 3 can clean up poison from corpses. We have another layer of safety. Wow, that's impressive. De Wan clapped in agreement. Xiaomi's eyes brightened, asking, what about attack methods? Bai Yaoyao explained, it depends on how you use it, special abilities don't have fixed moves. Got it. Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully. Sister Yao, how long does it take for your spring water to come out a cup? Monkey curiously asked. 1 cup a day. Come on you guys, rock paper scissors to see who gets to deal with the odor tonight. Monkey shouted urgently. Yesterday, Monkey was sleeping soundly when he suddenly smelled a foul odor and woke up. He turned to see Xiaomi covered in black water and was shocked, nearly thinking Xiaomi had been bitten by a zombie. Tears instantly flowed out. Xiaomi woke up to someone calling her, and the two of them were confused together. It was only later they realized it was because they drank Sister Yao's spring water. No wonder they prepared so much bath water. But Monkey couldn't sleep anymore, the whole tent smelled, and he spent the whole night chatting wide-eyed with Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao laughed and played with everyone for a while, had breakfast, and then they all walked together toward the entrance. They had agreed to finish the task early and go to the zoo to catch some meat to eat. Good morning, Captain Bai. They happened to run into Meng Qilin on the way. Good morning, Captain Meng. Is today's task near the zoo? Bai Yaoyao asked. You want to go get some meat to eat? The mutated tiger we saw yesterday was spotted by our ability team on the way. Is it a bit dangerous to go to the zoo now? Meng Qilin said hesitantly. It's fine, we'll assess the situation and pull back if it gets too risky, Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilin stopped persuading and after a moment of thought said, then you two go to the city center hospital. It's near the zoo, take us 2 space ability users with you to gather all the medicines. But they can't protect themselves, so please take care of them. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, don't worry, after we complete the mission, we'll send them back first, then head to the zoo. It's just that we don't want to clear 2 paths of zombies, afraid it will waste time. Good, then there's no problem. Just as they finished discussing, the other teams had basically arrived, and Liang and others were still standing close to the Dark Knight team, smiling and greeting everyone. The AIE Alliance surprisingly didn't waste words today, just occasionally glancing over at the Dark Knight team. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Red-eye disease? The mouthpiece spoke again. The people from the AIE Alliance didn't even dare to look. At this time, Meng Qilin held a notebook and said, I will assign tasks. Dark Knight Team, City Center Hospital. AIE Alliance, Wanda Plaza on Shenyang Road in 2 nearby residential communities. Bai Yaoyao remembered this Wanda Plaza. It was the mall they didn't dare to enter last time, felt quite eerie, giving her a dangerous sense, so after just taking a glance, she led everyone away. Bai Yaoyao didn't care much for the lives of the AIE Alliance people, but going to execute a mission would have official people following, so she said to Meng Qilin, that Wanda Plaza, we passed by once, I'm not sure. Upon hearing this, Meng Qilin instantly understood Bai Yaoyao's implication. If the Dark Knight team wasn't sure, wouldn't it just be sending others to their doom? So he said, forget Wanda Plaza, just handle the 2 residential communities. The leader of the AIE Alliance, a man, said, wait, Captain Meng, we've searched so many malls and haven't encountered any problems. Right, even though we are weak, we still want to do our best to gather supplies, Lin Iran weakly added. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to persuade them, they were just along for the ride, and now they were getting all cocky about it. Well, it's hard to convince a stubborn ghost with kind words. Meng Qilin hesitated. No matter how excessive the AIE Alliance was, he couldn't send them on a hopeless mission, that was a principle. They wanted to go to Wanda Plaza, merely because there were space ability users among them who wanted to sneakily gather supplies. But Captain Bai clearly said it was uncertain there, these people really are. Captain Meng, you can't be so biased, this should be our task, Lin Iran insisted. Meng Qilin got a bit annoyed and simply said, fine, you go, but my people won't go along, you don't need to take care of the residential communities, I'll send someone else. The boss of the AIE Alliance hurriedly agreed, if they didn't go, then good, useless people without abilities wouldn't be of any help, and it would be even more convenient for them to collect supplies. When they come back, they can just say they didn't see any supplies. As for danger, isn't it just that the Dark Knight team wants to gather medicines and supplies too? If they can persuade them to back off, they can go to Wanda Plaza tomorrow, thinking so beautifully. Selfish fools. Chapter 48, Level 4 Zombies. Upon hearing Lin Iran's sarcastic tone, Bai Yaoyao guessed what she was thinking. But it didn't matter, if they died, it would be peaceful, the villains always wasted time. Hello, Captain Bai, I'm Cui Ying, and this is Hui. We are space ability users, assigned to follow you for the mission today. Hello, let's set off directly. Bai Yaoyao checked and found 1 first level and 1 second level. Good. Cui Ying said. Since there was no need to transport survivors today, there was no need to drive the big truck, 3 military off-road vehicles were used instead. Bai Yaoyao's eyes turned red again. She wondered when she could swap a few vehicles with Meng Qilin as backup, as the current number of cars was still too few. She always feared that her precious vehicles would be destroyed by zombies. Cui Ying looked at the delicate and weak girl, driving fiercely, always eager to ram into zombies. This shared hobby made her and Bai Yaoyao chat happily on the road. Bai Yaoyao learned a lot of official news as well. The base in City D was already under construction, and important figures from nearby cities had already gone over. After a brief period of chaos, the officials had completely regained their composure. Many of the earlier bullies had been killed. The City D base would be managed jointly by the military and the government. Bai Yaoyao didn't pay too much attention to other specific details, it was just a place to settle down. As long as she felt comfortable, she would stay a little longer. If the environment was chaotic or she couldn't get along with the person in charge, she could always move again. It was no big deal. To put it simply, as long as there was enough strength, everything else wasn't a problem. Stop. Cui Ying was just saying how fragrant the tiger meat was yesterday when she heard Bai Yaoyao suddenly shout stop, loudly, which startled her. But she quickly responded and brought the vehicle to a steady halt. Bai Yaoyao quickly got out of the car. Although they had been chatting, her mental energy had not relaxed. There was a strong energy fluctuation ahead, somewhat like a level 4 zombie, but it wasn't sure yet. Everyone be careful, it seems to be a level 4 zombie. Bai Yaoyao warned, while also releasing Guzi, Xiaowai, and Dimiao. Everyone got ready, and after about 10 minutes, no zombies appeared. Sister Yao, where's the corpse? About 20 meters away, it's not moving. The level 4 zombie has some intelligence, it's waiting for us to approach, Bai Yaoyao replied. What should we do now? Charge. I've been craving that level 4 crystal core for a long time. Got it. As soon as Bai Yaoyao's voice dropped, everyone quickly rushed forward together. Cui Ying and Hui exchanged glances, suddenly understanding why the Dark Knight team was so strong. With this kind of action, they were not just any ordinary ability team. Moreover, there were also 2 powerful mutated beasts and a mutated willow tree. Dark Knight was not a civilian organization but more like a well-coordinated team. Just as everyone began to act, the zombie moved, but instead of charging forward, it ran away. Bai Yaoyao's level 3 spatial ability for teleportation couldn't be used continuously, it could only be used once every 10 minutes, so Dai and Xiaomi were the fastest. Dai wanted to earn some credit, while Xiaomi had just acquired a new ability. Even though it was just for illumination, it didn't dampen his excited feelings. The two of them raced ahead, competing with each other, when they saw a white shadow. Oh no, Damiao had stolen the lead. With a leap, Damiao directly clawed through the zombie's back, dark green blood gushing out. This was a male zombie, still dressed in a suit, although it had long been tattered and unrecognizable. Its facial features seemed misaligned, with pus oozing from its entire face, and a large hole was torn in its chest. Once a zombie reaches level 4, its vitality becomes very strong. Unless the head is blown off, it won't die. While Damiao was entangled with the zombie, the others also caught up. Block the road. Okay. Seeing that it was just an ordinary level 4 zombie, Bai Yaoyao felt a little more relaxed. With so many people taking turns, she wasn't afraid of not being able to wear it down. Bai Yaoyao held a baseball bat, coordinating with her teleportation, her strength ability filling her arms, and swung it hard at the zombie's head. Unfortunately, the zombie was also quick in its reactions. She didn't hit its head but struck its shoulder instead, causing the whole shoulder to cave in. The zombie seemed more agitated now, no longer fleeing. A loud growl echoed as it lunged at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this moment, swiftly dodging to the side to create distance. A Dai and Xiaomi simultaneously struck at the zombie's neck, while Bai Yaoyao followed up with her spatial cutting ability, and Damiao added a claw strike. With everyone attacking together, they finally severed the zombie's head. By the time the rest of the team arrived, a Dai had already dug out the crystal core. "Come on, you didn't wait for us. You finished it without us," Monkey exclaimed. Peichi sighed, "Is this a level 4 crystal core? It's so bright, so beautiful." "The higher the level, the prettier it is," Bai Yaoyao answered. "Sister Yao, hurry and upgrade your spatial ability to level 4, so we can all have a good time, huh?" Xiaomi was very dissatisfied with Monkey's teasing, waiting for the moment Monkey would get a taste of his own medicine. "Well, I'll use this crystal core first. Let's see if my spatial ability can reach level 4 with this and the other reserves," Bai Yaoyao nodded, not holding back. "No problem, I also want to look good. My skin's already fair and rosy, no need for a face mask." Lulu wanted to poke Bai Yaoyao's little face, but Bai Yaoyao grabbed her hand and poked back, causing a playful tussle. By the time Cui Ying and Hui arrived, everyone had already been chatting for a while. "Did you finish?" Cui Ying asked in surprise. "Yes. Wasn't it supposed to be a level 4 zombie? How did it go down so fast?" Cui Ying guessed that the night team could handle a level 4 zombie, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. Captain Meng really underestimated the strength of Night. They were much stronger than the official ability user teams. Bai Yaoyao didn't explain, just urged, "Let's go, hurry to the hospital, aren't we almost there?" "Okay, don't you need a break?" Cui Ying asked. "No need, we can rest on the way." After driving for about 20 more minutes, they finally reached the city center hospital. Where to get the medicine, Bai Yaoyao said nothing, completely following Cui Ying's lead, just doing the fighting work. Perhaps because sick people carry viruses, there were especially many zombies. They encountered more than 10 level 3 zombies. Fortunately, with Damiao, their team's combat power had greatly increased, and they were able to cope. However, to be safe, they did not split up, instead moving forward in a tight circle. Guzi, Damiao, and Xiaowai led the way, while Shirtu and Pengdu flanked left and right, and Bai Yaoyao brought up the rear, keeping those without much defense in the middle. Chapter 49 Cold-Blooded Killer Bai Yaoyao. Before Cui Ying arrived, she had naturally obtained the exact location of the pharmacy. She thought she would have to explain things to Bai Yaoyao, as commanding the team was very important, even the route had to be considered carefully. But she didn't expect that in the entire night team, no one said a word, completely following the route she described, charging straight ahead even when facing many zombies. Cui Ying felt pleasantly surprised. At the start of the apocalypse, most ability users were full of themselves, with each one thinking they were the star of the show. Every time she cooperated with ability users from society, it was a painful experience. "Heaven, please let me be paired with the night team for every mission." Gradually, her gaze towards Bai Yaoyao transformed into admiration. Captain Bai was so handsome, how could she not love? The night team followed Cui Ying and smoothly found the pharmacy, but because Cui Ying and Hui had limited space, there were still some medicines they couldn't take. Seeing Cui Ying hesitating to speak, Bai Yaoyao took out a vehicle, pretending to make space, and helped take some of the medicines, asking everyone to help carry the rest to the trunk. She even reported the number of medicine boxes stored in her space, showing no intention of keeping any for herself. By the time everything was done, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Although they were hungry. But they didn't want to settle for a meal, so they simply returned to the safe zone. Meng Qilan had been busy at the base, feeling dizzy from all the different people there. He had originally stayed in the army, where apart from training, he would go on missions, and he had had his fair share of bloody days. But never had he felt as broken as this time. Given another chance, he would rather be a frontline soldier in a suicide squad fighting zombies than do his current job. He was exhausted, so tired that white hairs were starting to appear. As he stared blankly at the big door, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle. He quickly ran a few steps. Which team had returned so early? Did the mission fail? Was anyone hurt? Feeling anxious, he didn't calm down until he saw Bai Yaoyao in that moment. Phew, what a relief. Captain Meng, where should I take this stuff? Bai Yaoyao called out after seeing Meng Qilin standing there dazed, blocking the way without giving directions. Ah, that, in the tent on the right. After Bai Yaoyao led everyone to unload all the items, Meng Qilin came back carrying a bag. Captain Bai, this is the crystal core from this mission. Thank you for your hard work. I heard from Chuiying that it was thanks to you for bringing back the extra medical supplies. Once I get someone to organize it, can I give you 50 boxes of common medicines? Bai Yaoyao didn't mention it, but Meng Qilin felt he had to say it. Mutual cooperation would only work smoothly if both sides benefited. No one would want to do things for free. Helping once or twice might be fine, but over time, everyone would have thoughts about it. Bai Yaoyao was satisfied as she took the crystal core bag. She loved receiving immediate payment, just right for her upgrade tonight. As for the medicines, she didn't need them. Fat Brother had bought a lot initially, at least more than today's haul, and they were more practical. Besides, the ability users had little need for most medicines. When they bought those, it was also to exchange for the base later, as the ordinary folks made up most of the base and would inevitably need medication. So she said directly, "It's fine, we won't take the medicines." Meng Qilin naturally wouldn't think that Bai Yaoyao was truly just trying to help. There was no such thing as selfless love. Then is there anything you need? Bai Yaoyao was waiting for this question. She replied, "We don't have many vehicles, we'd like 2 military off-road vehicles. Would you be willing to part with them, Captain Meng?" Meng Qilin agreed right away. This stuff was not in short supply, so he replied, "Sure, you can take them right now." "Thank you, but I can't fit them in my space, let's leave them there for now." "Captain Meng, have you eaten? Let's have a meal together," Bai Yaoyao said. Meng Qilin hurriedly replied, No, you guys eat. I still have things to do." Without even thinking, his lunch would definitely be extravagant. Just grabbing breakfast was enough. How could he always bother them for food? After Meng Qilin left, Bai Yaoyao and her team set up 2 tents and started eating lunch. Now the safe zone was overcrowded, filled with ordinary folks who could only eat bread or compressed biscuits each day, and there were quite a few children sitting by the roadside. After filling their stomachs, everyone prepared to set off again. They were going out for meat to eat. Craving. The self-heating rice was tasteless at noon. When they first entered, Bai Yaoyao noticed a woman holding a baby waiting by the roadside, glancing at her from time to time, hesitating to come over. But perhaps seeing Meng Qilin there, with everyone discussing matters, she hadn't moved. Now still waiting by the roadside, as they passed, Bai Yaoyao paused a moment. Hello, thank you. Here, take this, I heard this is useful for ability users, the woman said, holding the baby in one arm and handing over 7 or 8 low-level crystal cores with the other. Bai Yaoyao raised her eyebrows, not expecting this woman to have the courage to fight zombies, and reached out to take one, saying, "1 is enough." "Take them all, I don't have abilities and can't use them," the woman insisted, continuing to stretch her hand out. Bai Yaoyao saw her brothers all looking at her, feeling slightly embarrassed. Am I Bai Yaoyao the kind of person with a soft heart? What a joke. So she frowned and said firmly, "I said, 1 piece is enough." Taking a few steps forward, noticing a crowd of people watching, she couldn't hold back and added in a low voice, "Are you stupid? Hurry up and hide it, when we get to the base, this will be currency." The woman was taken aback and quickly looked around, realizing many people were watching, and she hurriedly held her child tighter. The child felt the warmth of his mother's embrace, snuggled comfortably, and when he saw Bai Yaoyao, he smiled widely. Bai Yaoyao inhaled sharply. "Wow, this little human cub is so cute," he smiled at me. The first reaction was to leave quickly. I, Bai Yaoyao, will not be soft-hearted. But he smiled at me. Bai Yaoyao raised her voice slightly and said, "Give me all your crystal cores." The woman hurriedly handed over the crystal cores she held. Bai Yaoyao put down 2 buckets of milk powder, 2 baby onesies, and 2 bags of diapers on the ground. Evened out. After speaking, Bai Yaoyao quickly left without looking back. "Hee, Sister Yao, why did that woman thank you?" Monkey asked, grinning. "Did we not go for rescue together yesterday?" Bai Yaoyao replied stubbornly. "That's not it, Sister Yao. We were in the same group, so why didn't she thank me? After you went downstairs, I even explained a few things to her." Xiaomi directly exposed her. "Who knows, hurry up, do you want to eat meat or not?" Bai Yaoyao threatened fiercely. Fat Brother and Lulu exchanged glances and smiled. This person is the #1 in hard talk but soft heart. Still claiming to be a cold-blooded killer every day, ha. Chapter 50, Hunting Meat. The journey was basically free of corpses, so there was nothing to say. Besides the 3 drivers, Stone, Fat Brother, and Monkey, the rest of the people took the opportunity to catch some sleep. This was no different from before the apocalypse, where one could read novels, scroll through short videos, and shop online. In the blink of an eye, several hours would pass. To ensure everyone's combat power was at its peak, no matter how sleepy or tired they were, they had to rest whenever they could. With about 3 to 4 kilometers left to the zoo, they dared not continue riding and directly got off to walk, as mutated beasts had begun to appear sporadically along the roadside. Zombies had obviously decreased a lot in number. This area was evidently a paradise for mutated beasts. Mutated beasts are different from zombies. Some domesticated animals, after mutation, may not be very aggressive, but that's not absolute. It also depends on the animal's habits. I have a question. What kind of mutated beast tastes the best? Monkey asked. Coco raised her hand and answered, I like to eat beef. It must be pork, it's fragrant. Roasted pork belly, wrapped with some leafy vegetables, how delicious. Little 16 also chimed in. That's right. Chicken, duck, fish, beef, pork, sheep, do we have those in the zoo? Did we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we be going to a farm? Monkey expressed his confusion. Everyone halted, and Bai Yaoyao slapped her forehead. My God, why didn't you say that earlier? Ha ha ha, because I just thought of it too, Monkey laughed. Since we're already here, we'll catch whatever we can. Bai Yaoyao declared. That's right. Sounds good. Let's go. Everyone thought of the taste of the mutated tiger meat from last night, and tightened their grips on the big knives in their hands. Rabbit! Catch it! Before Fat Brother finished speaking, Adai and Big Meow both rushed out at the same time, with Big Meow reaching the rabbit first, pinning it down with one paw. Big Meow, spare it! Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. Big Meow was startled and nearly let the rabbit escape, quickly retracting its paw and using its body to hold down the rabbit to prevent it from moving again. When Bai Yaoyao arrived, she carefully observed, the rabbit had grown slightly larger, its front teeth faintly gleaming with a metallic luster, indicating it was a mutated rabbit. Sister Yao, can mutated beasts reproduce? Little 16 asked. It's quite difficult. Both humans and mutated beasts have seen a significant decline in their reproductive rates. With the time spent raising it, why not just eat it directly? But now my space has also mutated, and I just want to try raising it. Come quickly, is this a male rabbit or a female rabbit? Can they breed if they are mixed together? Bai Yaoyao sincerely asked. Everyone stared wide-eyed at each other, equally confused. How about we just forget it and eat it? Finally, Fat Brother thought about the spicy rabbit head and couldn't help but say. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes and put the rabbit back into the space. If I can find more rabbits, let's keep them. If not, then we'll eat them. Okay. Everyone, be careful not to attack first, it's easy to get surrounded. We'll strike back, Bai Yaoyao reminded. Received. The H-City Zoo covers an area of about 430 acres and is the only professional zoo in H-City, raising over 100 species of nearly 1,000 animals, including many precious protected animals. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how many kinds of animals had evolved into mutated beasts, and did not dare to lead everyone recklessly deeper. Just for some good food, it really wasn't necessary to take the risk. After all, many delicacies were stockpiled before the apocalypse, at least for 30 years, there was no need to worry about food. But mutated beasts have a significant effect on energy recovery for ability users. If continuous battle is needed, they can quickly replenish stamina, a benefit that food before the apocalypse cannot provide. The ticket hall at the entrance of the zoo had fallen into ruin, with a few low-level zombies wandering around, excited to move over upon detecting the scent of living humans. With long-range attackers, a few people directly unleashed their abilities, taking down one zombie each. When Bai Yaoyao passed by the ticket hall, she glanced inside. The glass at the window was shattered, and the blood on the ground was dark red mixed with dark green. A few corpses on the ground had not turned into zombies and showed obvious claw marks from wild beasts, with flesh torn and rotting, crawling with maggots. Large wild beasts should have had the ability to leap over barriers. Bai Yaoyao said, let's walk along the outskirts, and not go too deep inside. Mutated beasts often have their size or strength multiplied. Some mutated beasts also get certain body parts enhanced, as they become more intelligent, except for dogs, with a keener sense of good and evil. As soon as they entered the zoo, it felt desolate, littered with corpses of humans, zombies, and animals. The signposts were flattened on the ground, covered in dust and blood, barely readable after a monkey splashed water on it. To the left were the performance hall, Swan Lake, zebra area, and aquarium, while to the right were the rabbit garden, monkey mountain, penguin pavilion, and turtle snake pavilion. Let's go to the right, Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said. When she saw the turtle snake pavilion, Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, while chatting with Meng Qilin, he had mentioned almost losing his life during the first team migration at the beginning of the apocalypse. They encountered a mutated giant python over 10 meters long, with scales as hard as steel, suddenly appearing in front of the team. Ordinary firearms couldn't harm it at all. With a swing of its tail, it knocked down dozens of people. All ability users acted together, but could only barely restrict its movement and had no way to kill it or even break through its defenses.
As a result, they had to turn back the same way and wait for the mutated python to leave before setting off again, wasting another week. This made their already limited supplies even tighter. If not for the later support from D City base, they might not have reached successfully. The zoo is located on the east side of H City, next to the highway leading to D City. Bai Yaoyao guessed that the mutated python probably escaped from the zoo. Since they were here, they might as well go take a look. Maybe it wasn't as strong now and could be eliminated ahead of time.
I'm jumping. Is this a rabbit? Is the cartoon coming to life?
It's really ridiculous, beyond ridiculous. The rabbit garden is a grassy field, but without a caretaker, the grass has long wilted. In the center is an artificial hill, and scattered around are a few small mounds of earth. Most of the rabbits do not like to fight and do not have much desire to attack.
Seeing someone coming, they hurriedly hid in their burrows.
A few of them, however, did not hide, their eyes reddened, shining with eagerness.
Those three giant rabbits seemed to have made a pact, rushing towards the crowd in the dark night, mouths open, their two big front teeth glinting.
Bai Yaoyao saw the energy fluctuation was level 2, so it shouldn't be too strong. She called out to Big Meow and Dog to not make a move. If these two charged in, it was highly likely that everyone else wouldn't have much to fight back with.
Chapter 51, Little Monkey. Big Meow, though reluctant, obediently returned to Bai Yaoyao's side.
Dog, on the other hand, was howling in resistance, but Bai Yaoyao grasped its fate by the throat, stopping it. Bai Yaoyao took out a big bone and some dried fish, letting the two beasts watch quietly from the side. From the corner of her eye, she saw a monkey secretly watching them.
Feeling no malice, just curiosity, Bai Yaoyao didn't mind. With a flash of lightning, Lulu struck down, and the rabbits turned into fluffy, explosive bunnies.
A wave of meat aroma filled the air, and Bai Yaoyao wanted to rush in to sprinkle salt and cumin. On the other side, Adai and Xiaomi cooperated, both possessing speed abilities, so the mutated rabbits couldn't keep up with the two and only suffered hits, determining the victor in no time. Wanting to eat meat, they were relatively gentle, trying to keep the mutated rabbits' bodies intact.
Another one was snatched away by Fat Brother and Stone. Although the two mainly focused on defense, they also had attacking means.
After Fat Brother's gold ability reached level 3, he could release 3 golden spike swords in succession. Plus, he could easily build a dirt wall, leaving the mutated rabbits dizzy. Stone's combat style was even simpler. With hardened skin, he would take the hits without feeling pain, hitting back to make others hurt.
Hey, feeling it?
Close-range punches or throwing dirt clumps from a distance. All three teams finished their fights around the same time, and Bai Yaoyao directly collected the mutated rabbits back into her space. Compared to the rabbit they encountered at the zoo entrance, these three were true giants, each weighing at least 200 pounds. After the battle, the group drank some water and rested for a few minutes, then continued moving forward. Ahead of the rabbit garden was Monkey Mountain, and from a distance, they could hear the monkeys' calls.
Monkeys are not tasty, please let my brothers go, the monkey bowed to everyone. We won't eat them. Let's just walk on, Bai Yaoyao replied. The monkey's background was somewhat different from everyone else's, slightly mystical.
It was picked up by the master from the mountains. Rather than being picked up, it was more accurate to say it was delivered. While the master was in the mountains doing something, he was stopped by a macaque, which was holding a small baby. Upon seeing the master, the macaque placed the baby on the ground and only left after the master picked it up. However, it didn't go far, continually following behind.
After the master finished carrying the child down the mountain, it scampered back into the woods.
The master felt that the baby could survive all thanks to that macaque, so he named the baby Monkey.
Everyone knew the story, so nobody said much. As long as the monkeys did not actively block the way and attack, no one would make a move. They quickly passed Monkey Mountain, not even glancing at it.
Only that golden tasseled monkey, who had just sneakily watched Bai Yaoyao feed Dog and Big Meow, seemed to have recognized the group. Though it had no intention to attack, it kept following closely from a distance, its round eyes rolling about curiously.
I don't know what I'm thinking. Sister Yao, are we going to the penguin house? Asked Adai, who was leading the way.
No, we're going to the turtle and snake house. There should be a big guy inside, so everyone be careful, it's likely a tier 3 or 4 mutant beast. Killing such a cute creature like a penguin was hard for Bai Yaoyao to do, the monkey was right. If one wanted to eat meat, they should go to the breeding farm, not the zoo. But since they were already there, they could only kill what they could eat.
As everyone walked past the penguin house, they went straight ahead.
At that moment, a golden monkey, who had been following the group, ran over, and everyone stopped in their tracks. Though they didn't plan to attack, they were all on guard. The monkey was the most nervous at this point.
I don't want to harm the monkey, but if you deliberately cause trouble, I won't hold back.
The golden monkey stopped about 10 meters away from everyone and made a few chirping sounds. Pointing towards the turtle and snake house, it shook its hand vigorously, opened its mouth to let out a loud ah, and shook its head furiously. In the end, it even made a very human-like gesture of slitting its throat, then lay down on the ground, limbs spread out, neck crooked, eyes rolled back, and tongue stuck out, clearly pretending to be dead. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter, and they understood what the golden monkey wanted to convey. It was merely warning them that there was a very powerful creature inside, they shouldn't go in, or else they would meet their end.
It's okay, thank you, little monkey. Bai Yaoyao threw a banana to the monkey and led everyone forward once more. The golden monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of the banana. It could finally eat some fruit. The little monkey wanted to leave with the banana but hesitated for a moment, then climbed to the highest tree near the turtle and snake house, preparing to eat the fruit while watching what these people planned to do, daring to provoke that stinky snake. That stinky snake had killed many of its brothers. The turtle and snake house was open air, with turtles on the left and snakes on the right. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill in the air. Even in 30-degree weather, it sent shivers down their spines. Fat Brother and Stone had moved to the front, and their powers were always at the ready. Bai Yaoyao's spiritual power detected a strong energy. It must be that python, with some faint energy fluctuations nearby, likely other small snakes. Wait, don't move, there are too many mutant snakes inside. They needed to find a way to drive them out. Throw a bomb? We have plenty of those. If it blows up, fine. If it doesn't, we can keep trying, said Little 16. Use your brain when you talk, brother. Before Little 16 could finish, Lulu smacked him on the head. Getting hit is no loss, but if the bang is loud, do you want to get swarmed by the mutant beasts and zombies? Attract those wild lions, leopards, and tigers to come over and fill their teeth? Fat Brother said, putting his arm around Little 16. Little 16 scratched his head awkwardly, saying, good thing I'm not the leader, or I wouldn't survive a week. Bai Yaoyao had no time for idle chit-chat, her spiritual power remained tense. This mutant python was definitely not tier 3, it should just have reached tier 4. The energy fluctuated wildly and wasn't stable, so to win, they had to act quickly while it was still loose. Waiting until it fully stabilized would make it even harder to fight. At the same time, they needed to lure the mutant snakes out before taking action. After thinking for a while, she pulled out 20 or 30 jars of Realgar wine from her space. Everyone take 2 jars each, on 3 we throw them together, and after throwing, Big D will start a fire. Everyone quickly retreat. Got it. By this time, everyone had noticed Bai Yaoyao's slightly tense expression, and one by one, they adjusted themselves, becoming serious. 3, 2, 1, throw. As soon as they retreated to the entrance, a deafening explosion echoed. Bai Yaoyao turned around to see. In an instant, Meng Qilin felt his eyes deceive him. Was this python really 10 meters long? It must be at least 20 meters. With a flick of its tail, the walls on both sides came crashing down. Chapter 52, Intense Battle. The mutant python had black and brown scales all over its body, and its eyes were extremely fierce. In an instant, the giant snake's eyes widened, as if its eyeballs were about to pop out, showing its fangs as it rapidly moved toward the crowd. Although the mutant python was large, it was exceptionally agile and fast. Its huge body rolled and smashed the nearby artificial rock formation and walls, appearing in front of the people in the blink of an eye, a fishy stench wafting through the air. Bai Yaoyao stayed at the back with the stones to cover the retreat, cautiously taking out a silenced .500 Lefevre and quickly firing 2 shots at the mutant python's right eye. In an instant, blood mist erupted, and Bai Yaoyao looked at the .500 Lefevre in her hands with satisfaction. It truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful hunting rifle. With a teleport, she created some distance and adjusted her position, firing 2 more shots at the left eye, successfully provoking the mutant python, which thrashed violently. But not only did it fail to hit the Dark Knight group, it also accidentally injured several allies. The ground was covered in blood and various mutated snakes, and there wasn't even a clean spot to step on. After retreating to a safe distance, everyone began launching their psychic attacks. The 12 members of Dark Knight, along with Guzi, Xiaowai, and Damel, were arranged in a semicircle around the giant python. Thankfully, the turtle snake pavilion was far from the breeding ground, keeping other large animals away. Bai Yaoyao kept watching the surroundings while moving. Apart from a meddlesome little monkey eating bananas in a tree, there were no other mutated beasts approaching. Inside the turtle pavilion, there was indeed a strong energy, but after making such a big commotion, that mutated beast remained like a mountain, completely showing no intention of moving. It seemed it wouldn't interfere. Bai Yaoyao distributed silenced guns and bullets to those without ranged attack means. She wasn't in a rush to launch a fierce attack, she focused on wearing down the enemy first, as winning at the least cost was the wisest strategy. The mutant python had lost its reason and rushed toward the direction it thought was the best to break through, which just happened to be where Xiaowai was. Xiaowai's movement speed wasn't fast, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, Xiaowai was enraged. Didn't he think that being a tree was easy to bully? Why didn't it come after anyone else and just picked on him? In an instant, Xiaowai's form grew 3 or 4 times larger. The once soft leaves and branches turned into thick stems about the size of an adult's arm, as 7 or 8 branches lashed simultaneously toward the mutant python, smashing and stabbing. Wherever the branches passed, blood splattered everywhere.
Bai Yaoyao had never seen Xiaowai unleash its power. Xiaowai had always been more of a support character in team battles, mainly using branches to trap the enemy while others dealt the finishing blows. She didn't expect such a strong explosion in a single point, a level 3 chasing down a level 4 and delivering major hits. Bai Yaoyao quickly followed up with her skills and shouted loudly, "Quick! Take advantage of its weakness. Take its life." Everyone echoed as various core damage skills unleashed simultaneously. The mutant python swung its tail violently, sending Xiaowai flying. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly pulled Xiaowai into her space. She looked, and seeing nothing too serious, she felt relieved. At this point, winning or losing was already just a matter of time. The mutant python's movements were gradually slowing down, and its blood flow was increasing. Unwilling to give up, it was searching for an opportunity to fight back. The little monkey watching nearby gradually widened its eyes. This group of people had some skills to beat this stinky snake to this extent. The big stinky snake deserved it, trying to mess with my monkey brother. With a quick thought, it stealthily jumped down from the tree, quietly approaching the side of the mutant python, hiding in the grass by the roadside, concealing its presence, remaining utterly still. Even though the mutant python knew it couldn't win, it showed no intention of escaping at all. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. I will die here, but I will make sure to take down these disgusting humans in front of me. There is no retreat. Bai Yaoyao seized the moment, and when she could perform a second teleportation, she threw out a space blade. She originally intended to strike the snake's vital spot, but this snake is so long, the vital spot? Completely untraceable. So, she directed her ability at the head of the mutated python, then immediately teleported to a tree next to it, pulling out the pig-killing knife that Fat Brother had enhanced countless times with gold-based powers. Chen Xian saw Bai Yaoyao was about to unleash her big move, and quickly followed, amplifying her powers. Bai Yaoyao used the momentum from jumping off the tree to raise the pig-killing knife high, fully activating her power abilities, and swung down with all her strength at the mutated python's head. The mutated python couldn't see, but it sensed the dangerous aura, tried to dodge, but it was too late, and was struck by Bai Yaoyao, losing almost half its head. Even so, it was still stubborn, unwilling to retreat. Its tail quickly coiled up, trying to take this woman with it, even if it meant death. Bai Yaoyao showed no intention of dodging. Ignoring the tail that was coming at her, she kept swinging her knife at the mutated python, not targeting anything specific, just hitting wherever she could. If it wasn't full of holes, there wasn't a single good piece of flesh left. But the mutated python didn't care. "Let's die together, you damn humans." Just as it was about to wrap around this woman, she suddenly disappeared. The entire snake froze. "I gave up on defense, let you chop me up into this mess, and was ready to die with you. And now you disappear at the last moment. Why the hell should I coil around you now?" Bai Yaoyao flashed into space at the last moment. Everyone took a deep breath, breaking out in a cold sweat. They all suspected that if Yao Jia had been just 1 second later, she would have been trapped by the mutated python. Bai Yaoyao felt like she had opened the door to a new world. "You blind snake, am I really afraid of you?" So, she went out and struck a few times to attract the aggro, then returned to space, went out again to strike a few more times, and returned again. "Hey! This is fun, exhilarating. Oh, it's just playing." After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, the mutated giant python finally couldn't take it anymore. It started retreating while attacking, and just when everyone thought it was going to escape, it suddenly charged at Peichi, who had been standing off to the side. Peichi only had healing abilities, and was not good at close combat against the mutated python, so she had kept her distance. No one expected the mutated python to pull such a move, determined to take one person with it, and everyone was thrown into a panic for a moment. Bai Yaoyao also quickly moved toward Peichi, but the distance was a bit far, and her teleportation had already been used, so she couldn't reach her in time. Peichi retreated immediately, ready to brace herself for what was coming. At this crucial moment, the little monkey, who had been lying in wait for so long, suddenly jumped out, putting all its strength into it. It grabbed the pig-killing knife Bai Yaoyao had thrown aside, and with all its might, slashed down at the mutated giant python's vital spot. The mutated python used the last of its strength, turned its head to look at the one who killed it, and saw it was that stinky monkey it had never cared about. It was so angry it almost vomited blood. "When I went to Monkey Mountain to hunt for food, I should have eaten all these stinky monkeys. But unfortunately, everything was too late." The mutated python crashed heavily to the ground, and with a loud boom, the shockwave rattled everyone's brains. Fortunately, this mutated giant python was finally dead. If it hadn't died now, everyone's powers would have been drained. Chapter 53, New Partner. The little monkey took the knife and dug out the beast core, glancing quietly at everyone. It seemed no one was paying attention to it. Just as it was about to make a move, it suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind. Turning around, the woman who had been furiously chopping the mutated python was staring at it with a half-smile, her eyes scanning it up and down several times. The little monkey shivered all over and immediately presented the beast core with both hands.
When he saw that there were bloodstains on the beast core, he took it back and wiped it on himself, cleaning it up before handing it back to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao watched the little monkey's actions, feeling both amused and helpless. She thought she would have to beat him, but she didn't expect the little monkey to be so perceptive, which saved her some trouble. After level 3, mutated beasts will condense a beast core. To level up, beast cores are also needed. The beast core of the mutated python is level 4, and both Dog Z and Big Meow need it, so it couldn't be given away. Plus, after we worked so hard to hunt the snake, you want to snatch it away at the end? Dream on. Looking at the little monkey's polite smile, Bai Yaoyao sighed. Forget it, she wouldn't argue with a beast. Yao Jia, what is this? Little 16 pointed at the beast core in Bai Yaoyao's hand and asked. There are crystal cores in zombies, and there are beast cores in mutated beasts. Dog Z and the others are counting on this thing to level up, Bai Yaoyao explained. Little 16 said, wow, this is pretty good then. Killing this thing wasn't in vain. Can we eat the mutated python? Cuckoo asked. Bai Yaoyao was putting the mutated python and its beast core into her space while saying, of course we can eat it. There's so much meat here. Eating every day would last us 2 or 3 months. Yao Jia, how is little Y? Bai Yaoyao released little Y, and the whole tree looked weak, drooping its willow branches, and the leaves were a bit yellow. There was even a bald spot on the top. Didn't you drink the spring water? Bai Yaoyao asked, heartbroken, when she saw little Y's current state. Shasa, shasa shasa shasa. I didn't drink it, you need it tonight. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood what little Y meant, sighed, took out the spring water, and poured it on little Y. As soon as little Y absorbed the spring water, the whole tree perked up like it had been inflated. The willow leaves swayed happily in the wind, snuggling up to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao frowned, coughed lightly to hide her discomfort, and moved away. After little Y regained its vitality, everyone felt relieved. Seeing that the little monkey hadn't left yet and found it quite interesting, Bai Yaoyao decided to give it a bunch of bananas as a reward for its help. Eat up, little monkey. The golden monkey quickly took the bananas without hesitation, squatted by the roadside, and started munching on the bananas. Let's head back. You can't bite off more than you can chew. I'll talk about it again after I reach level 4. If we encounter another level 4 mutated beast, it may not be certain we can defeat it, Bai Yaoyao told everyone. Yeah, my powers are exhausted, and if we fight again, I'll have to go in with just a knife, De Dewan hurriedly nodded. Just as the night crew was about to leave, Bai Yaoyao habitually scanned the area and instantly detected a strong energy fluctuation coming their way. Bai Yaoyao immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. Whoa, this thing is stronger than the mutated python. Don't move, quickly adjust, we have to fight. Everyone was taken aback, and their expressions instantly tensed. Most people's powers were nearly depleted, making them a bit anxious. You all don't need to be nervous, I have something to ask. A relatively calm voice came through, and upon hearing this, everyone slightly relaxed, but they still remained ready to fight at any moment. After searching for a long time, where is the speaker? Who is talking? Everyone scanned their surroundings but found nothing. Bai Yaoyao continued to use her mental power to scan and found. The little turtle in front of her, the size of a walnut, had energy thicker than that of the mutated python. Are you the one speaking? Bai Yaoyao asked. Indeed. Little girl, the spring water you just took out, would you be willing to exchange it with me? Said the little turtle, holding its head high. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? A mutated beast can talk? They all turned to look at Bai Yaoyao. Normally, more intelligent mutated beasts can speak after level 6. I've never seen a situation like this. Bai Yaoyao was also confused. In the last life, I had never encountered a mutant beast that could speak before reaching level 6. The key was, such a small creature speaking with such maturity felt so out of place. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Seeing that Bai Yaoyao was silent, the little turtle slightly shook its small head. Its size instantly increased, becoming as big as a small car. Although everyone knew some mutant beasts could shrink and grow, seeing it with my own eyes was still fascinating. The little turtle, it should be called the big turtle, spat out 2 beast cores in Bai Yaoyao's direction and said, I will exchange this for spring water, just 1 cup. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the beast cores on the ground, unexpectedly finding both were level 4 cores, feeling a little tempted, but just now, Xiao Wai got injured, and all the spring water had been given to Xiao Wai, so there was none left. Sorry, I used up all the spring water to heal my partner just now, Bai Yaoyao said. The big turtle did not rush to speak. After hesitating for a while, it asked, if I also become your partner, will I have a chance to get that spring water again in the future? Dog? Xiao Wai? Big Meow? Bai Yaoyao? Bai Yaoyao was thrilled inside but didn't show it on her face and kept quiet, waiting for the big turtle to speak again and share some offensive or defensive techniques. My name is Xin Shi, I am not good at offense, but I can defend well. When I shrink, I can hide in your body and provide a protective energy shield to keep you safe.
Most importantly, the Shen Turtle clan never betrays. I have lived for over 600 years and would never deceive a little girl like you.
Bai Yaoyao's heart was pounding, but she still asked, Senior Xianqi, how did you end up in the zoo? Captured?
No, I came here voluntarily. They provide food and shelter, and someone helps to clean and tidy up. I am very satisfied, plus, I sleep for months at a time, so it's the same anywhere.
Hearing Bai Yaoyao call him senior, Xianqi became even more satisfied, thus explaining in detail.
Bai Yaoyao had a black line on her face, but upon closer thought, it indeed made sense. Other than losing freedom, everything else was top-notch. For an old fellow who had lived for hundreds of years and just wanted to sleep, who needed freedom when food and shelter were the best deals?
Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, My name is Bai Yaoyao, we all grew up together, we're a team.
I'll slowly introduce you to everyone when we have time. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Don't be afraid, everyone come to my side, Xianqi said slowly as usual.
Chapter 54, Bai Yaoyao easily battles the Wolf King alone.
After Bai Yaoyao nodded, everyone hurried to Xianqi's side. The little monkey that had been watching the show also rushed over. Xianqi glanced at it but said nothing. The little monkey clasped its hands and grinned. Xianqi blew a bubble, wrapping everyone inside, and a pack of mutant wolves appeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao focused her senses. The leading Wolf King was a level 4 mutant beast, with 2 or 3 level 3 wolves in front, followed by over a dozen level 1 and 2 mutant wolves behind. Bai Yaoyao felt a sinking feeling. If it weren't for Xianqi, it would be tough to handle. They could probably leave, but someone would inevitably get hurt. Under the command of the mutant Wolf King, 2 level 3 mutant wolves pounced from the left and right simultaneously. Just as everyone wanted to use their abilities, Xianqi refused. Let them fight, you all rest well. When they tire out, and you are good to go, you can counterattack, Xianqi said, shaking his head. As soon as the 2 mutant wolves hit the protective shield, it was like they smashed into a wall, and in an instant, they were bounced back. The 2 mutant wolves looked at the protective shield in disbelief, their faces full of confusion. The mutant Wolf King ordered them to attack together, and 20 or so mutant wolves surged from all directions. The scene looked quite spectacular. After watching the mutant wolves perform for a while, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim, Xianqi's defense was indeed impressive. Knowing nothing would go wrong, he asked, Elder Xuanqi, can you shrink down? Sure. Elder Xuanqi continued to shrink to the size of a walnut. Once Xuanqi became smaller, the space clearly became much more spacious. Bai Yaoyao took back Guzi, Xiaowai, and Deo, preparing some food for a few of them. Then she pulled out a large round table and a dozen chairs, just fitting inside the protective bubble, and called everyone to sit down, saying, Dinner time. Dinner time. Let's order. Fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Fatty beef and rice soup. 3 bowls. Beef noodles. Vegetable salad. Fruit salad. I'm on a diet. KFA, I can eat anything. After finishing the orders, Bai Yaoyao took out a steak to start eating, casually asking, Elder Xuanqi, what would you like to eat? Xuanqi, who had lived for hundreds of years, had never seen so much delicious food. The tempting smell was too alluring, and his new companion seemed pretty nice. In this world, not only was there energy spring water, but also so much delicious food, it really had a story. Please give me some fruits to eat, Xuanqi said without embarrassment. No problem. Bai Yaoyao took out various fruit platters, which they had prepared together back at the villa for easy eating later on. Xuanqi grew just a little bigger and started eating the fruits. The mutated wolves were getting anxious. They roared loudly, demanding respect. What was the meaning of this? They were fighting, and yet these people started eating. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to them. Xiaomi even remarked, why does the cry of these mutated wolves sound so much like Guzi's? Ha ha ha. After a long day, plus the exhausting battle against the mutated python, everyone was tired. After the meal, Bai Yaoyao pulled out some sofas, filling the energy bubble, and everyone lay down to rest a while. The setting sun's light filtered through the leaves, sprinkling on everyone. Leaning on the sofas, they regained their strength, contentedly watching the performance of the mutated wolves. Ah, life was truly beautiful. When everyone had mostly recovered, and the mutated wolves were also tired, the level 4 mutated Wolf King remained still, continuously staring at Bai Yaoyao, always ready for a fight. Bai Yaoyao put everything away and released Guzi, Xiaowai, and Deo. A few people with ranged attacks fired off skills first, taking down a few level 1 and 2 mutated wolves, but most were still fine, just extremely agitated. Taking advantage of this, everyone rushed in, while Peiqi and Shen, who didn't have offensive abilities, remained inside the protective bubble. Bai Yaoyao directly targeted the level 4 mutated Wolf King, making no unnecessary moves. Every attack was lethal. With agile movements, reinforced by her power ability, combined with her space ability to dart in and out or whip out spatial blades, she left the mutated Wolf King without a chance to retaliate. By the time it wanted to escape, it was already too late. Level 4 beasts possess beast cores, so it could never let you go.
With a blink and a headshot, she took down the mutated Wolf King. She expertly extracted the beast core, satisfied as she stored it away for beast cores. This trip was incredibly rewarding, not to mention gaining an invincible new partner. Bai Yaoyao's smile nearly stretched to her ears. Returning to Peiqi's side, she decided not to interfere in the rest of the battle. Brother Fat can't handle it, Yaoyao, Peiqi said with a furrowed brow. Bai Yaoyao glanced over. Brother Fat was facing a level 3 mutated wolf alone, purposely not letting anyone help him. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, he just hadn't yet managed to combine his powers with his existing skills well. Everyone had been used to the fighting styles for many years, changing would still take some time. Trust him, Bai Yaoyao said. At that moment, the mutated wolf lunged forward. Fat Brother didn't dodge in time, his arm was scratched deeply, but he took the opportunity to unleash his golden spear, one sword piercing through the mutant wolf's throat, winning the battle. Peiqi hurried over, gently touching the wound, and soon it stopped bleeding. Finally, the wound visibly healed. Thanks, Peiqi, don't worry, I'm fine. I feel like I learned a lot from this battle, it was worth it. Fat Brother patted Peiqi on the shoulder, comforting her. On the other side, Adol, Stone, and Lulu each faced a third-level mutant beast. Adol's battle was the easiest, already under the shade of the tree, his dark powers worked well, plus the boost of speed powers, the mutant wolf could not even touch Adol's clothes. In no time, it was killed by Adol with one knife. Stone's battle was too boring to mention. It would probably take a long time to tire out the mutant wolf before it could end. What was interesting was Lulu's battle. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lulu with a proud face, as expected. My Lulu was definitely the one who played her powers best besides Bai Yaoyao, combining her fighting advantages with her two hands being lightning, she was almost cooking the mutant wolf. Seeing that everyone's battles were nearly over except for Stone, Lulu created some distance and unleashed a thunder god punch, and the mutant wolf fell down darkly. While Bai Yaoyao was cleaning up the battlefield, she saw this one and was disgusted for a long time. Forget it, take it back to give to Meng Qilin, this one looked unappetizing. After everything was cleaned up, Brother Stone finally exhausted the last mutant wolf to death. The mutant wolf peacefully closed its eyes, could not bite anymore, its teeth were hurting to death. When it rushed up it became a wall, and could not run away. Finally, it bit hard towards Stone's head, and Stone directly shoved a big chunk of dirt into the mutant wolf's mouth. It choked to death. Forget it, let's reincarnate. Chapter 55, Clinging On. Stone picked up the choking mutant wolf, looked it over from side to side for a long time, appreciating it carefully, and then threw it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao said to Xianxi, I have a space where the air is good and it's at normal temperature, would you like to take a look? Oh. Sure. Xianxi replied. As soon as he entered the space, Xianxi was instantly stunned, staring at the grassy land, dumbfounded for a long time. Woof, 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 whimper, woof, woof. Here I am the big brother, you are the little fourth. Xianxi smiled but said nothing. Woof, woof, whimper, woof, 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 whimper, woof, woof. This is your second brother, this is your third sister. The dog pointed at Xiao Wei and Dimiao, saying. Before Xianxi could speak, Dimiao got angry, it was fine to be the third, but a third sister. Third sister, your grandpa? I am male. Dimiao chased the dog and gave it a beating. The dog couldn't run fast enough, and didn't dare to fight back, just staring foolishly at Dimiao. Dimiao felt that the worldview of cat life was about to collapse. With such a reliable master, how could there be such a stupid dog? Xianxi felt especially good watching, these little ones were really full of energy. He himself was not able to do it, an old bone, could not move, could not run fast. At that moment, a drop of spring water suddenly burst forth. Xianxi's squinted eyes instantly opened wide, excitedly shaking his four little short legs, running to the spring water edge, staring wide-eyed at that empty spring water pool. Xiao Wei stood alert at the spring's edge, swaying its branches and leaves. Xianxi pointed at Xiao Wei and said, I know, I will not move. After Bai Yaoyao packed up, she took everyone away, not fighting anymore. It would be dark soon, the visibility was blocked, except for Adol, it wouldn't be good for everyone to perform. Moreover, today's harvest was already enough, a 30-meter-long mutant giant python, plus nearly 20 mutant wolves, definitely enough to eat for a while. The little monkey had been following closely, neither far nor near. Bai Yaoyao simply ignored it, and when she reached the zoo entrance, she took out the car. After everyone got on the car, the little monkey dashed up, looking for Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao looked at the big monkey face pressed tightly against the windshield and honked the horn. The little monkey made a crying face, shook its head vigorously, and clung to the car frame, unwilling to get down. Bai Yaoyao helplessly got out of the car, and the little monkey immediately leaped over, hugging her leg, whimpering and refusing to let go. Bai Yaoyao pushed it, but it didn't budge. With a bit more force, she kicked it away. The little monkey fell to the ground, spitting out some saliva, holding its stomach with both hands, and howled loudly. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Oh my, was she being scammed by a monkey? You mutated beast, how could I kick you like this? Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter, completely captivated by the little monkey's performance. Bai Yaoyao also found it amusing, so she patiently asked, "Come on, what do you want? If you continue to act here, we'll leave." The little monkey instantly bounced up from the ground, ran to the side of the car, expertly sat in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and waved at everyone to get in. Everyone was speechless. "You want to come with us? What skills do you have? Show us." Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to refuse, but looking at the monkey's eager little eyes, she added a sentence. The little monkey surprisingly understood and quickly got out of the car, moved back a bit, and started to perform somersaults, dance, and show off a stick, busying itself. Bai Yaoyao laughed awkwardly. "If you could kill a zombie, I would take you with me, and here you are just doing somersaults. Sorry little monkey, but I'm not here for charity, maybe the zoo is more suitable for you." Bai Yaoyao planned to give it some bananas and leave. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly appeared behind, trying to bite the little monkey, who was still spinning and dancing, unaware of the danger. Although Bai Yaoyao didn't plan to take it with her, that didn't mean she could tolerate the zombie infecting the little monkey right in front of her. Since the distance was far, she was preparing to teleport over, but just as she was about to move, she saw the little monkey get mad, turn around, and roar, swinging its fist to smash the zombie. With just one punch, the zombie's head exploded with a bang, and the crystal core rolled out. The little monkey was furious. It had finally reached the most exciting part of its performance when that stinky zombie came to mess it up, causing it to twist its somersault. This looked like a job with provided food and accommodation, and even Grandpa Turtle came along. I had to hurry and catch up. So the little monkey quickly ran to another clean spot and continued to dance and do somersaults. Bai Yaoyao helplessly rubbed her head. This little monkey thought its skill was somersaults and not fighting zombies? "Brothers, what do you think?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Hearing this, the little monkey hurriedly ran over, bowed to everyone, clasped its hands, and blew a flying kiss. The monkey was the first to raise its hand and said, "Sister Yao, take it with us. A little monkey doesn't eat much, and it can smash a level 3 zombie with one punch. Its combat power is stronger than mine. If you don't want the trouble, I can take care of it." The monkey knew that Yao's sister feared trouble, so he added an extra sentence. The little monkey saw that the monkey was speaking for it and hurriedly hugged the monkey with watery eyes, admiring its ability to climb up others' backs. Fat Brother also said, "Just take it, with fewer people and more beasts, it's okay." Bai Yaoyao was also inclined to take it in, and others had no objections, so she nodded and said, "Alright, then you follow us, but don't perform dancing and somersaults anymore, just fight with us." Upon hearing this, the little monkey quickly nodded and patted its chest, giving a thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao pointed at the monkey and said, "His name is also Monkey, he will be your big brother from now on. Monkey, give your little brother a nickname, we'll all be partners from now on." The monkey excitedly scooped the little monkey up in his arms. A voice asked, "Do you like Wukong? Or the Great Sage?" The little monkey made a big gesture. "Got it, the Great Sage." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Once the name was settled, they quickly drove back. But after less than 20 minutes, Bai Yaoyao switched places with Fat Brother. Bai Yaoyao was annoyed by the two monkeys' noise, preferring to drive rather than ride in the car. The monkey hugged the Great Sage as if it had found true love, laughing and hugging, lifting high, chattering nonstop. The Great Sage just wanted a job that provided food and shelter. After all, there were no fruits left in the zoo. Seeing the monkey so enthusiastic about him left him a bit bewildered. He could clearly feel that his new big brother seemed to really like the way he was. Sitting beside him and in his arms, instead of at his feet, he was told that he didn't have to make everyone happy all the time, it was too tiring. They were partners, and would care and be tolerant of each other. Partners? Partners. Ha, my name is the Great Sage, and I have partners now. I am their partner, not a tool for performance. Chapter 56, Are you okay? When the night team returned to the safe zone, it was completely dark. Meng Qilin had been restless since the afternoon when the night team left, standing and sitting uneasily, afraid that they might encounter an accident. Hearing that the night team had returned, he hurried over to take a look. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. But why was there still a monkey in his arms? Weren't they supposed to go get meat to eat? This didn't look like they wanted to eat monkeys at all. Captain Bai? Everything go smoothly? Meng Qilin asked as he approached. Bai Yaoyao replied, smoothly. May I ask which chef made the mutated tiger meat last time? Could you help us cook a meal? I'll pay for it. It was a survivor we rescued. He was the chef at the Grand Hotel in City S, along with his 2 apprentices. I'll ask someone to check, Meng Qilin responded, his eyes occasionally glancing at the Great Sage in the monkey's arms. The Great Sage felt uneasy being stared at. Wasn't this person crazy? He wasn't going to eat me, why look at me like that? Bai Yaoyao smiled and explained, we caught a mutated python and a mutated wolf, and this little monkey looks quite clever, so we brought it back. Consider it part of the night team from now on.
Hearing this, the great sage puffed up his chest and patted his own chest, looking proud, successfully making everyone laugh. Meng Qilin thought the night team was quite creative. While other teams were looking for ways to recruit supernatural beings, the night team had completely different ideas. They went to the zoo to find a partner. Not long later, the chef came with his 2 apprentices. "Hello, my last name is Li, and these are my 2 apprentices. I wonder what kind of meal you want to prepare," Chef Li said. Bai Yaoyao responded, "Hello, Chef Li, mainly we want a roast meat, just like you did with the mutated tiger meat that day. Once the meat from the mutated beasts is roasted, you can see what your specialty is and prepare a bit more." Chef Li was taken aback and said, "Roasting meat is no problem, it requires fewer seasonings, but the ingredients for specialty dishes can be hard to find. We'll talk about that later, let's roast the meat first. The quantity is quite large, and we probably need to work the whole night." "How much do you need as payment?" Bai Yaoyao replied. "The whole night? Captain Bai, you all must have had quite a good haul today." Meng Qilin had not left, wanting to discuss tomorrow's mission details with Bai Yaoyao. Hearing that they needed to roast all night, he asked curiously, "Captain Meng, this one is for you." Bai Yaoyao took out the black mutated wolf that Lulu had killed and placed it in front of Meng Qilin. "What? This is a wolf?" Meng Qilin couldn't help but exclaim, amazed. Bai Yaoyao smiled without saying anything. She found an empty space and took out the mutated python, saying to Chef Li, "This is the meat we want to roast. Just tell me what tools and ingredients you need, and I'll get them for you." Besides the night team, everyone present was stunned, staring blankly at the giant snake. Bai Yaoyao took out a knife, planning to chop it in half. There was too much to handle all at once, and she had to leave early tomorrow. If it wasn't finished, it would stink. Great Sage keenly took the knife from Bai Yaoyao's hand and began to cut the mutated python into several sections. Bai Yaoyao put away a portion of it. Only then did the others come back to their senses. Master Li stammered out what he needed, then rolled up his sleeves with his 2 young apprentices to start working. But when the kitchen knife came down, the blade broke, and the python meat was still intact. Master Li gave an awkward glance at Bai Yaoyao. Great Sage volunteered to stay and help, and Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement, planning to let Great Sage rest in the space tomorrow. The others had to set out early and better get to bed soon. "Captain Bai, what you all did is truly impressive." Meng Qilin fought for a long time for an adjective but found himself unable to express his surprise and admiration. "It's just good luck," Bai Yaoyao humbly replied. "By the way, we set off early tomorrow to the Strategic Material Reserve, no problem, right? How's everyone's condition? Need adjustments?" Meng Qilin asked. Supplies were getting scarcer, and without resupply, things would become troublesome. "No problem, we will set off tomorrow," Bai Yaoyao said briskly. Hearing this, Meng Qilin finally felt relieved and said, "Good, thank you for your hard work, get some rest soon." Bai Yaoyao nodded and was about to leave. At that moment, a commotion came from the entrance, faintly mixed with the sound of a woman crying, which sounded somewhat familiar. Was it that Lin Iran? Though she didn't want to meddle, she was very curious to see what was happening. Since it was also on the way back to the tent, she followed Meng Qilin towards the door. Lin Iran was on the verge of collapse. When she left in the morning, she was full of confidence, thinking there would be plenty of gains today. Unexpectedly, not only did she gain nothing, but in her entire squad, she was the only one still alive. That zombie was terrifying. With just a wave of its hand, a wave of poisonous gas appeared, causing everyone to collapse and fall unconscious. If she hadn't happened to be at the back and suddenly awakened a new ability, quickly purifying the air in a panic, she would probably not have been able to escape today. Afraid that the zombie would chase her out, she set fire to block the exit. As for the companions who couldn't make it out, she could only apologize. Anyone would have made the same choice, she was sorry. Lin Iran saw Meng Qilin and hurriedly squeezed out a few drops of tears, crying, "Captain Meng, our whole squad has sacrificed." Suddenly, Lin Iran realized that all the supplies were in that team member's space, but he was also dead. Now she had nothing left. Thinking of this made her tears flow genuinely. Meng Qilin really wanted to curse. In the morning, Captain Bai had warned that this place was unpredictable, but they insisted on going, and now everyone was dead, returning just to cry. The more the manpower was lacking, the more disturbances there were. Meng Qilin wanted to yell out but thought better of it and instead spoke with a stern face. "I said this morning, if you don't listen to my arrangements, you will bear the consequences." But, we went on the mission for everyone's sake, Captain Meng, you can't just ignore us," Lin Iran said, choked with emotion. What do you want?" Meng Qilin asked, following her words. "I awakened a new ability today, I can purify poisonous gas, and my fire ability has also upgraded to level 3. Please, Captain Meng, help introduce me to the Dark Knight team," Lin Iran said, looking down, a bit embarrassed. Meng Qilin wanted to peek inside Lin Iran's head to see what was going on in there. Was it filled with glue?
He had no doubt that if he really dared to say that, he'd be kicked into a pile of zombies by the amicable Captain Bai. Bai Yaoyao was happily minding her own business, only to find herself dragged into the situation again. Couldn't help but ask a couple of questions. Are you okay? Are you okay? Gave everyone a few sour plums, and in the dark night, everyone followed Sister Yao and dashed off. Only Odd Dai felt a bit regretful, couldn't free up his hands, and that guy was gone? Chapter 57, Space Ability Upgrade. After everyone returned, they each went back to their tents to rest, because the spring water had been used by Xiao Wei during the day, and by now there was less than half a cup left, so it wasn't taken out again. Bai Yaoyao returned to the space and saw Xianqi lying by the spring water, staring at it without blinking, looking very content. Seeing her come in, he finally lifted his head. Senior Xianqi, what level are you now? Bai Yaoyao asked. Level 5. Bai Yaoyao was shocked, so fast. No need to be surprised, when the celestial phenomenon changed, I woke up and was already level 3. Xianqi explained. Bai Yaoyao had never heard of the Xian Gui clan in her past life. Had they never been born, or had something unexpected happened? The spring water doesn't have much left for today, there is only this little bit remaining, you can absorb it, I have use for tomorrow's spring water, so I won't give it to you. Bai Yaoyao said. Xianqi heard this and instantly became excited, drank it all in less than a second. After drinking, he looked as if he was drunk, shrank his head and feet, turned into a shell, and began to snore unsteadily. Bai Yaoyao gave one of the 3 level 4 beast cores she harvested today to Guzi, one to Demiao, and kept the last one for Deshang. Not worrying about scarcity but about unevenness, as long as there was enough, naturally, she wouldn't be too biased. Bai Yaoyao felt a huge pressure, so many mouths were all waiting for her to feed. Demiao bit the beast core and ran back to her nest to absorb it. Following her master, not only was there meat to eat but also beast cores, what a profit, a huge profit. Guzi wasn't satisfied, didn't want the beast core, wanted a big bone, and was kicked back to his doghouse by Bai Yaoyao, angrily scolded for over 10 minutes. When he got thirsty from the scolding, he returned to the little wooden house, took out a level 4 crystal core and 10 level 3 crystal cores, held them tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on absorbing the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao clearly felt the bottleneck she could never break through before being easily passed, warmth spread through her body, and all the fatigue of the day vanished. The space ability finally upgraded. Level 4 and level 8 were a hurdle, some people could not upgrade even if they absorbed many crystal cores. Having the experience from her past life, she was particularly familiar with her space ability, she had never missed daily practice, actively using her space ability in battles, plus the spring water she drank earlier improved her constitution. Under the influence of many factors, she was able to break through so smoothly, succeeding in one go. Bai Yaoyao tried out space cutting, and it was usable now. If she fought the mutated python from the day, she felt she would have an easier time. Suddenly she heard the barking of Guzi outside. Bai Yaoyao hurried out to take a look, hoping he wouldn't break the space again. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed the changes in the space, which should be the result of her recent space upgrade. The plantable area at the little house entrance had expanded significantly, the medicinal herbs planted last time had ripened a few days ago, but she hadn't had the time to harvest them. Today, feeling energetic, she would pick them later, otherwise, she feared they would rot in the ground, wasting her efforts. Guzi's doghouse was a complete mess, with cotton flying everywhere. Bai Yaoyao was just about to get angry when Xiao Wei tugged at her sleeve and pointed to the spring water. Bai Yaoyao glared angrily at Guzi and went to check the spring water with Xiao Wei first. The pool had expanded by a circle, she had just given all the spring water to Xianqi, and now there was a small pool again. It should be that the condensation area and speed had both increased. Bai Yaoyao simply took a cup and drank another glass, the taste unchanged, and there was no special feeling. The effect should be unchanged. After appreciating the supplies I had stockpiled, I took a deep breath and started working. Holding a basket, I began to collect honeysuckle. The dew on the flowers had dried, the flower color was close to pale blue and quite plump. Bai Yaoyao paid special attention to not harm the leaves and buds. Due to my master's influence, I would also plant some Chinese herbs on the back mountain, so Bai Yaoyao was slightly clearer about the methods of planting and harvesting. I worked for more than an hour. I wasn't tired, but it was a delicate task that consumed too much time. I had only done half of it, and I felt a bit of a headache. This wasn't a solution. How could I spend time doing this every day when I even felt I had too little time to sleep? I originally planned to finish harvesting today and then plant some, but I thought, let's leave it here and do it tomorrow. I hadn't seen Big Meow for a while, so I specially went over to take a look. Seeing the fluctuating energy waves on Big Meow, I knew it had reached level 4 but was still not very stable. So I fetched some spring water to feed Big Meow. It opened its eyes, saw Bai Yaoyao, and obediently drank the spring water, continuing to stabilize its energy. Bai Yaoyao looked at the hard-working Big Meow, the sensible little Wei, and then glanced at the mischievous pup. I really wanted to look up at the sky and shout, "Unfilial child." Glancing at the time, it was time to get up, so I found the pup and had a friendly spar with it before leaving the space. The pup was completely confused. Why was its master hitting it? Did it find out I pooped under the things the master collected? No way. The master was digging pretty hard. Yaoyao, how's it going? Did you level up? As soon as I came out of the space, Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, I leveled up. Tonight I can get you spring water to drink. Lulu said, I'm not in a hurry. My current lightning ability is enough. I want to practice more, so just give it to Peichi first. Okay, drinking spring water doesn't necessarily mean awakening an ability. I didn't awaken mine from drinking. Bai Yaoyao added. After having breakfast together, we all went to Master Li's place first. From a distance, I could already smell a fragrant aroma. Indeed, professionals do professional work. What on earth had Chen Xian roasted? Master Li and the two little apprentices were feeling like their arms were no longer arms, and their hands were no longer hands. It was okay to work hard for one night, but the key was that the meat was too hard to cut and difficult to roast. And there was this little monkey helping out. After just watching a few times, it had learned how to do it. Not only did it cut the meat faster than the rest of us, but it also seasoned it and controlled the heat perfectly. Though I knew monkeys were smart, it was still the first time I realized they could be this skillful. Master Li originally thought it was a long-term job, but now that was ruined. A little monkey had stolen his skills. Who could he complain to? I definitely had to ask the employer for another bowl of instant noodles. No. 2 bowls. When Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, this was the scene they saw. Master Li and the two little apprentices looked exhausted, while Great Sage was spirited, flipping the meat in one hand and sprinkling the seasoning with the other, occasionally adding wood to the fire. His movements were as skilled as a chef's. When Great Sage saw Bai Yaoyao and the others coming, he eagerly waved and came over with a plate for everyone to taste. Chapter 58, Bai Yaoyao's Self-Introduction. Bai Yaoyao casually pinched a piece to taste and, seeing Great Sage's eager little eyes, generously praised him. Great Sage is amazing. In just one night, you've learned to roast meat. Ha, my little brother is impressive. The monkey rubbed Great Sage's head and gave a thumbs up. Shirtu picked up the roasted snake meat, carefully tasted it, and exclaimed, wow, delicious. Everyone showered Great Sage with compliments as if they were free, and Great Sage joyfully did a somersault. Bai Yaoyao gathered all the roasted python meat and specially cleared a rack to place the meat from the mutated beasts. Then she said to Master Li, thank you for your hard work. Your skills are incredible, and what you made tastes wonderful. Thank you for teaching the little monkey. What supplies do you want? Because I was especially pleased with today's harvest, Bai Yaoyao asked specifically. Master Li couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. I said it wasn't me who taught him, he learned by himself. Do you believe that? However, knowing how powerful the ability users are, Captain Meng was very polite to this woman, so he didn't dare to joke or say much, answering seriously, anything is fine, just give us what you think is appropriate. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Since there were no special requests, it was even easier to discuss. She took out 2 boxes of instant noodles rescued a few days ago, a box of mineral water, and also took 20 compressed biscuits sent by Meng Qilin. These compressed biscuits are quite practical, but the taste was really hard to praise. The picky Shirtu and weight-conscious Kiki didn't want to eat them. Seeing Master Li's surprised expression, Bai Yaoyao knew he was satisfied, and how the 3 of them divided it didn't concern her. We'll be out for a few days, and if we have time when we come back, please bake us some more. Bai Yaoyao said. That I would naturally be willing, but your monkey, his barbecue skills are now not worse than mine, and he cuts meat faster than I do. Master Li said sincerely, though he didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. Bai Yaoyao looked at the Great Sage in surprise. She thought he was just helping out, but didn't expect him to learn the skills in just one night. Goodness. Okay, thank you, tuition. Bai Yaoyao put down a bag of small breads and the remaining 10 or so compressed biscuits, all given to Master Li. If the Great Sage can barbecue, then there won't be a need to contact him in the future. Food is something that cannot be trusted to outsiders. Although they have no ill intentions now, it's hard to say what might happen in the future. After all, we don't know what will happen later. Great Sage is really impressive. Master Li didn't expect Bai Yaoyao to be so generous. He was almost smiling like a blooming flower, suddenly feeling that his arm didn't hurt anymore, and he wasn't tired either. When he gets back, he must have instant noodles to celebrate. Bai Yaoyao explained the space matter to the Great Sage. Although he was smart, he was still a little confused about the place Bai Yaoyao mentioned, but he obediently listened and didn't resist. Once they arrived in the space, the Great Sage was completely startled. Suddenly surrounded by the dog, Big Cat, and Small Crooked, he stared blankly at the new little brother. After a simple self-introduction, everyone recognized this new partner who had just arrived. Bai Yaoyao took the time to enter the space, gave the level 4 beast core to the Great Sage to absorb, praised the Big Cat and Small Crooked, and gave the dog a beating, then hurriedly went back out. After receiving the beast core, the great sage was in a daze for a long time. Small Crooked even made a nest for the great sage. The great sage didn't know why he felt a bit like crying. It seemed he would never have to perform jumping through fire hoops or walking on tightropes again, nor would he have to be afraid of being beaten for making mistakes, and he wouldn't have to be dressed up and taken pictures with various people anymore. Having thick skin truly has its benefits. If I hadn't actively strived for this, how would I have today? So he hurriedly began to absorb the beast core, and after finishing, quickly helped the master barbecue the remaining meat. Everyone loves to eat the meat I roast. Bai Yaoyao didn't expect the great sage to be so sensitive, so open-hearted, and so thick-skinned. No one would have thought that this cheerful and striving little monkey had been so unhappy before. Captain Bai, you all have come over. Let me introduce you. This is Xieshan Nan, the head of the official ability user team, and also my childhood friend. Meng Qilin said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was slightly taken aback, not expecting to meet another acquaintance. Xieshan Nan, who ranked third on the ability user battle power list in the last life, possessed water-type abilities and spiritual abilities. Water abilities are played with such flair, they can turn into ice and snow, can be offensive and defensive. With a cool and aloof demeanor, and handsome, elegant looks, he is the most outstanding heir of the Xie family in City a true dream for countless girls. The reason he is considered a familiar acquaintance is that they have completed several tasks together, both felt the other had good character, so they collaborated more often. However, Xia Shannon ended up dying at the hands of Little Fong, and at that time, Bai Yaoyao mourned for quite a while. Hello, I am Bai Yaoyao. Hello, Xia Shannon. As expected, he is still so cold. Meng Qilin awkwardly said, Captain Bai, don't take it to heart. Shannon is just like this, he speaks very little since he was a child. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand, indicating she didn't mind. The official team of ability users consists of 20 people, with Xia Shannon being the strongest, at late stage level 3. There are 2 others at level 3, but their energy fluctuations are a bit weaker. Only then did she see a familiar face in the group, Cui Ying, who had gone to the city center hospital to collect medical supplies together. The overall strength of this team is definitely not comparable to Dark Knight's. To be precise, they are still quite far behind. Dark Knight's 12 members and 5 beasts, whether human or beast, have all reached at least level 3. Just this alone makes them the top team for equal numbers. Captain Bai, this journey is long, and dangers will be many. How about we introduce our abilities and strengths to better cope with challenges? Xia Shannon said. Meng Qilin felt a bit nervous. Asking about someone's cards right off the bat? This quiet person would be better off keeping quiet. Bai Yaoyao nodded. In her previous life, during their first collaboration, Xia Shannon had also said this. He indeed had no bad intentions and was quite open and generous. For task rewards, he always let her pick first. Moreover, except for a few individuals with corrupted morals, the official teams are generally reliable. After all, in the apocalypse, it's foolish to go solo, as even zombies know to form teams. Therefore, Dark Knight has nothing to hide. Bai Yaoyao directly said, Bai Yaoyao, space type ability level 4, strength type ability level 3, mental type ability level 3. As soon as Bai Yaoyao's voice fell, the room suddenly fell silent. Not only Meng Qilin, even Xia Shannon couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Xia Shannon had always been proud of his dual abilities until he met Bai Yaoyao, who had 3 types and was at level 4. Thinking back to last night, he was still worried whether the teams in this society would drag him down. He couldn't help but slap himself. Are you even worthy? Chapter 59, Captain Bai, I understand. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly, as this was the effect she wanted. Xianqi has already reached level 6, and can provide her with an energy shield in the space. This is her trump card. Bai Yaoyao did not plan to let Xianqi show up, he can protect her when needed in sleep when there's nothing to do. Bai Yaoyao turned to look at her brothers. They silently agreed to introduce themselves in the same format according to age. Sure 2, Earth-type ability level 3, Skin Hardening level 3. Chen Xiaopeng, Earth-type ability level 3, Metal-type ability level 3. Lulu, Lightning-type ability level 3. Xiaomi, Speed-type ability level 3, Light-type ability level 2. Hosey, Water-type ability level 3. Dadawan, Fire-type ability level 3. Peichi, Healing-type ability level 3. Kiki, Wood-type ability level 3. Shirlu, Wind-type ability level 3. Chen Xian, Support-type ability level 3. A DUI, Speed-type ability level 3, Dark-type ability level 3. Everyone was numb after hearing this, so everyone is level 3. Even the team leader might not reach level 3, and you guys? This is simply unreasonable strength. Xia Shannon felt his face blush slightly, unconsciously glancing at his teammates behind him, unsure of how to introduce himself. The teammates looked at Xia Shannon with red faces, pleading silently, Captain, please, don't make us introduce ourselves. Embarrassing. At this moment, Xia Shannon was even a bit worried. After he introduced himself, would Captain Bai look down on his team's strength and not want to cooperate? After hesitating, he said, I am Xia Shannon, a level 3 water element ability user and a level 3 psychic ability user. In my team, there are also 2 level 3 ability users, one in strength and one in fire, while the other team members are all level 2. Only 2 squad members with spatial abilities are not strong fighters, everyone else can fight. The members of the official ability user team breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the captain finished all the introductions alone, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward to introduce themselves one by one. Bai Yaoyao nodded, showing no special expression. The others were the same. The members of the Dark Knight team had their silly sides privately, but in front of outsiders, they all appeared very serious. It's getting late, let's set off, Bai Yaoyao said, noticing Xia Shannon's embarrassment. She felt secretly pleased but stepped in to help ease the tension. In her past life, she had been the one embarrassed, as she was the only level 6 in a team where everyone else was level 4 or 5. Xia Shannon's team all had ranks above level 6. At that time, they didn't look down on her, now it was the same in reverse. Alright. Let's go. The official mission naturally used official vehicles. The Dark Knight team drove 4 military SUVs, while Xia Shannon and others had 3 SUVs and 5 large trucks that could carry 49 tons, forming a small convoy. The road outside was not easy to navigate, there were too many zombies blocking the way. They didn't dare take elevated bridges, fearing they might suddenly end. Bai Yaoyao led the Dark Knight team ahead, clearing the path and directly engaging any zombies they encountered. Xia Shannon felt a bit embarrassed, so when they encountered zombies blocking the way again, he quickly sent someone to help. However, by the time his vehicle caught up, the Dark Knight team had already started wrapping up. The whole morning passed, and they hadn't engaged in any conflict. Captain Bai, how about our people go in front this afternoon? You've worked hard this morning, Xia Shannon said. It's not hard at all, don't worry about these details. My team members have abundant abilities, so if we run into something problematic, just send help quickly. Let's have something to eat and take a break before setting off again, Bai Yaoyao quickly changed the topic. Joking aside, if they didn't fight zombies, where would the crystal cores come from? With so many people to take care of, they couldn't afford to be wasteful. Xia Shannon and the official ability users had never thought of this. In the official sector, no matter how many crystal cores they collected, they had to be turned in. Cultivation resources were also distributed by the authorities, so no one had ever lacked cores. After all, ability users were precious, and with a large army and heavy weapons clearing the path, the initial supply of crystal cores was more than sufficient. So there were only cores that couldn't be fully absorbed, never a shortage of cores. Throughout the morning, Little Me hardly got into the vehicle at all. Even with 2 types of abilities, she was still very tense. In Pei Chi's words, she was the king of tension. Alright, let's take a break. I'll go get some food, Captain Meng specifically instructed that the supplies would be provided by the official team, Xia Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao nodded, if it was free, why not take it? The 2 teams gathered together, and Xia Shannon handed over 12 boxes of self-heating rice and 12 bottles of mineral water to the Dark Knight team. After receiving it, Bai Yaoyao took out the large round table and chairs that the Dark Knight team usually used for meals. Everyone began chatting naturally while setting up the self-heating rice. The official ability users squatting by the roadside were dumbfounded. Wow, it can be done this way too. Bai Yaoyao found it quite amusing watching Xia Shannon, a nearly 2-meter-tall giant, squatting on the curb with his eyes wide open in surprise. So she set out a long table with several long benches and called out, Captain Xia. Xia Shannon hesitated for a moment but still called everyone over. Though it was a bit cramped, sitting sideways was still better than squatting. Bai Yaoyao took out some grilled python meat from the morning and placed it in the middle for everyone to enjoy with rice. As for the exotic beast meat, Bai Yaoyao didn't distribute anymore, level 4 exotic beast meat is expensive. The level 3 crystal cores were almost absorbed yesterday to upgrade their spatial abilities, so she specifically took out the fragrant grilled meat to see if she could tempt Xia Shannon into trading a level 3 crystal core. This guy is rich, a big fat sheep. Xia Shannon believed he was not someone who overly valued the pleasures of taste, but smelling the aroma of that grilled meat made his self-heating rice lose all flavor. I wonder if I can trade for some core. Forget it, only a fool would be willing to trade. After finishing the meal, Bai Yaoyao tidied up the things, and everyone set out again. Under Bai Yaoyao's strong request, it was still the Dark Knight leading the way, hardly requiring Xia Shannon's help. It was only when they encountered 2 small groups of zombies that the official ability users came down to help. As soon as the Dark Knight crew saw they were here for the crystal cores, they surged in like they had been given steroids, directly taking on 3 or 4 at a time. Even Bai Yaoyao, with her thick skin, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It had already been a whole day. They hadn't even gotten 1 crystal core each, while on her side, not counting the level 0 and level 1, there were already over 100 level 2 crystal cores and 7 or 8 level 3 cores. Captain Bai, your Dark Knight really goes all out. Xia Shannon finally couldn't help but exclaim. Even someone as aloof as Xia Shannon had noticed within that day that they didn't want to let him and his group intervene. They were after the crystal cores. Sai, I've let you see a joke. You all have enough resources for cultivation and don't understand our struggles. It's really too hard. Bai Yaoyao really couldn't keep making excuses anymore. She bowed her head and gently rubbed her own head. Xia Shannon nodded, suddenly understanding Bai Yaoyao's reluctance to speak. A woman pulling along a team and having to take care of everything was indeed not easy, much harder than his situation as an official ability user with a safety net. Captain Bai, I understand. If you need help in the future, just ask. Xia Shannon said with a slight frown. Bai Yaoyao was just cracking sunflower seeds when she paused slightly. What do you understand? I don't even know what I'm saying. Chapter 60, Strength. Captain Bai, have you considered joining the officials? To be honest, our Xia family still has some say, and your strength is impressive, with several multi-type ability users. If you have backing, the improvement will be quicker. Xia Shannon sincerely invited her. No, my brothers have gotten used to freedom, and they aren't the kind of people who care too much. It's not quite suitable. Bai Yaoyao refused directly without a second thought. Xia Shannon nodded, not persuading further. Everyone has their own considerations. For some people, freedom is the most important. Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to play the pity card anymore. Even Xia Shannon, who never interfered, came to advocate for her. TSK. Bai Yaoyao hadn't planned to take action. They were only facing level 2 or level 3 zombies. If she took action, everyone would lose out. Just as she was about to return to the car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Be careful, a level 4 zombie is coming to serve. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. The Dark Knight crew quickly handled the zombies in front of them and hurriedly grouped together. This was what they had discussed in advance. Safety was the top priority. Although the official ability users didn't react as quickly, they also learned to keep their distance from the zombies like Dark Knight. Bai Yaoyao charged straight to the front. It had been a day without action, and her hands were itching. It wasn't until Bai Yaoyao rushed ahead that everyone finally saw the figure of the level 4 zombie. Hiding behind a car, it seemed to be a strength-type zombie, with both hands gripping the top of the car, directly lifting it up and smashing it toward Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao instantly teleported behind the zombie and swung her mountain-cleaving knife down. The zombie raised its hand to block. Half of its arm was about to be chopped off by Bai Yaoyao. The zombie had no reaction at all and continued to pounce forward forcefully. Bai Yaoyao stepped back in disgust and dodged. It smelled too awful. Bai Yaoyao tried spatial cutting and felt a bit disappointed. The power wasn't much stronger than spatial blades. But to everyone else, it was already impressive. 2 moves had destroyed the zombie's 2 arms. Bai Yaoyao mainly practiced her abilities. After a few exchanges, she found an opportunity, used mental control, and then executed a spatial cut. With a swish, the 4th level zombie's head was instantly severed. Bai Yaoyao calmly stirred the zombie's head with the tip of her knife and pulled out the crystal core. Xia Shannon stared blankly at Bai Yaoyao. Is this the strength of a 4th level ability user? He felt he had been too indulgent and too arrogant, thinking his dual system level 3 ability was not bad. Captain Bai is a young woman, not only leading the team but also balancing her own training. In just a short time, she could take down a 4th level zombie by herself. Xia Shannon couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, secretly making a decision. Bai Yaoyao thought about the team configuration, and for upgrading, the most important thing was to elevate Xiaomi's light ability to level 3, so it could purify the zombie poison. This way, if anyone got hurt by a zombie, they wouldn't just panic. Secondly, close combat damage was sufficient for her and die, while long-range damage was relatively weaker. Although there were many nature-based abilities, low-level nature abilities found it hard to hurt zombies. This 4th level crystal core could be given to Lulu first, allowing her to use it with the spring water to try to elevate her thunder ability to level 4 in one go. When Bai Yaoyao figured things out and raised her head, she found everyone was staring blankly at her. What is it? Why are you looking at me? Bai Yaoyao asked. Sister Yao, you took down a 4th level zombie in 10 moves. What else can we say? The monkey excitedly replied. Basic skills, nothing exaggerated. Let's go. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said. The Dark Knight group members were fine. Sister Yao had always been like this. They were surprised but got used to it. Others, however, were truly impacted for quite a while, especially Xia Shannon. Bai Yaoyao noticed that when they set off again, Xia Shannon had also joined Xiaomi in rolling up. He didn't get on the vehicle. Instead, he went forward to fight zombies together. Bai Yaoyao felt heartbroken, thinking they would lose so many crystal cores. Captain Bai, I only fight zombies to train my combat awareness. I'll give all the crystals to you, Xia Shannon explained, unable to resist Bai Yaoyao's burning gaze. Then how can I accept this? Just as Xia Shannon was about to speak again, Bai Yaoyao said, since that's the case, thank you. Xiaomi, why are you so inconsiderate? Go and take the crystals from Captain Xia. He worked hard for them, and letting him hold them for us is too much to ask for.
Xiaomi's face turned slightly red. Not everyone was as thick-skinned as Sister Yao, as carefree, but she still obediently went forward to take the crystals. The captain had spoken, so she couldn't ignore it. Xie Shan Nan couldn't help but smile. Okay, he thought too much. Captain Bai was truly a remarkable woman. When night fell completely, everyone stopped advancing. The road was too dark, and everyone was tired, so they simply found a wide place to rest for the night before moving on. During dinner, Bai Yaoyao, seeing Xie Shan Nan's contribution of a second-level crystal core and a third-level crystal core, offered him some roasted meat of mutated pythons. Xie Shan Nan instinctively declined. How can I accept this? Then he saw Bai Yaoyao's eyes light up, wanting to take it back, with no intention of backing down at all. Xie Shan Nan hurriedly changed his tone, but since it's Captain Bai's kind intention, I won't decline. Thank you, Captain Bai. Xie Shan Nan finally learned his lesson this time. Captain Bai is not an ordinary person, so I must be careful in the future. What is politeness, anyway? When the meat reached my mouth at that moment, all sense of embarrassment and refusal vanished. Who cares about that when there is the smell of meat? Not to mention this is mutated beast meat, which can also restore energy. After the meal, Xie Shannon took the initiative to say, Captain Bai, let my people take the night watch, you all have worked hard during the day. Okay. Bai Yaoyao replied directly. After Xie Shannon left, Bai Yaoyao said, today we have 2 cups of spring water, one for Lulu and one for Peiqi. Let's give the level 4 crystal core to Lulu first, so we can stack a level 4 attack. No problem. Everyone agreed without objection. If there is one team that won't argue over resource allocation, it must be the Night Shadows. Can we not take the night watch, is that okay? Fat Brother asked. Definitely not. The official superhumans are not reliable. Xie Shannon's strength is acceptable, but he doesn't seem very clever. I will let Dimiao and the dog I will let Dimiao and Xiao Wai keep watch. You should sleep well and rest. Bai Yaoyao answered. Alright, understood. As long as it's not the dog, we can sleep soundly. Chapter 61, Respect for the Strong. Lulu and Peiqi just happened to be in one tent. Let the two of them annoy each other. Bai Yaoyao flashed into her space, explained to Xiao Wai and Dimiao about the night watch, and let them out. After thinking for a moment, she went outside to remind them, there's no need to intervene unless there's an emergency, let the people nearby deal with it. Then she saw that Deshang was still grilling meat. Originally, he had taken a small portion of the mutated python meat for Master Li yesterday, and there was still about 2/3 left, but now nearly all of it was grilled. Looking at the neatly arranged plates on the ground, all filled with evenly grilled meat, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that bringing Deshang back was the right decision. Didn't I tell you to absorb the beast core? Why are you working again? Bai Yaoyao asked. Deshang raised his hand and made a 4, barking excitedly. Bai Yaoyao then realized that Deshang had actually reached level 4. Indeed, it was only that disobedient little dog who was useless. After swallowing a level 4 beast core, all it did was burp and fart, no use at all. Bai Yaoyao called the dog over and scolded it, and the dog, looking confused, thought, I didn't even pee in the medicine field today, why am I being scolded again? Why has the master been so irritable lately? Deshang, also puzzled, scratched his head. Bai Yaoyao rewarded Deshang with a bunch of fruits and sent him to rest. She then arranged the grilled meat on a rack, looking at the 2 layers already filled up. Bai Yaoyao, a serious perfectionist, finally felt comfortable. Glancing at Xin still sleeping, showing no intention of moving, she returned to the small wooden house to rest. Bai Yaoyao also left a bit of her mental power outside. Hardly any troublesome zombies appeared, and any level 2 zombies that did show up were dealt with by the official level 3 superhumans. After taking a nap, Bai Yaoyao checked the time, only 3 or 4 hours had passed. Bai Yaoyao discovered that this space seemed to be getting stronger, whether in terms of mental power or physical strength recovery, it was very fast while resting here. So she didn't want to lay in bed any longer and simply got up. There were still a lot of herbs that needed to be collected outside. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, picked up a basket, and started working. Seeing Bai Yaoyao busy, Deshang also came over. After understanding how to collect, he went to get a basket and started helping. Seeing this, Bai Yaoyao felt deeply gratified, and then glanced at the dog nearby that was desperately trying to bite its own tail while spinning in circles. What to do? I really want to hit it. In the moment Bai Yaoyao was distracted, Deshang had already finished collecting 1 row. Bai Yaoyao looked at her basket with only a few scattered herbs and suddenly had an idea. Deshang, are there many mutated monkeys in your monkey mountain? Bai Yaoyao asked. G. The great sage gestured 3 and 2 with his hand. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Could she get a few little monkeys to help her with the planting? Now, she was already so busy with the planting area that she hardly managed. But leaving it empty was such a waste. If she brought in a few more, could the great sage lead them to roast some meat and grow some crops? Just thinking about it was beautiful. Shall we go to the zoo again to find you some little brothers? Bai Yaoyao gently patted the great sage's little head and asked. The great sage excitedly nodded, thinking that maybe he hadn't performed well somewhere, and the master wanted to change him for another monkey. But it turned out she was just afraid he was lonely and wanted to get him some little brothers. Bai Yaoyao handed the picking task to the great sage and came out of the space, directly going to find Peichi and Lulu to see how they were doing. She lifted the tent's small door and looked in, delicate white shoulders, exquisite collarbones, smooth arms.
Sister Yao, your eyes are staring so much, can you look at me too?
Peichi said dissatisfied. Only then did Bai Yaoyao pop her lips and turn to look at Peichi, who looked good too. She praised, Peichi is really beautiful.
Can you not be so obvious about your insincerity?
Peichi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lulu looked helplessly at the two and quickly finished putting on her clothes. She said, Yaoyao, my dark injuries are all healed, even the scars have faded a lot.
That's normal, Bai Yaoyao nodded.
Lulu continued, but I haven't awakened a new ability, however, I successfully leveled up to 4.
It's okay, Xiaomi probably had a chance encounter. The spring water doesn't necessarily have the effect of awakening abilities, Bai Yaoyao replied. But it seems like I might have awakened a new ability.
Peichi suddenly said.
Bai Yaoyao and Lulu, Odot? What ability? Bai Yaoyao and Lulu asked in unison. It's hard to describe. I can feel your emotions. When you two are talking, the feeling isn't very obvious.
But when you look at me and talk to me, I can feel it very clearly, Peichi thought for a moment and said.
Bai Yaoyao instantly understood, this is a psychic ability. Someone awakened it in my previous life. Around level 7, they could probably hear what the other person was thinking. Wow, that's so amazing.
Peichi exclaimed.
This person didn't live long, right? Lulu asked.
Correct, he was killed by many forces together.
With no ability to protect himself and having such a magical ability, who wouldn't want to kill him? Bai Yaoyao said. Did you hear that, little Peichi? Keep it hidden, Lulu reminded.
Don't tell anyone except for our own brothers.
To outsiders, you only have a healing ability, Bai Yaoyao solemnly reminded again. Don't worry, I understand, Peichi nodded. The three of them made a plan and then went out together. They quickly ate something and set off again.
Yesterday, they had only covered about a third of the distance, and today they needed more time to travel. Unless they encountered zombies that would impede their progress or third-level zombies that would stop them, for everything else, they would almost always crash through. The journey was relatively smooth, without any injuries to personnel or vehicles.
Captain Bai, let's stop here for today, we're almost there.
If all goes well, we can arrive by 9 tomorrow, Xie Shannon said.
Bai Yaoyao nodded and replied, you can decide. Okay, let's take a break here for a bit, eat something.
I'll send 2 team members ahead to see if there's a suitable place to rest tonight, Xie Shannon said. Xie Shannon felt that he had been talking a lot these past 2 days. He was not one to explain things, but he just couldn't help wanting to talk to Bai Yaoyao more. It had nothing to do with romantic feelings, it was respect for the strong.
Xie Shannon comforted himself.
He shook his head hard, not wanting to think about these things. He instructed 2 team members to find a resting place ahead, then rested with the others. Today they had forced themselves to march quickly. To save time, no one even stopped for lunch, and their stomachs had been growling with hunger for a long time.
Bai Yaoyao and the others were the same. They sat in a circle eating, too tired to even talk. Chapter 62. Something happened. After Bai Yaoyao was full, she got up to take a walk.
Although this military off-road vehicle was strong, it was terribly uncomfortable. After sitting in it for a whole day, she felt like her body was falling apart. Captain Bai, the 2 team members I sent ahead to scout seem to be in trouble. It's been half an hour, and they still haven't come back, Xie Shannon came over and said. Okay, let's go and take a look together, Bai Yaoyao answered. They quickly packed up their things, and everyone moved forward together.
Strangely, Bai Yaoyao's mental power didn't detect anything, and the few energy waves were only low-level zombies. The 2 who went ahead were 1 level 3, and 1 level 2. They shouldn't have lost. Even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to run. Sister Yao! On the roadside! Kiki suddenly shouted loudly.
Everyone rushed to the roadside to look. The 2 were not only barely clothed, but their whole bodies had no intact flesh left. They were bloody and mangled, with bones sticking out from arms and lower legs, and their intestines hanging out.
Brother Ning! Liang! A woman from Xie Shannon's team rushed forward and collapsed, crying in grief. Bai Yaoyao also walked closer to take a look. These weren't wounds from zombies. It should be from a mutant beast.
After observing the surroundings carefully, she frowned slightly.
Seeing Xie Shannon's slightly guilty expression, Bai Yaoyao said, it's dangerous, let's leave quickly and travel through the night. Dark Knight team, get in the car. The people from Dark Knight didn't say a single extra word. They just followed the order and got in the car. Xia Shannon didn't hesitate either. He ordered his team to evacuate immediately. The woman crying on the ground held back her sadness and stood up. She lit a fire, wanting to burn the bodies of the two. Bai Yaoyao had already turned to leave, but when she caught the firelight from the corner of her eye, she turned back instantly, nearly cursing. Put out the fire. Quick! The monkey hurriedly got out of the car and used his water power to quickly suppress the fire. Xia Shannon also helped. Forget it. Monkey, get in the car. Bai Yaoyao sensed danger again and quickly said. Xia Shannon knew that Bai Yaoyao's mental power was level 3, and thought she had detected something. After the fire was put out, he didn't ask anything and just followed with his team. After getting in the car, he couldn't help but open the walkie-talkie and asked, Captain Bai, did you discover something? Bai Yaoyao held back her urge to curse, and patiently explained, even though something happened, and everyone is very sad, I still have to say, we are still in danger right now. These two people's wounds were clearly caused by mutant beasts. The tracks on the ground show they didn't even try to run back for help. Instead, they ran the other way. That proves they thought all of us couldn't handle that mutant beast. There are some gray animal hairs on the grass nearby. I guess it was a mutant rat swarm. If it made a level 3 ability user not even have a chance to use power, it must be a level 4 mutant beast. And from the wounds on the bodies, the rat swarm probably just left. Setting a fire at this moment, isn't that stupid? Bai Yaoyao didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. The woman realized it only after getting in the car. She almost dragged everyone into danger just now. She hurriedly apologized, sorry, I didn't think. I. Xia Shannon waved his hand and said, this is a warning. During missions, all actions must follow command. Yes, Captain. Because Dai had dark-type abilities, the night felt as natural to him as water is to a fish. He was totally comfortable, so he drove in the front. Bai Yaoyao sat in the passenger seat. Dai noticed they had already been driving for more than 10 minutes, but Bai Yaoyao still looked serious. He asked, Sister Yao, what do you think? Are we still in danger? Hard to say. I detected nothing with my mental power. With Xian Qi here, our safety is guaranteed. At worst, we can forfeit our supplies and leave. As for Xia Shannon, that's hard to say. Bai Yaoyao replied honestly. Dui nodded in reassurance. For Dui, as long as his people were safe, it didn't matter what happened to others. In the early morning light, everyone finally arrived at their destination, the strategic material reserve in H City. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what lay within. Passing by, one would never look twice, it resembled a rundown small factory. If it weren't for Xia Shannon's certainty, Bai Yaoyao would have thought they were at the wrong place. Captain Bai, I used my mental power to detect, there aren't many zombies, just a few. Did you find anything? Like you, are the supplies all stored underground? The yard doesn't seem large, Bai Yaoyao asked. Xia Shannon replied, yes, for safety reasons, it was specially designed. Let's go in. Bai Yaoyao suddenly looked toward the approaching direction and said, don't go in. The rat swarm is coming, get in the car and drive forward. Okay. Everyone barely had time to speak and hurry to get in the car, driving away as quickly as possible. They needed to leave this storage place. If the rat swarm spoiled the supplies, their trip would be in vain. However, they hadn't gone far when a massive rat swarm appeared behind them. Running was useless, so they simply got out of the car. Bai Yaoyao called for a few drivers to move the cars behind the building, trying to avoid them all getting damaged. Bai Yaoyao released Demiao and asked Xian Qi to activate the energy shield. Demiao's eyes lit up when it saw the rushing mutated rat swarm in the distance. Its tongue licked its lips, and it crouched low, ready to spring into action at any moment. All Earth-type ability users, come here and build a wall. Bai Yaoyao shouted. Xia Shannon decisively commanded, all members of Team H01, follow Captain Bai's orders. Xia Shannon understood well, a team cannot have two leaders. He didn't possess the ability to command Knight's members, but his own team trusted Bai Yaoyao completely. All the Earth-type ability users quickly ran over and built several earthen walls together. While it might not have much effect, at least it could slightly buffer the impact of the rat swarm. Lulu was the first to take action. Newly upgraded abilities were still fresh, and she unleashed a powerful attack. Chen Xian almost couldn't keep up to boost her power. Instantly, a gap appeared in the army of mutated rats, at least 100 of them dead, but soon afterward, the remaining mutated rats replenished the numbers. Other nature-type ability users quickly followed suit, throwing various abilities at the rat swarm. Bai Yaoyao held off on taking action, waiting for the mutated rat leader to appear while observing the battle. She realized that fighting this way wouldn't work, the ability consumption was too rapid. Before long, they would be entirely depleted, putting them at a disadvantage. Chapter 63, Team Battle. Captain Xia, thank you for your trust. Next, I'll take command, Bai Yaoyao said, looking at Xia Shannon. Xia Shannon nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat relaxed when he saw Bai Yaoyao's calm yet determined expression, despite the many mutated beasts before them. Captain Bai was indeed extraordinary. The mutated rat swarm was endless. Although they weren't moving quickly, the overwhelming mass of dark, mutated rats slowly approached, leaving everyone feeling lost and overwhelmed because there were just too many to handle. Each mutated rat was about 50 centimeters long, with sharp incisors protruding, claws that were both long and sharp, glinting like metal, and thick, long fur that suggested solid defense. While everyone was chaotically using their abilities, suddenly a calm voice was heard. Everyone pay attention, nature system ability users gather to my right side, don't use your skills randomly, split into two groups, water and wood in one group, fire in the other, be careful to use skills of the same type simultaneously. Earth system ability users dig pits nearby, the deeper the better. Other melee ability users wait, go in only after you see me go in. After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she placed some large knives and baseball bats on the ground for those in need to pick up, having bought way too many of these items, far more than she could use. Hearing Bai Yaoyao's loud and steady voice, everyone felt much more at ease and quickly followed her instructions to go to the right places, coordinating with those beside them. Seeing that the skill usage was not so chaotic anymore, Bai Yaoyao knew the first step had stabilized. Just now it was complete chaos. The fire users had just set off flames when the water users put them out, and the wood users had just gained control when the fire users burned it down. There was no need for the mutant rats to act, as our own people created confusion among themselves. While it seemed loud and chaotic, it really didn't cause much harm. Bai Yaoyao was constantly using her mental power to search for the mutant rat king, initially thinking it would hide towards the back, but unexpectedly, it was concealed among the rat swarm. If she hadn't detected the powerful level 4 energy emanating from it, one wouldn't have seen the difference. It looked no different from ordinary mutant rats, identical in appearance and size. Besides the mutant rat king, there were probably a dozen level 3 mutant rats in the swarm. After Bai Yaoyao's spatial ability reached level 4, she could now teleport twice in a row, and the distance had increased. When the energy of the nature system ability users was nearly depleted, Bai Yaoyao said to Big Meow, help me attract some attention. Big Meow had been wanting to charge in, but Bai Yaoyao had been blocking it. Now finally receiving the command, it dashed swiftly into the rat swarm. Wow, that cat is so fierce. Ah, Big Meow is incredible. Wherever it goes, there's not a single survivor. Brothers, let's keep fighting, don't let a cat outshine us. In the rat swarm, every time Big Meow lifted a paw, there was a pile of casualties. Moreover, its speed was incredibly fast, and ordinary mutant rats could not inflict any harm on Big Meow at all. Big Meow successfully attracted everyone's attention, including the mutant rat king. Bai Yaoyao was just waiting for this opportunity. With mental control as a start, she teleported twice in quick succession, unleashing her power ability fully, and struck down with a knife at the rat king's neck, additionally reinforcing it with spatial slicing to prevent any accidents. Before the rat king could even comprehend what had happened, it felt a sharp pain in its head, completely unable to move. When it wanted to defend itself, it was already too late as the large knife was right in front of it. Bai Yaoyao's series of actions directly resulted in the rat king losing its head, leaving it confused even in death, not understanding how it had been found or why this female was able to locate it directly. Before it could even confront a human, it was already slaughtered, feeling utterly wronged. Dai saw Bai Yaoyao charging in an instant and moved decisively, heading towards her while wielding his weapon. His attack power was not much weaker than Big Meow's. The nature system ability users had already exhausted their powers. They had intended to step back for a moment to rest and recover their abilities before joining in again, but upon seeing the Dark Knight team charge in without even discussing it, they immediately rushed into the rat swarm with their weapons. The official ability users were stunned. Why did even the soft and adorable healer from their group also charge in with a stick? Everyone from the Dark Knight team was rushing in from various directions, converging toward Bai Yaoyao. Xia Shannon noticed the fighting style of the Dark Knight group and realized their identities were surely not simple. Every single move was lethal, and just from their level of coordination and execution. You can tell. But that's not the main point anymore. Xia Shannon didn't hesitate, picked up a baseball bat, and charged in. The other members of the official ability user team saw this and also chose suitable weapons, standing on the outside to start fighting. If you don't have the strength to rush in, isn't that just sending yourself to death? Everyone has a clear understanding of their own strength. Not everyone is as powerful as the fierce ones from the Night of Darkness. Even though the Rat King was dead and the Rat Horde was thrown into chaos, the battle was still hard to end for a while. Because there were too many of them, Cat Meow felt like her claws were numb from swinging, and she still hadn't finished killing. Casualties began to appear on the battlefield. In the official ability user team, the woman who had used fire abilities to burn corpses in the morning suddenly lost focus and was instantly overwhelmed by the horde of rats, with her companions unable to rescue her in time. The rest had their arms or legs scratched to some extent by the mutated rats. Chen Xian was not skilled at fighting, and as time went on, he began to lose his stamina. Fortunately, Shirtu stayed very close to Chen Xian and provided support right away. But still, his leg was scratched by a mutated rat, and red blood gushed out. After the people from the Night of Darkness gathered, they first covered for Peach to treat Chen Xian's wounds and then broke through towards the pit dug by all the Earth-based ability users. When they got close, Bai Yaoyao and Cat Meow jumped directly into the deep pit, and the others no longer hesitated to fight, quickly scattering to the sides. Most of the mutated rats were attracted by Bai Yaoyao and Cat Meow. The front part jumped into the pit, while the back pushed against each other and couldn't stop, resulting in more and more mutated rats in the pit. Chen Xian took advantage of the moment with Xiao Shilu to unleash a gust of wind, pushing the mutated rats further into the deep pit. Bai Yaoyao had already put Cat Meow away into her space, then teleported out, took out some industrial oil from her space, and called for everyone to sprinkle the oil into the pit. Finally, she twisted a big fire down, filling the area within 10 miles with a scent of barbecued meat, which actually smelled a little bad. Most of the horde of rats was burned to death, while the rest fled in part. Only a few third-level mutated rats and a handful remained. Everyone split them up according to their situation, one for each person, and in less than 20 minutes, they were all taken care of. Chapter 64, Can I Join the Night of Darkness? When Bai Yaoyao led the Night of Darkness team to Xia Shannon's side, she found that everyone seemed to be in a bit of a bad shape, not a single face was unscathed, and there was one person without a leg. Xia Shannon was also so exhausted that he was about to break down. Seeing Bai Yaoyao and the Night of Darkness team come over, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. The others were no different, sprawled on the ground, taking deep breaths of fresh air, unable to say a word for a long time, with their bleeding wounds not even having the strength to care for. The official ability users were not all military personnel. Some were originally clerical workers who were assigned to combat teams after awakening their abilities in the apocalypse, and just holding on until now was already quite rare. Bai Yaoyao discreetly checked the headcount and noticed 2 people were missing, likely one male and one female. Bai Yaoyao nodded to Peach, who began treating everyone based on their injuries. For those without legs, growing them back was impossible, but at most, they could help their wounds heal. Xia Shannon recalled the recent battle against the mutated rats and increasingly felt that Captain Bai was unfathomable, whether in skills, abilities, or even in combat command strategies, all at an elite level. First, she arranged the order of attacks based on everyone's abilities, then found the mutated Rat King, and released a beast to draw fire, easily breaking into the fray to take down the mutated Rat King with just a few moves. Finally, she coordinated with the Night of Darkness crew. The mutated rat swarm was lured into a deep pit that had been dug in advance. With the powers of wind and fire, they swiftly eliminated the main force of the rat swarm. One link after another, it can be said that while he was still confused about how to take action, Captain Bai had already arranged the entire battle situation. The most critical thing was that she relied entirely on the abilities of the knight itself. Our side had so many people, and aside from killing some of the outer mutated rats, we had not helped at all. As a result, they were just fine, but on our side, some were dead, some were injured, and we had to rely on the healing powers of the knight to treat our side after the battle. Xia Shannon felt his face was burning. He had sailed smoothly from childhood to adulthood, always being the best at whatever he did, and he had never truly admired anyone of the same age. Today, he had finally gained experience in this regard. Bai Yaoyao looked at Xia Shannon's face, which changed from red to green. She was a bit puzzled, wondering if this guy was stunned from being beaten. How could this ice and snow expert from last life be so weak now? What Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon did not know was that in the last life, Xia Shannon also led a team to the Strategic Material Reserve, but before they arrived here, the team was scattered by the rat swarm. Only Xia Shannon survived to return to the safe zone. Not only did he fail to obtain any supplies, but he also lost all the vehicles, and nearly 40 ability users were sacrificed. From that point on, Xia Shannon began to shut himself off. His personality became exceptionally cold, and his strength increased rapidly, climbing to 3rd place on the combat strength list. After Bai Yaoyao was reborn, she had changed the fates of too many people. Xia Shannon took a breath, feeling slightly better in strength. He walked to Bai Yaoyao and sincerely said, "Captain Bai, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, we wouldn't just be failing the mission, we might have died here." Bai Yaoyao fiddled with her hands and muttered softly, "It's nothing, you didn't die." "Huh? What?" Xia Shannon didn't hear clearly and asked again. Bai Yaoyao cleared her throat and said seriously, "No need to thank me, I get paid for missions too." "Captain Bai, does your team accept new members? Can I join?" Xia Shannon pondered for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao almost spat out the water she was drinking. It was so ridiculous. The top combat strength of the official team, the only heir of the Xia family, wanted to join the knight? How funny is that? Without a second thought, Bai Yaoyao rejected him. "The knight won't accept new members, there will always be only 12 of us." Hearing Bai Yaoyao's refusal, Xia Shannon felt a little disappointed. The knight team was too enviable. The feeling of everyone trusting each other and fighting together was wonderful. It was something he had never experienced before. After calming down, he realized it was pointless, not to mention if the leadership would agree, his own family wouldn't approve. He had a heavy burden, not everything could be done as he wished. After understanding this, he felt embarrassed and glanced at Bai Yaoyao. It was his own rashness. Bai Yaoyao subtly shifted the topic. Let's rest here for a while, eat something, recover our abilities, and then head to the reserve. Okay, sure. Xia Shannon replied. Peiqi finished healing several seriously injured, feeling that Xia Shannon's injuries were the most severe. Plus, seeing Sister Yaoyao's awkward fake smile and her need for someone to rescue her, she came over to say, Captain Xia, let me heal you. Xia Shannon glanced at his arm that was still bleeding and nodded, saying, okay, sorry for the trouble. Just stop the bleeding, no need to use up too much ability. Peiqi secretly rolled her eyes but said nothing. It was not every day she had a good chance to practice her abilities, she had to seize it. She had not used her powers as many times as she had swung that stick last time. Only healing half and leaving the other half? What's this? Are you helping me practice the release of my abilities? Sister Yaoyao was right, this guy really wasn't very smart. So Peiqi completely ignored what Xia Shannon said and... The scars from the wounds are now invisible. Xia Shannon wanted to say something, but when he saw the serious look on the girl's face in front of him, he held his tongue and obediently stayed quiet. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. The members of the Dark Knight team are all very sincere people. Even when he said that it wasn't necessary to heal everything completely, they meticulously spent their abilities until his wounds disappeared. So touching. After Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon buried the two sacrificed official ability users on the spot, she pulled out 2 tables and started to eat. So hungry. Without waiting for Xia Shannon to get food, Bai Yaoyao directly brought out several large plates of mutated python meat and the freshly roasted mutated wolf meat by Great Sage. She also took out a case of beer and a pack of happy water for the lazy. Everyone in the Dark Knight team was almost holding roasted meat in one hand and a small beer in the other. It felt great. Adu and Chen Xian, the 2 miners, secretly got a bottle of beer while Sister Yao was not paying attention. Just as they were about to drink it, they caught sight of Sister Yao's knife-like gaze coming at them. They naturally poured some beer for the nearby fat brother and Sure 2 brother, then obediently put the bottle back. Fat brother patted Adu's soft little hair and said, Adu, your 1-month punishment hasn't ended yet. If you make Sister Yao angry again, nobody will be able to save you. Sure, I know, fat brother, let's eat, don't talk. Adu pulled at fat brother's sleeve and said. Bai Yaoyao smiled. After such a big battle, being able to drink and eat meat heartily with the brothers felt really comfortable. Chapter 65, Shopping for $0 again. After everyone finished eating, they didn't rush to move. They rested for about 2 hours before setting off again. Fortunately, they had parked their vehicles a bit far away. Except for one off-road vehicle that had a flat tire from being bitten by a mutated rat, everything else was fine. However, there was a spare tire on the vehicle, so without anyone else's help, the monkey fixed it in 5 minutes. Once everyone was finished adjusting, they got into the vehicles and headed back. Upon arriving back at the entrance of the resource depot, Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon, the 2 mental-type ability users, first carefully checked the surroundings and inside, confirming that there were no special situations before they began to clear out the zombies. The Strategic Materials Reserve Depot in H City has an extremely rich variety of resources. Strategic materials, as the name implies, are materials that play an important role in national economy and defense. Therefore, any energy or raw materials of great significance to national economy and defense security, such as gasoline, rubber, and grain, belong to this category. Such materials are often difficult to quickly replenish or find substitutes once they are lacking due to war outbreaks, economic sanctions, trade barriers, environmental destruction, or resource depletion. This time, Xia Shannon only brought 2 second-level spatial ability users and 5 large trucks, so it was impossible to take everything away. He specifically made a list with experts in advance, planning to collect items according to the priority of the items on the list, with the most important being the backup food. After Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight team cleared out all the zombies in the entire reserve, she went to wait at the entrance. She wasn't curious about what was inside at all and didn't care at all about what Xia Shannon would take away. Instead, she pulled out a few sofas and lay down with her brothers to rest. Sister Yao, I just saw so many rooms in that underground storage, aren't we going to get a share? Monkey asked. Xiaomi also said, yeah, even if they had 20 more large trucks, they couldn't carry everything. Why are you two in such a hurry? When has your sister Yao ever done something that would lead to a loss? Just look at her calm demeanor, and you'll know this will work out. Lulu blared at the two, dismissively saying. Bai Yaoyao said, no need to rush, just see if this Meng Qilin and Xia Shannon know how to be sensible. Bai Yaoyao drank her milk tea, ate her potato chips, curled up on the sofa, looking like she wasn't in the wild but in a world away from the apocalypse. It felt more like being at home on a weekend. What does it mean? I don't understand. How do you say someone is sensible, and how do you say someone is not? Little 16 said, puzzled. You'll know soon, here, drink. Bai Yaoyao smiled at Little 16 and handed her a bottle of drink. Little 16 opened her eyes wide in innocence. 10 walnuts? Yao Jia, Are you calling me dumb? Didn't Monkey Brother and Little Rice Brother also not get it? Bai Yaoyao nodded, tossing a bottle to both Monkey and Little Rice. I silently delighted, even though I don't understand, I don't ask, so no one knows that I don't get it. While smiling to himself, he found that he also received a bottle. Okay, then I am fourth from the last, little 16 is the dumbest. The Dark Knight group watched from a distance as Xiashan Nan's people busied themselves, with Cui Ying and another space ability user first putting things into the space, then unloading them onto the trucks, stacking several large trucks quite high. After nearly an hour of work, they finally finished everything. Xiashan Nan came over and said, Captain Bai, we are ready, do you want to check if you need anything? Bai Yaoyao pretended to refuse, saying, no, my space is full, I can't fit anything else. Xiashan Nan nodded, saying, that's true, you could actually take out some less essential things to swap for a few. The reserves are all necessities, and we won't be able to come back in the future, so it's best to take some away. I'll have them drive forward a few hundred meters to see if we can drive smoothly after loading so much. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, okay, I'll go down and take a look. After Xiashan Nan left, Bai Yaoyao took the Dark Knight group into the storage warehouse, leaving 2 people above to guard, just in case of danger. All the supplies were stored underground. Bai Yaoyao initially thought the air would be terrible down there, but unexpectedly, it was just like above ground, the design was quite advanced. A long corridor ran through, with warehouses for storing supplies on both sides. The first few warehouses mostly contained agricultural products, with various seeds and finished rice, flour, and oil. Although Xiashan Nan had taken some away, most of it remained. Bai Yaoyao accepted everything without refusal, even taking the shelves into the space, but stored it separately from the purchased supplies. There was also a cold storage room, entirely filled with frozen meat. Perhaps there was a backup generator or some kind of high-tech power equipment. The cold storage was functioning well, and all the frozen meat was normal, not contaminated or rotten. Frozen meat can generally be stored for several decades. Some pork might even be older than the person eating it. In the remaining warehouses were salt, sugar, honey, tobacco leaves, cotton, fabric, rubber, oil, coal, military tents, canned meat, and finished military rations. Bai Yaoyao always thought she had stocked up enough supplies, but compared to the materials in the storage, saying it was like a drop in the bucket was no exaggeration. Xiashan Nan could only take a limited amount, so most of it became Yaoyao's gain. There weren't many canned meats and military rations left, only about 6 or 7 boxes, each containing around 100 portions. Other items, however, were plentiful. The latter warehouses were all military related, filled with materials like copper, aluminum, tungsten, and fuel like gasoline and diesel. There were also a lot of equipment, with many unknown parts that Bai Yaoyao recognized should be for replacing and repairing equipment. There were many weapons too, regardless of whether they could be used. Bai Yaoyao collected them all, planning to research them slowly back home. There were a few large cabinets at the back, but they were all empty, likely taken by Xiashan Nan. From the labels on the cabinets, it seemed they were military technology documentation records. Electronic information is not necessarily safe, it seems that a lot of preparation is needed. In peaceful times, the main focus is on developing people's livelihoods. Limited by the small military budget, it's generally impossible to mass-produce military equipment. But once the situation becomes severe, the priority of military equipment will rise to the highest level. In the end, Bai Yaoyao preferred the items in the last 2 warehouses, gold, silver, platinum, and various precious metals. The moment she opened the door, it almost blinded Bai Yaoyao's eyes. After collecting everything, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly went up. Sister Yao, how is it? Did you get a lot? Fat brother didn't go down, staying up to guard the door. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to describe how much she collected, anyway, it was super a lot. After thinking for a moment, she said, enough for the 12 of us to eat, drink, and wear for hundreds or thousands of years. The amount is even more than the supplies we collected beforehand, but some things we won't need. There are also many seeds which I can plant in my space. I plan to go to the zoo again after we return this time. I want to collect a couple of monkey little brothers for Dishang, so when we have nothing to do, the monkeys can plant grains, Chinese herbs, or fruit trees. Fat brother gave a thumbs up and said, wow, that's worth it, really worth it. It was not in vain to be so tired along the way. But can the monkeys learn to plant? Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, yes, Dishang is incredibly capable. The honeysuckle tea in your cup was picked and dried by Dishang. Ha, awesome. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the zoo when we get back. Chapter 66, Return. Before leaving, Bai Yaoyao specifically locked the door of the basement and asked Fat Brother to reinforce it with his gold-type ability. If one day the apocalypse ends, this place might still play its role. Xia Shannon drove slowly in front, surprised to see Bai Yaoyao catch up so quickly. So many supplies, isn't she going to pick through them carefully? Moreover, he had already taken his people away, no one could know how much he stored. Could it be true that the space isn't that big? Didn't Meng Qilin say that Captain Bai's space definitely has a lot of room left?
When they ate again, Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight group didn't use tables and chairs anymore, nor did they rest on the sofa.
Instead, they squatted on the roadside holding instant noodle cups to eat.
He understood then, Captain Bai didn't have much space left either. They discarded the tables and sofas and even had no table to eat on.
Is this a problem? Is this madness? Isn't it good to lie on the sofa eating big lobsters? Why squat by the roadside to eat instant noodles? Instant noodles can cause acne,
Lulu said while slurping on noodles, clicking her tongue, and realizing it was still quite tasty.
I also think it's problematic. Next time, let them squat to eat while we sit there, Bai Yaoyao also said. The monkey unwillingly said, don't. Didn't we just vote on this? It's been so long since the apocalypse.
Superpowers are not weak, but there were no opportunities to intervene just now. The Dark Knight team was too well coordinated and in sync. Bai Yaoyao was thinking about who would use this level 4 crystal core better when she heard the monkey's angry curses.
Damn it, there's no crystal core.
The monkey stirred with a knife and found nothing but a pile of disgusting things.
What a waste of effort for half a day.
It's not a complete waste, at least we practiced our cooperation, Fat Brother said. Xia Shannon came over and said to Bai Yaoyao, Captain Bai, we need to hurry up, the resources left in the safe zone are not much, and I'm afraid they can't hold on for long.
No problem, let's not stop to rest, we can switch drivers and take turns resting, Bai Yaoyao agreed. Bai Yaoyao also wanted to go back quickly. The little piece of land in front of the small wooden house had been empty for a long time, and she couldn't wait to retrieve the great sage's little brothers.
All right.
Xia Shannon went back to let Chuiying send a box of food and water to the Dark Knight team, and they set off again.
Although they wanted to speed up, the road conditions were terrible, and with several trucks heavily overloaded, they couldn't go fast. Fat Brother and Stone used all their powers to pave the road, and they still chewed on the roasted meat of mutant beasts.
After almost 4 days, they finally returned to the safe zone.
As soon as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, she saw Meng Qilin.
Captain Bai, you've worked hard. Bai Yaoyao waved and said, it's no trouble, just doing my duty.
I'll get Masterly to make us something delicious soon, I'll deliver it to your tent for everyone to eat and rest well, Meng Qilin said with a smile, almost blooming like a flower. He knew the level of the official superpower team well, the capable ones were just those few from Xia Shannon. Completing the mission smoothly and returning so quickly must mean Dark Knight exerted great effort. Captain Meng, no need to be polite, we have something to do this afternoon, we'll just have a simple lunch and set off again, Bai Yaoyao declined.
Just came back and leaving again? Aren't you going to rest? Xia Shannon chimed in. Bai Yaoyao nodded but did not speak. Do you need help?
My power may be average, but I can still help a bit, Xia Shannon asked again.
Meng Qilin was stunned beside them. What's going on? How did this guy become so eager after going out? He always thought he was so amazing. Bai Yaoyao gently declined again.
Meng Qilin and Xia Shannon stopped asking, everyone has their own secrets. After Bai Yaoyao and the others set up their tent and had a meal of stir-fried vegetables and rice, they set off again. They also let Dogsy, Xiaowai, Demiao, and the Great Sage out to get some fresh air, but Xianqi was left alone. Apart from seeing him that first day, Bai Yaoyao hadn't seen him wake up since. As soon as Dogsy came out, he barked excitedly and ran around non-stop. Now everyone's powers had gone up a level, and they hardly wasted any time on the way, nor did they encounter any formidable zombies. Familiar paths led them to the zoo, and the Great Sage had already bounced ahead, bringing happiness to the Dark Knight crowd, prompting smiles all around. As they walked and chatted, suddenly they heard the Great Sage roar in anger. They thought he encountered some danger and hurriedly ran toward Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao opened her mental powers fully but didn't detect anything high energy, so she felt a bit reassured. When they arrived, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The entire Monkey Mountain was covered in monkey corpses, severed limbs and broken arms lay everywhere, and blood stained the ground and the rocks with an intense red, the stench of blood still heavy, suggesting it had just happened. It had only been a few days since they last came, although it wasn't bustling then, the lively expressions of the little monkeys had left a deep impression on everyone. The Great Sage stood lonely and helpless on Monkey Mountain, sobbing as he beat the rocks.
Chapter 67, Revenge.
Xiaowei gently stroked the Great Sage with branches and leaves, while the dog also stopped causing trouble and quietly accompanied the Great Sage. Bai Yaoyao carefully observed the bodies of the monkeys. They appeared to have been torn apart by a giant beast, with similar wounds, as if killed by a mutated creature. Great Sage, you still have us, we? The monkeys squatted on the ground, softly comforting him, tightly holding the Great Sage's hand. Before he could finish speaking, they heard some movement coming from the rockery, like the sound of leaves being stepped on. The group hurried to protect the Great Sage, as if they suddenly forgot that he was a mutated beast capable of punching a level 3 zombie to death. They simply felt that the Great Sage was very sad now. He needed protection, needed comfort, and they wanted to protect him, regardless of anything else, just because he was a companion. Even the usually quiet Shur Tu and the indifferent Lulu showed the same concern.
The great sage suddenly felt less suffocated. Looking at the group of people around him, he felt a warm sense. This is what a companion is. Bai Yaoyao climbed over the rockery, intending to use spatial slicing to break it apart, but suddenly heard a squeaking sound and detected something was off. She took a few steps closer, peeking into the cave, where 3 monkeys were huddled in a circle, hiding 2 little monkeys in the middle. The previous sound must have come from the little monkeys, whose mouths were covered. As Bai Yaoyao took a step forward, the 3 larger monkeys bared their teeth and glared at her, as if trying to scare her away. The 2 little monkeys, however, looked at her curiously and even reached out their hands towards her. Bai Yaoyao stepped back a few paces and shouted, "Great sage, come here, there are still a few of your companions. Ask them what's going on and if they want to come with me." Upon hearing this, the great sage rushed up, squeaking and trying to communicate for a while. Bai Yaoyao was not impatient, patiently waiting while glancing at the scattered corpses, feeling slightly regretful. These were supposed to be his good employees. After a long while, the great sage finally brought a few monkeys over, saying they were willing to leave together. Bai Yaoyao let the great sage explain about the journey to space, and once they agreed, she collected the monkeys into the space along with the great sage, allowing them to get familiar with each other so they wouldn't be too scared. Bai Yaoyao still felt a bit regretful, not knowing if these monkeys could help with roasting meat, farming, or not. Upon checking, only one little monkey was a level 1 mutated beast, the others were ordinary monkeys. Better to have some than none, perhaps. But it was also possible that because they were not mutated, they avoided this disaster. "Yaoer, let's leave. The ground is still soaked with fresh blood, and we don't want to get ambushed again," Lulu said. Bai Yaoyao was just about to nod when she suddenly sensed a strong energy rapidly approaching. "There's no time," Bai Yaoyao said, waking Su Qi and telling it to open the protective shield. At the moment it opened, a black shadow rushed in, which Bai Yaoyao noticed but chose to ignore. The shadow was rebounded by the protective shield, crashing onto the ground, looking utterly bewildered at Bai Yaoyao and the others. It was then that Yi and the others saw what this black shadow was, a fully black mutated leopard, its fur glistening in the light, with blood and monkey hair at the corners of its mouth. It was clear that this leopard had killed the monkeys on Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to waste time and acted immediately. As she rushed out, the leopard also moved. It seemed to transform into a bolt of black lightning, pouncing swiftly towards Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao's psychic power ability had not stopped operating, it always closely monitored the movements of the mutated leopard. Seeing the leopard leaping towards her, instead of retreating, she charged forward. The leopard was a bit surprised, but it suddenly became excited. "Foolish humans dared to compare explosive power with me." As Bai Yaoyao was about to collide with the leopard, she swiftly entered the space and came out a second later, just in time for the leopard to pounce, kicking it hard in the rear. The leopard was stunned again, followed by a wave of anger. This damned attack didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. Looking at Bai Yaoyao's smiling expression, it felt Bai Yaoyao's deep contempt for it and foolishly charged again. Bai Yaoyao used the same trick again, quickly entering the space and waiting 1 second before coming out, holding a baseball bat, activating all her strength abilities, and hitting down on the mutated leopard. The leopard howled a few times, although Bai Yaoyao couldn't understand, she could guess it was definitely cursing. How rude. So she continued to curl her finger, provoking, "Come here." The leopard's dark face oddly started to flush red. It charged again, and as it neared Bai Yaoyao, it quickly turned around, thinking to itself, "I will never make the third mistake, cunning human, I will bite you to death." Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to try to confront it head-on, but she didn't expect the leopard to play like that and actually turn its head. So she hammered down hard on the place she hit last time, and this time, Qin Xian seized the opportunity and amplified her powers. Bai Yaoyao heard a very pleasant sound of bones breaking. The leopard lay dumbfounded on the ground, its spine already broken, hardly able to move. Bai Yaoyao let out the great sage and said, "The killer." The great sage stared blankly at Bai Yaoyao. "Is the master specially taking revenge for me?" Bai Yaoyao thought the great sage would rush over and finish off the mutated leopard with a punch, but unexpectedly, the great sage suddenly ran toward her and hugged her leg tightly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, her face slightly flushed and her entire body felt uncomfortable. She hurriedly pulled the great sage away, cleared her throat, pointed at the leopard, and said, "What are you doing? Go kill it, its beast core is for you." The great sage obediently nodded and then charged at the leopard, fiercely pounding its abdomen, each punch drawing blood. Bai Yaoyao clicked her tongue, seriously appreciating it. After having his fun, the great sage lifted the mutated leopard high above his head and tore it in half, blood splattering all over him. He stood there dazed for a long time before taking a deep breath and turning to find Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao threw her milk tea away and stretched her hand to refuse, saying, "Don't come over." The monkey hurriedly stopped the great sage and rinsed him off, saying, "If you act like this and go hug Sister Yao again, I'm afraid she'll kick you out of the zoo." Silly monkey. The great sage scratched his head foolishly and understood, the master didn't like things being dirty. Chapter 68, Natural Wake-Up Disrupted. Having completed their purpose, and with night falling, everyone retreated directly back to the safety zone.
Everyone had not had a good sleep for many days, and both their bodies and spirits were quite exhausted. They didn't have much of an appetite, so they ate a little something to fill their stomachs and then directly returned to their tents. They planned to sleep in until they woke up naturally, and not go out for missions tomorrow to adjust themselves. If they were bored, they could stroll around to relax. Even in the apocalypse, one must balance work and rest. When Bai Yaoyao entered the space, the dog was the first to rush over. Taking advantage of the dog not having upset her yet, Bai Yaoyao quickly patted its head. Suddenly, the dog spat out a level 4 black beast core. It howled for a long time, pointing at the great sage. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood its meaning. It was given by the great sage. "Great sage, didn't I tell you to absorb it?" Bai Yaoyao asked. The great sage shook his head, pointed at himself and big meow little twist, showed 4 fingers, pointed at the dog, showed 3 fingers, and then stuffed the beast core into the dog's mouth. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but support her forehead. "Eat, dog, you're the last one at level 3. The dog whined and took the beast core, looking very pitiful as it walked away. Bai Yaoyao felt a little heartbroken, so she threw it a big bone. The dog was instantly excited, spitting out the beast core and running off with the big bone. "Bai Yaoyao, I really want to slap my own face." After teaching the great sage to plant fruit trees, Bai Yaoyao went to sleep. She was too tired both physically and mentally. There was no shortage of food and medicine, which were rarely used. Fruit was much more practical. At least she could eat a bit every day, unlike flour and such, which she had stocked too much of, had no use for, couldn't make, and had no time to make. Actually, Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to plant. She just buried the seeds, covered them with soil, and watered them. Done. Whether they could grow was to be seen. Bai Yaoyao thought that since she had been on the road for the past few days, she hadn't used the spring water and had accumulated a lot, so she instructed the great sage to drop a few drops of spring water after planting each seed. She also divided a cup of water for Xuanqi and little Y. She laid in her comfortable big bed and fell into a deep sleep within 3 seconds. Although the process of sleeping was delightful, waking up was somewhat irritating. Bai Yaoyao heard the chattering outside the tent, initially in a half-asleep state, trying to pretend she couldn't hear it, but the noise grew louder, something about the tent, about sleeping, but she was too sleepy to understand what they were arguing about. Finally, she was successfully awakened by Lulu's loud voice. Bai Yaoyao helplessly got up. After coming out of the space, she found Lulu had already exited the tent. It was just getting light. Looking at the time, it was still not even 6 o'clock, and she immediately wanted to curse. "It's so early, can you stop chattering? Enough already, can you get lost?" Hearing Lulu's voice, Bai Yaoyao knew Lulu was on the edge of wanting to kill someone. If she didn't go out soon, there would be a dead person. "Who are you? Why are you getting so worked up?" Lulu was definitely the one with the worst temper in the organization, but she never held grudges because she would retaliate right on the spot. "Sister Lulu, take it easy, go back to sleep, I'll handle this." The monkey saw the electrical sparks already faintly glowing in Lulu's hands and hurriedly advised her. As soon as Bai Yaoyao stepped out of the tent, she saw Meng Qilin awkwardly saying, Really sorry, I'll fix this right away, I didn't mean to disturb your rest." Bai Yaoyao squinted to observe what was happening. A girl in a dress was looking angrily at Lulu with a full expression of "I'm looking for trouble." Just this strange dress made Bai Yaoyao think it was amazing. Was she disregarding zombies and mutant beasts? Or was she ignoring the apocalypse? "Captain Meng, I think my request isn't unreasonable. When you brought us over, you said such nice things, and now you can't even spare a tent?" The girl proudly stood like a mother peacock, raising her head and crossing her arms. Bai Yaoyao was baffled. What tent? Seeing Bai Yaoyao come out, Meng Qilin felt increasingly embarrassed as sounds of others waking up were heard from the other tents of Nightshade. "Miss Lin, let's talk over there, don't disturb others' rest here," Meng Qilin said to the girl. The girl continued to raise her voice. "Why didn't you ask if my dad rested well? Such a big tent only accommodates 2 people, my family of 3 can only fit into a small tent? If my dad can't rest well, how can he do his research?" Hearing this, Bai Yaoyao understood the situation. It seemed this girl was some kind of official second generation with a princess syndrome, and Meng Qilin couldn't resolve it for the moment. Bai Yaoyao noticed that both Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon were far from her initial impressions. They were still naive, with Xie Shannon looking foolish, and Meng Qilin seeming a bit slow-witted. Bai Yaoyao saw that her brothers had all come out, so she simply called everyone over, took out tables and stools, and laid out toiletries and all kinds of breakfast. Everyone didn't say much, nor did they communicate much. After a simple wash, they began to eat directly. They had hurried to sleep after coming back yesterday and hadn't had a good meal, so by now they were already starving. Bai Yaoyao was eating fried dough sticks while saying, "You all continue, we'll just watch the show." With this kind of action, not to mention the girl, even Meng Qilin was stunned. He thought Captain Bai would be very angry, and he thought Captain Bai would understand him, listen to his explanation first, but unexpectedly, Bai Yaoyao directly set up to watch the show, and he couldn't see a hint of anger on her face. Shan Nan's younger brother was right, Captain Bai's thinking was beyond ordinary people's grasp.
The girl was suddenly enraged by Bai Yaoyao, pointing at her and saying, "Who do you think you are? Is being an ability user so great? Do you believe I can make you unable to enter D-City base?" Bai Yaoyao calmly nodded and said, "I believe." The girl seemed to have punched a cotton ball and was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, she could only say to Meng Qilin, "I don't care, hurry and change us to a big tent. My dad is easy to deal with, but I'm not. Miss Lin, I hope you understand that the safety zone has become crowded recently, and there aren't enough tents." Usually, 8 people squeeze into one tent. Meng Qilin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. "Don't give me those explanations, I want this kind of tent. There isn't one, that's someone else's." The girl suddenly transformed into a furious mouse. "Is this your attitude in solving problems?" Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled encountering the mutated rat group at the supplies reserve, and after Lulu struck one down, the state of that mutated rat was quite similar to this girl's. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" the girl shouted. Bai Yaoyao honestly replied, "Laughing at you." The girl then picked up a stone and threw it at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt satisfied. Yes, why use words when you can use your hands? Not even using her abilities, she picked up a hard piece of bread from the table, like playing badminton, and hit the stone back. It struck directly between the girl's eyebrows. 666, Yaoyao's aim is impressive. Lulu finally felt relieved. She was just angry earlier but couldn't kill anyone, almost bursting from frustration. Chapter 69, Lin Zhengying's daughter. Meng Qilin didn't react at all. He had just told someone to go find the girl's dad, and then it turned into this. How could things escalate to this point? Bai Yaoyao hadn't used much strength, yet even so, the girl's forehead was red and swollen, seemingly bleeding a bit. Bai Yaoyao thought the girl would start a new round of performance, but unexpectedly, she quieted down for a while, standing there dumbfoundingly not knowing what to do, as if she had been scared. This left Bai Yaoyao quite disappointed. She really wanted to say, "Is this it? Bring out some second-generation flair, or this makes me feel so unaccomplished." At that moment, a sound of footsteps was heard, and Bai Yaoyao looked up to see, "Isn't that Professor Lin Zhengying?" After taking a closer look at the girl, she indeed bore some resemblance, so this must be Lin Zhengying's daughter? Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. It was merely a small matter, and if it really became troublesome, she could quietly kill her, but there was no way she could kill Lin Zhengying. She was still waiting for him to develop the serum. This wasn't easy to handle. In her past life, she hadn't heard of Lin Zhengying having family. Could it be that she had saved them both herself? Bai Yaoyao coldly watched without speaking, planning to see Lin Zhengying's attitude first. Unexpectedly, when Lin Zhengying came over, he didn't say a word, not only ignoring the girl's bloody forehead but also delivering a slap directly to the girl's face, clean and efficient. "You hit me? Can't you see I'm injured?" The girl instantly broke down, completely losing her composure, covering her face and roaring. "I'm talking about you, your mother truly spoils you to no end. If you two trouble me again, don't blame me for being ruthless," Lin Zhengying shouted loudly. The girl shot a vicious glare at Lin Zhengying, then turned and ran off, glancing back at Bai Yaoyao after a few steps, the malice in her eyes unmistakable. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. Lin Zhengying walked over and first spoke to Meng Qilin. "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble again. I stayed up late last night and didn't notice when my daughter came out this morning." "It's okay, that Professor Lin. Let me introduce you, this is Team Leader Bai. Actually, it's quite a coincidence, you were both in the same villa area back then. It was the healing ability user from Team Leader Bai's team who treated your wounds." Lin Zhengying was taken aback for a moment, then bowed. Bai Yaoyao and the others stepped aside, not wanting to receive a bow from an elder, fearing it would shorten their lives. "First, I want to thank all of you for saving my life. Secondly, I apologize for my unruly daughter causing you all trouble. It's my fault as her father that she has been spoiled by her mother while I haven't been around." Lin Zhengying spoke sincerely. Lulu was initially angry, but seeing the girl with a head injury and her father apologizing, her anger subsided significantly. She nodded, gave a cold snort, and went back into the tent for some make-up sleep. Bai Yaoyao then let everyone go back to rest, staying behind to tidy things up. Most people in the Dark Knight were not good at dealing with outsiders and generally disliked it, so this was usually Bai Yaoyao's job. In fact, Bai Yaoyao didn't like it either, but her unreliable master left the organization to her before passing away. Meng Qilin looked slightly awkwardly at Bai Yaoyao, and she said, "It's fine, let's leave it at that this time. My team members have bad tempers, and if it happens again, it won't be so easily resolved." "Understood, I will keep an eye on her," Lin Zhengying said sincerely. "Okay, then I'll head back to rest." After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she smiled and nodded to Lin Zhengying and Meng Qilin before returning to the tent. Professor Lin Zhengying went back to pack up a few bags of vacuum-sealed chicken legs, wings, and dried tofu he had collected over the days, sending a little soldier to deliver them to Bai Yaoyao as an apology and thanks. Only then did he pull down the tent and start a family meeting. The surrounding little soldiers instinctively stood a bit farther away, realizing that the situation was tense. It's only been a few days, and this is already the third time. Marriage is truly terrifying. Having a troublesome daughter is even more frightening. When Bai Yaoyao received the items, she didn't refuse and accepted them naturally. It was normal for a father to deal with the consequences of his daughter's actions. Fortunately, Lin Zhengying was a reasonable person and didn't spoil his daughter excessively. Everyone returned to sleep, and Bai Yaoyao, no longer feeling tired, decided to go train her abilities in the space. In the afternoon, she planned to lead the team out to search for zombies. Her psychic ability needed to reach level 4 soon, making the journey to City D safer. Actually, she had been thinking about the shopping mall she hadn't entered back then, wondering if the team's current strength could risk exploring it. From the descriptions given by the girl who survived, it seemed like there was a poisonous zombie. Wearing the right protection should make it easier to handle. When Bai Yaoyao arrived at the clearing in front of the little wooden house, she noticed, the fruit trees I just planted have sprouted? Isn't that amusing? Even if Bai Yaoyao didn't understand much, she knew that the growing period for fruit trees is quite long. But this is good news. Tossing a box of bananas to the great sage, she let it share with several monkeys and hurried back to the house to train her abilities. It wasn't until she heard Lulu shouting hungry from outside the space that she exited her training state. Yaoyao, I'm hungry. I told you to eat properly in the morning. I was full in the morning. Lulu retorted. Bai Yaoyao asked, did you eat enough anger? You're an adult, yet you can be upset by a little girl? This is not like you. I just didn't want to cause you trouble, otherwise, I would have taken her down the moment I went out, Lulu replied. It's fine, as long as you're happy. If you're not happy, just do it. Bai Yaoyao said while pinching Lulu's earlobe. Fine, I don't want to be a wanted criminal before and after the apocalypse. It's better to cooperate with the officials, at least we have a way out, Lulu refused. After thinking for a moment, she added, your little mouth is sweet. If you were a guy, you'd definitely be a big scumbag. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. I have been loyal to you all these years. Bai Yaoyao denied without thinking. Lulu lay down and covered her head with a blanket, unwilling to talk to Bai Yaoyao anymore. Bai Yaoyao smiled and returned to her space, seeing that the great sage was still planting fruit trees with several little monkeys. Almost all the arable land in the space was filled, instantly making her feel better. With nothing to do, she patted her thigh, suddenly wanting to cook lunch. When the brothers wake up, they would probably cry tears of gratitude, right? Chapter 70, Sister Yao Cooks. Looking at all the ingredients she had stored, Bai Yaoyao held a small basket, carefully selecting items like she was at a vegetable market. Several mutated beasts followed Bai Yaoyao, hopping around, making the scene lively. The more she felt like a zookeeper, the larger her group became. Cats, dogs, monkeys, and even a rabbit. This rabbit was caught at the zoo entrance. It was too small, so they hadn't slaughtered it yet. This rabbit was also quite interesting. It was scared for many days, curling up in a corner, too afraid to move. Once it saw there was no danger, it quietly made friends with a few mutated beasts when Bai Yaoyao wasn't around. Seeing how the dog protected the little rabbit, Bai Yaoyao knew they couldn't eat this rabbit anymore. Surprisingly, this little rabbit had some cleverness. It was only 2 tails of meat anyway, so if it didn't eat, then it wouldn't. Bai Yaoyao collected her thoughts and focused on selecting the ingredients she wanted, choosing not to waste anything, and based on her skill level, decided to make a big mixed salad and cola chicken wings. These 2 dishes were guaranteed not to fail, but just to be safe, she went to find a cookbook. After reading just 2 lines, she got annoyed. She had never been good at reading since she was a kid. 3 lines at most, any more, and she would feel sleepy. If it weren't for her master forcing her to learn characters, she guessed everyone except Qin Xian would be illiterate. Only Qin Xian was a good kid who loved to study. The dog found it boring and stopped following, running off to play. The little rabbit looked at the knife in Bai Yaoyao's hand, shivered in fear, and dashed off to find the dog. The big cat also found it boring and went to sharpen its claws on the scratching board. Only the great sage stayed by Bai Yaoyao's side. While she read, he looked too and nodded while watching. Bai Yaoyao was amused and simply threw the book to the great sage, thinking he might like the colorful pictures inside. Great sage, this isn't just about roasting meat, it's quite difficult. You can't learn it, just wait, sister will make you chicken wings. The great sage was stunned. Sister? Wasn't she the master? Also, why couldn't he learn? It seemed easy, the pictures were right there, what's so hard about it? But he still obediently nodded, not daring to contradict. He had just arrived and needed to talk less and work more. After washing her hands, Bai Yaoyao washed the vegetables and chicken wings she had just selected. After that, she chopped up the vegetables, arranged them in a plate, and that was done. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment about the big mixed salad she had eaten, realizing she needed some seasonings, so she decided to mix a sauce herself, one with a sweet and sour taste. Cooking wine, sugar, and soy sauce. Oyster sauce, vinegar, MSG. Anything that could be thought of, Bai Yaoyao poured in a bit. The great sage stood by, stunned, amazed. What kind of performance is this? Is the master not trying to cook something delicious, but trying to harm someone? After Bai Yaoyao mixed everything, she poured it over the dishes she just arranged. It looked a bit ugly, but Bai Yaoyao comforted herself, saying it was already pretty good. After all, expecting it to be perfect in color, aroma, and taste right from the start was indeed unlikely. As long as it was edible, that would suffice. Then she began to make cola chicken wings. First, she soaked the chicken wings in water, then took out a new knife to make a few slashes on the wings for flavor absorption. Only then did she realize, why not use a kitchen knife? Oh well, it's not important. Then she placed the chicken wings in a bowl, poured in a whole bucket of cola, and let them soak. Feeling it was about the right time, she added a few drops of spring water to prevent disaster. Next, she took out an induction cooker and a frying pan, poured in oil, and began to stir-fry. After a busy time, she found that yes, it was cooked, but maybe a bit strange, not quite what she remembered. Bai Yaoyao didn't have the courage to taste it herself, so she glanced at the great sage, who had been diligently following her, and couldn't bear to let him try it first. So she shouted, "Dog! Come here! 3, 2, 1. Before she finished speaking, the dog rushed over. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a piece of chicken wing and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog's expression shifted from initial excitement to a look of indescribable difficulty. It stuck out its tongue and spat it out. In that instant, Bai Yaoyao understood, it was a failure. Fortunately, she hadn't given it to her brothers to try, otherwise, she would be ridiculed again. What a pity, wasting so many ingredients. Didn't the novel say that with spring water, anything would taste good? What a liar. Luckily, there was still the big mixed salad. Bai Yaoyao grabbed the dog, who was trying to run away, pinched a leaf of the salad, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog fiercely resisted. Bai Yaoyao used force to suppress it. In the end, it not only spit out the salad but also sprayed a bunch of white and yellow stuff, splattering all over Bai Yaoyao's hands and clothes. Bai Yaoyao let go of the dog and resigned herself to going back home to take a shower. Forget it. Everyone has their strengths, why make things hard for herself? The tiny spark of interest that had just arisen disappeared completely. Bai Yaoyao calmed her mood and planned to go out and clean up the scene. To her surprise, she found the great sage holding a chicken wing, about to shove it into his mouth. Bai Yaoyao didn't have time to stop him, but she also didn't rush over, not wanting to be splattered again. After 2 minutes, she realized that the great sage not only hadn't vomited. He finished it. Bai Yaoyao was instantly excited. Could it be that she was a cooking genius? She went over to take a closer look and found that it didn't quite resemble her cooking, it must have been processed again. In shock, she looked at the great sage, who grinned and handed the plate to her. Bai Yaoyao took a piece, tasted it, and surprisingly found it not bad. It wasn't superbly delicious, but it was definitely edible. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao went to find a stack of illustrated recipes, handed them all to the great sage, and gently said, "Great sage, you can follow these to make dishes, just take whatever ingredients you need, as long as they aren't wasted. If you want fruit, just go get it." The great sage felt Bai Yaoyao's deep and intense love. He happily nodded. Bai Yaoyao felt relieved about a big concern. The finished stir-fried dishes would eventually be eaten up. She couldn't just eat instant noodles and quick meals every day afterwards, right? Finding someone outside to cook wasn't reliable either. After all, one must be wary of others. Now, with the great sage around, it was a perfect setup. But, could her cooking skills still be outdone by a monkey? This is absurd, isn't it? Bai Yaoyao took the newly processed chicken wings and mixed salad out of the space, calling everyone to get up and eat. They needed to work after filling their stomachs. "Come try the food I made." Bai Yaoyao shouted confidently, without a hint of shame. "Sister Yao, I'm on a diet, so I won't eat." "Sister Yao, my tooth hurts, I can't eat." "Sister Yao, my head hurts, I can't get out of bed, boo-hoo, I feel so bad, am I sick?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, "No reason, come here and eat." Lulu leaned in and said, "Old Yao, why think so negatively? You eat first, if you eat, then I'll eat." Without a second word, Bai Yaoyao grabbed a chicken wing and started gnawing on it. Everyone gradually opened their eyes wide. No way, is Sister Yao this fierce? She started eating herself? Chapter 71, Facing the Poison System Zombie. Bai Yaoyao finished a whole chicken wing without changing her expression. The others hesitantly tried a bite, and surprisingly, it was actually good? "Speak up, who made this?" Lulu bit into her first mouthful, knowing it couldn't be made by Bai Yaoyao. While it wasn't exactly delicious, at least the seasoning was right. Can Bai Yaoyao really tell the difference between oyster sauce and soy sauce? "It's me who made it." Bai Yaoyao insisted stubbornly. Fat Brother laughed and said, "I don't believe it, I'd rather think it was Great Sage who made it." The monkey nodded, "That should be it, Great Sage can roast meat, this should be no problem." "Wow, Great Sage is really amazing." Peichi gave a thumbs up.
Bai Yaoyao helplessly thought, forget it, even pretending is difficult, she simply kept quiet. 2 platters of food were naturally not enough for everyone, since Great Sage could cook, stir-frying wouldn't be skimped on either. They directly served 7 or 8 dishes, paired with a bucket of rice and 10 big white buns. Everyone ate with their mouths dripping with oil. The appetite of ability users is generally larger, after all, they need more energy and consume it quickly. After eating, everyone rested for a while to digest. Bai Yaoyao threw out some poison masks and protective suits, saying, come on, we're going to the mall where we encountered that poison zombie last time to take it down. Alright, that zombie must be level 4, right? Fat Brother said as he held up the protective suit, unsure if his body could fit into it. It must be level 4, so is that why the level 4 crystal core is calling to us, the monkey said. Xiaomi put her hands on her hips and laughed, my light ability has finally leveled up to level 3, I can purify 1 unit of negative states now. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Xiaomi, guessing that this person must have stayed up late training again. During this time, she was so tired that she couldn't help but have a good sleep last night, but Xiaomi was still practicing. So she praised her, Xiaomi is great, this speed is fast enough, with your level 3 light ability, we are good to go. What do you mean by good to go? Captain Bai, are you all going out? Xia Shannon just came over and heard the news that the night team was about to go out again. Are they all made of iron? They didn't rest after coming back yesterday and were going out again today, so we couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao saw Xia Shannon coming over, holding a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other. The cold, beautiful youth's aura instantly halved. Yes, everyone can't stay idle. We encountered a level 4 zombie before, but at that time, we weren't strong enough, so we didn't dare to go up against it, and now we just want to take it down. Bai Yaoyao explained. Xia Shannon said in surprise, oh? Is it the poison zombie at Wanda Plaza in the city center? That's level 4? Originally, Old Mang asked me to bring people over tomorrow to clean it up, thankfully we haven't gone yet, otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. Bai Yaoyao pursed her lips, not understanding why Xia Shannon was so chatty this lifetime. It shouldn't be, your water ability is also level 4, right? Xia Shannon nodded, yesterday the official sent over more than 100 soldiers and 30 ability users to take down that level 4 zombie. Fortunately, this zombie had a crystal core, and after absorbing it at night, it not only successfully leveled up to 4, but it seemed to have mutated, with water able to freeze into ice, its destructive power far stronger than level 3. However, Xia Shannon knew clearly that it couldn't compare to Bai Yaoyao. Captain Bai, this is for you, it's also a mutated beast, and it tastes pretty good. You can also recover some physical strength, but perhaps because of its low level, the recovery isn't much. Compared to the mutated python meat you gave me, it's far behind, said Xia Shannon. Bai Yaoyao asked after putting things away, did you go to the breeding ground? Did you get a lot? Yes, quite a bit, each had dozens, but they were very noisy, and we killed more than 10 in one night. Xia Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao wanted a few live ones for her space, thought for a moment, and said, Captain Meng sent you to clean up the poison-type zombies to collect resources, right? Send a few people with us, we don't want the resources, but when you come back, give me a few live mutated chickens and ducks. Without a second thought, Xia Shannon agreed. With such a good deal, how could old Meng refuse? Bai Yaoyao waited at the entrance of the safe zone with her team. Not long later, 3 large trucks came out, waving to Bai Yaoyao and the others. Once the people were in place, they set off directly. On the road, 0-level and 1-level zombies were already rarely seen. Basically, it was mostly 2-level and a few more 3-level zombies. This was not a big deal, but Bai Yaoyao was more wary because the mutated beasts had also increased. After thinking about the geographical location of City H, she understood, it was almost surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so naturally, there would be many mutated beasts. Wild animals in the mountains had a strong hostility towards humans even before the apocalypse, and now it was even worse. It seemed that they couldn't stay in City H for long. If the mutated beasts from the mountains started coming down, it would be troublesome. Actually, mutated beasts had a much stronger ability to sense danger than humans, so on the way, there weren't many strong mutated beasts attacking. The weak ones that came over were just a tasty meal for the night. So they reached the Wanda Plaza in the city center smoothly. Everyone put on their protective suits and gas masks in the truck before getting out. The air was visibly filled with a faint black haze, becoming more intense as they got closer to the mall. Bai Yaoyao walked to the front, using her spiritual power to detect, and found that there was only one source of energy inside the mall, meaning there was only that one zombie. She intended to go in for a closer look, but found that the gas mask was not very effective anymore. The toxicity was too strong, so she retreated. Even if Xiaomi could remove negative states, they needed to be able to see the poison-type zombie first. It wouldn't work right after entering, it would tire Xiaomi out and leave her unable to help everyone. No way, Yao Jia, my nose is burning, said Monkey. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, indeed, we can't get in. We need to find a way to lure it out. How do we lure it out? I don't know if the mutated beasts are afraid of this toxic gas. I'll call Dog Brother out to try.
Bai Yaoyao replied.
Dog was comfortably lying on the lawn, while the newly received little rabbit was diligently massaging its back. After moving Dog out, Bai Yaoyao and the others couldn't help but feel envious when they saw the scene.
This guy really knew how to enjoy life, and someone was giving it a back rub?
The little rabbit was startled and quickly burrowed underneath Dog's belly when it saw so many people. Bai Yaoyao wanted to ask Dog if it was afraid of the toxic gas, but seeing that Dog's legs were weak and it could barely stand, with its eyes dazed, she understood. Once Xiaomi cleared Dog's negative status, she immediately put it back into the space and started thinking of other ways.
At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the rabbit that hadn't been put back seemed to be fine. Oh, this little rabbit is okay? Lulu picked the little rabbit up and said. Not afraid of the poison? Or is it highly resistant to it? Bai Yaoyao hadn't expected this.
She had originally wanted to use fire to attack, but that would make too much noise, fearing that it would attract some big creatures. This was an unexpected gain. Little rabbit, if you can achieve something today, I will never eat you again.
Bai Yaoyao tempted.
The little rabbit shook its head desperately. I don't listen, I'm just a level 2 mutated rabbit, a little bunny with no attack ability. What do you want me to do? You guys are too cruel, how can you bully such a cute bunny? Lulu, seeing this, immediately threw the rabbit away and said, Dare to run, I'll burn you in 1 second. The little bunny put down its little legs that were ready to run, shaking in place.
It even scared itself to pee.
Forget it, Yao Jia, this thing doesn't look like a big deal.
Dado Wan said disdainfully.
The little bunny desperately nodded, its big watery eyes looking quite pitiful.
If someone soft-hearted saw it, they might let it go. Don't act pitiful here, I feed you every day, give you drinks, give you a place to stay, what's wrong with doing some work? If the task isn't finished, you'll be roasted for dinner tonight, don't think that Dog Brother can save you. Bai Yaoyao said viciously.
The little bunny continued shaking, but its little eyes were frantically looking around, revealing its little scheme. Little bunny, be good, as long as you lure the big guy out, the rest won't be your problem, it's not dangerous, you're not very fast anyway.
Peichi said gently.
Bai Yaoyao impatiently said, Stop talking nonsense to it, just kill it already.
Peichi quickly followed up, saying, No, little bunny is very brave, it will finish the job.
Bai Yaoyao and Peichi spoke one after another. The little bunny was a bit confused, looking at them all, then at the 12 fierce men surrounding it. Well, forget it, fate is fate, I'll go. Don't think I don't know you two are acting, I'm not as silly as Dog Brother. However, if I don't complete the task, I may not die, but there will definitely be no good outcome, and if I want to go back to Dog Brother's side to mooch food, drinks, and a bed, that's definitely impossible. That place is so nice, totally safe, I wouldn't want to leave, so I've decided to take a chance.
The little bunny nodded and began running toward the mall, but halfway there, it turned around with watery eyes, looking at everyone, wondering if they would feel sorry for it and not let it go. Unexpectedly, everyone seemed to have planned it in advance, waving their hands at it. Forget it, overthinking it.
The little bunny shrank itself to the size of a tiny grain of rice, sticking to the wall, and sneaked in.
Wow, this little bunny is quite capable, just a level 2 mutated beast, it can resist poison and shrink.
Xiao Lu said in admiration. It's not bad, this is a special game, if it comes back safely this time, we can properly train it in the future.
Bai Yaoyao nodded and said.
The moment the little bunny entered the mall, the poison zombies knew, but didn't move. Such a tiny bit of meat would be difficult to even chew, better to slowly poison it to death, why bother eating it? The little bunny came in, observed the situation, and found that the poison gas on the ground was the thickest, so it headed straight to the center of the poison zone. Although it had shrunk countless times, its speed was much faster, and soon, it saw the shadow of a poison zombie. The zombie was resting against the wall, and the little bunny could feel that it had already noticed it, so it quickly ran away. As long as it followed, its task would be complete. But it was so scared that it didn't notice the situation behind it. Only when it got close to the door did it realize the zombie hadn't moved. Thinking about the 12 evil men at the door in the beautiful green meadow, the little bunny gritted its teeth and turned back. The poison zombie didn't need to argue with this little thing, but after realizing it had poison resistance, it didn't want to bother with it. However, this little thing kept coming and going on its territory, with no manners, so it threw a poison gas grenade at it. If it didn't die from the poison, it would be crushed to death. But unexpectedly, it was so fast that it couldn't even hit it. Forget it, never mind. The little bunny thought that after angering the zombie, it would immediately follow it out, but to its surprise, it sat back down and went to sleep. Why is this corpse so lazy, just like Grandpa Shen-Chi, so lazy? There was no way, only to go back, but no matter how much it twisted, there was no reaction, so my courage grew. I found a small round ball on the ground, stepped back, ran with a leap, and kicked it hard. The rabbit shot right into the zombie's nostrils.
The rabbit was always ready to run, but the zombie clearly wouldn't let it play. It just opened its eyes, stared blankly, and closed them again. Little rabbit, can you really tolerate this? So it started to play freely, kicking various objects and having a great time. Feeling too small, unable to kick the big stuff, delaying the fun, it grew several times larger, stopping at a height of a person, starting to shake its butt and dance for the zombie, even letting out a fart. Just when it was about to continue kicking and shooting, the zombie actually moved. It rushed quickly towards the rabbit, which jumped in fright and ran away. The poison zombie was furious. Uncle could bear it, but Aunt could not. What do you mean by farting? Yao Jia, is this rabbit reliable? We've been ambushed for more than half an hour and there's still no movement. Little 16 asked. Wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, I'll bring Xiaomi and a die over. The three of us are fast and can run out quickly. Bai Yaoyao replied. This rabbit is so timid, it won't run away, right? Lulu was so bored that she started squatting down and doodling in the dirt. Get ready. It's coming out. Bai Yaoyao sensed two energies moving quickly towards the door, one strong and one weak, and hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone was ready. Bai Yaoyao glanced at a die, who nodded to show he understood. After the rabbit rushed out, within 2 seconds, the poison zombie also came out, provoked beyond measure, and upon smelling human scent, it didn't care about anything else. It just wanted to eliminate the thing that could grow and shrink. Bai Yaoyao was delighted to see this, not knowing what the little rabbit had done to make the zombie not want to eat anymore. The moment the zombie appeared outside, Bai Yaoyao held her breath, teleported over, and with a big machete, aimed for the zombie's neck and struck. Unfortunately, it didn't chop it all the way down, and a die caught up and added another strike. Bai Yaoyao feared it wasn't dead enough, so she continued to attack, quickly digging out its crystal core. A 4th-level poison zombie dramatically died just like that. Bai Yaoyao and a die, having inhaled too much poison gas, felt a little dizzy, and Xiaomi quickly helped them remove their negative states. Chapter 73, Daily Life. The little rabbit saw the zombie was killed, and the 12 bad guys were unscathed, so it proudly strutted back. It wanted to act cute and get a reward, but with a glance from Bai Yaoyao, the little rabbit started to shake in fear again. Bai Yaoyao helplessly said, "You did well this time. This is enough for your food and lodging for a month. This is a reward." After saying this, she tossed a carrot to the little rabbit, who absorbed it into its space. The little rabbit excitedly hugged the carrot, remembering how much Dog Brother had taken care of it over the days, hurriedly went to find Dogsy, but Dogsy showed no interest at all. Instead, he looked at it with a pitiful expression. Finally, he dragged out a big bone from his lair and threw it to the rabbit. Seeing that Dog Brother didn't want the carrot, the rabbit was even happier, sat down and started munching on the bone. So delicious. So tasty. Doing more of this work is not bad. Because the poison zombie had been around for too long, even though it was dead, the poison gas in the area was not easy to disperse. In the mall, it was even less said. Black mist spread everywhere, shattering the glass windows all around the mall to allow for ventilation. Everyone simply returned to the car to wait, and little 16 kept using wind abilities to blow away the poison gas as quickly as possible, while Chen Xian helped amplify it. Even so, it took nearly 2 hours for the poison gas to completely dissipate, and little 16 and Chen Xian's abilities were exhausted. Fortunately, there wasn't much that needed to be dealt with afterwards, and if there was none, then so be it. Bai Yaoyao called the officials to collect the supplies. She also brought her people inside to take a look. There were too many items that were corroded beyond recognition, and there was nothing worth collecting, not even the glass or counters. The officials mainly collected various clothes, shoes, socks, and outdoor items, so Bai Yaoyao didn't join in the chaos. At a few jewelry and gold shops, they gathered some nice trinkets, then waited outside with everyone else. The officials had brought a space ability user, and they made several trips back and forth. When one mall was stuffed full, they came over to tell Bai Yaoyao and the others, and then they all returned together. Big Roll poked his head out of the car to take a look and said, "They didn't harvest much. They brought out 3 big trucks, and not even one was full. This is already good, therefore, anything related to food definitely cannot be taken. The glass is corroded, no matter how tightly sealed, it's useless," Bai Yaoyao replied. "Yes, can the clothes they collected really be worn? They all look like they're soaked in black gas," Monkey said. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Monkey and replied, "Why not wear them? We weren't pushed to the edge. In the last life, you peeled off a complete suit from a zombie and were excited for several days, looking for places to admire yourself in the mirror." "What? I'm not someone who pays that much attention to my appearance," Monkey said in disbelief. Bai Yaoyao stated honestly, "Because you were in love." "What? Wow, Monkey has made it big." Instantly, everyone became interested, quietly waiting for Bai Yaoyao to continue. Bai Yaoyao sighed softly and continued, "That girl wasn't sincere to you. She sold our information to our archenemy. One mission, and we suffered casualties. After returning, you need to kill that girl." Monkey stared blankly, mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Was he really this foolish? Could he not tell if she was sincere?
He had put their brothers in danger.
Sister Yao, I'm sorry,
Sorry my foot, this was in the last life, it won't happen again in this life, Bai Yaoyao interrupted Monkey's words. It was really necessary to say this life had been too smooth, and it was time to sound the alarm now and then, or else she genuinely feared their brothers would get into trouble.
Who is this girl who ruined my brother Monkey's reputation?
I must go kill her in advance. Ade squinted his little eyes, continuously rubbing his thumb and index finger together, clearly itching to act. Bai Yaoyao laughed and said, there won't be a chance. Before the apocalypse, I went to kill her at the concert of Zhou Tianwang.
Oh, Sister Yao, that was you? That incident even went trending.
Yep.
Bai Yaoyao nodded.
Then she said, let's make an agreement, until the apocalypse ends, no dating allowed. Once the apocalypse is over, I'll take care of all the betrothal gifts for you.
No problem. Haha, with so many betrothal gifts, that's a lot of money. Sister Yao is generous. Goddamn apocalypse, hurry up and end, I want to marry a wife.
After returning to the safe zone and parking the car, Bai Yaoyao went to find Meng Qilin to get some chickens and ducks. Soon she called out the great.
Not planning to eat for now, I'll go back and nurture them, see if I can raise them.
In the last life, someone tried it before, but it failed, the reproduction rate of mutated beasts is too low.
Bai Yaoyao wanted to see if it would be any better in her own space.
Just as she was about to leave, she found two pigs lying nearby, each one like a small mountain, looking just like before the apocalypse, but their energy aura was clearly mutated. Bai Yaoyao blinked her eyes, the smell of pork, oh, there are so many dishes that can be made with pork. So she found Meng Qilin again, successfully trading one pig back with 10 tents and 10 boxes of Dolly Garden small cakes.
Bai Yaoyao also kindly gifted Meng Qilin a box of cigarettes.
Seeing Meng Qilin's shining eyes, she knew he liked it. Although Meng Qilin was tempted, he still hesitated for a long time. Bai Yaoyao was quite sensible, only taking it out after everything was settled, not really a bribe, but at most a friend's gift. Seeing that he really couldn't refuse, he accepted it. After Bai Yaoyao and the others left, he immediately found a secluded spot and squatted by the side of the road to enjoy one.
Chapter 74, Playing It Big.
Bai Yaoyao gave the big monkey to Chef Li, saying to let him teach the big monkey how to cook before leaving the safe zone.
Bai Yaoyao listed a menu of dishes she and her brothers loved and handed it to Chef Li, asking him to try to teach according to this. Then she left a box of instant noodles and left, saying the overall tuition would depend on the big monkey's learning results.
Chef Li was very excited, Captain Bai was very generous. It was clear from their last collaboration, so having another chance to work together made him put in all his effort, almost sleepless, seriously teaching the big monkey. The big monkey also wanted to prove itself, knowing the master loved good food, studying exceptionally hard. Chef Li's initial enthusiasm gradually turned into doubt about life. Is this really just a monkey? Why is it so smart? At least smarter than my few apprentices. After so many years of hard work, it learned almost everything in just a few days. This is too discouraging. Besides the big monkey, the Dark Knight team has been taking on tasks during this time. When they got bored with tasks, they wandered around for a while, hunting for meat to eat, not feeling bored. Everyone has also drunk a round of space spring water, except for Chen Xian, who awakened another energy-restoring ability. No one else has awakened a new ability. Bai Yaoyao guessed that perhaps with single-type abilities drinking spring water, the chance of awakening might be higher. Having many abilities is not enough, mastery is the most important thing. While absorbing crystal core energy, they also need to master their abilities in battle. The crystal core from the level 4 poison-type zombie was given to Dai to use, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed in breaking through, leaving the child feeling gloomy for a long time. To train herself and her brothers, Bai Yaoyao also deliberately created a big challenge. She attracted about 200 zombies, with all members of Night and mutated beasts participating, to see if they could hold out. Even the big monkey stopped learning cooking skills, especially coming out to fight with everyone in coordination. Everyone and the beasts were exceptionally excited, itching to rush forward. Of course, Xianqi was only responsible for filming, otherwise, once the shield was activated, there would be no more playing. At first, everything was fine, everyone was fighting vigorously, but slowly, the surrounding zombies heard the noise and gathered more and more. No matter how they fought, they couldn't kill them all, not even having time to pick up crystal cores, and their abilities were almost exhausted.
Captain, ahead is Dark Knight.
They are surrounded by a horde of zombies.
There are about a few hundred zombies. Xiashan Nan quickly took his team over after hearing the report, wanting to help cover their retreat. When they arrived, they realized it was more complicated than they thought. Shouldn't we go up, Captain? No need to go up, they did this on purpose. What? On purpose? Are you crazy? To become stronger, didn't you see the camera still standing in front? It's probably to find the flaws in battle, gathering together to practice, amazing. Xia Shannon said enviously. There is a hint of helplessness and grievance in his tone. Back then, I was dual system level 3, but they didn't want me in the Dark Knight. Knowing I was level 4 and had mutated ice powers, I remained silent, never showing any desire to be invited. Alas, I just can't fit in. Everyone is too guarded, even becoming friends is difficult, let alone being teammates. Especially Bai Yaoyao, she looks easy to talk to, always smiling at everyone. Her face is bright and beautiful, she can chat about anything with anyone, there's no topic she can't connect with. But this person is the opposite, keeping everyone at arm's length. I don't understand why the young girl, despite her age, speaks and acts in such an overly mature way. No need for help, thank you. Bai Yaoyao glanced sideways and saw Xia Shannon rushing over, and she spoke loudly. Xia Shannon and the others stood still, not wanting to leave but finding a safe spot where they could all see, and began to observe and learn carefully. The members of the Dark Knight team have a fighting style that is particularly unified, simple, brutal, bloody, aiming for a one-hit kill. Plus, almost every type of power is covered, so the onlookers gained quite a bit from it. The battle lasted nearly 3 hours before it ended, only when the dog suddenly broke through to level 4 during the fight. Bai Yaoyao was almost moved to tears, while other beastlings succeeded in breaking through with a single level 4 beast core. The dog ate 2 cores without even a hint of feeling. Bai Yaoyao almost thought the dog was stuck, but unexpectedly, it seemed more spirited today. It seems I've been too kind to it, reluctant to make it move. Too much leniency could spoil it, I must change. Let the battles happen, if it doesn't die, I can always save it back. The dog was feeling very proud in showing off, suddenly sensing a hostile gaze, it quickly bared its teeth and turned to look, only to find its owner. What's this? Are they captivated by their own heroic and majestic posture? Almost everyone's powers were depleted. In the latter half of the battle, they were just using knives to demonstrate their skills. Bai Yaoyao was also out of breath, her little face going pale. She took out some food and water, almost passing out from exhaustion. To prevent any mishaps, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield together. After collecting the crystal cores, they headed directly back to the safe zone. They found a less populated area at the edge of the safe zone and surrounded it with tarps. Bai Yaoyao took out a small generator and a projector. She also pulled out the tables and benches she had collected back in the college town, making sure everyone sat down, handing each person a notebook and a pen. She wanted everyone to watch the combat from today while taking notes. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is often different. Except for Qin Xian, who filled a whole page, the others, including Bai Yaoyao, couldn't write down a few words. Some forgot to write while watching, some understood but couldn't express it, and others didn't know how to write. Everyone tacitly shoved their notebooks into the table drawer, pretending nothing had happened. Chen Xian smiled and joined in, stuffing his notebook into the drawer, knowing it would be like this. But after a battle like that, returning and reviewing it, they found they gained quite a lot. After resting for 2 days, they could go for another round. This time, they definitely wouldn't be as messy. With the official business finished, it was time for a feast. People and beasts sat intermixed, with no one minding anyone else. A table full of delicious food and drinks was enjoyed by all. Though physically tired, everyone felt exceptionally relaxed in spirit, and the mood was great. Even amidst chaos, so many people were working together, striving for a common goal. That truly was quite beautiful. Bai Yaoyao leaned back in her lounge chair, comfortably humming a little tune. Bai Yaoyao, quickly take your dog away from me. Lulu roared. Bai Yaoyao turned her head and saw that Dogsy had mistakenly drunk a cup of alcohol and was now getting drunk, biting Lulu's clothes and unwilling to let go. The two had been at a standstill for a long time, even exchanging a few blows. Bai Yaoyao was happily amused and didn't want to interfere, laughing, "Come on, fight. Fight." Bai Yaoyao suspected that Dogsy was doing it on purpose, definitely displeased with how Lulu always looked down on it. How could one sip of beer make it drunk like that? Until Lulu led Dogsy to Bai Yaoyao's side, where Dogsy opened its mouth to lick her. Bai Yaoyao, scared, instantly teleported away, throwing Dogsy back into the space. Seeing Lulu's angry little eyes, she quickly yawned and secretly withdrew. Chapter 75, Before leaving. After last night's revelry, they all slept in, and the exhaustion of recent days seemed to disappear completely. The blazing sun had been fierce for days, and after 2 consecutive heavy rains, the steaming heat was finally cooled down quite a bit. It's cool today. Is summer over, Sister Yaoyao? Will it still be hot? Bai Yaoyao had long forgotten. Apart from important matters, her memories from the 2 years before the apocalypse had already faded. I forgot too, but there's nothing to be happy about. In the apocalypse, it's either extreme heat or extreme cold. There's no such thing as normal weather, Bai Yaoyao replied. Okay then, maybe I'm overthinking it. The monkey was holding Deshang, grooming its fur. Aside from Bai Yaoyao, Deshang liked the monkey the most. This was because the monkey was the first to speak up for it, and for some reason, it just felt friendly, almost like kin. Last night, Bai Yaoyao asked Deshang to cook a few dishes that amazed everyone, and so Bai Yaoyao decided to end Deshang's cooking lessons early. With such culinary skills, Deshang could have opened a restaurant before the apocalypse. Now making a home-cooked meal was more than enough. She had Deshang send 2 boxes of mooncakes, a case of instant noodles, 10 packs of chocolate, and 10 energy bars to his master. Deshang also produced a bunch of bananas by itself. These supplies were a significant deal for now, especially since they were about to relocate. They were easy to carry and might even save their lives at critical moments. Chef Li was very satisfied himself but kept it low-key, secretly hiding some of the things Bai Yaoyao had given him in his luggage, and only showing the rest to everyone openly. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to lead the team out, Meng Qilin sent someone over to say they needed to have a meeting to discuss the specifics of relocating to D City, and Bai Yaoyao took the team over. Dogsy was unwilling to return to the space and followed along. Looking at Dogsy's now heroic and mighty demeanor, no one could imagine it was the same foolish creature that got drunk yesterday. Once they arrived, they found that not only were there the unofficial ability user teams but also the official ability users present. Xia Shannon smiled and nodded, greeting them. "Brother Dog. Do you remember me?" The boy who had given Bai Yaoyao dog food excitedly ran over to Dogsy. Dogsy nodded with great demeanor, even patted its little fanboy, making Bai Yaoyao almost unable to watch. Everyone was noisily discussing various things, but when Dark Knight arrived, the venue noticeably quieted for a few seconds, and those in front of Dark Knight instinctively made way. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and said thank you. Meng Qilin envied this atmosphere, feeling he couldn't compare, so he quickly took advantage of the moment to clear his throat and said, "Well, everyone's here, let me say a few words. You might have noticed that recently the mutated beasts have suddenly increased, causing a lot of trouble for everyone. Due to the urgency of time and to prevent any accidents, we have decided to set off together to the D-City base tomorrow. Since there are many ordinary people, we ability users, having this strength, need to take on more responsibilities." Meng Qilin had been going on and on with his grand theories for a long time, while Bai Yaoyao felt so bored that she wanted to yawn. Without talking about rewards, what was he saying about morality and humanity? Meng Qilin was still a bit young, a bit naive, he hadn't been beaten down much yet. Suddenly, a soft snoring sound was heard, and when she turned around, she saw that fat brother was almost asleep while standing. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Meng Qilin finally got to the point. The currency system is currently paralyzed. In D-City, whether you are doing missions or purchasing supplies, everything is done with crystal cores or points. This time, during the transfer, I promise each team will receive 2,000 points, and there will be extra rewards for those who make special contributions. If you don't want points, you can exchange them for crystal cores. Does anyone have any comments? If not, I will start arranging the main positions for everyone on the road. Everyone wasn't quite sure about the purchasing power of these 2,000 points, and noticed that Meng Qilin had no intention of explaining. While everyone exchanged glances, not wanting to speak up, but hoping someone else would, they suddenly saw the beautiful captain of the Dark Knight raise her hand. This felt good. With Dark Knight, Captain Meng wouldn't dare offend them, right? They were the only team that could fight level 4 zombies head-on. Meng Qilin also felt a bit nervous. This was the limit of his authority regarding points, and the base didn't even know about it. If it weren't for bringing back so much supplies from the last trip to the storage, he would feel embarrassed to even ask about this in D-City. Seeing Bai Yaoyao raise her hand surprised him. He initially planned to secretly allocate more to Dark Knight since their combat power was strong. Naturally, they wouldn't just be satisfied with a few points, but he couldn't say that openly. So he blinked at Bai Yaoyao, but unfortunately, she didn't pick up on it. She just continued to raise her hand, even wondering if something was wrong with Meng Qilin's eyes. Meng Qilin helplessly asked, "Captain Bai, is there something you need?" Bai Yaoyao said, "There is only 1 point for Dark Knight, everyone must stay together. As long as we are together, you can arrange us wherever in the team." After Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, the other teams were a bit stunned. It turned out Dark Knight wasn't raising their hand to negotiate rewards. Meng Qilin was also taken aback. Since there were many experts in Dark Knight, he wanted to split them into 3 groups, but now that idea was already going down the drain. But he still tried to argue, "Captain Bai, can Dark Knight be split into 3 groups, distributed in the front, middle, and back of the team? Dark Knight has more high-level combat power, which might make it safer for the team." Bai Yaoyao smiled and shook her head, saying, "We won't split up, but you can arrange our positions as you wish." It wasn't that Bai Yaoyao was unwilling to let her brothers face challenges alone, it was simply that the journey was too long, and she feared there might be unexpected events. Plus, there were too many people traveling together, and she was afraid someone might have inappropriate thoughts. If they wanted to train, they could do that anytime. Losing control, however, was not an option. Alright, then let Dark Knight take the lead. Although the pressure will be a bit more, there will also be heavy weaponry to clear the way. Meng Qilin had no choice but to agree. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. After that, Bai Yaoyao didn't pay much attention to what Meng Qilin said. Several teams tried to negotiate some more, but Meng Qilin firmly rejected them. After the meeting, when Bai Yaoyao saw that Meng Qilin seemed to want to come over and chat, she quickly took her team and slipped away. Without even thinking, she knew he definitely wanted Dark Knight to send some people to the middle of the team, which she couldn't agree to, so there was no need to say anything more. Since they had to set off early the next day, they didn't run too far. Instead, they just looked for zombies around to warm up a bit, then returned directly to rest. That night, Dog's little fan brought 2 big bags of dog food again, and Dog accepted it with satisfaction, even inviting Bai Yaoyao to place the dog food next to its doghouse. Seeing that annoying look, Bai Yaoyao felt her hands itching again. Chapter 76, The Team. Early morning, as the first light began to break, the entire safe zone stirred with activity. The safe zone housed about 40,000 people, with only a small portion being those with powers. The young and strong were better off, usually carrying a large backpack or pulling a suitcase. Some elderly and children, whether lost from family or with families already gone, had vacant looks in their eyes, moving like the living dead. As the crowd slowly moved, wherever the crowd went, they followed, lacking the will to survive, yet unwilling to die so easily, or too fearful to seek death. The wind howled, bringing a biting cold that swept away the lingering heat of the blazing weather in an instant. Along the roadside, some trees had yet to mutate, their leaves rustling, turning from vibrant green to withered yellow overnight. A few children held hands, stepping on fallen leaves, their laughter ringing out, catching the eyes of the crowd. Such pleasant sounds had not been heard in a long time. The entire safe zone resembled a desolate and hopeless painting, yearning for life. Move a bit faster, get the elderly and children on the bus first. Others, don't rush. What are you doing? Young fellows should be ashamed to cut in line. I'm a minor. Aren't the elderly and children supposed to go first? Please don't push. My wife is pregnant. I'm not pushing. It's the people behind me pushing, I can't control it. The Dark Knight group was leisurely having breakfast at the back, but as the noisy sounds reached them, a touch of anxiety crept into their hearts. Sister Yao, it's so loud. I feel like killing. Adai muttered. Bai Yaoyao gave Adai a big slap on the head. Change your mindset, have you forgotten our new job? Oh, fine. Adai continued to munch on his hamburger. I don't know if this journey will go smoothly, nor how long it will take to get there. With so many people, if just a few vehicles break down, we won't be able to handle it. Xiaomi furrowed her brows. Lulu chuckled, saying, you guys are overthinking it. No matter what, as long as we're alright, isn't that enough? Worst case, we fail the mission and lose those 2,000 points. Even worse, we just won't go to base D. Bai Yaoyao nodded, Sister Lu is right. Even though we are primarily taking on official missions now, everyone must be clear about priorities. Our safety comes first. Others don't matter, got it? The monkey raised his hand and said, got it, that's a relief. If you made me protect strangers with my heart out, I wouldn't be able to do it. We don't need to protect anyone, just kill zombies and clear the way. Have you eaten enough? Let's go. Bai Yaoyao quickly finished her last sip of soybean milk and stood up. Who wants the last 2 buns? They're filled with chives, I won't eat them. I'm already full. Adai saw everyone getting up and realized the leftover buns might end up with him, scaring him into loudly proclaiming. Unfortunately, no one responded, and Adai didn't dare throw them away or speak up, feeling quite wronged. Captain Bai, you guys are here, it's been tough for you on this road. Meng Qilin, sweating profusely, hurried over to greet the Dark Knight team, knowing they were important allies to keep on the good side of. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Adai rushed up and said, Captain Meng, have some buns. They're delicious. Meng Qilin was startled, this child seemed unusually warm today. Usually, aside from Bai Yaoyao, no one in the Dark Knight team would bother with him. However, after busying for several hours, he was indeed hungry, feeling his stomach almost touching his back after missing breakfast. So he wiped his hands on his clothes, took the 2 buns, and said, thanks, little brother. I'll take them, I'm really hungry. As one fragrant hot bun filled his belly, Meng Qilin felt much more comfortable, and added, delicious. Still with chives filling, it's really fragrant. Adai's face turned red, and he stole a glance at Sister Yao, only to find that she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was looking at him with a smile that was neither here nor there, and he knew he had passed this test. Hee hee, I am really a clever little thing. Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk. Bai Yaoyao ignored Adai's little thoughts and asked Meng Qilin, Captain Meng, what time are we leaving? Meng Qilin replied, we should have left a long time ago, the cars just can't hold anymore, it's a complete mess, but it's almost done, just a few thousand left. Okay, then let's go ahead and wait in front. Bai Yaoyao said, leading the team to the front. Since the night crew arrived at the safe zone, they had either been on missions or on the way to missions, leaving early in the morning or late at night. They hardly spent any time in the safe zone during the day, so they had never seen so many people. It actually took them over 10 minutes to walk from the entrance of the safe zone to the front of the team. It was quite noisy along the way,
with people complaining about the heavens, lamenting their bad luck, and many others expressing the same. Most of the vehicles were large trucks, each with many people in their beds, but there were also a few buses, mostly carrying the elderly, children, and pregnant women, those vulnerable groups. Bai Yaoyao also saw the woman who had given her baby formula back then. The woman had tied her child to her chest with a piece of clothing, her face now showing more determination, less confusion, and helplessness. When she saw Bai Yaoyao, she smiled and waved from a distance, waving the small hand of her child. Bai Yaoyao felt a slight tingling behind her ears, as if she was caught doing something bad. She unconsciously hardened her face and quickly walked past without showing any expression. Still, as she passed by the woman, she quietly placed a can of baby formula into the bag by the woman's side. After all, the woman had contributed a good amount of crystal nuclei. Seeing that no one among her brothers noticed, she felt relieved to move forward, knowing this was a wrong demonstration. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted is the biggest taboo. Sometimes, not only can you not help others, but you might also harm them. This is just a moment of weakness? Mainly because that little baby smiled at her. Human cubs are far too precious, and it will be a long time before humans can witness the birth of new life again. It's rare to have such pity. Bai Yaoyao chose 2 pickups, as they would be more convenient than off-road vehicles for quick action, with Peichi and Chen Xian each driving one, trying to avoid letting the 2 take action early on. The others took turns, maximizing the combat power of the whole team. In case they suddenly encountered an accident or ran into some difficult opponent, Bai Yaoyao would not hesitate to lead the night crew away from the main team. There was no other choice. Nothing is more important than life. However, if it was within her ability, she would absolutely complete this mission responsibly. Bai Yaoyao stood on the top of the vehicle, looking back, and could no longer see the end of the team. After waiting for another 20 minutes, Meng Qilin's voice finally came. Let's go! Chapter 77, The First Day. The endlessly long line slowly began to move, with a weapon vehicle at the front. On either side of the weapon vehicle were 2 pickups from the night crew, followed by several large trucks carrying college students. The students being positioned at the front, quite scared themselves. But seeing a few of the night crew members at the front, they suddenly felt relaxed. In the safe zone, whether ability users or ordinary people, no one didn't know the night crew. With the night crew present, there was an inexplicable sense of security. Other ability users and official soldiers were scattered along the sides of the line, protecting the ordinary people in the middle who had little combat ability. Behind them were all sorts of ordinary vehicles, mostly families or groups of friends teaming up. So most of these individual vehicles had at least one ability user or someone with a weapon, slightly equipped with self-defense skills, not wanting to sit in the truck bed. The individual investors who hadn't joined the ability user team. At this speed, oh my god, how long will it take to get there? Dada Wan looked at the 20-yard speed and couldn't help but complain. Hard to say, at least a month. Bai Yaoyao frowned, thinking it would be slow, but she didn't expect it to be this slow. Can we go by ourselves? This is way too slow. Monkey suddenly said, not even lowering his voice. The little soldiers on the weapon truck immediately looked over, their eyes wide as they stared at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao helplessly glared at Monkey. No, shut up, she said. The little soldiers finally turned back their heads, feeling reassured. Right now the team was in desperate need of crystal cores, specifically high-level crystal cores. Currently, only her space ability and Lulu's lightning ability had reached the 4th level. The others were still far behind, mainly because 4th-level zombies were rare, and everyone had to hunt them down themselves. It was too troublesome. It was better to directly exchange points for them at the base. Even though one day in the future, 4th-level zombies would be as numerous as dogs, it was still better to level up as early as possible. Their value was different. Bai Yaoyao leaned against the passenger seat, bored and thinking of drumming her fingers. They had been on the road for almost a day, and she still hadn't shown her skills. It was completely different from her imagination of an exhilarating mass migration. Aside from the noise made when they set out that attracted a small wave of zombies, just as she was about to call her brothers, they were shot down by the officials with machine guns. Sticking to the Dark Knight theme, they didn't rush in to pick up any crystal cores. After leaving the city, most of the time they encountered only a few scattered zombies. The biggest obstacle of this journey, the mutated python, had long been swallowed by the Dark Knight crew, so in a day's time, they had seen fewer zombies than on ordinary missions. Captain Bai, hello, our Captain Meng has notified us that we are stopping here for rest today. Okay, got it. Bai Yaoyao replied. After the team stopped, everyone got off the vehicle to stretch. The people in the bus were okay, although 2 or 3 people squeezed into a seat. At least there was a seat and a roof over their heads to shield them from the wind and rain. But those in the truck bed had been exposed to the sun and wind all day. Today was the first day of a temperature drop, and not only were their legs numb, but the wind had left their heads spinning. Most of them were moaning and groaning. Bai Yaoyao walked a little forward with the group to ensure she could provide support at a moment's notice and also to keep some distance. She pulled out the food supplies and got straight to the point. This little wind is blowing, we should eat hot pot to warm up and satisfy our cravings. Peach chomped on a chicken leg while mumbling. Fat Brother said, let's keep a low profile. There are so many people behind us. What we have for stir-fried rice is already pretty good. Just look at what others are eating, compressed biscuits. Hee hee, I just wanted to say something. Bai Yaoyao ignored everyone, thinking about whether she could move around later. It was uncomfortable not moving for a whole day. Everyone was eating while chatting, and suddenly Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of energy fluctuations behind her. She quickly got up and looked back, finding it empty, a dark void with nothing there. What's wrong, Sister Yaoyao? Others asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, someone or some beast just came by. No way, I didn't feel anything. Monkey specially ran forward a few steps to look closely. Stone suddenly said, indeed, someone is here, I heard a sound. Bai Yaoyao expanded her mental power and didn't detect anything unusual. She had some guesses in her heart but was still uncertain. So she said, let's wait and see, there should be more coming. The others guessed Bai Yaoyao had an idea, so they didn't continue to say anything. They ate and drank, and after finishing, they each went to set up their tents. Since Bai Yaoyao sensed something was wrong, her mental power had been activated, and she hadn't used her abilities much all day, so her energy was full. Until a long time passed again. Bai Yaoyao was about to fall asleep in the tent when she felt some movement. She quickly walked out, took out the paint she had prepared in advance, and splashed it in the direction of the energy fluctuation. At this moment, the others also got up and came out. What the hell is this? It looks like a crouching person? Sister Yao, what should we do? Kill him? Who dares to come to the dark night to cause trouble? Do they want to die or something? Dada Wan raised the flames in his hand, ready to throw it. Please, spare me. I mean no harm, I'm just too hungry and came to look for some food. I was wrong, don't kill me, please. The man shouted for mercy as he heard Dada Wan's words. As the man began to speak, the invisibility effect also disappeared, and his figure gradually became visible. Is this an invisible ability? Fat Brother asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and kicked the man in the chest, saying, what level is your ability, and how long can you stay invisible? The man felt a sharp pain in his chest from Bai Yaoyao's kick and immediately coughed up blood, regretting in his heart. Why did he think it was a good idea to steal from the dark night with so many people around? He must have been kicked by a donkey in the head. But he quickly got up to reply, I haven't leveled up. If I don't talk, I can stay invisible for 10 minutes, but once I speak, it's pointless. Such a powerful ability is used for stealing things. Wow, that's impressive. Xiaomi couldn't help but express his amazement. Please, spare me. This is my first time, I won't dare to do it again. Heroes, please have mercy. Seeing that Bai Yaoyao had finished asking questions and was silent, the man became a bit anxious. Bai Yaoyao handed him over to a little soldier who was on duty by the roadside, asking him to hand the man over to Captain Meng. The others had no losses, and killing him would not give Captain Meng Qilin any face. It was better to let Meng Qilin decide what to do him a favor. Sister Yao, are we just letting him go? It doesn't matter to us. Killing him isn't appropriate, and keeping him around is disgusting. Meng Qilin won't easily let him go. With this ability, the officials will brainwash him. He won't be able to run away for the rest of his life. Bai Yaoyao saw through it clearly. It wasn't a serious matter, and in a time when the officials lacked people, Meng Qilin wouldn't easily give up such a talent. Chapter 78, 2 Shots. That night, Bai Yaoyao let the pair of good partners, Big Meow and Little Rai, keep watch, while the others slept soundly. With the patrol team set up by the officials, nothing unexpected happened that night, and everyone slept peacefully until dawn. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, they began their journey for the new day, with Peiqi and Shen Xian driving, while the others took turns to perform. There weren't many zombies on the provincial road. Occasionally, a few mutated beasts would pop out to block their way. They couldn't withstand the onslaught from the dark night and soon fell. Captain Bai, wait. Don't go yet, something happened at the back of the team. Bai Yaoyao got out of the car and asked, what happened at the back of the team? We just received news that more than 10 second-level mutated dogs charged up at the same time. It has been controlled, but some private cars were damaged, and we need to arrange personnel. Bai Yaoyao nodded and simply got out to stretch her legs. Before 5 minutes had passed, they received news that they could continue moving forward. Bai Yaoyao hadn't even gotten back into the car when a sudden exclamation came from the back of the team. Bai Yaoyao turned around to see a mutated eagle swooping in low, carrying a person in its beak. The mutated eagle had wings the size of a small car, and each flap brought a gust of wind. As if provoking them, the mutated eagle dropped the person it was carrying and picked another one back up mid-air. Due to its fast speed, the ability users didn't dare to casually use their powers for fear of injuring the person being carried. Bai Yaoyao positioned herself in advance, found the right angle, and threw a space cut towards it. The mutated eagle felt pain, released its grip, and actually spat a flame at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao frowned. This was going to be tough. Level 5. Only level 5 mutated beasts will awaken natural attack methods. It's easier to deal with those that run on the ground, but those that fly in the sky are very hard to control. Bai Yaoyao dodged the flames while using mental control. Chen Xian had just given an ability boost, causing the mutated eagle to feel a sharp pain in its consciousness, briefly stunned. Lulu directly unleashed the strongest single-target lightning strike, a thick bolt of lightning hitting the mutated eagle directly. Despite this series of abilities, the mutated eagle was not seriously hurt, but it became enraged. It dove down towards Bai Yaoyao, who could only dodge again. This time, she released Xiao Wei, working together with Keek's wood-based abilities to try to control the mutated eagle and prevent it from taking off again. Unexpectedly, they couldn't succeed even for a brief 2 seconds, and it broke free almost instantly. 3 seconds after I finish speaking, everyone use your skills together, no need to control, just pile up the damage. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. At this moment, Xia Shannon had also chased up from the back of the team, just in time for this wave of attack. 3 seconds later, a colorful array of skills smashed towards the mutated eagle, which could not dodge. In addition to the abilities of the Night Squad members, there were also 7 or 8 official ability users including Xia Shannon. Those who were not ability users also aimed their sniper rifles and shot at the same time. The mutated eagle in the sky instantly exploded in a mist of blood as it flapped its wings, trying to escape. But Bai Yaoyao suddenly didn't want to let it go. A level 5 beast core, she thought her few treasures must need it. Let's give it a try, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Bai Yaoyao instantly teleported onto the back of the mutated eagle. This sudden scene shocked everyone, including the mutated eagle. Sister Yao. Be careful. Bai Yaoyao was confident she wouldn't be in danger, as she had remembered to tell Shen Qi to open the protective shield at the critical moment. The mutated eagle noticed that someone had climbed onto its back and wanted to leave quickly from the crowd. When there were fewer people, it could fight one-on-one, and it wouldn't fear these humans. Seeing that the mutated eagle ignored her, Bai Yaoyao took out 2 daggers and stabbed hard at its neck. You don't care about me? I'll stab again. You ignore me? Not paying attention. Ordinary people in the truck were all paying attention to the scene here, and for a moment, they did not notice anything unusual. They felt angry but understood that there were more important things to do now. Enduring the pain in her arm, she fully activated her mental powers, momentarily controlling the mutated eagle while using space slicing again, directly breaking one of its wings. Then she opened up the distance and retreated. Peiqi had been keeping an eye on Bai Yaoyao's movements and rushed over immediately, using her powers without reservation to heal Bai Yaoyao. On the other side, after Bai Yaoyao retreated, Ada and Xiaomi charged up simultaneously, using their speed abilities. Learning Bai Yaoyao's recent fighting style, they stabbed and then ran, avoiding prolonged combat. Ultimately, they used willow branches to control the mutated eagle while everyone else used their powers to exhaust it to death. Bai Yaoyao's wounds looked frightening but did not harm her vital points, and under Peiqi's treatment, she healed quickly. Bai Yaoyao dug out the beast core of the mutated eagle with her dagger and stored its corpse in her space. Only then did she raise her head to look towards the direction of the team. Chapter 79, Die. Bai Yaoyao silently walked slowly towards the crowd, the Dark Knight people followed behind her. The pressure and momentum she carried not only did not recede but intensified even more. Xia Shannon saw this and did not think to stop her. Instead, he signaled for his subordinates to call Meng Qilin over. Who fired the gun just now? Bai Yaoyao's voice was not loud, but her icy tone clearly reached everyone's ears. People even had the illusion that if they could not identify who fired the gun, everyone would bear the consequences together. Captain Bai, I just saw it, it was her, she fired the gun. Right behind that rock, a woman with a child, whom Bai Yaoyao had once helped, suddenly exclaimed loudly. Pointing at Lin Iran? That stick who got the whole team killed by toxic zombies? Bai Yaoyao lightly nodded and first checked behind the rock. There were indeed traces of a gun being fired. So she went directly to Lin Iran. Before Bai Yaoyao could say anything, Lin Iran had already knelt down on the ground. It's over, it's really over. Who would have thought she could dodge this? Instinctive survival instincts prompted Lin Iran to hurriedly speak up in a plea. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I wanted to help you. I didn't expect it would hurt you, I just wanted to contribute my part. Since all her teammates died, the AIE alliance naturally disbanded. Coincidentally, Lin Iran awakened her light powers and combined with her previously awakened fire powers, instantly became a highly sought-after dual-type Esper. Though Dark Knight looked down on her, other teams were eager to add one more advanced combat power. Lin Iran carefully selected and joined the current team, the Tiger Gang. At this moment, the leader of the Tiger Gang, Chen Dahu, had to step up to speak for Lin Iran. After all, she was his team member. Although he was also very upset with this troublemaker, if he didn't say a word, everyone following him would inevitably feel cold-hearted.
So, he gritted his teeth and spoke up, Captain Bai, this might be a misunderstanding. Although Lin Ran went a bit too far, could you spare her life? She knows she's wrong, you. Bai Yaoyao hadn't had a chance to respond, and Lulu couldn't hold back any longer, directly saying, no. Don't even think about it. She aimed and fired, and it's a misunderstanding? What a ridiculous excuse. As soon as Lulu finished speaking, Ada kicked the. And it caused Yao Jia to get hurt. All the blame lies with myself for not learning my lesson, damn it. This time, I won't let that get away with it. Looking at myself kick him out, Yao Jia didn't say a word, and instantly understood. Not far away, Meng Qilin had already jogged over. Adai, worried that something else might go wrong, immediately unleashed his speed ability, and in the blink of an eye, stood in front of the woman, decisively reaching out to grasp her neck. Lin Iran only realized at this moment that she was really going to die, and she felt unwilling. Why her? She was a triple ability user. Bai Yaoyao only had so many people following her because of her spatial ability, right? But she had it too. She just hadn't had the chance to use it yet, and now she was going to die? Lin Iran desperately tried to pry the hands gripping her neck, but they wouldn't budge. In just 2 short seconds, she lost consciousness. Captain Bai. When Meng Qilin arrived, Lin Iran had already breathed her last. Meng Qilin didn't have time to say a word. This shy young boy who had handed him 2 chives dumplings with a blushing face just yesterday had, in less than 3 seconds, broken an ability user's neck. Meng Qilin momentarily didn't know what to say. Although Lin Iran deserved it, still. In the end, it was Xie Shannon who reacted first and stepped forward, saying, Old Meng, this person deserved to die. Meng Qilin nodded in agreement, saying, I know, but I didn't expect our little brother to be so ruthless. Adai, expressionless, shrugged and said, Sorry, I ate too much this morning and didn't control my strength. Bai Yaoyao had calmed down by this point. Captain Meng, is there anything else? Nothing, this incident caused you to get hurt. Meng Qilin said blankly, truly unsure of what else to say. It's nothing, isn't she dead now? Bai Yaoyao glanced at the corpse and said nonchalantly. Sure too was even more ruthless, grabbing Lin Iran's body and throwing it forcefully to the side of the road. After coming back, he washed his hands with some water, cleaning himself and Adai. The members of the Tiger Gang stood awkwardly in place. Although Lin Iran had brought this upon herself, the others didn't know she would act this way, but who knew about the Dark Knight? What if they misunderstood again? What would they do then? Chen Dahua glanced at his brothers and proactively explained, Captain Bai, I swear, the act of attacking you was solely Lin Iran's doing. The rest of us had no knowledge. Lulu sarcastically interjected, Oh, so now there's no misunderstanding? Chen Dahua, a tall man standing at 1.8 meters, found himself at a loss for words, neither speaking nor remaining silent, and soon his face turned red from the struggle. Bai Yaoyao looked at the woman holding a child and asked, Was anyone else beside that woman just now? The woman hesitated, afraid of retaliation yet not wanting to deceive Bai Yaoyao. For a moment, she couldn't respond. Bai Yaoyao understood now that there were still accomplices involved. So she addressed the Tiger Gang members, who are the accomplices? Step forward, and I won't leave your bodies in pieces. You're being too arrogant. Our boss already said it was all Lin Iran's doing, has nothing to do with us. You don't have evidence, why should you suspect us? Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly, why? Naturally, because of strength. I'm telling you, if this matter isn't resolved, no one will leave today. Meng Qilin had never seen Bai Yaoyao like this. Yesterday, when there was a theft, Captain Bai had generously returned the person to him, but unexpectedly, today she'd exploded. However, he said nothing more. Anyone fighting on the front line, facing life or death, would go berserk if shot in the back by their own, so it was understandable to remain silent and serious. The woman holding the child touched the milk powder in her bag, hesitated for a long while, and finally said, It was the man at the back. I saw him help. Shut up. Boss, save me. I don't want to die. It was Lin Iran who forced me, she tempted me. The man crawled over to Chen Dahua, panicking. Chen Dahua looked and saw that it was indeed one of his own team members. In an instant, he felt the sky collapse. I'm your team leader, not your ancestor. What can I do if you provoke this demon? Chen Dahua cried with his old face, looking toward Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao didn't even glance at him. She simply raised her hand, and with a space cutting, a head fell to the ground, blood gushing out instantly. Around them, there were gasps of shock. Chapter 80, Adai Talks Gossip. No one expected Bai Yaoyao to strike so decisively and bloodily. Except for those from the Dark Knight group, everyone else was startled. In their impression, Bai Yaoyao, the captain, was usually so easy to talk to. Bai Yaoyao gently said, Sorry, I moved too quickly. Honestly, this person was making too much noise, and it scared me. Meng Qilin gave an awkward smile. Scared you? What a joke. This excuse of yours isn't even as good as that little brother who said he ate too much in the morning and couldn't control his strength. The monkey kicked the head away and took a long shot. The body was also thrown to the side of the road, piled on top of Lin Iran. After clearing the obstacle, Bai Yaoyao said, "Let's go, Captain Meng." "Okay, it's still early, we can walk a bit more," Meng Qilin replied. Bai Yaoyao kept an eye on the expressions of the Tiger Gang members. Even though her group had just killed two of their own, any person would get angry. If you're unhappy, it doesn't matter. But if there's even a hint of revenge in your eyes, I'll strike first. After all, in the apocalypse, there's no room for carelessness or mercy, or else, it might be your own life on the line. The rest of the Tiger Gang members were still in a daze. Chen Dahu didn't show any overly excited emotions, just a face full of sorrow and helplessness. There was nothing else to be seen. Only then did Bai Yaoyao nod and leave. However, Fat Brother hesitated for a moment and said to Meng Qilin, "Captain Meng, could you arrange a good spot for that mother and daughter? Please take care of them along the way. Don't let them be looked down upon just because they spoke to us." Fat Brother was speaking to Meng Qilin, but his eyes were on Chen Dahu, implying a warning. Chen Dahu hurriedly said, "No, we won't cause trouble. It's my two team members' fault." Fat Brother smiled and waved his hand, saying nothing. Meng Qilin understood that Fat Brother was trying to give a subtle warning to the Tiger Gang members, but he still said to the woman holding the child, "You take your things, and come with me." The woman obediently picked up her luggage and rushed out of the car, tightly holding her child in her arms, never leaving Meng Qilin's side. Meng Qilin settled her in Professor Lin Zhangying's car. He intended to explain, but to his surprise, Professor Lin Zhangying got out of the car to greet them. "Captain Meng, there's no problem with these two mother and daughter joining us in one car. With such a big car, it's better to arrange for our family of 3. I've already said, it's not suitable." Meng Qilin nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your trouble. If there's any problem, let me know. I'm not tired. The real hard-working soldiers are those who have been fighting all this time. Go ahead, don't worry about this old man," Professor Lin Zhangying said. After Meng Qilin left, Lin Zhangying's daughter, Lin Menger, said, "Dad, the car was already crowded, and you still called someone over." "Shut up. If it's too crowded, you can get out and go sit on the truck," Lin Zhangying said. Lin Menger glared at the others, then squeezed herself in, glancing outside at another vehicle. Lin Zhangying then softly spoke to the woman holding the child, "Sorry, my daughter doesn't understand, please get in the car." The woman nodded, ignoring Lin Menger's disdainful gaze, opened the back door, and got into the car. This was the good condition the benefactors had fought for her. She couldn't let it go to waste. Besides, as long as she treated her child well, what was a few disapproving glances? A few slaps didn't matter. "If you dare raise your hand, I'll dare turn my face. As long as it lets my son sit in the car, avoiding the suffering of being cramped." After getting into the car, she felt even more relieved about her decision. Next to her, there was no old lady who had been coughing, and the space was so spacious and warm. "Sister Yao, are you all right now?" Little 16 tugged at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve and glanced. Before Bai Yaoyao could speak, Peiqi became unhappy first. "Little 16, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Sister, I treated you, do you think there's still something wrong?" Little 16 realized she was at fault and quickly apologized. "I was wrong, Sister Peiqi, I was just concerned about Sister Yao." Seeing the two arguing, Bai Yaoyao was no longer angry and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Coming here is worth it. With this level 5 beast core, we can have a level 5 mutant beast. Who should upgrade first?" Fat Brother asked curiously. Bai Yaoyao shook her head. "It doesn't matter, as a mother, I can't be biased. Let them play rock paper scissors." "Ah, that's your style." In the next few days, things went relatively smoothly, except for encountering a level 4 wind system zombie. It was all good. Bai Yaoyao didn't even need to take action against this level 4 zombie, the others took it down together. The crystal core was still given to Adai. Adai expressed he felt a lot of pressure, afraid he wouldn't be able to upgrade and waste a level 4 crystal core. Bai Yaoyao spent a long time comforting the child before the child sulkily went to the passenger seat to absorb the crystal core. In one day, the dark system ability successfully broke through to level 4. Because the breakthrough happened to be at night, the child excitedly ran around the endless queue twice. The dark system ability is the god of the night. Even Bai Yaoyao couldn't specifically pinpoint Adai's location, almost as if he had an invisibility ability. "Sister Yao, I discovered some gossip." Adai came back to Bai Yaoyao and said. Bai Yaoyao curiously asked, "What gossip?" "That woman who woke us up from our nap, do you remember her? She's the professor's daughter, the one we had a conflict with." "I remember, what's up with her?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Adai said with an exaggerated expression, "I just saw her confess to Xie Shan Nan and even gave him a braised chicken leg. The way she spoke was so cheesy, it was unbearable." Lulu was amused and said, "You little brat, what do you know?" "Why wouldn't I know? I've watched many dating shows. Heart Signal, Goodbye Lover, Let's Fall in Love, I've seen them all." Dai retorted. Bai Yaoyao laughed and scolded him a couple of times, recalling that Xie Shan Nan seemed to have a little fiancé. After he was killed by Xiao Wei, his little fiancé went to seek revenge on Xiao Wei. But what happened next was unclear because she had died too. What was Xie Shan Nan's reaction? Monkey asked. Bai Yaoyao almost burst out laughing. How did this ice prince, this iceberg man, suddenly become a big goofball? Xie Shan Nan looked like he saw a ghost. He turned around and ran, even threw up an ice wall to block people. Monkey, big goofball speed of freezing ice blocks is much faster than yours. Dai said to Monkey. Although Monkey's water system ability was only level 3, he could still shoot out ice spikes, but it was very slow. He was just being scorned. "You child, you're really unlovable. If you pick at your food again, I won't help you eat next time," Monkey said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Dai immediately admitted his mistake. Not being picky was impossible. Chives, coriander, and ginger were simply lifelong enemies. He couldn't eat them at all. Bai Yaoyao watched the two bicker, and her mood was surprisingly good. Suddenly, she felt a coolness on her forehead, and looking up closely, was it snowing? Chapter 81, It's Snowing. In the gray sky, large blocks of lead gray clouds gathered low, looking particularly heavy and oppressive, while a gust of cold wind howled, scattering large snowflakes falling from the sky, fluttering down. Just looking at this scene, one couldn't imagine that just last week, it was scorching hot at noon, with temperatures reaching 4 or 5 degrees. How could it suddenly start snowing in just a few days? Bai Yaoyao lightly frowned. Snowing now was not a good thing. The journey had already been slow. Now this speed is something you can't even think about. Moreover, most people are wearing only single-layer clothes, and only single-layer clothes. As a result, those with weaker bodies will undoubtedly freeze, and they might catch a serious illness. But at this time, catching an illness likely means they won't be able to continue walking. Indeed, after a short while, Meng Qilin organized people to start dismantling supplies and distributing warm clothes. "Everyone line up for me. If I catch anyone cutting in line, you won't get anything," yelled Meng Qilin from afar. Shami smiled and said, "Wow, Captain Meng's good temper finally can't take it anymore? He has managed to hold on until now. It's already not easy. Look at those people, so unreasonable, getting free clothes and still picky about it. I say, let them freeze to death." Lulu glared at a few people who were shouting loudly. Bai Yaoyao didn't join the commotion. She wanted to remind everyone to sleep early. But when she entered the tent, she saw that it was so cold that they couldn't even squat, let alone lie down. So she first took out 12 thick down jackets and snow boots, then pulled out 2 RVs and called everyone to get in and rest. "Sister Yao, aren't these 2 big guys a bit too conspicuous?" Monkey asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and replied, "There's no way around it. The journey is long, so we can't just suffer for not being conspicuous, right?" "Exactly, be conspicuous. If you're not happy, come fight me. I want to sleep, staying up late gives me wrinkles." Lulu, the most carefree, directly started the vehicle and turned on the air conditioning. The others also counted the numbers and got into the car. Those wanting to sleep went towards Lulu's side, while those wanting to enjoy asked Yaoyao for pineapple beer and barbecue. The little soldier who came to deliver warm clothes to the night team looked stunned and could only helplessly take the clothes back. "Why did you bring it back again? Doesn't the night team want it?" Meng Qilin asked. "No, Captain, I didn't ask. They don't seem to need it very much," the little soldier scratched his head and replied. "How could they not need it in such cold weather? Aren't ability users afraid of freezing? Were you scared by their killing during the day? The people from the night team may be fierce, but they aren't unreasonable." Meng Qilin sighed and personally carried the clothes to find the night team. "They are the main support. We are counting on them on this journey. If they fall ill, it would be a lot of trouble." The little soldier felt a bit helpless. What he said was clearly not being listened to by the captain, who insisted on finding some excitement. Meng Qilin struggled to carry the heavy package and finally reached the front of the night team's camp, just in time to see through the RV's glass that the night team members were wearing short sleeves, eating barbecue, and drinking beer. So, they went in the same way they are coming back. The little soldier was right, the night team didn't seem to need it. Captain Bai was someone who knew how to enjoy life and wouldn't skimp on breakfast, let alone now. "I really am worrying about things for no reason." When Bai Yaoyao saw Meng Qilin approaching, she was about to get out of the car, but Meng Qilin left again, hesitating for a moment but not getting out. After all, it was too cold. Lazy to get out. That night, most people couldn't sleep, no matter how sleepy they were. Even if they could squint for a bit, they didn't dare to sleep deeply, fearing they might never wake up again. Meng Qilin arranged for people to install a canopy on each truck to block the snowflakes and also distributed an extra cotton coat to everyone. But even so, it was still very cold.
Meng Qilin hardly slept all night, running back and forth many times, wanting to take care of everyone. However, 12 people still died that night. Before he could grieve, morning came. To preserve everyone's lives to the greatest extent, they had to hurry to D's city base, so he ordered people to pack up early in the morning. Bai Yaoyao and the others had slept early the day before and rested well, so they got up early that morning. Overnight, it felt as if the entire world turned white, and the earth seemed completely lifeless. The mountains were bleak, the trees were withered, no birds flew, no beasts called.
My gosh! I feel like I just time traveled.
Peichi excitedly jumped out of the car, scooped up a handful of snow, and tossed it up, feeling the falling snowflakes on her face. Although the others were not as exaggerated as Peichi, they were also happily playing in the snow. Bai Yaoyao walked back and took a look. The people in the truck were already freezing, sitting shoulder to shoulder, staring blankly at the Dark Knight team playing in the snow, their faces full of envy and confusion.
Captain Bai, here, roasted sweet potatoes. Liang ran over when he saw Bai Yaoyao.
Bai Yaoyao glanced over. Each member of the Dark Knight team was holding a roasted sweet potato, and there was a small fire pit on the ground, probably just finished roasting.
Where did you get the sweet potatoes? What will you eat if you give it to me? Bai Yaoyao asked with a smile. Liang waved his hand casually and said, we have plenty to eat.
We dug them out from the ground nearby, and they are so sweet.
Bai Yaoyao nodded and took the roasted sweet potato, taking a bite. Wow, it's so sweet.
Liang excitedly winked at his companions, and once Bai Yaoyao left, he excitedly told them,
my idol ate the sweet potato I roasted. Captain, what's in your pocket? It smells so good.
Liang was taken aback, touched his pocket, and pulled out to look. Wow, egg pancake.
It's hot.
It must be given by the idol. They felt awkward refusing your sweet potato, so they exchanged it for egg pancake.
Look at my idol's generosity. Shut up, it's my idol, okay? Your idol is Dog Brother, right?
Bai Yaoyao strolled around a bit and quickly returned when the team was ready to set out.
Sister Yao, give me my toolbox. Monkey said. Bai Yaoyao took out Monkey's toolbox and asked, what happened, did the car break down?
Monkey nodded and said, a small problem, the battery is probably frozen, can't start, give me 3 minutes. While Monkey was repairing the car, Bai Yaoyao distributed roasted sweet potatoes to everyone, and each finished them with just a few bites.
Xia Shannon just happened to see and came over to ask, Captain Bai, don't you have any food left? Bai Yaoyao shook her head,
not understanding why this guy looked so excited saying he had no food.
I have plenty. Our team has saved a lot of food, let's eat together in the future.
Xia Shannon said excitedly.
Bai Yaoyao hurriedly refused, no need, we have. Don't be polite, we've been through tough times together. Xia Shannon didn't listen at all.
Bai Yaoyao was helpless and showed him some roasted meat from mutated beasts weighing hundreds of pounds.
Xia Shannon was instantly choked, staring blankly and asking, then why do you share one sweet potato among so many of you?
We already had breakfast, someone gave us a sweet potato, and we couldn't finish it alone, so we shared it.
Bai Yaoyao explained.
Xia Shannon, feeling helpless, casually said a few words and left, still hoping to get favor from the Dark Knight team, but well, he thought too much.
Chapter 82, is the roasted sweet potato fragrant?
Because there was starting to be a snow accumulation on the road, some sections of the road were already icy, and if not careful, the car would slide, so everyone was moving more slowly.
Bai Yaoyao lay in the passenger seat, closing her eyes to rest, stretching her feet in boredom. There were no zombies, not even mutated beasts, and the last 5th level beast core was gulped down by Dogsy, who then burped and farted, and disappeared completely. Bai Yaoyao looked at the goofy Dogsy, really wanting to curse. If you could pretend to absorb it just once, I wouldn't feel so heartbroken.
Wow, Sister Yao, the road has cracked. Peichi, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao immediately straightened up, opening her eyes. The road ahead was cracking rapidly, visibly, turning from a crack the thickness of an arm into a big deep pit in just a few minutes. Bai Yaoyao and the others got out of the car to take a look. This deep pit makes no sense, just lying right in the middle of the road, cars can't pass at all, and there's no way to go around it. After a while, Meng Qilin also arrived, arranging earth and wood type abilities users to try and fill the pit. Bai Yaoyao thought this would delay them for half a day, so she might as well wander around and see if there was any meat nearby, as the great sage had no ingredients to cook with. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a strong energy coming from underground. She quickly shouted, hurry, step back. Be careful of what's under the ground. As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, she swiftly pulled the car back into her space. After a moment of hesitation, she also stowed away the official weapon vehicle, which contained many large firearms. It would be a huge loss if they were damaged. Just as her words faded, numerous branches and large leaves surged up from the ground, intertwining with one another. In just a moment, several Earth-type abilities users standing by the pit were pulled in. No one had time to rescue them. Just like that, a few people lost their lives, and Bai Yaoyao could no longer sense their presence with her mental energy. Some others were official abilities users who had gone to the storage depot with Bai Yaoyao last time. Upon hearing her warning, they immediately became alert and quickly withdrew, barely escaping the first wave of attack. Everyone was a bit dazed, completely unaware of where the enemy was, so their eyes instinctively turned to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao didn't hesitate and took command directly. She shouted, "Fire-type abilities users, hurry here to gather. Let's set fire to force the mutated plants out, everyone else, be ready." The moment the mutated plants appear, everyone attack at once. All nearby civilians, get out of the vehicles and run back, quickly. Meng Qilin also added, "Listen to Captain Bai. Everyone in the front trucks, get down. Move back." Without a solid leader, the crowd immediately followed his orders, acting according to Bai Yaoyao's command. Many civilians rushed to jump under the trucks, pushing and shoving in their hurry, while Meng Qilin organized the non-abilities users to retreat to the back. With life on the line, nobody cared about the cold anymore, they just ran back. All the fire-type abilities users fired at the pit simultaneously, trying to force the mutated plants out, but within a few seconds, instead of emerging, a sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted up. "Is that sweet potato from this morning too fragrant? Why am I still smelling sweet potatoes now?" Xiao Shirlu was a bit confused. "I smell it too, what the heck is going on?" Dada Wan was also baffled. Not just these two, everyone present was confused, including Bai Yaoyao. The scent of sweet potatoes grew stronger until the ground bulged, and a mound of sweet potatoes burst forth from the earth. Even the well-informed Bai Yaoyao was startled by the scene. Are these mutated sweet potatoes? Who do we even attack with this load of mutated sweet potatoes? How do we fight this? While everyone was astonished, the mutated sweet potatoes showed no signs of pausing. As soon as the sweet potato vines and stems touched a person, they would swiftly wrap around them, thrusting branches directly into the person's body. Blood was instantly drained, and within seconds, they turned into a dried corpse. The sweet potatoes that had drained human blood noticeably became thicker and stronger, spreading recklessly along the ground. As soon as they came into contact with a person, they aggressively began to attack. "Don't just stand there. Attack! What are you all dazing off for? Is your brain stuck?" Bai Yaoyao yelled in frustration when she saw most people still standing in shock, completely unsure of what to do. The people from the Dark Knight weren't panicking. After a brief moment of confusion, they followed their usual attack habits and began to fight back. The problem was, these vines seemed endless. If one was cut off, it would grow back into two. No matter how hard you hit, it won't die. Bai Yaoyao also realized that continuing like this was not a solution. Even if her abilities were exhausted, they couldn't kill it completely. While fighting, Bai Yaoyao moved closer to the deep pit, wanting to go in and take a look, to see where the main vine was, or if there was even a main vine. "You all be careful, if you can't fight, retreat. I'm going down to take a look," Bai Yaoyao said to the others in the Dark Knight. "Sister Yao, let me go. I'm fast, and it's full of shadows inside. My abilities will work well, this thing can't hurt me," Adai said. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and refused, saying, "It's fine, I have space abilities, I can teleport twice and won't get hurt, you all stay safe." After speaking, Bai Yaoyao jumped down and landed steadily on a collapsed stone. No sooner had she steadied herself for 2 seconds than all kinds of vines and sweet potato leaves pounced at her from all directions. Bai Yaoyao swung a spaceblade, creating an opening in front of her, and took the chance to run out, but after just a few steps, a new wave of vines surged over once more. She couldn't stop them. Bai Yaoyao took out a giant flashlight, and when she pressed the switch, the underground became bright as day. At this moment, Bai Yaoyao was very grateful that she didn't have a phobia of tight spaces, or she would definitely be scared to death. Continuously releasing space blades, when there were too many, she used space cutting, searching for about 10 minutes, and just as she was about to run out of oxygen, she finally saw a human-shaped sweet potato about 20 meters below. It already had obvious limbs and features. At first glance, it looked quite scary. Chapter 83, Pulling Threads from Sweet Potatoes. Bai Yaoyao imagined what a ginseng spirit might look like and then glanced at the mutated sweet potato before her, feeling they should look quite similar. It wasn't very big, only about the size of an adult's head, but it looked very clever. Though it had no eyes, the mutated sweet potato could clearly sense Bai Yaoyao's position and controlled numerous vines to attack. Bai Yaoyao pretended to be at a disadvantage and retreated, actually finding a gap, teleporting right in front of the mutated sweet potato, pouring out a handful of spring water. The mutated sweet potato thought it was an attack and hurriedly dodged, only to be suddenly captivated by the thick energy, leaving the entire sweet potato dazed. Realizing too late, it quickly used its body to catch the spring water. This was exactly what Bai Yaoyao was waiting for. She used 2 segments of space cutting to sever all of its vines as much as possible. Then, she teleported in front of the mutated sweet potato and grabbed its head, pulling hard, and instantly various sounds of vine snapping echoed. If the mutated sweet potato could speak, it would really want to curse right now. "As a mutated being, could you be a little more polite? Could you be a little gentler? Why are you just yanking my head? You're almost pulling all my leaves off." Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to take the mutated sweet potato back into her space, but unexpectedly, she failed. It should be because the mutated sweet potato was resisting desperately. Bai Yaoyao suddenly realized something. Could it be that if it fainted, it would stop resisting? So, she pulled the mutated sweet potato and teleported out of the encirclement, first throwing Xiaoyang out of the deep pit, then letting Xiaoyang pull her out. The others in the dark night breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Yaoyao come out, but what was in her hand? Bai Yaoyao held the mutated sweet potato's vines, raised both hands above her head, and smashed it forcefully down to the ground, then recalled space. Failed. Keep going. Smash. Recall. Failed. Keep going. Smash. Recall. Hey. Success. Not knowing how many times she smashed it, the sweet potato skin almost fell off before she finally managed to bring it back to space. Once the mutated sweet potato was back in space, its vines on the ground seemed to have run out of supplies. After being cut, it couldn't attack anymore. Everyone saw hope for victory, and all got pumped up, unleashing a series of abilities toward the sweet potatoes strewn across the ground. Before long, everything was cleaned up. Aside from the mess on the ground, which looked slightly unpleasant, there was no more danger. Meng Qilin saw very clearly that it was because Bai Yaoyao had eliminated that humanoid mutated sweet potato that these sweet potatoes on the ground lost their ability to regenerate. So he hurried over and asked, "Captain Bai, are you okay? You've really worked hard." Bai Yaoyao was exhausted, sweating profusely, and was eager to return to her space to check on the mutated sweet potatoes, so she waved her hand and said, "Captain Meng, I used up a lot of energy, I need to rest in the car." Okay, you don't need to worry about the rest, go rest quickly, you've worked really hard." Meng Qilin nodded quickly, seeing that Bai Yaoyao indeed looked very tired. Bai Yaoyao gave her teammates a look, took out the RV, and hurriedly entered the space after getting on the vehicle. As soon as she entered the space, she saw the big cat holding down the just collected mutated sweet potato. The other mutated beasts, except for Xian Shi, were also surrounding it curiously. The mutated sweet potato lost its earlier arrogance and agility from the deep pit and began to tremble slightly. After being knocked out and entering this special space, it was awakened by the thick energy, but it didn't feel happy for long before being kicked around like a ball by several mutated beasts. Finally, when they stopped, that stinky cat started showing its claws to threaten the sweet potato. Seeing Bai Yaoyao, the sweet potato suddenly felt aggrieved and wiggled its body, whimpering. The big cat switched paws to keep it down and then slapped it. Bai Yaoyao looked at the big cat with satisfaction. "What use are you? If you're useless, you can just die." Bai Yaoyao's cold voice made the mutated sweet potato instantly dumbfounded. "What use? I'm just a sweet potato. What more do you want from me?" Bai Yaoyao looked at the mutated sweet potato acting like a fool and lost her patience. "Great Sage, can you make candied sweet potatoes?" The Great Sage stood tall, patted its chest, and gave a thumbs up with a confident expression. Then it quickly took the sweet potato from under the big cat's paw, pulled out a dagger, and started peeling. The movements were so swift that even capitalists would want to cry. Suddenly, the mutated sweet potato moved and forcefully produced 4 large sweet potatoes, each bigger than itself. It pushed them over to the Great Sage using its own leaves. Bai Yaoyao saw this and thought it was somewhat useful, so she nodded at the Great Sage. Bai Yaoyao planted the mutated sweet potato in the ground next to the spring and said, "From now on, produce 20 sweet potatoes a day, or you'll get punished." The mutated sweet potato wanted to cry but had no tears. "This big devil wants 20? Am I supposed to grow at all? My energy is all tied up in producing sweet potatoes, how can I level up?" But, under the eaves, one had to bow one's head. "Fine, for the greater good, I will endure for now." So it readily nodded vigorously, making sure the big devil wouldn't notice that it was cursing her. After Bai Yaoyao exited the space, everyone gathered around. "How did it go, Sister Yao? Did you solve it?" I took it into the space. This creature isn't very strong, but it can produce sweet potatoes, so it's not completely useless," Bai Yaoyao replied. Data 1 said, "That's great. We won't run out of roasted sweet potatoes in the future. Let's keep it, it really is quite sweet." Bai Yaoyao asked, "Quite sweet? What's going on? The roads outside are filled with them." "That distressed Meng Qilin is busy organizing people to collect sweet potatoes," Lulu replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao went out to have a look, and sure enough, the ground was covered in sweet potatoes. Meng Qilin looked much more relaxed. This was all food, turning misfortune into a blessing. Bai Yaoyao didn't go out to join the excitement. Although the previous battle was not very thrilling, it did consume quite a bit of energy. With her brothers guarding the vehicle, she decided to go back to the space for a quick nap. When she woke up, the Great Sage's candied sweet potatoes were ready, just in time to serve and taste together with everyone. I jumped for joy. Is it the Great Sage's cooking skills or is this sweet potato really tasty? The flavor is absolutely incredible. It should be both. Bai Yaoyao also nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, agreeing that it was delicious, and brought out some roasted beast meat and steamed rice to eat together. Meng Qilin worked hard all morning, finished collecting the sweet potatoes, and found people to build roads and bridges again. When the repairs were almost done, Bai Yaoyao took out the vehicle and set off again. After setting off again, Bai Yaoyao felt uneasy in her heart, as if someone was watching her, but after using her mental power to scan around, she found nothing. She always had the feeling that something bad was about to happen, but there were no clues, which she found very annoying. Not daring to let her guard down, she told her brothers, and everyone became alert. After all, Sister Yao's instincts were usually right. Chapter 84, Train It. After setting off again, the complaints in the team clearly decreased. Faced with the threat of death, everyone found that it seemed only a bit cold, and there wasn't much that was unacceptable. After walking for nearly a week, the road conditions worsened day by day. If it was just cracks in the ground and falling rocks, it would be fine, but many plants had already spread into the middle of the road. Some mutated plants are not aggressive and won't attack humans actively, but if you dare to drive dozens of vehicles over them, they might fight back if provoked. So many times, they could only choose to take a detour, or send wood-type abilities to communicate. The apocalypse had come for 3 months, and these mutated plants were no longer as naive and easy to talk to as when they first awakened, and there were many times that negotiations failed. Meng Qilin felt utterly exhausted, telling himself for the 10,001 time that once they reached the D-City base, he would not care about anything and sleep for 3 days and nights before talking. Not even his grandpa could change that. On this journey, they encountered very few zombies, and there were no level 4 zombies, so no one was able to successfully level up. Bai Yaoyao's uncomfortable feeling lingered on, but she couldn't find anything, so she dared not let her mental power stop even for a moment. After so long, although her mental abilities did not level up, they had solidified a lot. Sister Yao, I'm so bored. Xiaomi, holding her butcher knife, sat at the front of the vehicle. Xiaomi, who loved to get into the action, had not had a chance to move for 2 days. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, if you are really bored, why not bring out the dog and let you two fight? Xiaomi's eyes lit up, that wouldn't be a problem, so she nodded vigorously. Bai Yaoyao not only let the dog out, but Big Meow, De Sheng, and the timid rabbit were all brought out too. It was time to get some fresh air and broaden their horizons. Bai Yaoyao was also worried that staying in such a comfortable environment every day would dull their fighting instincts, unlike Xin Shi, who could just stand still and let people hit without any problem. Xiaomi chose the dog, and the two jumped out of the car to fight, shocking Meng Qilin, who quickly came over to ask, Captain Bai, why are they fighting? Isn't that your mutated beast? It's fine, they're just warming up and moving around since they're bored, nothing to worry about, Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilin's mouth twitched, bored, how could they be so playful? Is resting not good? Xiaomi was directly enjoying the fight, but Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but furrow her brows. What's wrong, Yao? Lulu clearly sensed Bai Yaoyao's unhappy feelings and came over to hug her shoulder and ask. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, generally speaking, mutated beasts of the same level should be stronger than humans, but look at the dog, it's already level 4, and even Xiaomi is almost unable to beat it. I've protected it too well. Lulu was stunned, not expecting Bai Yaoyao to be unhappy for this reason, and then said, in the last life, did the dog get hurt while saving you? Bai Yaoyao nodded, how did you know? Otherwise, with your temper, you would have set up a stall to sell dog meat long ago. How could you do this to the dog? Are you dreaming? Lulu replied with a smile. It's my problem. Unless the dog stays in the space forever, we'll have to train it. Bai Yaoyao made her decision right away. I'll help you train it. You feel sorry for it, but I don't. Lulu's words had barely left her lips when she released a bolt of lightning at the dog. The dog was directly hit by the lightning, turning angrily to look at Lulu, woof woof, a woof woof, woof woof. Why did you sneak attack your dog brother? Lulu smiled without saying a word and continued to unleash her lightning. The dog tried to dodge, but was blocked by Xiaomi, getting shocked every now and then. Gradually, its beastly nature began to emerge, entering the mood. After all, it was a mutated beast, strong in size and endurance. After Xiaomi ran out of strength, she retreated. Xiao Shirlu, having watched long enough, felt eager and charged forward with a stick. The dog whined loudly, tearfully looking at Bai Yaoyao, who turned her head, ignoring it. Good boy, work hard, or you won't be able to come out in the future. The others also looked on with interest. The monkey and the great sage got out to join the fight. Ah Dai found the big cat, while the big roll realized there were no beasts left and chose a little rabbit instead. Unfortunately, the little rabbit was unwilling to fight, trembling in fear. After being kicked off the vehicle by the big roll, it started to run, and the big roll couldn't catch up. So, the two just practiced stamina, tossing aside the vehicle and running for fun. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu alternated between helping others and beasts, sneak attacking now and then, and they suddenly felt that this journey was fulfilling. The only one suffering was the dog itself. While others grew tired and got back in their vehicles, the dog could never rest, being constantly beaten by one after another.
The dog was so confused but dared not voice it. It must have been found out for secretly peeing under the master's bed, so now everyone took turns hitting it. Xia Shannon watched the bustling night from the middle of the group, feeling endlessly envious. This time going to the D-City base, wouldn't the family send someone? Having lived for over 20 years for the family, could he not fight for himself this time? Would the knight accept him? After playing around for half a month, they were finally close to D-City base. During this half-month, the dog's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and Bai Yaoyao didn't let it enter the space at all. Even when it was sleeping, someone would sneak attack it. From initially being unable to withstand anyone's beatings, now it could fight off 2 or 3 people. The progress was undeniable. However, every time the dog proudly wagged its tail, Bai Yaoyao would get out to give it a beating. The dog wanted to rise up too, so it put forth all its strength, dreaming of proving itself to the master. The result was always a nose bruised and a face swollen. Bai Yaoyao wasn't even sorry anymore. Mutated beasts recovered quickly. No matter how badly it was beaten, it would still be a good dog the next day. Eventually, the dog grew clever. If I can't win in a direct fight, I'll just run away. If I can't beat them head on, I'll sneak attack. It always managed to regain some face. Sister Yao, are we almost there? The zombies are getting more numerous. Xiao Shilu slashed down a 3rd-level zombie. It wasn't just the dog that had improved during this time, everyone else in the Dark Knight, along with the beasts, had also made significant progress. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, Meng Qilin said, if all goes well, we'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. Oh my gosh, that if all goes well sounds so uncomfortable. It feels like an accident is going to happen. Peiqi slapped his chest. Ah, phew. Peiqi, stop reading novels. Lulu didn't finish her sentence when Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a wave of palpitations. She shouted, be careful. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a mutated eagle dove down at lightning speed, not stopping at all, grabbing the dog and swiftly flying into the sky. Chapter 85. Revenge. From the moment the mutant eagle swooped down until it grabbed the dog and took off, the whole process took only a few seconds. Bai Yaoyao had made preparations and stayed alert, but she still didn't expect the mutant eagle to rush directly at the dog. Without hesitation, the monkey immediately turned the car around and chased after it. Bai Yaoyao felt panicked, but she repeatedly told herself to stay calm. Captain Bai. Meng Qilin shouted urgently upon seeing this. Bai Yaoyao turned her head and replied, you all go, don't worry about us. The D-City base was already near, and occasionally, she could see ability teams coming out from the base for missions. Thinking about it, the team should be fine. But even if there was a problem, Bai Yaoyao wouldn't care, the dog's safety was the most important. Sister Yao, this mutant eagle is here for revenge, right? It looks just like the one we killed last time, just a bit bigger, Fat Brother said. Bai Yaoyao nodded, it must have been watching us for a long time. Now that it sees we're getting closer to the human base, it's showing itself. With this kind of intelligence, it's at least level 5. The mutant eagle grabbed the dog without pausing, flying higher and higher, and everyone's car naturally couldn't keep up. Shitu, the best shooter, saw this and immediately jumped out of the car, readying his gun, I'll find you in a bit. Shitu aimed for the mutant eagle's wing and fired. Bang! Hit! Bai Yaoyao clearly saw the mutant eagle shake a bit. Although it didn't fall, its speed was clearly slowing down. Bang! Another hit. Still the right wing, Brother Shitu is awesome. Peiqi said excitedly. The mutant eagle screeched loudly and dove into the jungle. The group could no longer drive forward. Bai Yaoyao packed the car and hesitated before saying, you all wait for me here. What nonsense! Hurry up! Lulu didn't even slow down her pace and dashed into the jungle. The others also chose to ignore Bai Yaoyao's words. Except for Shitu, who was still behind and hadn't caught up yet, everyone else entered the jungle together. I can use my ability. I'll scout ahead. A Dai said as he glanced at Bai Yaoyao. I'll go with a Dai, Xiaomi said as well. After Bai Yaoyao nodded, a Dai and Xiaomi dashed out. The two had stable abilities, one with light and the other with darkness, and they usually worked together. A Dai, Xiaomi, be careful. Don't worry. Everyone moved forward in a straight line in the direction of the mutant eagle. The jungle was filled with many mutated plants and animals, so Bai Yaoyao released Dimiao, Deshang, and Xiao Wei. With a few people from the night faction joining them, there were so many of them together that there weren't many mutated beasts causing trouble. As for the mutated plants, Kiki and Xiao Wei were communicating to avoid conflicts as much as possible. After about 20 minutes, everyone suddenly heard the sound of fighting and hurriedly rushed over. The dog thought he was about to meet his end, everyone had been beating him up lately, so he was sure they would not come to save him, and he was trying to find a way to save himself. But, he was afraid of heights, scared, boo-hoo. When the dog got scared, he wanted to pee. Big stinky bird, even if I die, I will pee all over you. So the dog rolled up his body and directly aimed at the mutant eagle's face to pee. The mutant eagle didn't care about the small mutated beast at all. After following for so long, it found that those detestable humans had been training this dog intentionally, so it took the dog away. Let you feel how it feels to have a partner killed. But it never expected this weak little mutated beast to dare to pee on itself. Feeling the warm liquid on its face, the mutant eagle couldn't help but release its claws, and the dog fell straight down from a height of 50 meters, like a small meteor. Adai and Xiaomi heard the dog shout from a distance, and when they looked up, they saw the dog plummeting down rapidly. Damn, how is this going to connect? My arm is going to break. Xiaomi exclaimed. It seems we don't need to connect it anymore. Adai had prepared for a broken arm, but the dog was stuck in the tree. As a mutated beast, jumping down from a tree was no problem, it just meant landing face first. When Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, Xiaomi, Adai, and the dog were already in a fight with the mutated eagle. For some reason, everyone felt that the mutated eagle suddenly carried a deadly intent towards the dog, its face wet and its gaze fierce. Even if it got hurt, it still wanted to claw and peck at the dog. Seeing this, Peichi directly guarded the area near the dog, providing treatment the moment the dog got injured. Gradually, the dog became fearless, thinking, hee, I've got someone to heal me, and you, stinky bird, have no one. Thus, it began to taunt, barking loudly in dog language. Bai Yaoyao couldn't bear to watch, focused her thoughts, and unleashed energy in an attack. There were too many mutated beasts in the jungle, and if they delayed, it might become dangerous. However, since the enemy was in the air, their effective means of attack were too few. If the mutated eagle hadn't been determined to kill the dog, it probably would have already escaped. The great sage hadn't made a move from the beginning, circling around with the little rabbit, hiding in the trees. The great sage understood that close-range attacks against the mutated eagle wouldn't be very useful, so it had to wait for the right opportunity. Bai Yaoyao realized the great sage's plan. Find a way to push the mutated eagle over to the great sage. Got it. The great sage quietly whispered something to the little rabbit, which shook its head furiously. The great sage squeezed the rabbit's neck, firmly suppressing it. Finally, when the mutated eagle came close, the great sage threw the rabbit, leaping forward themselves. The little rabbit successfully landed on the back of the mutated eagle, and the great sage grabbed the mutated eagle's claw. Then, together with the little rabbit, they rapidly grew in size, preventing the mutated eagle from flying and causing it to fall quickly from the sky. Bai Yaoyao seized the opportunity, delivering a space slash toward the injured wing of the mutated eagle. Feeling the attack energy, before the mutated eagle could move, the little rabbit got so scared it urinated, and the urine slowly trickled down the mutated eagle's neck. The mutated eagle was utterly devastated. Here I am, the aerial overlord, and today I'm urinated on by such weak, trash mutated beasts. Bai Yaoyao disdainfully glanced at the little rabbit, teleporting onto the back of the mutated eagle, tucking the rabbit and the great sage into her space. Conveniently pulling out a big knife, she started stabbing in various places. Because the mutated eagle was already severely injured, combined with Little Y's mind control, it soon fell under everyone's combined effort. Tightly bound by Little Y, the mutated eagle was placed on the ground. Dog, now feeling bold, stepped a leg onto the mutated eagle's face, barking loudly. The mutated eagle glared at the dog with fiery eyes. Bai Yaoyao originally intended to reason with it, seeing if this mutated eagle could be captured. After all, having aerial combat power would be a great boost for future team battles. But seeing this situation, she instantly gave up. Swiftly pulling out her knife, she cut off the mutated eagle's head. Chapter 86, Retreat. Bai Yaoyao collected the mutated eagle's corpse, and as the dog lost its object to taunt, it returned to her side, whining adorably. Bai Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and hugged the dog. It couldn't be denied that she had indeed felt scared when the dog had been captured. Clearly not enough training, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily caught. It seems the training regimen needs to be increased. The dog nestled into the warm embrace, excitedly wanting to bark, but then felt like the embrace had become a bit cold, sensing a dangerous feeling. What did the owner want? The dog instinctively moved a bit away from Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao said, hurry back, let's find Shirtu and Dadawan first. Okay, I have left marks all the way. Fat brother pointed and said. Bai Yaoyao opened her spiritual sense and felt around, but she didn't find Shirtu and Dadawan, probably still far away, so she hurried back on the road. But as they were nearly at the edge of the jungle, they still hadn't seen anyone. This is not right. They must be in trouble, Bai Yaoyao frowned and said. But they wouldn't have missed sending a distress signal, would they? Let's go back. Everyone involuntarily quickened their steps. This was different from when Dogzi was captured. Everyone knew what was happening, and the unknown was the scariest part. Sister Yao, there's a burnt leaf here. Peichi was looking closely at the ground by the roadside and found some clues. Fat brother glanced at it and said, it should be left by Dadajuan's ability. Look carefully around. Bai Yaoyao forced herself to calm down. Her life's path was completely different from her past life. Whatever they did, they had to do it properly. The trouble with Shirtu and Dadawan was entirely her own fault. The two of them entered the jungle, didn't that just invite trouble? Yet she hadn't thought of it herself. Lulu squeezed Bai Yaoyao's little hand and said, "Everyone is not a fool, and they can survive without you. Since they chose to come in, they are prepared, so don't overthink it." Bai Yaoyao nodded and said nothing more. Dogsy saw everyone's serious expressions and knew it seemed like it was because of him that the big guy and the little one were in trouble. He concentrated on recalling their scents, constantly searching along the roadside. Finally, he caught the scent of the little one. "Woof woof woof. A woof." Dogsy suddenly shouted, and seeing nobody paying attention to him, he went to bite Bai Yaoyao's pants leg. "Go play aside." Bai Yaoyao impatiently ignored Dogsy. Dogsy felt insulted. He stopped barking, took a few steps back, and then jumped up forcefully, using the tree for a second jump. With a powerful swipe of his claws against a tightly wrapped big leaf, he tore a long opening. The leaf quickly scattered, and Dadawan fell out from within. But Dadawan was in a state of unconsciousness, completely unaware of what was happening outside, and just fell down from a high place. Dogsy was stunned, thinking, "Am I in trouble again? The little one won't die from the fall, will he? No way. My owner won't stew me, right? No way? Damn, Dadawan is falling." Xiao Shilu hurriedly used her wind ability to blow upward, slowing Dadajuan's descent. Chen Xian also quickly added a boost to Xiao Shilu. Bai Yaoyao teleported next to Dadawan, her power ability fully activated, and she caught him steadily as he landed on the ground. Her arms were numbed from the impact, taking a long while to recover. She helplessly glanced at Dogsy. Dogsy grinned, showing his big white teeth. "Xiaomi, come take a look." Bai Yaoyao felt that Dadawan must have been poisoned, his face turning pale and unconscious. Xiaomi's light ability was just right for purifying poisons. Seeing Dadajuan's color gradually returning to normal, Bai Yaoyao and the others finally felt relieved. She turned to Dogsy and said, "Dog brother. Well done. Where's Shirtu? Can you find him?" Dogsy immediately lifted his head and began to howl, "Oh whoa whoa whoa." After howling, he took off running, and everyone hurried to keep up. Xiao Shilu also carried Dadawan. At this moment, they couldn't split up anymore, or it would be ridiculous to lose one while finding the other. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, Dogsy suddenly stopped, looked up, and started howling continuously. Bai Yaoyao was just about to start climbing the tree when Dogsy pulled her down. Dogsy dashed forward, continuing to leap high into the tree, being agile like a monkey. Now, the trees were at least 20 to 30 meters tall, and Dogsy quickly climbed to the very top. This time, Bai Yaoyao was prepared. She released Dashang and climbed up with Dogsy to prevent any accidents, and also moved Xiaoyang onto the tree for easier support. Sure enough, after a while, sounds of fighting came from above, and the people below in the dark didn't see clearly, only able to get a rough idea. The stone was wrapped in branches and vines, and Dogsy and Dashing couldn't break through the defense of the mutant tree for a time. Just when they were anxious, Little Y took action. The branches spread towards the stone's position, first using thin twigs to find gaps to drill into, then gradually thickening to push the gaps open. Dashing seized the moment to help, while Dogsy was barking on the side. The stone's face turned red, feeling that if it took one more minute, he would suffocate. At the critical moment, a small opening appeared in the tightly wrapped vines, and he faintly heard Dogsy's barking. Without having time to think, he desperately tried to drill out, but his whole body was completely powerless. Just when he was anxious, Dogsy appeared like a divine soldier from the sky, directly cutting through the vines with his claws. The stone instantly fell down. Little Y and Dashing were both stunned. "We were almost getting him out. Why did you throw him down?" Dogsy realized belatedly that he had caused trouble again. "Shouldn't I be doing a good job?" Little Y quickly extended the vines downwards, trying to catch the stone. Fortunately, Little 16 and Chen Xian had been looking up at the situation, and when they saw the stone falling, they immediately used wind abilities to give him a lift. It was only then that Little Y successfully reached the stone. The stone was larger and not as small and thin as Big Roll. Also, due to the height, Bai Yaoyao's full power might not even guarantee catching the stone. Fortunately, Little Y was reliable. Although the stone was not unconscious, his condition was not good. After drinking a bottle of warm water, his awareness returned a bit, but walking was still quite difficult, and he couldn't keep up. Not daring to delay time any longer, fearing that something unexpected might happen, Bai Yaoyao directly took out 2 stretchers, and everyone lifted the stone and Big Roll, wanting to run quickly out of the jungle. However, just as they were about to run out of the jungle, suddenly a mutant wild boar ran out from the side. Bai Yaoyao didn't hesitate and went straight up to meet it. The mutant wild boar didn't have any other skills, it was just tough-skinned and defensive. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu cooperated with each other, and in no time, they brought it down. Bai Yaoyao skillfully retrieved it, so now there was pork to eat. "Old Yaoyao, we are still a great team," Lulu said with a smile. Bai Yaoyao was just about to speak when she suddenly felt the ground start to shake. Oh no, that couldn't be a herd of wild boars, right? Peichi, shut up. Chapter 87, What is the wild boar herd chasing? Although a mutant wild boar didn't have high attack power, a group was unbeatable. With such a collective charge, Bai Yaoyao suspected that even Xianqi's shield wouldn't hold. Not daring to really stay put and try, they could only run. Looking at about 30 or 40 of them, the ground shook when they moved, even kicking up a small dust storm behind them, obscuring everything. Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to retrieve Dogsy and the others into the space but suddenly gave up. She couldn't keep making mistakes. If she didn't sense danger, she'd never have any vigilance. Bai Yaoyao guessed that if it weren't for Dogsy today, if it were Big Meow or Dashing, even Little Rabbit, they wouldn't have been grabbed so easily. It was just this silly dog that was easy to bully. So not only did she not put Dogsy and Dashing into the space, but she also took out Big Meow and Little Rabbit. To escape, the family had to be together and tidy. Little Rabbit had been waiting for Bai Yaoyao to reward him with carrots. After all, today he had also contributed to defeating that mutant eagle. Who knew, as soon as he came out, they had to escape. Help! Little Y, secure the stone and big roll on the stretchers. Bai Yaoyao said. Rustle, rustle. Everyone directly started running towards the outside of the jungle. When they reached the main road, they could take out the vehicle, and safety was assured. Bai Yaoyao silently made a wish, hoping that after her spatial abilities upgraded, she could fit her brothers inside too. This way, they would be invincible, not even scared of a pack of wild boars, let alone a group of fierce tigers. But for now, escaping was the priority. With 2 legs, she couldn't outrun 4, and adding 2 people who couldn't move made it even worse. Soon, they were almost caught up to. Go to the right. Bai Yaoyao decisively ordered. The right had more trees and complex terrain. It would be harder to walk through, but it would be the same for the mutated wild boars. As long as they could scatter the wild boar herd, they still had a fighting chance. However, it seemed the direction of the mutated wild boars had not changed. They were still charging towards their previous path. Slowly, Bai Yaoyao realized that the mutated wild boars did not seem to be targeting them. So she changed direction again, and to her surprise, the boar herd rushed past them. Everyone burst out of the jungle and onto the main road. Wow, that was close. Finally, we are safe here. Fat Brother gasped. Lulu, unaffected, lay down on the ground and said, turns out, that boar herd wasn't chasing us at all, we almost ran ourselves to death. Bai Yaoyao suddenly became interested, since Stone and Big Roll were fine, but she felt exhausted. She said, I'll follow that big cat and see what's going on. You all wait for me here. Sure, be careful. Bai Yaoyao nodded, released a camper and a pile of food and drinks, and took Big Cat to chase after it. The dog, of course, was not convinced, howling to keep up, only to be choked by Lulu's grip on its throat. The dog glanced at Lulu, who was still sparking with electricity, and decided to tactically fall back, stretching and lying down to rest. Fine, better not mess with that female tyrant. Bai Yaoyao and Big Cat were fast, and soon caught up with the wild boar herd. Bai Yaoyao noticed that the herd was somewhat agitated. Their state was strange, as if they were after something important ahead. With Big Cat, she changed her route and teleported to a spot slightly ahead of the mutated wild boar herd. Opening her mind to carefully examine the situation, she discovered there seemed to be a yellowish fruit running away. Because it was too close to the ground's color, coupled with the earlier chaos, nobody noticed it at all. Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled that in her previous life, the number 1 on the battle power list, Chen Yishuan, had mentioned he unintentionally discovered a yellowish fruit that nearly doubled his physical strength after consuming it. At that time, Bai Yaoyao didn't think much of it. Such things were fleeting and rare, and seeking them wouldn't guarantee results. Indeed, several teams had searched for months with no news. If this fruit was truly like what Chen Yishuan said and could enhance physical strength, then she had to think of a way to snatch it. With her space ability, if she managed to cultivate it successfully, almost everyone in the Night Clan could gain powers, and combined with their inherent combat skills, their close combat strength would be unbeatable. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, but in reality, only a few seconds passed. Bai Yaoyao whispered to Big Cat, did you see that fruit? You go chase it, try to make it change direction towards me. Then regardless of whether you succeed or not, without hesitation, we'll go straight into my space. Big Cat nodded, mute to show it understood, and rushed forward. The power fruit was just awakening, just gaining awareness, and almost got eaten by a wild boar, so it panicked and started to run. Thinking it was safe since the mutated wild boars couldn't catch up, the fruit encountered another cat ahead. And this one was so fast. So it hurriedly dashed to the side. Bai Yaoyao had early on prepared a cup of spring water. When the power fruit rushed towards her, she directly sprinkled it into the air, not afraid of wasting, unwilling to lose a rabbit while trying to catch a wolf. The power fruit was instantly attracted by this thick energy, forgetting to escape and trying its best to absorb all the spring water in the air. Bai Yaoyao knew that mutated plants and animals could understand humans to some extent, so she said directly, Hi, I have a lot of spring water, come with me. The power fruit was just a newly mutated little thing, not that clever, and when it heard there was spring water, it eagerly agreed. After Bai Yaoyao brought the power fruit into her space, the mutated wild boar group suddenly went wild and charged over, about to reach her face, so Bai Yaoyao grabbed Big Meow and hid into the space. After the power fruit came in, it felt something was wrong. It seemed to be controlled and unable to move freely, feeling a bit regretful and thinking it shouldn't have been so greedy. The mutated sweet potato poked its head out of the ground to take a glance, shook its leaves, greeted the new arrival, and went back to the ground to grow sweet potatoes. Its task for today was not yet complete. Once Bai Yaoyao entered, she directly grabbed the power fruit and said, "Do you want to die?" The power fruit was instantly stunned. Wasn't it supposed to come in to drink spring water? Why was she so fierce? Humph. Liar. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and said, "I can give you spring water, but you have to produce a new fruit for me, at least one a month, otherwise, I'll eat you." Sweet potato. Come out. Tell this newcomer about our rules. The mutated sweet potato poked its head out again, looking pitifully at the new silly one, obediently using its leaves to communicate with it. The power fruit was astonished. One fruit a month? How could that be possible? I've only grown this one after 3 months. The mutated sweet potato empathized. During these days in the space, it realized the situation. Aside from the female devil, there were all kinds of beasts that it couldn't fight against, so it patiently comforted the new silly one. It planned to form an alliance to avoid being bullied by the beasts in the future, but unfortunately, Brother Willow stayed with the beasts every day and didn't pay attention to it, showing no awareness of being in the plant camp. Bai Yaoyao wasn't interested in listening. She made a top-tier package of dried fish for Big Meow, then went back to the wooden house to take a shower and change her clothes. In this cold weather, her clothes had completely soaked with sweat. Bai Yaoyao waited until she felt the time was right, then flashed out to take a look. The mutated wild boar group had scattered, and only a level 3 mutated wild boar was wandering nearby. There was nothing to discuss, so she directly used space cutting to sever the mutated wild boar's leg. Within a few moves, she took it down, collected the wild boar meat, and happily headed back to gather her brothers. She didn't notice it when coming over, but on the way back, she felt how far she had run. Along the way, there were almost all trees and broken roads. Driving was unrealistic, so she could only obediently run back. The clothes she had just changed after the shower soon became soaked with sweat again. Bai Yaoyao was afraid of any further accidents and didn't dare to slow down all the way. It wasn't until she saw Kiki stretching by the roadside that she adjusted her breath and slowed down her pace. At this moment, a car passed by, stopped beside Kiki, and several people instantly surrounded her. "Hey, beauty, why are you here alone? Are you hungry? I have Oreos, do you want some?" The last one to get out of the car, a pretty boy, flipped his hair and said to Kiki. Kiki was a quiet and gentle girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with air bangs and little dimples, her voice soft. She didn't usually talk much, but she was very reliable when it came to doing things, a meticulous and sensitive girl. According to reason, such a personality should not become a killer, but fate plays tricks on people. Kiki grew up abroad, and her family was wealthy, with a pile of servants, enjoying food, drink, and fun without worry, until she was 11 years old when the family was exceptionally happy and harmonious. Kiki's parents were old friends of the master, but after retiring from their past lives, they were found by former enemies, and the entire family was killed, except for Kiki, who was playing and fell asleep in the stable that day. By the time the master arrived, it was already too late. He could only take the heartbroken Kiki back with him. In the organization, there had never been a girl with such a personality, and since Kiki arrived the latest, everyone felt quite intrigued. Bai Yaoyao had a straightforward and cheerful personality, proudly calling herself the senior sister, treating every junior brother and sister with great care, and with her strong abilities, she became everyone's support after the master's death. Lulu had a cold personality, clearly fitting the queen type, with a fierce temper and figure, but she rarely interfered in others' business, making her seem cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Peichi was a little sweetheart in the human world, a darling of the group, with a smile that never faded away, even when killing. Kiki was stunned. They were here to cause trouble, and in an instant, she became excited. Sister Yao had gone out to play, and she was feeling bored. Was this not coming to amuse her? "You, what do you want?" Kiki said while backing away. What else could Big Brother want? It's too dangerous outside, I just want to take you home." After the pretty boy finished speaking, everyone around burst into laughter. The Dark Knight team had already seen the scene outside the car. Xiaomi instantly became furious and was about to get out when Lulu said, "What are you in a hurry for? Don't you see Kiki is already in character? You're such a buzzkill." Xiaomi scratched his head. "I'm afraid those foolish people will talk nonsense and be disgusting." After hesitating for a moment, Xiaomi still got out of the car, worried about Kiki's tears. It was better not to make a fuss. When Kiki saw Xiaomi, she felt disappointed. Xiaomi was the most serious, and now they couldn't play anymore. After Xiaomi got out of the car, he didn't say a word, his gaze cold enough to freeze someone to death. He immediately threw himself into the fight. Seeing this, Kiki could only unleash her abilities and join the fight. By the time Bai Yaoyao arrived, the scene in front of her had already turned into 7 big dumplings. Except for the pretty boy who was a level 3 ability user, the rest were level 2, which was a decent configuration, but unfortunately, they had encountered Dark Knight. "Oh, it's quite lively here," Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. At this time, the other members of Dark Knight also got out of the car. Although the pretty boy was tied up, he didn't seem very scared. When he saw Bai Yaoyao, his eyes nearly popped out. Then he saw Lulu and Peichi get out, and for a moment, he didn't know whom to look at first, twisting his neck like a pig. "Hurry up and let me go. Are you tired of living by kidnapping me at the door of Base D?" The pretty boy not only didn't plead for mercy but also shouted. Why is this guy even more confident than a dog? Monkey couldn't help but ask. Dog began to bark a few times as if he felt Monkey's words weren't friendly. "Let your grandpa go, you're dead today, I say." Lulu hated the pretty boy's eyes. Bai Yaoyao, hearing the pretty boy's words, understood that he definitely had someone backing him. If not careful, it might be troublesome for them. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, to prevent accidents, she carefully used her mental power to probe for a long time, confirming no one was around, before saying, "Kiki, untie them." Kiki obediently complied and removed the vines that had entangled everyone. "Little girl, you're quite sensible. I'll give you a chance, follow me, and I promise you'll live in luxury." The pretty boy thought Bai Yaoyao and the others recognized his identity and became arrogant again. Bai Yaoyao didn't waste time talking to the pretty boy and said to the others, "Hurry up, get in the car, let's go." The Dark Knight members had no doubts and obeyed without hesitation. "Don't leave, sister. Don't play with your brother for a while," the little white-faced man laughed with 6 bodyguards. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment, then took out the reliable big cat, plus the dog and the great sage. "That should be enough." She said to the little creatures, "Kill these people quickly, make the traces of your actions obvious, understand?" The great sage and the big cat responded right away, indicating no problem. The dog howled loudly, "Woof woof woof howl, howl woof woof woof. I can handle it on my own, why do I need those two?" The little white-faced man suddenly became flustered, as if speaking loudly would give him confidence, shouted, "Little girl, what do you mean, you?" Chapter 89, Arriving at the Base. The big cat did not give him a chance to continue speaking, going up and swiping at his neck, instantly ending his life. Bai Yaoyao let out the little crooked one and said, "Baby, work hard, clean up the traces our car left behind, and then take those 3 to the 2 intersections ahead to find us." The little crooked one shook its branches and directly started working. The name Baby sounded much nicer than Little Crooked. Did the owner rename it? Bai Yaoyao didn't give those people a single glance, got in the car and left. "Sister Yao? Are we afraid of being discovered?" the monkey asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Better to avoid trouble. In this apocalypse, internal conflict is meaningless. This person has level 3 abilities, yet is more useless than level 2, clearly just piled up with crystal cores, definitely a second generation, or someone important in D City. For the base to stabilize, it's crucial to fully focus on fighting zombies. People like this fool, just fake an accidental death, we're newcomers, no need to confront his background." Bai Yaoyao carefully explained that not every member of a family is bad, or that the little whiteface's family would spoil him, but they could also be people who accomplish things. "Not showing our hand too clearly for now, we'll see how it goes, turning passive into active, real benefits are the most important." Everyone nodded. It's best for Sister Yao to make the decisions in matters like this, no need to worry about it. After Bai Yaoyao had the monkey drive to the fork in the road, they turned and took another route. They created the illusion of coming to the D City base from the other side. Then they waited on the road for the beasts to return, having only stopped for about 5 minutes before everyone returned. Bai Yaoyao saw the dog covered in blood looking messy and couldn't help but feel disgusted. The great sage only had a bit on its hand, while the big cat was snow white, not dirty at all, yet the dog looked as if it just crawled out from a pile of corpses. Helpless, she went to prepare a big tub filled with bathwater for the dog, directly tossing the dog into it, and let out a loud roar for a while. Turning around, she saw the great sage had already cleaned its hands well, and the big cat was licking its fur in its nest, which finally calmed her mood. The power fruit, upon seeing this, shrank back into its sweet potato nest. The wise sweet potato brother was right, the female overlord was too fierce, it better hurry and focus on producing fruits. A dog that big, being tossed around like that, its little body definitely couldn't take it. Fortunately, before entering the space, it absorbed a lot of spring water and could soon produce a new fruit. Sob sob, it was so pitiful. Bai Yaoyao didn't know the power fruit was so timid, nor did she know the mutated sweet potato had told it so much. Seeing it and the sweet potato obediently making fruits, she nodded with satisfaction and exited the space. "Sister Yao, what was the mutated wild boar herd chasing?" Peichi suddenly remembered to ask. "Power fruit, eating it almost doubles strength and can improve physique, it's a good thing. Luckily we caught it, just waiting for it to bear fruit," Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile. Peichi immediately got excited, "So it means if we eat the fruit, we... Do they also have power skills? Wow, I can finally keep swinging my stick and smashing heads without being just a pure support healer." Fat brother gave Peichi's fluffy little head a playful slap and said, "Girls shouldn't use dirty words. Ah, you hit me again. Sister Yao and Sister Lulu also use dirty words, why don't you hit them? Peichi protested, rubbing her head. Hee, because I can't beat them. Fat Brother answered honestly. Everyone burst into laughter in an instant. Let's go to the base. We've just been on the road for so long, let's rest at the base for a while and find a way to upgrade the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao said. Sister Yao, what is the base like? Have you been there? Little 16 asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, I haven't been to the D City base, but I've been to the A City and Z City bases. They should be quite similar, just more crowded. Other than that, if you have money, you can always eat well and stay well no matter where you go. I guess we can be considered wealthy people now, right? If we count the supplies, other than the official ones, I don't think anyone is richer than us. Bai Yaoyao answered confidently. Ha ha ha, awesome. Sister is a rich lady. Lulu said with a smile. Sister Lulu, you've always been the rich lady. Before the apocalypse, you had even more money than Sister Yao. Peichi couldn't help but remind. Who told you to not manage your finances? You let your money just lie dead in the accounts. You only know how to take on tasks to earn a little bit of hard money. Big One raised his hand in grievance and said, I manage my finances. I lost everything. But I went and killed the scammers, that's how I achieved financial freedom. Bai Yaoyao leaned back in her seat, squinting her eyes and listening to everyone chat, occasionally chiming in with a comment. Outside the car, the scene became livelier. Besides the mutated beasts and zombies, there were also human shadows. It's not only the ability users who go out of the base to fight zombies. Many ordinary people, wanting to live but not wanting to do hard labor, choose to team up and take a chance. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the Dark Knight's RV and two military green pickups, curiously sizing them up, wondering which team on the base was so lavish. When the apocalypse came, the authorities were somewhat prepared. Although they didn't expect it to come so fast, they weren't too flustered and quickly established the top 10 bases. The D-City base is on the outskirts, its location isn't ideal, many mountains and many people, and by the second year of the apocalypse, it fell. Bai Yaoyao planned to stay here for a while before heading directly to the A-City Ultimate headquarters. There she could get the latest news and meet key figures in the government, provided she has the capital to have equal dialogue. In short, strength earns respect. In the distance, she could vaguely see the shadow of the D-City base. The outermost perimeter, besides patrol teams, had built the first line of defense, a 3-meter-high concrete wall all around. For now, it's somewhat useful, able to fend off low-level zombies and mutated beasts. But when level 4 zombies become more common, this thing won't help at all. The D-City base was rebuilt on the foundation of a film and television city. From afar, it actually looks pretty good. Not only grand and magnificent, but it also gives off a feeling of stepping back into ancient times. There was a long line at the entrance of the base, about 700 or 800 meters long. Some were there for the first time, while others already belonged to the D-City base, teaming up to go out on missions, waiting to enter the city. For safety reasons, there was only one exit and one entry, heavily guarded. Anyone with a wound had to be isolated and could not enter the premises. Though it was a bit cumbersome, it was also for everyone's safety, adding another layer of protection, so no one opposed it. Or rather, no one dared to oppose it. The authorities' power was still very strong. Sister Yao, should I go ahead and check the situation? Monkey asked. Sure, we'll wait in line for now. Bai Yaoyao replied. Chapter 90, Wang Jingyu. Bai Yaoyao indeed wanted to contact Meng Qilin, that way, they wouldn't have to wait in line, but looking at the soldiers at the gate, the situation seemed. It was not worth looking for trouble. After thinking for a moment, it was unnecessary to draw so much attention, better to wait in line obediently. After about 10 minutes, the monkey returned and said, Sister Yao, I found out the details. Ordinary people who enter the base need to pay 10 pounds of supplies, if not, or if supplies are insufficient, they must sign a labor agreement. For ability users below level 3, entering the base requires paying 50 level crystal cores or 5 pounds of supplies, while users at level 3 or above do not need to pay crystal cores or supplies. The key is that ability users can skip the line. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, let's go, no need to wait in line. Peichi asked, what level do we report our abilities as? Report whatever level you have. Bai Yaoyao replied without hesitation. Peichi said gloomily, huh? In novels, the protagonists always hide their power. My Peichi sister, how many novels have you read? The monkey couldn't help but ask. I like to slack off at work, I've probably read a few thousand, male, female, there's no genre I haven't read. Peichi proudly said. Then she turned to Bai Yaoyao and asked, do we really not need to hide our abilities? It must be fun to act weak and then shock everyone. Bai Yaoyao helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, hide what, besides your telepathy, report everything else. So what if Dark Knight is strong?
Everyone remember, if you want to survive safely in the apocalypse, and want to make it through together, you must fiercely improve your power.
Everything else doesn't matter. Understood.
Got it. Peichi stuck out her little tongue, realizing it was better to stay quiet. The tactics in novels don't work in reality.
Sister Yao is a pragmatist.
Bai Yaoyao and the others quickly arrived at the checkpoint.
Hello, please come over here to register.
Seeing these people in neat clothing and strong strides, the staff knew that they were definitely not ordinary characters, and a rare smile appeared on their face. Bai Yaoyao nodded and called everyone to get out of the car, coming to the registration area.
Please state your name and ability level. The staff, seeing so many people, added, the rule is that only ability users can skip the line. If you're not an ability user, even if you're in the same team, you'll have to queue. Seeing Dark Knight's group showing no signs of moving, the staff wisely kept their mouth shut.
Bai Yaoyao, spatial ability level 4, mental system ability level 3, strength ability level 3. After Bai Yaoyao finished, she signaled the others, and everyone began to report their abilities from oldest to youngest.
Dai, dark system ability level 4, speed ability level 3. Until the last person finished speaking, the staff was left dumbfounded for a long time. My goodness, a team with 3 level 4 ability users, all others are level 3, isn't this hilarious? There can't be this many experts in one base, right?
Bai Yaoyao slightly knocked on the table, feeling a bit impatient. How could this staff be so ignorant, staring like an idiot for so long?
The staff couldn't help but swallow hard, not daring to question, obediently registering according to what everyone said.
Well then, please go inside, the car can be driven in. The parking lot is on the right-hand side, but a parking fee is required, half a pound of supplies per day, and the more you recharge, the better the discount.
The staff explained patiently.
Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and directly stored the car in her space. The staff was once again stunned. How could someone store a car instead of food in their space? What a rebellious act. Despite the turmoil inside, the staff maintained a warm smile, hurriedly reporting to their leader as soon as Dark Knight's group entered.
Team leader. We have big shots coming.
3 level 4 ability users, 9 level 3 ability users, and several multi-system users. When Bai Yaoyao and others passed through the first archway, the scene suddenly opened up before them, resembling ancient city walls, about 7 or 8 meters high, creating a strong sense of security. Everyone was very interested and turned around. They hadn't even reached the second checkpoint. A few people quickly walked out. The leader was wearing military attire. Bai Yaoyao sensed it was a level 4 superpower user, but the energy was unstable, probably just recently upgraded.
Hello, are you the Dark Knight team? The leading man said. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, yes, that's us. You finally arrived, haha.
My name is Wang Jingyu, I am the military head of the D City base.
I am responsible for the security of the base.
Yesterday, Colonel Meng Qilin told me about your heroic deeds. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary.
Just looking at your demeanor is unusual. We are all on the same side, no need to be polite. At the D City base, you can feel at home.
With you here, I am assured. Bai Yaoyao looked at this person who was even more familiar than her, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy could really talk. It's said not to hit someone who greets you with a smile, and since he's in a high position and so polite, Bai Yaoyao naturally wouldn't embarrass him.
Seeing Wang Jingyu wanting to continue chatting, Bai Yaoyao lightly cleared her throat and asked, Wang. Leader. Bai Yaoyao hesitated, unsure how to address him. Wang Jingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, what leader? Just call me Brother Wang or Yugu.
Sister Yaoyao, we really met too late. As soon as I saw you all, I felt an extra kinship. After Wang Jingyu finished speaking, he looked seriously at the Dark Knight members. Bai Yaoyao felt a bit confused. She hadn't seen Wang Jingyu in her past life, but it seemed he shared the same fate as the D City base, dying the following year. No, she had seen him. His name was on the hero wall of a city base. What puzzled Bai Yaoyao was that typically, since he joined the military young and had served for many years, his personality should be straightforward and serious, yet he was so friendly. But she still followed Wang Jingyu's words and said, Yugu.
Ha ha ha, good.
Today is a good day, we've gained so many brothers and sisters, come on, let me show you around the base.
Wang Jingyu laughed heartily and said sincerely.
Finally, this group of ancestors has arrived. With Dark Knight here, the safety level of D City base must have gone up a few notches. Upon entering the base, Bai Yaoyao and the others hadn't even had a chance to look around carefully when Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon came over.
Captain Bai, you're here, is dog still okay? Meng Qilin quickly asked.
Bai Yaoyao replied, it's fine, sorry to make you worry. Meng Qilin handed her a card and said, this is the D City base points card, it has 4,000 points on it.
It's all thanks to Dark Knight for getting through this trip so smoothly.
Bai Yaoyao took it with pleasure. Initially, they mentioned 2,000 points, but now they gave an extra 2,000. Thankfully, they earned it. Without her in the team, they would have been scattered by mutated eagles or mutated sweet potatoes long ago.
Chapter 91, Renting a House.
After chatting for a while, everyone had to get busy. Wang Jingyu felt sorry, but Bai Yaoyao said it was fine. So, Wang Jingyu specially left a young soldier to take the Dark Knight members around and help them settle in.
Old Meng, old Xia, how long have you been in contact with Dark Knight? Are they reliable? They don't seem like simple characters, I mean before the apocalypse. After leaving Bai Yaoyao and the others, Wang Jingyu quickly asked. Bai Yaoyao and the others were alright, but a few sharp-eyed members in the team looked like they had often seen blood. Everyone had been on the battlefield and sensed it very clearly. Before Meng Qilin could speak, Xia Shannon spoke first. Captain Bai and the others are definitely good people. Wang Jingyu was taken aback. How did this big ice block also speak up for others? He followed up, what makes them good? We've gone on missions together. My team is weak, but Dark Knight rushes in whenever they see zombies, not caring about who did more or less. They stand at the forefront when faced with danger. We didn't help much during the journey, and they didn't complain at all. The key is their team has strong bonds and great teamwork. Xia Shannon said sincerely. Meng Qilin also added, Shan Nan is right, we shouldn't worry about the world before the apocalypse. What matters now is the present. Captain Bai and his team are quite kind, and they've specially asked me to take care of a single mother with a baby. Then I can rest assured. Captain Bai, here is the introduction brochure of the base. The young soldier handed a small booklet to Bai Yaoyao. It was a bit embarrassing to call it a booklet, it was just 3 pieces of paper stuck together, and it was hand-drawn. Bai Yaoyao opened it to take a look. The first page was a map of the base, the second and third pages were various rules and methods of earning and redeeming points. Bai Yaoyao asked, how is the accommodation set up in the base? The base has a dedicated rental center. The cheapest is a dormitory, only needing 10 points a month. Then there are ordinary apartments, a single room with a bathroom costs 100 points a month, and without a bathroom, it's 80 points. A 3-bedroom suite costs 400 points a month. Also, it's officially stipulated that houses cannot be subleased. The young soldier tried to introduce everything he knew as carefully as possible. Bai Yaoyao wasn't very satisfied. Even if it was a suite, there would still be many people nearby. With so many people and beasts around, the food was delicious, but it was best to stay away from the crowd. So she asked again, is there a standalone house, like a villa? There are. This used to be a film and television city, and the villa area is all transformed from big houses. There's also a palace area, but it hasn't been renovated yet. It's estimated to take another month. How to rent it? The price varies. How about I take you to have a look? Our boss said that your points card is a gold card, so renting a house or buying things in the official store is at an 85% discount. The young soldier scratched his head and said. Bai Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction, thinking they should have said this sooner. Being so enthusiastic early on was nothing compared to just handing her a gold card that made her so happy. When they arrived at the rental center, everyone from the Dark Knight felt very curious. The crowds coming and going, the staff in work clothes, it was as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Sister Meng, can you introduce the standalone area to Captain Bai and the others? The young soldier said to a woman in the VIP service department at the edge. Sister Meng readily took out a brochure, also hand-drawn, and started asking Bai Yaoyao, there are only 5 houses left now, and they are almost fully rented. What size do you want? As many as possible, about 11 bedrooms. Bai Yaoyao replied, saying she didn't need it, she could go back to her space and save if she could. Sister Meng said, oh, that's not small. How about this general's mansion? It has 3 courtyards, a standalone house with 8 furnished bedrooms, and the other 6 have no furniture. However, they all have large beds that are 1.8 meters, so 2 people lying down is no problem. But the downside is that the general's mansion is on the outer edge of West Street, which is a bit far from the mission hall and the trading street. Of course, if you have a car, it doesn't matter. When Bai Yaoyao heard this introduction, she knew this place was the most suitable for her group. She turned to look at Fat Brother, who also nodded, and asked, how is the rent calculated? The young soldier took the opportunity to say, Sister Meng, they have a gold card, which can get a discount of 15%. Oh, that saves a lot of money. The rent here is 1,000 points a month, and with the discount, it's 850 points. Sister Meng looked over, thinking that having military people as guides and holding a gold card meant a big shot had arrived at the base again. Bai Yaoyao immediately pulled out the card and said, swipe the card, this one. The young soldier hurriedly said, Captain Bai, no need to rush. I can take you for a stroll first, there are 5 sets you can choose from slowly. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, no need to trouble ourselves, let's just take this one. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to waste time, where to live was secondary as long as it was quiet. This place was remote, which was just right. As for the facilities inside, it didn't matter. The supplies in her space were plentiful, and renovation was no problem, they had all kinds of furniture. The key point is, the general's mansion, this name isn't bad, I really like it. The young soldier, hearing this, stopped talking. Aunt Meng, seeing this, took the golden card from Bai Yaoyao's hand, swiped it on a machine, and then pulled out a large bunch of keys to hand to Bai Yaoyao. After receiving it, Bai Yaoyao left the housing rental center with everyone. First, she followed the young soldier to roughly wander around the mission hall and the market street to get familiar with the route, and then she followed the young soldier to the general's mansion. Bai Yaoyao took out a big bag of pork jerky and handed it to the young soldier, saying, "You've worked hard this half day, you all work hard, this is individually packaged, easy to carry, eat it when you're hungry." The young soldier instantly took 2 steps back, saying, no need, I don't want it. This task was assigned to me by our boss, it's what I should do. I'll leave now, you all rest." The young soldier turned and ran a few steps, saying again, "I'm the leader of Patrol Group 4, my name is Lu Liang, if you need anything, feel free to find me." After speaking, he quickly ran off, afraid Bai Yaoyao would give him the pork jerky again. Bai Yaoyao clicked her tongue, she hated owing favors the most. Do you think running away means you won't get it? Using her spatial ability, she teleported the pork jerky into the young soldier's clothing, and then turned around, bringing everyone back to the mansion. Chapter 92, New Home. The young soldier ran 30 meters or so, and seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others didn't chase after him, he stopped. He couldn't help but lick his lips, it was pork jerky. It had meat and salt. Worth a month's salary, a pack probably costs 20 to 30 bucks, oh, how he wanted to eat it, but he couldn't make a mistake. Regrettably, he patted his chest, A plastic sound? He quickly reached into his clothes, pork jerky. The young soldier was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't he say he didn't want it? His first reaction was to hurry back to return it to Captain Bai. But when he returned, the general's mansion was already tightly closed. After knocking for a long time with no one answering, the young soldier quickly hid the pork jerky in his clothes and turned to find his boss. After explaining the situation to Wang Jingyu suddenly felt good. Dark Knight treated an ordinary soldier without abilities with such courtesy, not at all arrogant. He should not be someone who loves to pick fights. His character should be good, it seems old Meng and old Xia were right. So, he pinched a piece of pork jerky, tore it open, and threw it into his mouth. Here, have a piece. When the young soldier saw his boss like this, he understood that pork jerky was his. He instantly got excited, thinking of bringing it back to let his parents taste. They hadn't eaten meat since the apocalypse. To prevent his boss's sharing a piece from turning into sharing half, he quickly ran away. Don't doubt it, his boss could absolutely do that. Wang Jingyu tasted it and found it quite good. It was sweet, salty, and fragrant. Just as he wanted to take a few more pieces, he found the young soldier had already run off. He shook his head in regret, sucking his fingers. The little brats are getting wise, it's hard to trick them now. Sister Yao, someone is knocking at the door. Don't bother with him, it's that young soldier again. I just put pork jerky in his arms, he probably noticed, Bai Yaoyao replied. If it were me, the pork jerky would have already been in my stomach, why would I send it back, the monkey said while laughing. You think everyone is like you? What awareness do they have? TCH, just silly. The general's mansion has a kind of romance and solemnity. As soon as you enter the gate, you don't see the pavilions and flower beds from ancient buildings. Instead, what appears before you is a training ground, with a row of weapons displayed alongside swords, spears, blades, and halberds, everything is there. Little 16's eyes lit up. Coming from a martial arts family, all his skills were primarily inherited from family traditions, which is why he was called Little 16. Little 16 excitedly grabbed the Fengtian painting halberd, and the moment he grabbed it, the top broke off. Just hit him on the head, causing the eager to show off Little 16 to feel instantly awkward. Ha, I really don't want to laugh, but I can't help it. The monkey laughed so hard he sat down on the ground. The others were the same, and Little 16 could only helplessly say, when can I get a good weapon? Bai Yaoyao comforted him and said, tomorrow. I'll take you all out for a stroll. D-City's antique market is so famous, let's wander around and see if we can find something. Sister Yaoyao cares for me. Enough of that, just now, it was you, Sister Yaoyao, who laughed the hardest. Bai Yaoyao strategically changed the topic, let's go. Let's check out the inside. Each person pick a bedroom and quickly tidy up, it's time for dinner. As soon as they entered the courtyard, apart from the training ground, there was only the gatehouse, kitchen, and bathroom. Bai Yaoyao originally thought the bathroom would be of the ancient style, but to her surprise, it was quite modern and seemed to have been renovated later. A few buckets of water were set up, then she continued walking inside. Passing through a small arched doorway, they reached the second courtyard, which had 4 rooms that could be used as bedrooms, plus 1 main hall. Since the bedrooms were relatively close, the 4 girls each picked 1 room. Seeing there were enough rooms, Bai Yaoyao also chose one for herself. She took out some furniture, curtains, and decorative items like carpets, then let everyone tidy up their own bedrooms. Bai Yaoyao was too lazy to move, thinking that she wouldn't sleep outside anyway. So, she just laid a carpet, placed a sofa in the room, and then prepared to go back into her space. Before returning to her space, she suddenly remembered something, and carefully circled around the general's mansion to make sure there were no listening devices or cameras before feeling relieved. Mainly, that Sister Meng from the housing rental center directly introduced the general's mansion. It probably was set up on purpose, so being cautious wouldn't hurt. After returning to her space, she saw the great sage leading a few monkeys in farming. Little Rai was teaching the mutated sweet potatoes and power fruits, Big Meow and Little Bunny were cultivating, Xian-Chi was sleeping, and the dog was biting its own tail, spinning in circles repeatedly. Bai Yaoyao, following the principle of out of sight, out of mind, ignored the dog and took a look at the power fruit. The power fruit sensed the arrival of the queen and became a bit flustered and scared. In its panic, it even accidentally formed a new fruit ahead of time. Immediately, it proudly presented it. Bai Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction. After receiving the fruit, she sprinkled a few drops of spring water on it. The power fruit was flattered and excitedly danced its branches and leaves. Seeing this, the mutated sweet potato quickly pointed out its saved sweet potatoes from the past few days to Bai Yaoyao, who felt it wasn't fair to treat one better than the other. Doing so over time wouldn't be good for leading the group. So, she also gave some drops to the mutated sweet potato. Finally, she let Little Rai absorb all the spring water, and Little Rai proudly looked at his two new little brothers. Hee, the master still loves me the most. Bai Yaoyao returned to the small wooden house, smelled the fruit's fragrant aroma, and thought eating something unclean wouldn't make her sick. She directly began to munch on it. In just a few bites, she finished it without even savoring the taste. She felt her own strength and noticed it hadn't changed much. Guessing it probably still hadn't digested? She didn't think much of it and planned to check back later. Sister Yaoyao! Sister Yaoyao! Calling Sister Yaoyao! So hungry, the baby is going to starve to death. Bai Yaoyao heard Adai's voice and couldn't help but laugh. This guy was most enthusiastic about eating after killing. The child was growing up and developing, he couldn't miss a meal. So, she flashed out of the space and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Children's set." "Don't say children's set." Anything is fine, I'm not picky." Adai smiled obediently. Bai Yaoyao said, "Oh? Not picky? Then how about chive dumplings?" Adai, _. Don't bully the little one. We're moving to a new home today, so let's celebrate. Fatty heard the commotion and came over. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Hot pot?" "Agreed." "Great, it's so cold, we should eat hot pot." Perfect match. Bai Yaoyao took out the tables and chairs in the hallway, then brought out 2 pots. After putting in the base ingredients, she immediately started fetching the food. In no time, the whole table was filled up. Since it was a big moving party, she simply called all the beasts out. A small table didn't need stools. On the table, there were roasted meats from mutated beasts, big bones, little fish snacks, chew sticks, pet milk powder, and various fruits. After everything was prepared, they just started eating. "Let me say a few words." The monkey pretended to stand up, ready to give a leadership speech. Lulu slammed the table. "What the heck are you talking about? Sit down and eat quickly." Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the air, and all the hard work and fatigue from the past few days instantly vanished at that moment. Chapter 93, Registering the Team. Perhaps because they had entered the base, everyone relaxed a lot, and the meal lasted for over 4 hours, filled with singing and joy. Bai Yaoyao saw that everyone's tense expressions had eased, and she gradually felt relieved herself. The apocalypse was cruel, one had to always be on edge, facing various killings every day. Over time, it was hard on the mind, so to relax like this once in a while was truly delightful. Everyone was also mindful, they drank juice, soda, or pineapple beer. No one dared to touch alcohol, it was their first time here, and even Brother Fat, who loved to drink, held back. No one wanted to gamble with their lives. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone returned to their rooms. Bai Yaoyao made a duty roster for the beasts, one for each day, to keep watch at night. The beasts on duty could receive half a cup of spring water and the right to rest the next day. Taking into consideration that guarding the house was the dog's old profession, she did not exclude the dog from the list. Dog, Little Rai, Big Meow, Great Sage, Xian-Chi, Little Rabbit, and Mutated Sweet Potato. Just right, 1 person per day for a week. Since the power fruits had just arrived, the loyalty level was still questionable, so they were not included. After finishing the meeting, everyone promised to work hard, only the power fruit was crying, regretting not being chosen. Bai Yaoyao ignored the pitiful cries like a little white lotus, let the dog out, and directly returned to her room to cultivate. In the late night, Bai Yaoyao vaguely heard a woman's heart-wrenching cry from outside. Not wanting to meddle, she didn't pay it any mind, and after a while, the crying disappeared. During her cultivation, Bai Yaoyao clearly felt a massive energy gathering within her, absorbing it little by little, discovering that her strength had directly doubled. It must be the effect of the power fruit. Excited, Bai Yaoyao came out of the cabin, found Little Rabbit, and asked it to grow bigger, stopping it when it weighed about 400 pounds. Bai Yaoyao wrapped her arms around the big rabbit and easily lifted it over her head, even running a few steps with it. So easy. Little Rabbit was almost scared to death. The female tyrant was not sleeping at night. Lifting it high, was she trying to drop it? Terrified and wanting to pee, but considering she was above the female tyrant's head, if she dared to pee now, she would definitely not live to see the next day. So, she held it in with all her might, sob sob sob. After the experiment, Bai Yaoyao felt incredibly joyful, tossed a few carrots to Little Rabbit, and poured half a cup of spring water for the power fruit. Glancing at the time, it was almost morning, so she hurried back to the little cabin for some sleep. After waking up, Bai Yaoyao felt refreshed, with no signs of staying up late. After checking around her space and preparing breakfast for the beasts, she finally felt at ease to exit the space. Did you hear the crying last night? My gosh, it was so heart-wrenching. Kiki said. I heard it, but it stopped after a while. What was going on? Who went out to take a look? What to look at? Are we that free? Bai Yaoyao wanted to eavesdrop on the gossip, but no one in the circle had gone out to check. One said, let's eat, and then go to the mission hall later to see how to earn points in exchange for crystal cores. All right. And get me a custard bun. I'll have a bowl of millet porridge. I want to eat stinky tofu. I want some too. And a bottle of spicy sauce. After breakfast, everyone went to the mission hall together. The entrance was lively, with various teams gathering at the door, chatting casually. Have you heard? The younger son of the Li family, Li Rueda, is dead, just outside the base. What? Is that true? How did he die? Killed by a mutated beast. When he was found, his intestines were hanging out. Isn't the Li family going to go crazy? How could they not? But it was a mutated beast that killed him. Where can they go to take revenge? The people in the shadows heard everything, but no one exchanged even a glance, passing by calmly. Having been in this line of work for years, feeling guilty? That's not possible. Upon entering the mission hall, they found it quite advanced, with a huge display screen hanging right in the center showing the tasks. Bai Yaoyao casually looked at a few tasks. Clear out zombies from the supermarkets in D City, bring back corresponding supplies, 800 points, requirements, a level ability user team. Teams with spatial ability users have priority. Long-term task, assist the official ability user team in clearing zombies around the base, 30 points per day. Requirement, level 2 or above ability users. Clear roadblocks, 8 points per person per day. Requirement, capable of hard work. Survivor rescue, successfully bring back relevant survivors from the city center, 500 points. Requirement, B-level ability user team. Bai Yaoyao found that there were individual tasks as well as team tasks, and team tasks were also divided into levels. Seeing a window for registering as an ability user team, she led the group over. Hello, registering a team. The staff didn't even look up, focusing on filing their nails, until they finished one finger, then lazily threw out a form and said, fill it out. The form slid directly to the ground, and the staff acted as if they didn't see it. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, glanced at the staff, and did not move. Her gaze gradually turned cold. The staff suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but look up to meet Bai Yaoyao's eyes, instantly shuddering, feeling like they were about to be doomed in the next second. What do you want to do? The staff hurriedly stood up and stammered. Registering a team, Bai Yaoyao replied. The staff hurriedly picked up the form from the ground and handed it in front of Bai Yaoyao, saying, okay, just fill out a form. Bai Yaoyao looked at the form with disdain, smiled without saying anything, and didn't move. The staff, having good sense, quickly took out a new form and a black pen, uncapped it, and placed it in front of Bai Yaoyao. Only then did Bai Yaoyao pick up the form, glancing at it, merely basic questions like team name, number of people, abilities, and levels. Bai Yaoyao's handwriting was abstract and occasionally missing a stroke or two. After quickly filling it out, she didn't care whether the other party could understand and handed it back directly. The staff indeed tried hard to decipher it, but as soon as they saw Captain Bai Yaoyao, level 4, triple ability user, they immediately regretted wanting to slap their own face. Because in recent days, too many people came to the base, all to register teams. They were so busy that they couldn't take it anymore, resulting in some impatience, but they didn't expect to encounter a tough character. Recalling that icy gaze just now filled them with fear. Chapter 94, Playing Acting. So they quickly took out the ability user team card and said, according to regulations, your team is currently rated as S level, and can accept all tasks. You need to recertify your team level every month. Why, you just need to take a photo of each of you, and then you can register successfully. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's expression was not good, but she nodded. They hurriedly took action. The staff didn't dare to make more requests. How dare they say to let these people line up one by one to take pictures? I can only awkwardly hold the camera, running back and forth to take photos of the Dark Knight team, my legs getting shakier and my hands softer. Oh my, what are these people doing, and why do their eyes look so terrifying? Even that short kid doesn't look easy to deal with. The staff quickly uploaded and printed, immediately handing 12 Dark Knight team member certificates to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao took the certificates and turned to leave without giving the staff member another glance. The staff member instantly slumped down onto the chair, continuously patting their chest, feeling like a heart attack was coming. Sister Yao, shall we go take on a mission? Bai Yaoyao replied, yes, we need to go hunt for crystal cores today, we don't have much stock left. Arriving at the task window, Bai Yaoyao handed over the Dark Knight team certificate, saying, S-level mission, please list it out. This staff member had already noticed Bai Yaoyao and her group, realizing that they didn't even care about the leader's sister-in-law, and understood that they were either incredibly strong or had powerful connections. No matter which it was, they couldn't afford to offend them, so they had prepared their smile early, always ready to serve the big shot. That mean woman, relying on being the leader's sister-in-law, had been arrogantly terrible to everyone, now she got what she deserved. Haha, serves her right. The big shot is amazing. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao mention an S-level mission, the staff member knew they guessed right. This was an S-level team. Just registered. Just formed today. Previously, the highest level was only A. So their attitude became even friendlier, saying, okay, please wait a moment, I'll look for it right away. I'm very quick. Bai Yaoyao felt puzzled, why were the staff members acting so strangely? Either they were incredibly impressive or they had too good of an attitude. Seeing the staff member hand over a tablet, Bai Yaoyao took it and looked. There were only 2 S-level tasks, one was to clear zombies in a wholesale market, earning 1,000 points, with notes mentioning there would be 2 to 3 level 4 zombies. The other was to recover all complete antiques and exhibits from the D-City Museum, also earning 1,000 points, with a note stating that the team must have a level 3 spatial ability user and that there were level 4 zombies in the museum. Bai Yaoyao thought both tasks were good, glancing at the D-City map, the 2 places were not far apart, just 2 streets away, so she said, we'll take both. Without saying a word, the staff member nodded and immediately marked both tasks down. Whatever you say. You're always right. I'll just take your orders. Alright, I've made the notes. After completing the tasks, just go to the adjacent window to exchange for points. Bai Yaoyao asked, for the first clearing task, who will accompany us? The official will send someone to wait at the base gate after I upload the task. Bai Yaoyao nodded, raised her hand to make an OK gesture, and was just about to turn to leave. The staff member suddenly took a step back and loudly exclaimed, Sun Tao wishes the Dark Knight team a safe journey, may you succeed in triumph. The staff member amplified their voice, sincerely offering blessings with exaggerated expressions, arms raised, and signs of encouragement. Their eyes occasionally darted towards the previous staff member who had a bad attitude. Bai Yaoyao was instantly amused, who doesn't love nice words? So she tossed 2 bags of chips over, smiling and saying, thanks for your good wishes. The staff member hugged the chips, excitedly wanting to laugh out loud. They didn't expect an extra surprise, lemon-flavored chips, the little brother's favorite snack. The big shot is amazing. After receiving the task, Bai Yaoyao took everyone and left the task hall directly. Sister Yao, we can exchange points for crystal cores over there. Peichi pointed to the official shop next to them. We'll talk later, let's go out and fight zombies first. Okay. When they reached the base entrance, Bai Yaoyao was still thinking about where to find someone to join them on a mission, when unexpectedly, Wang Jingyu was there, waving from afar, clearly looking for them. Bai Yaoyao found it quite interesting, after all, Wang Jingyu was one of the top leaders of the base. Why was he so free? Yaoyao, you just got here and you're already taking your brothers out for a mission, are you not going to rest? There have been too many people coming to the base recently, so I couldn't host you guys yesterday. Please don't hold it against me, brother. Another day, I will treat everyone to a meal. Wang Jingyu, who appeared to be in his 40s, smiled warmly, making it easy for people to feel good about him. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh a bit at his performance, meeting the next day, how could there be such deep feelings? He looked like a total dramatic actor, just wanting to get closer. What danger could there be that couldn't be solved? Just let her people be cannon fodder. However, Bai Yaoyao still cooperatively replied, brother you're calling me sister, so why are you being polite? We are all family here. You should take care of yourself, get enough rest. You didn't sleep well yesterday, right? You've got dark circles under your eyes. It's dry and cold out, and you come out to patrol without even a cup of water? Bai Yaoyao pulled out a thermos and continued, luckily I prepared this for you, it's got goji berries in it, and it's still warm. Just wait a moment before drinking. Bai Yaoyao looked at Wang Jingyu sincerely, thinking that who couldn't act. The others from Dark Knight silently laughed in their hearts. Sister Yao had never lost in performance art, she wasn't afraid at all. Wang Jingyu was completely stunned, looking at the thermos Bai Yaoyao offered, hesitating for a long time over whether to take it.
He initially wanted to get closer, throwing all the official tasks that were hard to solve to Dark Knight. But this truly made the people around him his younger siblings.
How could he give them dangerous tasks? Would he be putting his younger siblings in danger? This Captain Bai really didn't play by the rules. Chattering away, he couldn't get a word in. If this were peacetime, she would definitely be cut out for diplomacy. Brother, you, just take it. Don't be polite with your sister. Bai Yaoyao urged.
Wang Jingyu resignedly accepted it. Well, who told him to find trouble for himself?
Chapter 95, Going on a Mission.
Ah, Sister Yaoyao, your personality is truly straightforward. I accept the thermos and appreciate the thought. Let me introduce everyone. This is the official 6th team joining us on the mission today. The members of the 6th team are not ability users, so their combat power is limited. I hope everyone will take care of them.
But don't worry, my troops are not cowards. Even if their strength is limited, they'll absolutely do their best to cooperate with you. Wang Jingyu's tone suddenly became more sincere, losing much of its smooth talk. Bai Yaoyao was suddenly satisfied.
If he had acted like this from the start, that would have been great.
Why did he have to complicate things and act? When it comes to thick skin, who was afraid of anyone? Brother, you, don't worry. I will do my best. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Wang Jingyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, suddenly regretting trying to get closer. Wasn't normal interaction enough? Why did it feel like he was not only gaining nothing but also getting dragged in?
Bai Yaoyao watched Wang Jingyu's expression crumble and silently laughed for a long time.
After enough of the show, she led everyone away.
Seeing the official vehicle provided, they didn't bother pulling out their own means of transportation, they just shamelessly got on board, saving where they could because waste was shameful. Although she didn't like Wang Jingyu's scheming, when it came to the mission, Bai Yaoyao was serious. A basic sense of professionalism must be maintained. On the way, when they encountered zombies, without Bai Yaoyao having to give orders, the Dark Knight members reacted like they were pumped with adrenaline.
They rushed in. The official 6th team was stunned. Why would they open the door to eliminate the zombies trapped in the store? Just because they let out a loud roar? Don't we need to save our powers?
Damn, it's been so long since we fought zombies, I kind of miss it, the monkey pretended to say.
Lulu laughed and asked, miss it, huh? Should I catch one and let you keep it in your bed?
Haha, no need for that, the monkey quickly waved his hand. Bai Yaoyao also wanted to fight zombies, but as the leader, she couldn't just grab the opportunity when there weren't enough zombies for everyone.
So, she relaxed against the car seat, humming a little tune.
Wondering how Wang Zhou was doing, she still wanted to attend his concert after the apocalypse ended, making sure not to kill anyone this time, the good kind of kid listening to music all the way through. It took over an hour on the road to reach the destination. Before even entering the door of the byproduct wholesale market, Bai Yaoyao sensed several strong energies, thinking of the task description about 2 to 3 level 4 zombies? What's going on, brother? Just with a rough sense, there were already 4. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment, if several level 4 zombies came at them together, it could be somewhat dangerous. Their side was okay, but the official side couldn't take care of itself. After detecting the specific locations of a few level 4 zombies, she said, keep driving, head towards the southwest corner.
With a loud rev of the engine, upon hearing Yaoyao's order, the car took off without hesitation. The official 6th team, following behind, was stunned. What were they doing? Not going in?
They hesitated a bit before hurriedly following.
They parked some distance away and everyone got out to walk. Seeing the official 6th team get out too, Bai Yaoyao said, how about you wait in your car? If zombies come, just drive away.
No worries, we all have guns, we won't hold you back, we can help a bit. The team leader responded after a brief pause. No need, get back in the car, Bai Yaoyao waved her hand. Without lingering any longer, she directly accelerated with her team and charged in. The 6th team watched as the Dark Knight group executed their moves skillfully, not a sound was heard, as if their feet had silencers, making them unsure of what to do next. Such a tall wall, not a single sound came from them, even the fat guy was like this, they couldn't do it. Finally, the team leader said, get back in the car, listen to Captain Bai's orders. If they encounter danger, we'll think of a way to rescue them.
Yes.
Bai Yaoyao was slightly satisfied to see the 6th team wasn't foolishly following along, not afraid they couldn't handle zombies, just afraid they wouldn't listen and cause trouble. Bai Yaoyao released all the mutated beasts and plants, except for Xian Qi. 14 battles, not a single one could be left out. If someone was weaker, they needed to practice. Dark Knight wouldn't recruit anyone anymore. As the strength of zombies increased, the disadvantage of having fewer team members would gradually be magnified, making the importance of mutated beasts and plants evident.
Let's go, everyone.
The mutated sweet potatoes and power fruits were excited to join the battle for the first time, and since mutated plants weren't afraid of zombies, they wanted to work hard to earn some merit to make the queen happy. Both the mutated sweet potatoes and power fruits felt comfortable being captured, with such pleasant air and soil inside. As long as they worked hard, they'd have spring water to drink, too happy to leave even now. Bai Yaoyao watched as the beasts rubbed their paws in anticipation. Her lips couldn't help but curl up, showing a bit of the Dark Knight's demeanor. Under Bai Yaoyao's command, everyone tried to ignore the low-level zombies, killing those they couldn't avoid as quickly as possible without making too much noise. They gradually surrounded the first level 4 zombie.